On a quiet night inside the little house, light spilling through the dark room, can I just borrow 100,001 for now? Yeah, I know, it's tough, which is exactly why I'm asking you. The room is pitch black now, with a few insects fluttering about showing how damp the place is. I paid you back on time last time, didn't I? I promise I'll pay before the 15th, of course. You've always had to deal with this, so I feel really bad. The teenager took the phone and slowly continued. Thank you so much. I'll send my account number here, thanks a lot. I'm an extremely unfortunate guy, surrounded by people who, no matter how they fall, always break their noses. But why does the most vivid expression of, at least I'm better off than that guy, end up being me? How does a web novel author survive month to month living like this? A 29-year-old has to call friends just because he's short 100,001 for rent. The teen stretched a few times and sighed in exhaustion, made it through another month alive. That would be me. He stared at the computer screen and couldn't help but sigh. The comments are a mess, full of vicious remarks. My grandkid has wilder imagination. How is this plot supposed to be resolved? Just get lost already. The lazy all-day type, idiots. This is a sign. I'll handle it, so shut up. Beside him were stacks of books and snacks scattered all over the desk. Honestly, you thought writing web novels was easy. He found himself in an inexplicable state of rest. And well, fair enough, the readers really aren't at fault. Then he worked himself so hard his nose started to bleed. I wish I could write like that, get into character and rampage around gloriously. He finally realized something was off, and his nose was bleeding. Tissue. Suddenly a figure nearby spoke up. Are you looking for this? The teenager saw it and quickly answered, thanks. Before he could finish the sentence, he was astonished to realize he was somewhere a bit strained. The man beside him handed over the box of tissues, bowed respectfully and said, Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, a web novel author. The cause of death was overwork. Those words immediately shocked the teenager. The figure before him opened his mouth in a terrifying way. Pleased to meet you. I am the king of the underworld, La Sat, commonly called the Yama King. Welcome to the netherworld. Those words made the teenager's eyes widen in surprise. What the? The king's gaze grew colder than ever. I mean, literally, your life has just ended. But don't blame heaven too harshly. Actually, you're pretty lucky. The teen, startled by those words, asked, Lucky? In my whole life, I've never encountered luck like that. The man quickly replied, No, really lucky. The Yama King continued, You are the 7,777,777th soul to pass through the gate of the netherworld. A fated lucky number. And as a reward this time, I will grant you one wish. Of course, impossible things like becoming a god are out of the question. Min-chan scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. No, this is so sudden. I'm in the middle of finishing a draft, and suddenly. And if it ends like this, the readers will. Before he could finish the sentence, the man coldly interrupted. I'm not one to wait around. He panicked and instinctively backed up a few steps. Wait a minute, this is terrifying. He quickly shouted in panic, then please let me live in a novel world. Why? The teen rapidly listed what he'd experience. Harem, adventure, harem. The man in front smiled faintly, seemingly pleased. Interesting. Do you already have a novel in mind? And by the way, you can't pick a novel you yourself wrote. He heard that and started pondering. How would I even know? After all, that'd be like turning myself into a god. But he quickly remembered a book he'd read and commented on before. I've thought about that one too. Wait a sec, I don't recall everything, but I still remember quite a bit of that story. And didn't the protagonist end up living pretty comfortably afterward? He shouted out, becoming the infamous loser at the Hunter Academy. I'll pick that novel. The Yama King in front smiled faintly. Living inside a novel, huh? It's been a while since someone made such an entertaining wish. Fine, I'll grant you 2 small bonus wishes. The teen standing in the purple magic circle seemed surprised by his bounty. Really? First, send me to 2 years before the novel's story begins. Becoming the notorious loser at the Hunter Academy, shortened to Gone Hunter. The original starts when the protagonist enters high school, right? But the village raiding days actually happened in some middle school 2nd or 3rd year. He worked so hard to erase that useless image. If fixed earlier, life would be much easier later. The man before him brightened and looked straight at him. Fine, go live happily in that world, so what's your final wish? Cha Min heard that and wavered. Wait, give me time to think, make me a bit more handsome. Then he quickly blurted out before being taken away. Please give me an insanely handsome face. Mix in the eyes, nose, and lips of famous idols into my face. His whole body instantly dissolved into that space. He slowly vanished, leaving only a streak of purple light in the strange sky. Someone below couldn't help but comment, truly an unusual soul. The other calmly replied, like I said, it's outside my dataset. Appearance is considered a kind of aptitude, but who knew they'd weight it so heavily? Usually in cases like this they'd request to enter the protagonist's body. This situation caught him completely off guard. He never expected to be transferred into a body that wasn't the protagonist's. Quickly, the character's soul was replaced. The incoming soul was Lee Min-chan's. His next body was absurdly handsome. His eyes gently opened and looked straight ahead, finally inside the world of becoming the Academy's infamous loser. He existed in that sparkling space, a bit panicked. This feels like a dream. Did I actually die? A notification popped up above. Soul transfer of Lee Min-chan into Kang Shin-hyuk's body complete. He finally calmed. Right, I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, the main character, the delinquent student of the Hunter Academy. But then he realized something was wrong. Kang Shin-hyuk. He looked around in a panic. The main character's name is Lee Jae-seong, who's Kang Shin-hyuk. A notification quickly appeared above saying it would retrieve this subject's memories into his head. A pain struck as countless memories flooded in. In the world of becoming the Academy's infamous loser, Hunter talent manifests at age 10. If you're rated at least low rank on the aptitude test, you can enter the Hunter Academy. But Kang Shin-hyuk didn't take the aptitude test because the orphanage head, where he lived, secretly hid the exam. The head reported that all the children in the orphanage had the lowest aptitude, forcing them into ordinary schools and a life unrelated to hunters. Later, when the law was revised, he got retested. But with aptitude only in the top 15% overall, he still didn't qualify to transfer into the Hunter Academy. After finishing school at 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter following hunters. Eventually, his abilities exploded. He became a hunter and joined some other guild. To avoid memory overload, those memories unlock in specific situations later on. He held his head and sighed. Looks like this guy's as unlucky as I am. He scratched his head, feeling utterly tired. Doesn't this feel like being tricked? Of course it does. I was totally fooled. He couldn't help but sigh. If you ask to be sent into a novel world, isn't entering the protagonist's body the default? Like this, my second life screwed too. But just then something popped into his head. Thanks to the memories that surfaced a moment ago, I just remembered what kind of character this name is. Kang Min-hyuk is the homeroom teacher next door who teaches swordsmanship. Basically a supporting character's supporting character with a tiny role in the novel. Thinking that made him curse in anger. No way this is happening. If I'd known, I'd rather have asked to go straight to heaven. That would have been better. Wearing fatigue, he slowly sat down. He wanted to go back and demand answers, but there's no way to descend into the netherworld except by dying right. Then he remembered the cold look of the man he'd met earlier and couldn't stop feeling scared. If you killed yourself to ask questions, you'd only end up in hell, right? The system overhead quickly announced, "You'll wake up soon, so good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk." The teen really wanted to swear. Don't joke, living as this person is absurd, give me back my body. Before he could finish the sentence, he suddenly shot upright in shock. The handsome face couldn't help but begin to change. He sat on the bed panting, exhausted. This isn't a dream. The phone on the desk quickly started ringing. He looked at it with intense suspicion. When he picked up, he heard a robotic voice. "Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk. We are the finance team of Team Chase." Hearing that name, he ground his teeth. Damn it, so I really am in Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The mechanical voice continued. "We're contacting you to confirm severance payment. If there's any discrepancy in the amount or any questions, contact us here." Though angry, he still replied calmly. A bank notification quickly arrived. Current balance is over 309 million won. His eyes met that number and he was stunned, unable to believe it. He stared at the balance notification, completely amazed, eyes wide. He couldn't help but start counting. 1, 10, 100,000. With delight, he hurried to open the large window outside in excitement. A radiant smile couldn't be contained. "I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. From today on, I'm Kang Shin-hyuk." He started calculating things in his head. Hunters are still hunters. An account balance of 300 million won. From the memories, this life didn't seem so different from his old one. To some people, 300 million might be nothing. But for me, a third-rate writer barely scraping by and dying from overwork, it's everything. This really is a dream sum I've never had before. The teen looked at the lofty sky outside, thrilled. Ah well, whining won't fix anything. Even with monsters, gates, and hunters existing, nothing else changes. This is still modern Korea. Now I'm 25 in this Republic of Korea. 25 with a bank balance over 300 million won, even. And I'm outrageously handsome too. So excited, awesome. The teen couldn't stop staring at himself in the mirror, getting more hyped every glance. Young, good-looking, decent skills and finances. Of course, later there will be plenty of B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk scattered around. By setup, what he lacks compared to the protagonist is the tycoon status. and due to power inflation in the latter half, he naturally becomes a forgettable presence. Thinking that made him tired. Being forgotten in the story as a supporting character was exhausting to imagine. Still, that's not so bad. He couldn't help but force a small smile. Becoming the Academy's infamous discarded. This novel actually has two protagonists, Kim Do-hyun, the original character of the novel's world, and Lee Jae-seong, who enters the body of an oddball in the story. Protagonist Lee Jae-seong took over the body of a spoiled tycoon in the novel, and knowing the original plot, jumped ahead to seize the opportunities the original lead should have had. He also used his wealth to buy all kinds of spirit elixirs like daily food. By hoarding opportunities and using elixirs, he eventually caught up to the original protagonist's talent. Once I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, my starting point is already different from theirs. They ride rockets while I can only fold paper planes. No need to compete, and not even in the same league. His face tired, he sighed. There was never any reason to compare myself to them. Wanting to be the protagonist was only about living comfortably, so fine. Thinking that brought satisfaction. A life of work and leisurely play is doable. Then one day when the gates erupt per the original plot and crisis hits this world. When Kim Do-hyun and Lee Jae-seong join forces to stop the hordes. Outsiders will panic and wonder if those kids can protect the world. All we can do now is put our trust in them. They'll shout with determination and endurance. Those two are the world's last hope. Our job is just to cheer them on together. Go Lee Jae-seong, you're the light of humanity. Go Kim Do-hyun, save this world. They stand there and proudly shout things like you can do it. Go Lee Jae-seong, go Kim Do-hyun. The teens standing there couldn't help blending into the crowd and joining the chants. But this time the cheers were a bit different. Go Samsung, keep climbing Tesla, show us what you've got. Bottom fishing, come on, the teen frantically tapped the trading app on his phone. This is the doomsday trading strategy. After all, the world will be protected by those two anyway. So for now, I just need to pile up the stocks that will surge. Money like that just keeps doubling and doubling. He gripped his phone, thrilled. He could see the future. A comfortable life without money worries, like an office worker who hit the jackpot. The young man wore a sly smile and said his plan. Since it's come to this, until the gates erupt, I'll live faithfully by the rules. Now it's time to make some seed money. Cut to the outside of a high-rise on the first day of work. In the novel, he's the Academy's notorious dropout. Kang Shin-hyuk is a swordsmanship instructor who's a B-rank hunter. Lucky break. The timing I slipped in was when Kang Shin-hyuk left Guild Chase. Shin-hyuk wheels his suitcase straight into the fancy academy, arriving at the hunter school right as his appointment begins. A stack of the original Shin-hyuk's ID papers was spread out. Before his appointment, I had some free time, so I looked into Kang Shin-hyuk, checking all immediately verifiable personal info like contacts and transaction history. He pinched his chin and scowled at the phone. What's with this name? Does he have issues? I discovered Kang Shin-hyuk's social circle is depressingly marginal. I spent all day writing at home, so not interacting much was understandable. Shin-hyuk scrolled the original owner's contacts. Some numbers looked like people who'd voluntarily left the world. He pictured the kid with an oversized backpack awkwardly teased by friends. Look, there goes your boyfriend. Damn, that image made him bite back laughter until his eyes watered and his cheeks flushed. In my past life, I gave up a lot. Shin-hyuk sighed in disgust. Rich folks really do overdo it. In my past life, I gave up a lot. Chief among them were love and marriage. He remembered drunkenly babbling to a drinking buddy. Have I married a web novel? To others, he'd say relationships are troublesome and being alone is freer, but that was nonsense. Though there were many reasons, including family, Shin-hyuk's memories now held scenes of utter misery, standing up from drinking to leave into freezing sleep because of a call. Yes, PD, I'm out for a bit. Right, I'll come fix it right now. Yes, he'd once helplessly tilted his head and exhaled a wisp of smoke on that snowy night. Me, a third-rate writer barely getting by, dadding. Ha, unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. His drinking buddy peered out and asked, "Where are you going?" And of course got a dismissive wave. Sorry, sorry. Yes, truly unacceptable. But now it's different. You're Shin-hyuk, instructor at Hunter Academy No. 1, newly appointed in a sharp suit. Not the protagonist I once dreamed of being, but I've been handed a lot. He stood before the door and vowed to himself. I'll pour everything I have into slowly doing all the things I was denied in the past. Shin-hyuk pulled the door open. A little tense but forcing a bright smile, he introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. I've been appointed first-year swordsmanship instructor starting today. The office fell silent. A few teachers turned to look at his enthusiastic introduction. Their lack of reaction made Shin-hyuk blush with embarrassment. Did I overdo it? Then someone finally responded. Ah, please come in. A middle-aged teacher with glasses pushed back his chair and cheerfully greeted him. You must be Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, newly arrived today. Nice to meet you, I'm Park Yeon-seok. You'll sit next to me from now on. Shin-hyuk smiled with squinted eyes and nodded. Thank you, I look forward to your guidance. At that moment, a girl peered over the partition in surprise. Teacher. Teacher. Wait, are you really a teacher or an actor? The kids are going to go wild today. Shin-hyuk sheepishly scratched the back of his neck, then flashed a handsome smile. Not that much, thanks. Outwardly modest, inwardly proud, of course, this face was earned with my life after all. Someone asked, Mr. Kang, which guild were you with before? Shin-hyuk replied friendly. Ah, before my appointment, I was with Chase Guild. The brown-haired teacher applauded admiringly. Chase, that's a prestigious guild, wonderful. The pink-haired teacher gave a thumbs up. Mr. Kang still looks like he's in his active hunter days. He's really impressive. Shin-hyuk was being praised so much his pride was about to burst. He covered his face with a hand, tilted his head to play the modest, handsome guy. It's nothing, really. But inside, he was thrilled to bits, hearing the sounds of fame. A male teacher with green hair suddenly appeared behind the two women and spoke up. Chase Guild, huh? Finally, the school snagged some talent. The two teachers glanced back at each other when they heard him. He introduced himself enthusiastically, too. Nice to meet you, I'm Young Hyun-sik, second-year Lance instructor. I was with Hwarang Guild and graduated from hunting school number 6. Hyun-sik gripped Shin-hyuk's shoulder. His smile stayed, but friendliness drained. Which hunting school did you graduate from, Mr. Kang? A handsome guy like you can't be without a reputation, ha ha ha. Shin-hyuk was about to answer when the pink-haired teacher piped up. Let me guess. Hunting school number 7, right? Hyun-sik tilted his head at her and joined the bet. I'll put one vote on school number 4. The brown-haired teacher rubbed her chin thoughtfully. If it were my school, I'd know, so I'll bet on school number 5. Shin-hyuk had to cut into their little wager. Excuse me, teachers. He smiled sheepishly. I didn't graduate from any hunting school. The three teachers fell silent, and all stared at him. The pink-haired teacher crossed her arms on the partition. Huh, how can you be a hunter without a hunting school? The brown-haired teacher pointed. Did you study abroad or something, so you have dual citizenship? Can someone with dual citizenship apply to be a teacher? Shin-hyuk laughed and raised a finger. I'm pure Korean, and yes, there are hunters who didn't graduate from hunting schools. Hearing that, teacher Yeon-seok stared at him blankly. I was that case too. He finished introducing his background, and the three teachers' looks shifted. Contempt clearly flashed across their faces. Hyun-sik removed the hand that had been on Shin-hyuk's shoulder. He rubbed his hands together with disdain. Ah, so that's it. Should have said so sooner. Saying that, he turned to leave. I'm stepping out for a smoke before the meeting. What a waste of time. The two teachers hurried after him. Oh, Mr. Young, let's go with you. As they walked off, they muttered, I was excited because I heard Chase, but it's a non-specialized hunter school. Those earlier warm welcomes left Shin-hyuk bewildered and at a loss for words. Teacher Yeon-seok sighed as he and Shin-hyuk listened to the colleagues' bluntly unpleasant gossip. Is it true? Non-specialized hunter, quote, a nonsense. Shin-hyuk froze and pointed at his face. Non-specialized hunter, so what? At that moment, the system voice suddenly rang in his head. User discomfort detected, recalling Kang Shin-hyuk's memories. Hunter Aptitude Test Kit. The system displayed a test kit in the space. This is the most accurate way to check hunter aptitude. The kit contains bodily fluids of the Salamin monster and costs up to 100,000 won. The principal, who had embezzled the kits and reported the children's potential as poor, was finally arrested. The system relayed an image of a man with disheveled long hair being taken into a police car. The previous Shin-hyuk, back when he was still a student with friends by his side, had managed to leave the orphanage earlier thanks to Chang Su's help. And as a result, Kang Shin-hyuk was also retested. However, those from non-specialized backgrounds like Kang Shin-hyuk and Chang Su couldn't fit in. They were always left behind by their teammates during missions because regular high school graduates aren't provided with the same systematic education as those from hunter schools. Consequently, a gap in ability between the two groups was inevitable, leading to protests demanding laws against discrimination toward non-specialized hunters. Those who had faced such prejudice banded together, and eventually, the Anti-Discrimination Act for Non-Specialized Hunters was passed. This law requires background information to be hidden during recruitment to ensure anonymity, and it clearly states that priority should be given to national merit recipients, registered disabled persons, employment protection targets, those with relevant professional certifications, and those with experience in the field, as well as non-specialized school graduates for administrative and office positions. Yet some public agencies still reserve specific quotas to hire those from non-specialized backgrounds. As a result, Hunter School graduates now find themselves at a disadvantage. They have begun to isolate non-specialists and gossip behind their backs, causing hatred toward those from non-specialized schools to grow even more intense, which is the exact opposite of the law's original intent. The system spoke up to remind him, so please try not to reveal to those around you that you graduated from a non-specialized school. Shin Hyuk frowned as he endured the headache caused by the memories the system was reloading, and a reproachful voice echoed in his head, saying that it told him a little too late. At this point, he could finally understand the contemptuous looks from those three earlier. Man, I understand their perspective, but I feel it's unfair since, according to my memory, I never participated in any protests or signed any petitions. Mr. Yoon Seok looked at him shyly and said, "Oh dear, there's already so much unpleasantness on your first day. I hope you can be understanding, Mr. Kang, as that is just how the situation is right now." He thought to himself, "What can I do? I guess I just have to endure it to have a peaceful old age." So he closed his eyes in resignation and said, "It's fine from their point of view. It's understandable that they hate me." He continued, saying that the quota system for non-specialized school graduates isn't exactly easy on the eyes. And hearing this, Mr. Yoon Seok scratched his head in confusion and asked, the quota system, what do you mean by that?" Shin Hyuk stared at the man in front of him. He pointed at himself and asked me, "Didn't I get into this school through a special quota?" And Mr. Yoon Seok, who had a bald spot on the top of his head, raised his hand to explain. "What are you talking about? You passed the teacher certification exam and were invited here." He reiterated this isn't a regular high school, it's a hunter school. So things like quota systems or extra points for non-specialized graduates simply don't exist here. And hearing that, Shin Hyuk became even more surprised. Perhaps the teachers were misunderstanding something, as outside the faculty office, Mr. Hyun Sik was smoking a cigarette, blowing hazy white clouds toward his two female colleagues. They had smoked quite a bit, with cigarette butts littering the top of the trash can, and he remarked that since he thought the teacher was hired under a quota, the school must be really short on funds. So he felt sorry for the first-year swordsmanship students. Anyway, the first-year curriculum only covers physical fitness and basics, so it should be fine, he said, brushing his bangs back and grimacing, adding that the school must have assigned him to the first years on purpose. "But at least he's got a handsome face," the brown-haired teacher said with a cigarette between her fingers as she laughed. Then the pink-haired teacher holding a coffee cup narrowed her eyes unhappily and asked, "Oh, Mr. Young, are you interested? What's a handsome face good for? If he didn't graduate from a hunter school, you already know what his skill level is like. If he didn't go to a hunter school, he probably came from an orphanage," she said, flicking her cigarette to let the ash fall to the ground, adding that it's a shame he has the looks but no pedigree. What a waste. "I should probably whisper to the kids that they need to find private swordsmanship tutors," she said, tossing her cigarette behind her back and walking away. After all, they have to gamble their lives after graduation. So if something happens because they learned from a quack like that, there's no telling what might go wrong, the brown-haired teacher said, walking with her eyes closed without noticing a man in black standing right in front of her. She turned her head and was startled to see Shin Hyuk, stammering in embarrassment, "Mr. Kang, what are you doing here?" as he had heard everything she said, making his expression turn a bit stiff. He rubbed the back of his head, acting as natural as possible, and said, "Oh, you guys are here. I asked Mr. Park and he said this was the smoking area. It seems like there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. Are you all free before the meeting?" One of the three, clearly dissatisfied, barked out, "Free or not, were you eavesdropping on us?" And at that moment, Shin Hyuk forced the fakest smile possible, saying, "Oh, I didn't mean to," while internally he was desperately telling himself, "You hypocrite, just suck it up, suck it up. Think about the investment capital." He said cordially, "I'm afraid your misunderstanding might affect the kids, but I didn't get this job through a quota or extra points for non-specialized graduates. It's just that I wanted to get that across. That's all, so I hope we can get along in the future." But the two female teachers still didn't seem to like it, one biting her lip in embarrassment while the other looked away and frowned. But Hyun Sik suddenly spoke up coldly, "Mr. Kang, it seems you're getting the wrong idea." He shoved his hands in his pockets and walked past the two women to get close to Shin Hyuk, saying that whether it was a quota, extra points, or a connection that got you in, that's not why we're acting like this. He brushed past Shin Hyuk and frowned at him in annoyance, saying what matters is whether you've actually been trained properly, so don't try to force your way in, you non-specialized school brat. He led the three of them away, saying I'm leaving now, so from now on, don't let me see you walking around, just stay quiet. And if you want to socialize, go try it with the regular subject teachers. They spoke without any restraint, saying Mr. Jung is so mean, but still, swordsmanship instructors should be at least B rank. So he must have used some kind of trick, wondering how someone from a non-specialized school could be a B rank, while Shin Hyuk stood there in silence. Suddenly, Hyun-sik turned back with his usual bright, mocking smile and said, "Oh, hey, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. If you're that upset, why don't you just file for an honorary duel?" He looked at Shin Hyuk's broad back in his sharp black suit and said, "I have an evaluation to move up to A rank next month. So if you file after I get promoted, it might be a little less embarrassing for you." He stood silently in the wind, thinking, Kang Shin Hyuk, is this why you were isolated? Shin Hyuk recalled his previous life. Remembering someone saying this article looks pretty good as a thick manuscript was placed on a table next to a cup of black coffee, titled Pancreas, Liver, Kidney by author Lee Min Chan. And back then he was so happy with the praise, asking, really, is my work actually going to be published? But that fat guy just leaned his chin on his folded hands and smiled wickedly, saying, what do you mean published? It's just a bit better than the average person's writing. You didn't even go to the same schools I did, and you haven't even taken extra classes. He sneered, telling him not to dream about being published or anything. Just do it for fun. Because if you make writing your main job, you'll end up hating it. And those harsh words made the coffee feel like it was choking him, making his bearded face and dark circles look even paler. The following year, that guy debuted with content identical to my writing. And I wonder if he's living a good life now, after I had to read a barrage of malicious comments on what should have been the result of my hard work and passion. As my work was labeled a knockoff and began to plummet, with people like Ahaha99 saying stop posting ad comments. Bog E asking if this was Suvid Pancreas, Bang E00 saying it was a copy. Nananan saying they couldn't believe I mimicked Suvid Pancreas, and TNDRNF Ekdekt 178 saying it wasn't just similar but identical, telling me to try harder as my work was branded a plagiarism and began to fall into the abyss. I had temporarily forgotten that this guy was just as miserable, spending his whole childhood lonely because of his money-hungry mother, being isolated by his peers who were learning swordsmanship, getting bad test results, and having no luck in his past career or life. This is no different from my past life, he thought. No matter how stable things are, Shin Hyuk angrily clenched his fists, his hands shaking uncontrollably, thinking what is the point of living like this? He spoke up to stop them, saying, Mr. Jung, wait a second, and Hyun-sik stopped in his tracks, startled. Just this once, he told himself, as Hyun-sik and the brown-haired teacher turned around and asked, what is it? This time, step up. His inner voice urged him as he faced them without showing any emotion. Shin Hyuk said firmly, let's have an honorary duel, why wouldn't I dare, for the sake of my future peace. The two female teachers looked surprised and skeptical, asking Mr. Kang, are you being serious right now? Hyun-sik laughed mockingly and said, if you're just feeling hurt because the ladies are here, I'll let it slide just this once. In contrast to his arrogant mockery, Shin Hyuk said seriously, I mean it, Mr. Jung, you and I, let's have an honorary duel. An honorary duel, the Fame Hunter, was a system in the hunter world where the outcome of a duel would decide everything when a dispute arose, as they fought with their actual strength to determine the winner. Usually, the party that doesn't accept faces significant humiliation. However, there is nothing wrong with refusing if it's unreasonable or if one side is in the wrong. But their attitude felt like a direct challenge to his self-esteem. He looked at the three of them seriously and said, if this is the biased treatment I get for not being from a hunter school, then the only way is to prove it through the duel Mr. Jung suggested first. Shin Hyuk didn't back down and provoked Hyun-sik back, saying it's fine if you're scared and want to wait until after you've been promoted to a rank. As the red-haired teacher looked up at his reaction while he kept his hands in his pockets, saying, this is crazy, sir. Have you ever even been in an honorary duel? His face went dark as he gave a twisted smile, saying you call it an honorary duel. But you know everything is allowed except killing, right? So you won't hold me responsible if any injuries occur, will you? Shin Hyuk replied coldly and sarcastically, you're very generous. I guess it's because you're in charge of spear techniques. And his provocation made the man's face darken even more with rage as he bit his lip and glared at him. Hyun-sik stood there stiffly, his face dark as he heard Shin Hyuk's challenge, and said a week from now, next Friday exactly, We'll do it at the spear training ground, as all three of them looked at him haughtily, with the two teachers serving as witnesses to the promise made today. Hyun-sik said furiously, I don't know what makes him so confident, but he better spend the next week looking for a new job. After saying that, the three of them left, leaving the protagonist standing there alone. Shin Hyuk let out a frustrated sigh, and after that the day passed by quickly. This is the newly appointed Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, and the kids looked at me with admiration in the morning, all the male students being excited and surprised by his shining appearance. The most worrying thing was the swordsmanship lessons, but when Shin Hyuk nervously picked up a sword, the Shin Hyuk of this world felt like a magical shadow standing behind him with confident eyes. And strangely enough, as soon as I picked up the sword, everything was resolved. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally, and he proficiently used magic power when holding the sword, as the knowledge of swordsmanship naturally soaked into his body. Shin Hyuk cleanly executed each sword strike with light and decisive movements, saying, do it like this, then like that, like this, see, it's easy, right? The aura from his demeanor left a crowd of male and female students stunned and full of admiration. The first-year classes were mostly basic swordsmanship and physical training, so it was quite easy, and he just needed to record each parameter through the tests. But the real problem was, I am Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today, let's help each other out from now on. He introduced himself once more in class, but the students' reaction was only indifference and complete silence. And by the afternoon, the atmosphere among the students was as if they were looking at a dying man. A student asked him, sir, is it true you're having a spear duel next week? And Shin Hyuk, who was writing on the board, accidentally snapped his chalk with a click, having anticipated this situation, and said, yeah, I guess the rumors have already spread. Well, since the outcome is obvious, those two must have made quite a fuss about it, Shin Hyuk thought, referring to the two female teachers who didn't respect a newcomer from a non-specialized background like him. Are you okay, sir? He's an elite hunter specializing in spears. A student asked with concern, and Shin Hyuk sat back at his teacher's desk and smiled as he answered the question. An elite, we shouldn't be discouraged by such things. What matters is a heart that never gives up. Surely the rumors have spread, and everyone knows that I'm a swordsmanship teacher from a non-specialized background, he said honestly to the students below, and was met with less than friendly stares. Shin Hyuk still said with a smile, honestly, I don't feel inferior at all, not even a little bit. He was smiling, but his spirit seemed to be collapsing, as he meant he wouldn't feel inferior even if he lost. Well, we'll know the result next week, so just focus on the lesson, Shin Hyuk said optimistically, putting the issue of winning or losing aside to continue his duties, which surprised the students. And if anyone asked if this was a psychological tactic using the students, half of it would be true, because his confidence since the morning would create a sense of confusion. Then the scene shifted to the bus station where a voice said, Chang-Soo D. One bus ticket to Daeseung-yong, please. He stepped onto the bus as the driver said the bus is leaving immediately. Please hurry up. But half of what he said was actually the truth. Shin Hyuk sat by the window, watching the sunset outside, thinking that after tonight many things would surely change. A hunter school background, an elite education. If they look down on others just for those things, then I can get an elite education too, he thought. And by now it was getting dark as the bus stopped at the station and he quietly stepped off. The first stroke of luck for the protagonist in becoming a hunter was the internal cultivation technique. And Shin Hyuk stood alone at the foot of the mountain looking up at the peak, thinking I'm going to secretly take that internal cultivation technique. Although it seemed a bit far from the Transmigration Academy novel genre, the first opportunity the protagonist gets is the internal cultivation technique of a martial artist, found in an old, tattered book with worn-out pages. He recalled the protagonist in the original story accidentally finding something precious while alone in the deep mountains in the middle of a quiet night, and thought that if the first opportunity had been an elixir or an item, I wouldn't have been able to touch it because it would make Lee Jae-sung, who knows the future, suspicious. Shin Hyuk held a flashlight to light his way through the treacherous forest. However, Lee Jae-sung in the original also took the opportunity from Kim Do-hyun, the original protagonist. So since a manual doesn't wear out by looking at it, let's just share the good stuff. From the start, my goal wasn't to become a world-saving hero, so I don't need to be as strong as the protagonist, he thought as a cave in the deep forest appeared. He gripped the cliff face, thinking all I need is. Deep inside that cave, something was floating in the air, emitting a light that illuminated a wide area of the cavern. And Shin Hyuk finally found what he was looking for, thinking I just need to get strong enough to win the duel. I found it the first opportunity for the internal cultivation technique, a portal to another world, and hidden on the other side of that portal are internal cultivation and incantations. He decisively stepped through the portal, saying, "Well then, excuse me." Shin Hayek's body passed through the veil between the two spaces. He opened his eyes and looked at the place he had just set foot in. In front of Shin Hayek was a forest covered in pure white snow, and he thought snow. There was no description of this in the original story, so I didn't know, he thought, pulling his zipper up to keep the cold wind from soaking into his skin as he breathed out a thin mist, thinking what a beautiful sight. I didn't know there was a place like this in Korea. Shin Hayek slapped both his cheeks hard at the same time, thinking, no, this isn't the time to be idle and look at the scenery. Find the martial arts quickly and get out. But suddenly he felt a chill down his back, as if something big and hairy was right behind him. It lunged with an attack, and Shin Hayek nimbly jumped to the side to avoid it with a look of panic, as all the nearby trees were sliced down by that single move. Shin Hayek fell painfully onto the ground and couldn't get up yet, thinking what the hell just hit me. A man in white looked at him as he fell and laughed, saying, "Ho ho, although you're weak, you managed to dodge the first move. You're certainly no ordinary person," and he looked up in surprise at the man behind him. A sword tip was pointed at Shin Hayek's head as he broke into a nervous sweat looking at it. And the man said, "State your identity and name clearly. What sect are you from, and how did you get in here?" He thought to himself, is that Chinese? And though he didn't know what was going on, somehow he could understand it, wondering if Kang Shin Hayek could speak Chinese too. He knelt on the snow and raised both hands in surrender, looking at the man pointing the sword at him, saying, I am a teacher at the Korean hunter school. I came in through a portal." The old man, whose hair and eyebrows were completely white, had a stern face and said, "Korea, hunter school, portal, you're talking nonsense." Shin Hayek honestly pointed toward the portal and said, "Can't you see that white door over there?" But the old man didn't turn around and said to me, "The only white thing here is this annoying pile of snow." The man looked at the snowy mountain scenery and said, "I don't even remember how long I've been imprisoned here. After the 30th year, I stopped counting the days." He looked up in confusion, thinking, what is he talking about? There's no martial arts manual, just an old man who looks like a monster, sir. Shin Hayek suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly, "Not quite sure, sir. Is your name by any chance Cho Yu Ryong?" And the man, who was white from head to toe, laughed happily and said, "Ho ho, I didn't expect anyone to still remember my name." He asked Shin Hayek, "How do you know?" And he was beyond surprised, thinking, how could I not know? You're the one who left the internal cultivation technique that the protagonist finds in the portal. The man's hair and beard were all silver, but his stern and noble air hadn't vanished at all. It was definitely him. But it's strange, when the protagonist discovered the portal, Cho Yu Ryong didn't appear. He remembered that in the original story there was only a rock covered in writing, and in the last will left with the martial arts, it said he had already ascended to immortality. Shin Hayek recalled his request to the system to take him back to 2 years before the novel's story begins. And now he was gaping in realization. Oh. He kept his hands raised and knelt on the ground looking at Yu Ryong pointing the sword at him, thinking I guess it's not time for him to ascend yet. I understand the situation now, but I can't say I read it in a book. Yes, I once heard a story, he said, skillfully making up a reason. And Yu Ryong was a bit surprised, asking a story, "Tell it to me." Shin Hayek slowly recounted, saying a long time ago there was a story about a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in the Central Plains, faced a ferocious dragon that was harming many people, and then disappeared. A swordsman all in white who fought the fierce dragon head-on with his sword. He said the hero in that story looks quite like you. And Yu Ryong laughed, making the wrinkles on his forehead even more prominent, asking if someone actually witnessed that fight. Shin Hayek thought, it worked. I just pieced together some content from the novel. This old man has lowered his guard a bit. He must be the type who is extremely proud of his martial arts. Shin Hayek bowed down to Yu Ryong, following the path of the righteous. He sincerely performed a formal greeting and said, "Sir, actually, I heard there was a peerless martial artist living here in seclusion, so I came looking for you. I'm not a bad person. Please put away your sword and teach me." Yu Ryong sheathed his sword and looked at the young man bowing at his feet, saying, "You suddenly want me to teach you martial arts. You're quite a ridiculous fellow. I refuse. I'll spare your life, so just go back." It's a spear. Shin Hayek's words made Yu Ryong stop in his tracks, his back going stiff. The man in front of him pondered for a moment. Then he asked him again, "What did you just say?" and Shin Hyuk looked up at him honestly with pleading eyes, saying, "I have a duel coming up, and the opponent uses a spear. Between a sword and a spear, which one would win?" he asked while remaining in his position, and Yu Ryong put his hands behind his back and tilted his head to look at the kid kneeling on the cold snow, saying, Compared to a shorter sword, a spear has much greater efficiency. The sword is short while the spear is long, and if they are properly trained, they become powerful soldiers, as there is nothing lacking in terms of length and destructive power. So the answer is the spear. He analyzed thoroughly for him. Shin Hyuk frowned in disbelief, thinking how could he admit it so easily? After saying that, Yu Ryong turned to leave again, telling him to go home since he knew the answer and to cherish his life. While he watched the man walk away and thought, wait, you can't just leave like that. I already spoke so boldly. If I were going to go home just because you told me to, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. So Shin Hyuk quickly put on an act to stop him, punching the snow as if in anger and crying out, "Oh man." Yu Ryong stopped and stood there listening as he said, "So a sword really can't beat a spear. I rushed all the way here thinking I could find an answer, but next week I have to duel in front of many people. So I guess I should hurry back and practice how to beg for mercy," Shin Hyuk said with self-deprecating words as he pushed himself up. He covered his true feelings in his eyes with his hand, his mouth constantly churning out discouraging words, saying, "I don't know how I should beg. Maybe I should just pee my pants first to show my surrender and go from there. What should I do? What should I say to douse the spear teacher's bloodlust?" Shin Hyuk hunched over and talked to himself, but loud enough for Yu Ryong to hear everything, saying that as a representative of the swordsmanship teachers, I acknowledge the superiority of spear techniques. Before your heavy spear, my sword is just firewood. No, it's more like a toothpick. Each word of self-insult toward his own swordsmanship was spoken without any shame, saying, yeah, a toothpick is better. And Yu Ryong, being a swordsman with a blade at his hip, spoke up, saying that's just a general story about swords and spears, as I don't know how skilled the spearman you're facing actually is. He was so enraged by Shin Hyuk's words that his eyes turned bloodshot, shouting that his sword alone was capable of tearing a dragon in two. He asked coldly if Shin Hyuk was prepared to lose his life for daring to compare a sword to a spear right to his face, but then added that he appreciated such bravery and would offer special help, while Shin Hyuk stood there exhaling cold mist and hiding his face. He told him to stop crying, which caused Shin Hyuk's hidden face to break into a twisted, drooling grin as he thought to himself in pure ecstasy that his plan had succeeded. Shin Hyuk wiped the drool from his mouth and repeatedly thanked Cho Yu Ryong, then curiously asked what kind of help he meant to provide. He wondered if it would be a secret manual or a spiritual elixir, and as he thanked him for whatever it might be, Yu Ryong looked at him with sudden excitement and asked what on earth he was talking about. He claimed there was something far better, and immediately after speaking, he struck several pressure points on Shin Hyuk's body from a distance, making the younger man's mouth twist in pain as he let out a sharp scream. Shin Hyuk collapsed onto the white snow, feeling an intense heat, as if his entire body had been beaten with clubs, while Yu Ryong lowered his hand and noted that although Shin Hyuk was a martial artist, he lacked any chi in his danshin. He explained that he had injected a small amount of solar heat chi into his vessels, and within 4 days his danshin would be fully opened, and by the 6th day, he would feel his body transform. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth as a burning warmth surged through his core, his face flushing deep red as his body trembled uncontrollably. Yu Ryong's voice echoed through the freezing snowy forest where the white portal still stood, stating that he didn't know how skilled that spearman was, but with this level of power, Shin Hyuk would never have to suffer a defeat anywhere for the rest of his life. Shin Hyuk thought to himself in shock, asking if this was really it, wondering if this nonsense was actually his lucky break as he panted heavily in the freezing cold and tried to ask the old man to wait. Yu Ryong walked away with his hands behind his back without looking once, calmly telling him to come back and find him if he won the duel, and instructed him to clearly declare to his own world that swordsmanship is the strongest. The scene shifted to a week later at the spear training ground, where the duel between the swordsman Shin Hyuk and the spearman Hyun Sik had drawn a massive crowd that filled the stands to capacity. The 2 female teachers from Hyun Sik's side sat in the stands eating popcorn with arrogant expressions, asking if Mr. Kang had actually found a new job yet since he was surprisingly brave enough to show up instead of running away, while Mr. Yoon Seok sat behind them, pale and silent as he watched. Shin Hyuk frowned unhappily and told him he was as talkative as ever and to just start already, which made Hyun Sik burst into a mocking laugh at such ridiculousness. He pointed his spear at Shin Hyuk with utter contempt and offered him the first strike, arrogantly nodding that a spear naturally has the advantage when counterattacking. Shin Hyuk gripped his sword and took his stance, thanking him and stating he wouldn't refuse the offer as he felt his body becoming incredibly light. He realized the old man meant he had become strong enough to avoid being miserably beaten anywhere. But as he leaped from his starting position, he knew that with just this much, there was no way he could ever truly defeat a man like that. He screamed as he lunged through the air, aiming a downward strike at Hyun Sik's head, determined even if he ended up crippled by the end of this fight. He had resolved in his heart that he would never live a pathetic life again, and his spirit was so consumed by the desire for victory that he looked like an entirely different person as he focused everything on his blade. With a single downward slash, Hyun Sik's spear snapped in half. A patch of his hair was shaved off, and his clothes were shredded by the sword wind to reveal a pair of ridiculous SpongeBob SquarePants underwear, leaving him in an indescribably pathetic state. The two female teachers were so shocked they sent their popcorn flying everywhere, and the referee turned pale, unable to believe his eyes as he stared at the arena. Hyun Sik's goofy SpongeBob underwear was fully exposed to the gaze of hundreds of spectators. He had been beaten into a bald-headed mess, spitting water from his mouth as he slumped to the ground. Shin Hyuk himself was stunned by the sheer effectiveness of his own strike, standing there in a daze and letting out a confused "huh" as Hyun Sik lay unconscious on the floor showcasing his underwear. The referee signaled the end of the match and announced that the duel was over and Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk was the winner. He then rushed over to help Hyun Sik, cursing as he called for a medic and a stretcher because of the serious injuries, while Shin Hyuk just stood there with wide eyes, still trying to process what happened. He recalled Yu Ryong's words with a shiver, about how his danchin would open in 4 days, and his body would change in 6, so that he would never lose again. He bit his lower lip and broke into a cold sweat as he looked at his sword hand, thinking that old man was absolutely insane, and wondering what exactly he had done to his body. He remembered from the original story that the protagonist Lee Jae-sung grew exponentially after learning martial arts and lived a lavish life, soaking in golden baths with rare herbs. And while he drank elixirs like water, he had been quite strong even before that. He stared at his hands in a panic, realizing he was far too powerful now, just as a loud voice called out his name. Mr. Yoon Seok ran toward Shin Hyuk so fast that the wind blew his bangs back to reveal his very high forehead, and he asked frantically if Mr. Kang was hurt anywhere, while Shin Hyuk just blinked and said, "Oh, Mr. Park." He scratched his head and asked shyly if the older man had seen the match, and Mr. Yoon Seok looked up at him with pure admiration, saying of course he did. It was amazing, though he couldn't even see what happened because Mr. Kang vanished in a flash and the resulting wind almost blew his own underwear away. He figured that's how it must look to a regular subject teacher, and looking at how incredibly happy Mr. Yoon Seok was, he realized the man must have had a lot of pent-up frustration of his own. The two of them encouraged each other, with Mr. Yoon Seok saying he was so relieved and that this victory couldn't go uncelebrated, so he would treat everyone. While on the other side, the medical team was carrying the SpongeBob-clad Hyun Sik out on a stretcher. While the bruised and half-naked loser was carried to the hospital, people kept crowding around Shin Hyuk to congratulate him, and Mr. Park invited everyone to join them, asking what was on the menu. The two female teachers from Hyun Sik's camp were flushing red with embarrassment, but still tried to act haughty as they left the stands, while voices from below kept asking to join the dinner, causing Mr. Yoon Seok to panic slightly and announce he'd have to collect 20,000 won from each person. They all went out to celebrate, and a tipsy Mr. Yoon Seok grabbed Shin Hyuk's arm and raised it high like a champion, making the embarrassed and slightly drunk protagonist blush. The two of them grew closer as the night went on, clinking glasses of ice-cold draft beer together. Then everyone went to a second round of celebrations where Shin Hyuk showed off his singing, forcing the other teachers to cover their ears tightly. Eventually, he stumbled home and fell fast asleep without even bothering to change his clothes. He even talked in his sleep, drooling and giggling as he told someone not to pour any more drinks, having returned home at 4 a.m. completely wasted. A normal person would have suffered a horrific hangover the next day. But as he slept soundly, his danchin began to glow because Kang Shin Hyuk's modified core had already begun a self-purification process. The light emanating from his danchin caused his entire body to drench his shirt in sweat. He woke up from the heat, his eyes blurry and groggy, realizing that he had gained physical abilities far beyond his wildest dreams, making a simple hangover feel like nothing. Shin Hyuk sat up and felt his body had changed, his skin strangely glowing. And as he realized his hangover was gone, he knew he was in a position where he absolutely had to go back and find the man who had done this to him. Carrying a gift basket, he stepped back through the portal once again. He grimaced slightly, not expecting to return so soon, but felt he had to say thank you since he kept his life and his job thanks to the old man. On the other side of the portal, the landscape was still covered in the same pure white falling snow as his first visit. He walked through the deep snow where everything was white, and the only things to see were trees and frost. He wondered if the old man was telling the truth about being unable to leave the portal as he looked around, noting the lack of animals and thinking that even for a novel, this setting was incredibly harsh. A voice said, "You're here again," and Shin Hyuk turned toward the sound. Yu Ryong was sitting in meditation on a rock with his back turned to the newcomer. He turned his face halfway and asked if he had won against the spear user, while the system prompt displayed the character name, Cho Yu Ryong. Shin Hyuk approached him excitedly, saying of course he won, and that with a single strike the guy's underwear was exposed to everyone, making Yu Ryong stroke his silver beard and wonder if the spearman was even weaker than he thought. He quickly clarified that the opponent was actually quite well regarded in society, but admitted he had really come back because he wanted to ask about something. He asked what exactly the old man had done to his body that day, and Yu Ryong looked at him in confusion, saying he only opened his danchin just enough so that he wouldn't get beaten to a pulp. He asked what martial arts he had used and how much internal power the spearman had, then invited him to come over and tell some stories since he was feeling bored, leaving Shin Hyuk frozen in surprise. He looked at the meditating Yu Ryong and realized that the reason he had become unnaturally strong was indeed because of this martial arts encounter. He wondered why he hadn't realized earlier that Cho Yu Ryong's manual was the first stroke of luck in the story. And while the protagonist Lee Jae-sung had to train bloodily to break through his danchin, he had his opened directly by a supreme master, recalling the day Yu Ryong struck his pressure points. Shin Hyuk confessed honestly that he hadn't learned any kind of martial arts at all, which Yu Ryong found hard to believe, asking what he meant by not learning anything. He noted that while his danchin had been blocked, there was clearly a small amount of internal chi there, and Shin Hyuk touched his glowing core and explained that it just seemed to accumulate naturally whenever he swung his sword. He thought to himself that while martial arts novels describe accumulating chi through techniques, Hunter's were different, but was interrupted by Yu Ryong scolding him for having such a crude method. Shin Hyuk moved closer and asked if he remembered the name of the country he lived in before coming here, and Yu Ryong immediately replied that it was Great Ming under Emperor Hongwu, Zhu Yuanzhang. Hearing that answer, Shin Hyuk found the solution to his doubts. It made sense that the old man didn't know about the modern world or the recent awakening of hunters, since he was isolated behind this portal, having come from an entirely different world altogether. He lowered his head sadly and said that because he was interested in ancient stories, he already knew about the legendary swordsman Cho Yu Ryong. He told him the truth, that in the outside world, martial arts no longer existed, a statement that hit the old man like a bolt of lightning and left him stunned. He explained that a vast amount of time had passed, a different kind of power had appeared, and martial arts were naturally forgotten. He built a narrative about how time changed everything, with skyscrapers and cars replacing the ancient ways, thinking this was a better explanation than another world. He thought the old man looked so lonely, but told him not to worry because Lee Jae-sung would inherit his tradition, then bowed and offered the gift bag he had brought. He said he didn't know if it would be much comfort, but offered some health supplements from the outside world, which Yu Ryong glanced at skeptically. As soon as the liquid from the pouch entered his mouth, Yu Ryong immediately spat it out, his face turning pale and his lips puckered in disgust. As soon as the liquid from the pouch entered his mouth, Yu Ryong immediately spat it out, his face turning pale and his lips puckered in disgust. He wiped his mouth nervously and asked if there was some kind of plague breaking out outside, wondering if the poor citizens had to use such low-quality stuff for their health. He kept complaining about the era where even beggars used light footwork and 50-year-old mountain ginseng was just a side dish, calling people today pathetic. Shin Hyuk's face went dark as he felt like taking back the expensive ginseng he'd bought, thinking this old man was incredibly difficult to please. He squatted down, opened his backpack, and asked if he liked sweets, and Yu Ryong narrowed one eye and asked how an old man like him could like sweets like a child. Shin Hyuk held out a bar with both hands, saying it was a chocolate bar he ate when it was cold, and suggesting he try it for now, which made Yu Ryong laugh with curiosity as he asked if there was actually food inside such colorful silk and reached out to taste it. He peeled the wrapper and took a bite of the chocolate bar. As soon as the chocolate flavor filled his mouth, Yu Ryong looked as if he was in a trance, sinking into the sweet fragrance of 1,000 flowers. Strange sounds of delight came from the old man, leaving Shin Hyuk frozen in place like a statue. He quickly regained his serious composure and said it was acceptable, and then told the boy to bring out more if he had any. The entire forest was covered in pure white snow. A pile of empty soda cans, water bottles, instant noodle cups, and other miscellaneous trash lay scattered on the ground. Yu Ryong, having eaten his fill with crumbs still stuck in his silver beard, said he enjoyed the meal and marveled at the many miraculous foods outside, while Shin Hyuk grumbled to himself as he picked up the trash, realizing the old man had eaten all his emergency rations. He blurted out asking how the old man usually dealt with hunger, and Yu Ryong, who was shaking the last crumbs of chips out of a bag, replied that once you reach a certain level, you don't need to eat or drink anymore, and he was only tasting it for fun. He asked if there was anything left, making Shin Hyuk so angry he felt like steam was coming out of his head and just wanted to go home. He put his backpack on and looked at the proud, straight back of the old master, thinking at least he didn't have to worry about how to comfort him anymore. The old man stood with his hands behind his back and noted that, according to the boy, the Ming dynasty had long since vanished. He reflected on martial arts being lost and the world being full of monsters, and Shin Hyuk tied up a plastic bag of trash and looked up, confirming that instead of martial artists, they now had beings called hunters. Yu Ryong's silhouette looked incredibly lonely standing there amidst the falling snow. He looked out at the white landscape and said he hadn't counted the days for a long time, and since he arrived here, he had only been waiting to ascend to immortality. He noted that since he opened Shin Hyuk's danchan, the boy was likely the only martial artist in the outside world, and Shin Hyuk agreed, realizing he was indeed the sole practitioner in a world of skyscrapers and heavy traffic. He said the boy must have felt it by now, that the difference in power between someone who has awakened martial arts and someone who hasn't is like heaven and earth. As the sword at his hip swayed slightly, he turned his head toward the boy and asked how he intended to use that power. Shin Hyuk carefully stuffed all their trash into his backpack and replied that he'd use it to live, obviously, just to live a normal life, and enjoy the fact that he doesn't throw up after staff dinners anymore. Yu Ryong looked at the young man in surprise after hearing such a humble answer. He rubbed his chin and lost himself in thought about trivial things, like how he needed to wake up early for the stock market and how a strong back was important for long gaming sessions, concluding the power was actually quite useful. Yu Ryong changed the subject and noted he hadn't asked for his name yet, to which he replied, "Oh, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." He adjusted his backpack, thinking that since he had no grand ambitions, basic talent, and was a teacher, he probably wouldn't do anything stupid with his powers. The old man politely introduced himself as Cho Yu Ryong, the world's greatest swordsman who slew the dragon to save the Central Plains, and Shin Hyuk nodded, saying he already knew. Standing in the snowy wind, Yu Ryong called out, "Kang Shin Hyuk." He closed his eyes and spoke each word clearly, declaring that he would take the boy as his disciple. Shin Hyuk looked at him calmly, without a hint of hesitation. He spoke up clearly and simply said, "I refuse." Yu Ryong froze in place upon hearing the rejection. His face went dark as he asked if he had heard correctly, and Shin Hyuk gave a bright smile as he adjusted his bag, saying he appreciated the offer but he was truly fine as he was. He blushed and scratched his head in embarrassment, saying he never wanted to be this strong in the first place and just wanted to live a normal life now that his immediate problems were solved. The master tried to persuade him, saying that as his disciple, he could put the whole world under his feet, but he saw no hesitation in the boy's eyes. Seeing Shin Hyuk's firm determination, Yu Ryong waved his hand and gave up the idea, telling him to go as he had to prepare for his own ascension, while the boy bowed and said he would always be proud of this meeting. As Shin Hyuk was bowing goodbye, Yu Ryong let out a regretful sigh, saying it was a shame he couldn't leave anything behind before he ascended, which made the boy pause and wonder if he was really about to become an immortal right now. He looked up at Yu Ryong's white-clad back and asked if ascending really meant going to the world of immortals, and the master calmly replied that it was possible after reaching the limit of martial arts, gaining enlightenment, or accumulating enough virtue. He explained that his martial prowess was already at the peak, and by helping the boy, he had accumulated enough virtue So after a little more meditation, he could ascend immediately, his voice echoing through the woods. He added that it was convenient since he wouldn't have to leave any troublesome manuals behind, which sent Shin Hyuk into a state of total shock as his face twisted in alarm. Shin Hyuk frantically asked if he was really going to leave without a manual, and Yu Ryong glanced at him and wondered if the boy was actually craving his secrets after all. He crossed his arms with a look of disdain and asked why he should bother when there would be no one left to meet, especially since the boy said martial arts were long forgotten outside. He noted that even if he wrote it down, no one would train in it, and Shin Hyuk started to panic about the plot of the world, having not expected that his presence would stop the master from leaving a manual. He realized he had made a mistake and created a variable. His appearance would change the plot so that when the original protagonist reached the cave, he would find nothing, and without that manual, Lee Jae-sung would never get his lucky break. That meant Lee Jae-sung wouldn't catch up to Kim Do-hyun, and Kim Do-hyun wouldn't feel the threat needed to get stronger, instead living a boring, ordinary life as just another student. Ultimately, that meant the world would be destroyed by monsters, perishing under their wings and claws until everything was consumed by the fires of the apocalypse. He stood there staring at Yu Ryong in the snow, realizing he had been too shallow in thinking he was just exploiting a simple event in a novel. After a moment of desperate thought, Shin Hyuk pleaded with him to wait, and Cho Yu Ryong heard the urgency and felt a sense of relief, his sly eyes showing he had anticipated this as the boy apologized for his shallow thinking and begged to be taken as a disciple. Yu Ryong still didn't turn around and acted haughty, calling him a strange kid for changing his mind so fast, and Shin Hyuk quickly explained that it would be a tragedy if the master's martial arts were lost forever. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, begging with determined eyes to be a disciple, and for the master to leave his martial arts and manuals behind, so that he could live a leisurely life later. Yu Ryong turned to look at him, nodding. His eyes were quite disrespectful, so Shin Hyuk quickly played his trump card, promising to bring lots of food every time he came to train. The master turned stern, his face becoming terrifying as he asked in a loud voice if the boy was truly prepared for the grueling training ahead. Shin Hyuk's eyes welled with hot tears as he closed them tight, resigning himself to his fate while screaming, "Fine, damn it. There goes my free time." The scene shifted back to the academy, where everyone in the faculty room was leaning in and whispering that a swordsmanship teacher from a non-specialized school had overpowered an elite hunter school graduate in the blink of an eye. Following the honorary duel, the academy was in total chaos over the weekend. A private group chat was created where numerous teachers shared details about the honorary duel, saying, "Mr. Jung, so those were actually SpongeBob SquarePants underwear. And don't even get me started. I can't believe I've been looked down on by someone like that all this time." And even though I was too embarrassed to cheer out loud, honestly, it felt so cathartic. The invisible wall between practical combat instructors and general subject teachers was also mentioned, which mirrored the joyful and excited face of Mr. Yoon Seok when Shin Hyuk won. So now, I understand Mr. Park's relieved expression from that day. Two teachers whispered to each other about the rumors regarding the recruitment of non-specialized hunter teachers, with one covering his mouth to lower his voice as he admitted, "To be honest, I used to think those from non-specialized schools would have inferior skills. But after watching Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk's match, my mindset has completely changed. Plus, I heard Mr. Kang didn't even ask for a reward after winning, right?" And as they continued their discussion, a pair of legs in polished leather shoes walked leisurely down the hallway. The protagonist was being praised by everyone as Mr. Shin Hyuk. What a great personality. And as Kang Shin Hyuk walked, he happily thought about the issue he hadn't brought up after the fight. "I totally forgot to ask for a reward." But seeing the admiring glances all around, he thought, "This is amazing," as female teachers blushed and smiled while bowing to him on the street, and he friendly returned the greetings, thinking he was getting closer to the life he had always dreamed of. Shin Hyuk pulled the classroom door open, thinking, "All right, I promised to visit the old man every weekend, so on weekdays, I should focus back on my daily life." As the door opened, the entire class stood up straight with their chests out, greeting Mr. Shin Hyuk with such solemnity that he was a bit confused. A male student shouted, "Class attention," and he jumped in surprise, crying out, "Oh my God." The class shouted in unison, chanting their slogan, "Hello, teacher. Never back down, never back down." The students excitedly looked at Shin Hyuk on the podium, saying, "Teacher, I heard about the results. How did you do it? You didn't just win, you totally crushed him, right?" And he was dazed, wondering how the rumors had spread so far, asking, "No, how do you guys know that? Wasn't the match only for teachers to watch? The class president bragged happily. Jinso's older brother is a middle school teacher. And Jinso raised his hand, just as excited as his friend, and asked, "Teacher, can you tell us the story?" He held his book and modestly declined, saying, "No, no, kids don't need to know that. Open your books, today is theory." He began his lecture for the day. And as he wrote on the board, Shin Hyuk smiled, thinking that unlike his past life, in this life he had a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable existence. "I will cherish and enjoy this happiness after overcoming this lifelong fear." He silently decided for his future in the empty hallway of the academy. Only 4 hours after having those grateful thoughts, the students were noisily chatting away. Shin Hyuk frowned and pleaded, "Please give me some more." The lady serving food in the cafeteria was firm, short, and concise. "Just enough." His face slumped in disappointment. The food lady remained stern. Then the tongs picked up 2 more sausages and dropped them onto his tray. He licked his lips triumphantly, pulled out a chair, and sat down to look at his tray, which now had 4 fried sausages, thinking, "This is crazy. Is today a day where I can get away with anything?" 2 extra sausages. Explode Kang Shin Hyuk. Has the era of Kang Shin Hyuk finally begun? At that moment, a pair of legs in short shorts approached, and a voice said, "Oh, there's an empty seat here." He held his spoon and looked up at the newcomer, and as soon as he saw her, Shin Hyuk's cheeks involuntarily turned red as she asked, "Kang Shin Hyuk, you're the teacher, right?" The newcomer was a hot girl carrying a tray piled high with fried sausages, asking, "Are you the swordsmanship teacher for the high school block?" Sandami. Shin Hyuk reacted a bit slowly and replied, "Ah, yes, that's right. Wait, why so many sausages? And besides, how do you know me?" She nonchalantly sat in the empty seat across from him and laughed, saying, "Your acting is still pretty stiff. There are no surveillance cameras in the cafeteria, so just be yourself, Senior Shin Hyuk." He froze in a daze, the soup on his spoon dripping back onto his tray as he wondered, "Senior Shin Hyuk? Is she someone I know? Usually when I meet people I used to know, memories come flooding back, but..." At that moment she picked up a sausage and put it in her mouth while watching his reaction, asking, "Is it because I've changed so much that you don't recognize me? That's so sad. I'm Seora." He tried to dig through the memories of the original host. "Seora? Seora? Wait, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere." Shin Hyuk's face froze again like a monkey eating a chili pepper as he remembered a contact in his phone. "Junior Seora. Could it be?" He repeated her name doubtfully, "Choi Seora." And Seora smiled sweetly at him, asking, "Finally recognize me. I guess I do look quite different from before. At school, I'm a teacher after all, so I keep up this appearance," she said. And Shin Hyuk turned pale and broke into a cold sweat as he talked to her, remembering the contact saved in his phone as Junior Seora. Junior Seora, the woman sitting in front of him happily eating sausages. The reason the memories hadn't surfaced was that he already knew this woman. He recalled the plot. Choi Seora, the character who would take the role of the protagonist's homeroom teacher in becoming a hunter. Furthermore, she wasn't just a homeroom teacher, she was a core character in the middle of Volume 2. A beautiful homeroom teacher with a hot body and a sweet smile. But in reality, she had a different identity in the shadows, because this woman was a member of the international criminal organization, Antagonist. The mechanical sound of the system echoed in Shin Hyuk's head, and he frowned uncomfortably, raising a hand to his ear as Kang Shin Hyuk's memories were recalled. Until now. Antagonist, abbreviated as ANTAS, an anti-hunter organization. Members hide under thick cloaks. ANTAS, who has massacred countless hunters and is the public enemy of the International Hunter Federation. However, they are a dangerous group characterized by mysterious movements and organized into small network cells. The information provided by the system rang in his head while he closed his eyes to process it, and Seora in front of him was still munching on sausages, nodding that they had almost no significant arrest records. She picked up a sausage and offered it to him since her tray was already cleared, asking, "Senior, why that face? It's safe here. The light is usually dim underneath the lamp, so don't worry." Shin Hyuk bit his lip and looked at her, thinking, "That's weird. I clearly read all the way to the end, but I don't remember any content saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS." While he was still trying to organize the information, the mechanical system voice rang out again, making him jump. "Side story chapter has been opened. From now on, the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, the ANTAS assassin, will be recorded." "What? What assassin?" His whole body broke into a drenching sweat as Shin Hyuk mumbled curses at the original host in his heart. "That dog, Kang Shin Hyuk." At this moment, he was pale with fear, looking like he had aged horribly, thinking, "What kind of devilry were you up to?" He sat silently in the bustling dining room, thinking, I read very carefully until the end, and even though I didn't plan to analyze it deeply, I don't remember anything about Kang Shin Hyuk being an ANTA's member. Then a thought flashed through his head, making his eyes snap open. Wait, could it be that? He remembered information he read after an interview. An interview with the author he saw after finishing the novel mentioned they were working on a side story, saying, "Stay tuned because many details you couldn't see in the original will be revealed." The system notification rang. Side story chapter, Kang Shin Hyuk. The prologue is available for viewing, and without hesitation he grimaced and thought, view it immediately. The information flooded into his head, and Shin Hyuk had to grit his teeth to endure it, let out a muffled groan. The system voice was ice cold. Memories of Kang Shin Hyuk, ANTA's assassin, recalled. While operating in the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk originally had a teammate named Kim Chang-soo. He was the one who reported the orphanage director and rescued Kang Shin Hyuk. The two were very close and always together. 2 years ago, while descending Gwanak Mountain after completing a mission at a teleport portal like usual, a nearby portal exploded. Countless large, bloodthirsty monsters rushed out of the portal right before Shin Hyuk and his partner's eyes. They immediately requested guild support, but at that time, other teams were also having incidents. The two were cornered at the foot of the mountain with no way to escape, so Kang Shin Hyuk and Kim Chang-soo received no support. At that moment, his companion Kim Chang-soo gave Shin Hyuk a push. He was pushed off a cliff by his companion, a man who was like an older brother he had known since their time in the orphanage, his only remaining family. He watched helplessly as his only family sacrificed himself, standing right in front of the monster's blood-red maw filled with sharp teeth to save his life. On that day, Kang Shin Hyuk had to sacrifice his most precious thing. Kim Chang-soo sacrificed himself, and all that was left of him was a funeral portrait with his familiar smile, placed among yellow and white chrysanthemums. Shin Hyuk was traumatized but survived. On the day of the funeral, the people he considered teammates in the association wore black suits and bowed 90 degrees. After the situation settled, the association's stance was singular. "We didn't have the capacity to support you. Monsters appeared in the city too." So they simply said they had to sacrifice the few to save the many. He clenched his teeth to hold back the tears rolling down from the immense pain. But Kang Shin Hyuk knew clearly that all of this was ultimately a matter of factions, because both he and Chang-soo were from non-specialized schools and were always ostracized in the guild. Knowing the cause and feeling disillusioned with the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk volunteered for overseas duty. He dragged his suitcase and left that painful place. On the day Shin Hyuk returned, he dragged his suitcase and stood opposite a girl in the empty airport at sunset. After completing a year of work in China and returning, he began considering leaving the guild, and at that moment, Choi Seora, who was like a junior senior to him, suggested he join ANTA's. Now Shin Hyuk understood everything. So that's it. I guess because it's a side story, the content is a bit dark. As he could clearly see Seora's beautiful face in the original host's memory, never imagining a minor character like Kang Shin Hyuk had such a past. Kang Shin Hyuk, who had a crush on Choi Seora, joined ANTA's that very day. He couldn't believe the plot had twisted so fast and cried out in surprise, "Huh!" And the original Shin Hyuk had obediently transferred his salary to the organization for this girl. After that, half of his income was sent to Choi Seora under the guise of sponsoring ANTA's. The current Shin Hyuk couldn't understand it, thinking, wait, isn't this just a pyramid scheme? In the information the system gave him, there was a scene of Shin Hyuk shyly holding a beautiful bouquet of roses to give to Seora. Ah, by the way, Kang Shin Hyuk once confessed to Choi Seora and was rejected. To act cool, Kang Shin Hyuk continued to sponsor her and decided to maintain a good senior-junior relationship. But because he was still hung up on her, he applied to the Hunter training school to be near her. The idiot in the original story had worked non-stop to achieve good results. This crazy guy was the reason just that stupid nonsense. What about Chang-soo? What about revenge? Seora's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Senior, are you okay?" And he grimaced. "I'm fine. No, I'm fine." She held her chopsticks in her mouth and spoke muffledly. "Are you really okay? You look so shocked that you're making me jump too." He smiled, but his inner self was screaming. "If it were you, wouldn't you jump? I thought it was finally the springtime of my life, but suddenly I'm called a member of a criminal organization. I'm seriously going to go crazy." Seora used a napkin to wipe her mouth. "Even though I know your skills, Senior, getting into the Hunter school is really hard. I thought when you said you'd leave the guild and move to a school, it would take at least 2 years. He smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying to her, "Is that so?" "Well, I passed on the first try," thinking, You really liked her a lot, didn't you, Kang Shin Hyuk? Seora asked with concern. So, how's school life? Is it okay? And he replied perfunctorily, it's normal, just the start of the semester. She leaned her cheek on her hand and pouted. Then why haven't you contacted me at all this whole time? If you passed the interview, you should have at least told me. I felt so left out. Shin Hyuk picked up his glass of water and drank with shaking hands. Sorry, I was just too busy, thinking. Thank God I didn't contact her. If I'd called and said the wrong thing, it would have been so awkward. She spoke nonchalantly as if she were very understanding. It's okay. I'm sure you had your reasons, senior. Oh, has the donation stopped? I saw no money went into the account this month. And Shin Hyuk was so stunned the water flowed in a stream from his mouth back into the glass, thinking, how was I supposed to know to transfer money? It wasn't in the account history. He thought carefully, no, in this case, for my future, it's better to be direct. I can't keep being bled dry. And having decided Shin Hyuk intended to be straight with her, about that donation. You plan to stop? Is that okay? Seora heard him and fell silent, staring intently at Shin Hyuk. But he was surprised when she spoke casually as if it were nothing. Well, that makes sense. You've already donated a lot for a long time, senior, and it wasn't mandatory anyway. Even if you don't have anything to spend it on, a teacher's salary isn't that much. Seora smiled as bright as a sunflower. I've told you before, Antas absolutely does not force donations, so it's fine. And hearing the truth, he wanted to curse the original idiot one more time, thinking, it was voluntary. Just how big of an idiot was this Kang Shin Hyuk guy? She said nonchalantly, the organization knows your situation well, senior, so don't worry. And a series of images flashed in Shin Hyuk's head. Note, this is Antas's perspective. The original Shin Hyuk was an idiot who threw money away like trash, or a barbaric pervert holding yellow SpongeBob underwear. On the contrary, you passed the school interview immediately and even defeated a semi-pro A-rank hunter, so their evaluation of you will probably go up. She wriggled and laughed in thanks. It's such an honor for a senior like you to help me. Let's change the world together. And he looked at her and thought, first of all, you're going to destroy the world, aren't you? In academy novels, the goal of criminal organizations hiding in schools is usually terrorism, using guns, chains, or time bombs. However, even though Antas is a criminal organization, they do not kill people without cause. There's also a regulation that they cannot touch hunter school students who are not official hunters unless there is a special situation. Perhaps Choi Seora's role was to recruit talented students into Antas. She played the role of a hidden homeroom teacher to evaluate potential students through classes. Shin Hyuk rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. These are just things I know because I read the novel. I don't know what secrets the side story will hold. Hey, so what should I do from now on? Seora now seemed lost in thought. For the time being, just focus on adapting to school life and making more friends. The two sat in the cafeteria talking animatedly from others' perspective, and he thought, I can handle that myself. Can't you tell me roughly what I need to do? I need to know so I can plan. She picked up her empty tray and stood up. This can't be finished in a short time, and since it's just you in the high school block, senior, it's fine. If that's the case, let's meet periodically, the last Tuesday of every month. How? That. Shin Hyuk looked up following her movements. The last Tuesday of every month. There are almost no parties on Tuesdays, so let's meet for dinner. Well then, I'm off. Let's see each other often. Seora waved goodbye and left while the other person stood there with a stupid look on his face. Shin Hyuk watched her skip away. He lowered his head to look at his remaining food and muttered, Tuesday. The scene changed back to the snowy forest behind the portal. The training process with Cho Yu-ryong began smoothly. Yu-ryong seriously monitored his training progress. He decided to record the development of my body. He also guided me on how to use the cultivation method and the martial arts formulas. He said in a calm tone, I've helped you open your danshin, but controlling it is entirely up to you. From now on, you must not rest for a single day, perform the great circulation. Do you understand? Shin Hyuk sat peacefully training, a ring of blue light surrounding him on the pure white snow. He closed both eyes in high concentration. Yu-ryong watched him work hard and smiled with great satisfaction. But suddenly, he landed a punch straight on his head, making Shin Hyuk's nose run. I asked if you understand. He clutched his head and complained, No, why do you keep talking and making me lose focus? I was listening. The master glanced at his idiot disciple. That's what I should say, aren't you the one not focusing? There are stray thoughts mixed in the flow of your internal power. You must have something bothering you. And he, who had just been punched with tears in the corners of his eyes, turned pale and asked his master, Can you even see those things through internal power? He stroked his beard and explained with his eyes closed. The minor circulation should be as natural as breathing. If you tremble even that slightly, how could I not notice? Shin Hyuk was flustered. Actually, my heart is very troubled because of where I used to belong. And the master said, speak. I will lend you this old man's wisdom. He sat curled up on the snow and looked up at Yu Ryong. Master, what is your impression of me? Am I a good person or a bad person? He turned his face away with a look of disdain. How should I know that, you idiot? And Shin Hyuk turned red with anger, clenching his fists, thinking, this old man is really annoying. Yu Ryong bluntly remarked, you just have the face of a hateful, pretty boy. It's as if the king of the underworld gave you a wish and you were reborn as a handsome man. And at this point, Shin Hyuk was intimidated, breaking into a sweat and smiling in resignation. I'm sorry for doubting you, sir. He continued to laugh and stroke his beard. With that face, if you do good, you're a good person. If you do evil, you're an evil person. That's all there is to it. You must have power to have the right to think. No matter how grand a plan you make, it's a law of nature that the strong survive in the mountain of blades and forest of swords. Dao Shanjian Lin, referring only to dangerous places and fierce competition. And those who fail and cannot speak up are only recorded in history as the villains, just like the wars in his world long ago. Yu Ryong turned his always straight back toward him. Those who disturb the world like the great war of righteousness and evil or the blood incidents all die young. In the first place, without power, good and evil are just illusions. Well, was I of any help? Shin Hyuk seemed to understand the depth of the words and said, yes, thank you, sir. Then hurry up and get the chocolate. He looked at the open backpack filled with his master's favorite foods, thinking, yes, master, justice or no justice, what moved my heart was your final sentence. After hours of training with his master behind the white portal, Shin Hyuk returned to his daily life as a swordsmanship teacher. Those who disturb the world like the great war of righteousness and evil or the blood incidents all die young. I just want to quietly make money from stocks and live a peaceful, long life. Back in the present, he looked at Seora happily enjoying a piece of cake and thought, terrorism or assassination, avenging Chang Su has nothing to do with me. I don't want to affect the world and then die early. She had cake crumbs all over her face as she looked at him curiously. That's so strange, Senior. I told you to meet on the last Tuesday of every month, so why did you contact me so early? He sat seriously and looked at her embarrassed. I have something to say, and she asked back, what is it that's making you hesitate so much? Shin Hyuk swallowed hard. Then he pointed at himself and smiled awkwardly. Can I not leave Anta's? At that moment, Seora suddenly froze in place. Then she abruptly changed, turning into an assassin with red eyes, and stabbed her fork toward Shin Hyuk's head. In the restaurant, people looked at the scene in horror. A man drinking water spat it all out. A woman was stunned with her eyes wide and mouth agape, and bits of meat were scattered in midair. The cashier giving change to a customer turned purple with rage. That someone would dare such a reckless act while the restaurant was doing business. The customer no longer cared about their change, as all attention was focused on Shin Hyuk and Seora. She held the sharp fork pointed straight at Shin Hyuk's handsome face. He was so terrified his face was distorted and twisted in a very funny way, sweating buckets with soup and meat scattered on his hair and face. Shin Hyuk thought tremblingly, I expected this, but I didn't think she'd react like this. Seora held the sharp fork decisively, her eyes shining with the cold bloodlust of an assassin as she threatened. Hey, Senior, you'd better explain those words you just said very clearly, unless you want extra holes in your face besides your eyes, nose, and mouth. Shin Hyuk's face turned pale as he stared at the fork only a few centimeters away, and he quickly tried to calm her down, saying he would explain everything. But first, they should clean up the mess, since they probably needed to move to a different location anyway. He whispered a reminder that everyone was watching, as the scene before them couldn't be more unusual. In her fury, Seora had climbed onto the table to press the fork against Shin Hyuk's face, while he sat in his chair fearfully raising both hands in surrender, with food scattered all over the table. The people present in the restaurant all saw the unsightly scene, and began to whisper and speculate, with one girl covering her mouth and whispering to her boyfriend that the guy must have cheated, and her boyfriend chiming in that while the guy looked decent. Cheating was another story entirely. The girl went as far as to threaten her own boyfriend, saying he'd be dead meat if he ever cheated, and seeing the stranger with a fork pointed at his face, the boyfriend fearfully and decisively replied that he might smoke, but he would never cheat. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk seriously told the woman in front of him to get into his car first because he had something he wanted to show her. As sunset gradually fell over the city, marking the end of the day, The flow of traffic on the roads began to thin out. Inside a white car driving down the road, a female voice rang out asking what he meant by saying he'd explain, but then heading straight for Inchin, to which the man replied that he figured she wouldn't let it go if he just used words, so he wanted to show her something while they were at it. Shin Hyuk and Seora were in the car, and she was still holding the fork to his neck while he was driving. She frowned and told him he'd better start explaining what he said back at the cafe, and Shin Hyuk helplessly asked if she had actually brought the fork with her, nodding that was technically stealing. As soon as he finished speaking, Seora didn't hesitate to poke the fork into his neck with just enough force to cause pain without leaving a wound, making Shin Hyuk turn purple and his eyes bulge. He pretended to confess truthfully, stammering that the reason he joined Antas was because of the discrimination against people from non-specialized hunter schools. He added that the perception at the school was starting to change a bit now, but Seora raised an eyebrow skeptically, questioning if winning just one match really changed anything at all. Shin Hyuk let out an annoyed sigh, thinking she was being quite rude by cutting him off, and told her that Koreans should listen until the end of the sentence. He gripped the steering wheel and said that while change might not happen immediately, he saw it as a real possibility after what happened. Shin Hyuk tried to negotiate, saying he could try to make progress bit by bit on his own even without Antas, and added that Antas was far too radical. Seora remained silent, observing his current expression through the mirror. He truly didn't want to be like his past self, so he spoke from the heart, saying there were too many things that didn't align with the direction he wanted, including the terrorism and the cold-blooded killing. But Seora fired back, reminding him that she told him from the start that not all terrorist acts were their doing, and that the government often shifted the blame onto them. She added that those who died were people who deserved it, and hearing that, Shin Hyuk frowned deeply and replied seriously that no one in this world deserves to die. Seora's resolve wavered internally, but she truly couldn't accept that. She squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, asking if he had ever even done those kinds of missions, and if he was just afraid of them. Shin Hyuk's face went pale and he broke into a heavy sweat as his neck began to bead with blood. He pleaded fearfully, admitting he was terrified and begging her to put the fork away. Seora pulled the fork back, leaving 4 bleeding marks on his fair neck from the sharp tines, and she called him a coward. Shin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that leaving was clearly not going to be easy. He thought to himself that he had already braced himself for the fact that escaping a criminal organization wouldn't be simple, and it wasn't as if he was just walking away without any preparation. Shin Hyuk told her to look up a news report he was about to describe, searching for the assassination of the deputy director of the Hunter Management Bureau, Min Young-seok. Seora looked it up on her phone as he spoke and remarked nonchalantly that Min Young-seok was just trash who had embezzled billions in budget funds. He agreed that the man was a bastard who deserved to die, but then he recounted the shocking news: a collision with a freight truck that killed Min Young-seok, the driver, and 2 other passengers. He pointed out that the driver, a man named Kim, was a young widower living alone with his daughter. He wasn't even a permanent employee, but a contract driver for the Bureau. The real question, Shin Hyuk said while glancing at Seora through the rearview mirror, was whether that contract driver had anything to do with Min Young-seok's corruption. Hearing this, she could no longer hide her composure and meekly replied that he didn't. It was rush hour, so the cars ahead were stalled in a long, winding line. According to Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel, Lee Seo-ah, the top-ranked female lead in popularity polls for becoming a hunter, was an essential character who formed a love triangle with the main cast and played a vital role in the latter half of the story. He calmly explained that the man driving the car when Min Young-seok died was Lee Seo-ah's father. Antas had made the case public, revealing they had done it because of the corruption the director had caused. He noted that the public reaction wasn't bad, and some people even expressed support for Antas. But Mr. Kim was also killed, and his family had been forgotten amidst those issues. According to Seora's ideals, that was wrong, so she frowned and insisted it must have been a mistake, claiming that Antas doesn't harm ordinary people, and reminding him that the regulation was clearly stated in their charter. Shin Hyuk held the facts firmly. He had already asked his questions, so he glanced at Seora and questioned if she truly meant those words. He asked if she really thought Mr. Kim was the only person who died by mistake, simply for being near an Anta's target. Shin Hyuk remained silent, thinking to himself that she was merely being evasive and that she likely realized the truth herself. Seora seemed to realize something after hearing his questioning, and her expression slumped. She put her hand to her forehead in a headache and panted, making Shin Hyuk think that everything was finally clear and he could finally sleep with his legs stretched out. She rubbed her head and told him she would give him the reason why she rejected his confession. Shin Hyuk's face went blank like a clown as he asked why she was bringing that up all of a sudden. He quickly returned to his normal state and told her he didn't need to know any more. But Seora brandished the fork threateningly and told him to listen, to which he replied that she certainly had the floor. Seora recounted the large-scale portal break that happened 15 years ago, assuming he knew about it, and revealed that both her mother and father died in that incident when she was a child. Shin Hyuk was surprised, as that had never been mentioned in the novel, wondering if it was a side story exclusive. He offered comfort, saying it must have been difficult, but then questioned what that had to do with her rejecting him. She got angry at the interruption and jabbed the fork into his neck, making Shin Hyuk wince and promise to keep quiet so she could continue. She stated that if the hunters had come, both her parents could have survived. She described the most dangerous area, where 4 D-rank and 2 C-rank portals had opened in her neighborhood, the area that needed the most attention and was actually quite close to the association. And yet, she said, not a single person came, not one. Meanwhile, dozens of hunter teams from the large guilds had shown up in a wealthy neighborhood, where only 3 F-rank dungeons had broken. He thought to himself that it was a bitter reality, nodding that Kang Shin Hyuk had gone through something similar. But he wondered if such an event would have caused a massive social outcry, and if that content was actually in becoming a hunter, just as Seora pulled the fork away from his neck. Her face went dark, and she spoke in a cold, sorrowful voice, adding that the incident wasn't reported in the media because the powerful people who were protected at the time used money to cover it all up. Seora broke down, a tear falling as she choked out that she would never have known if she hadn't cared enough to investigate. Shin Hyuk thought emotionlessly about how Choi Seora, who wasn't from a hunter lineage like him, had ended up joining Anta's. Seora sobbed and covered her face, not wanting others to see her cry, and she poured her heart out, admitting it was strange to tell him her parents' story as a reason for rejection. She said she hadn't rejected him because she hated him, but because she couldn't let go of her desire for revenge. She begged for his help, saying they could meet after her revenge was complete, and then she slammed the fork into the seat in front of her as her emotions boiled over. Luckily, Shin Hyuk leaned left and raised his hand just in time, or he surely would have lost an arm, and he shouted at her to put the thing down before they talked. Having narrowly escaped death, he poked his head out the car window and screamed internally, wondering what kind of parents would want their child to join a terrorist group for revenge, and thinking the real Kang Shin Hyuk would have surely agreed to help her. But he didn't have any special feelings for Choi Seora, and though her situation was pitiful and she was beautiful, she wasn't the only woman in the world. Shin Hyuk was so terrified he was going a bit mad, sticking his head out the window while the strong wind whipped his face, distorting his cheeks and blowing his lips back in a ridiculous, hilarious expression that stunned passers-by. He thought about his final wishes, closing his eyes and apologizing once more, thinking his life would be much freer this way. Before transmigrating into Shin Hyuk's body, he had read the novel and knew the future, and he had already intervened in the protagonist's lucky breaks. He calculated that if he could just cut ties with Choi Seora and escape Anta's, his life would be smooth sailing. But then he wondered why. A rough hand was gently placed on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the image of a man smiling faintly. He couldn't see the face clearly, but the feeling was incredibly familiar. The man whispered, "I'm counting on you." He suddenly realized who it was and called out loudly, "Kang Shin Hyuk." At the same time, Seora's frantic voice called out for him to look ahead as the car swerved before finally getting back on track. Both Shin Hyuk and Seora were pale with fright, and he screamed that they almost died. He looked back at what just happened, wondering what that was as it felt so real. After a moment of catching her breath, Seora said she would put the fork away, realizing that the steering wheel was in his hands. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk asked if she knew who the target of her revenge was, and she asked in surprise if he had changed his mind. He told her it would be better if she answered first. So Seora pondered and said the bureau director at the time was Kim In-hak, though she suspected he wasn't the only one who gave the order. Shin Hyuk sighed, thinking that if the man was a director back then, he must be an even bigger figure now. He cursed under his breath at what an idiot Kang Shin Hyuk was, while Seora asked happily if that meant his talk about quitting earlier wasn't true. Contrary to her expectations, Shin Hyuk replied decisively that he still had to leave Anta's, but he would help her personally. She was confused, asking how he could help when even Anta's said it was difficult. Shin Hyuk turned the question back on her, nodding that since Anta's admitted it was difficult, They certainly weren't guaranteed to bring Kim and Hack to her. She stammered that while it was hard now, they would definitely do it later, but he pressed her on when later was, and if they had actually given her a guarantee. Shin Hyuk recalled the plot. Congressman Kim In-hak was a character he'd seen in becoming a hunter who would continue his rise until the protagonist eventually moved against him. On the other hand, Choi Seora would be discovered as an ANTA's member by the protagonist in 3 years and sent to court. She wouldn't get the death penalty, but he remembered she'd be sentenced to life in prison without parole, meaning the girl would spend her entire life rotting in jail. And Shin Hyuk felt a twinge of pity for her. Thinking 3 years ahead, Seora insisted that if she performed her missions well, ANTAs would surely. But Shin Hyuk coldly cut her off, saying they wouldn't, which made her shout and ask how he could possibly know that. He closed his eyes and sighed, unable to explain that he had read everyone's future and knew exactly what kind of place ANTAs was. Knowing she wouldn't believe him without proof, he reluctantly told her she probably wouldn't trust his words without seeing for herself. Shin Hyuk made an announcement that left her stunned. "Listen carefully, Choi Seora. I will help you, but the condition is that you must leave ANTAs with me." Seora frowned in confusion, asking what he meant and insisting she had to stay in ANTAs to get her revenge. But he firmly repeated that they wouldn't help her. Shin Hyuk didn't explain much, simply saying this was his last resort since talking hadn't worked, and told her she'd change her mind once they reached their destination. Outside, night had completely fallen, and Seora asked where exactly their final destination was. He replied softly that it was ANTA's source of funding, as they pulled up to a place that felt like a mysterious, prosperous, and ancient yet modern Chinatown district. Shin Hyuk then dropped a bombshell. "Now, you and I are going to go buy some drugs." At that moment, he parked the car on the side of the road. Seora opened the car door and stepped out, looking around and asking if this was really the place, nodding that the door wasn't even open yet. Ahead was a shop that looked gloomy and mysterious, dominated by the color red. Shin Hyuk confirmed it was Heavenly Book Garments, nodding it was his first time there too. As the two of them gently pushed the door open and entered, he thought to himself that while it looked like an ordinary vintage clothing store at first glance, the reality was quite different. In truth, deep in the shadows, this was the distribution point for synthetic drugs established in Korea by ANTA's China. Inside, a bald man stood at the counter, wearing loud, patterned clothes with a tiger on his shirt, looking like a real gangster. Shin Hyuk narrowed his eyes to identify the target and stepped forward, asking in Chinese if they sold Genesis there. But the man rejected him, asking what he was talking about. Shin Hyuk didn't give up and told him he already knew everything, so he should just sell it, saying he'd heard he could buy it here. The bald man closed his eyes and sighed, wondering which crazy person had pointed the way for him. He lost his patience and drew a knife to threaten him, saying this was a wholesale spot that didn't do retail, and told him to get lost if he didn't want trouble. Shin Hyuk smirked and noted the man had called him crazy, then asked what he'd do now since the person who told him wasn't a guy at all. Instead, he threatened the man, asking for his name so he could tell it to Mei Lin. Hearing that, the man fearfully backed away and dropped the knife, asking if he actually knew Miss Mei Lin. He picked up the knife, his face darkening as he pretended to know her, saying they were quite close back in China, and she had pointed this place out when he asked about Korean distribution. Internally, he noted he was obviously lying. According to his memory, Mei Lin was both the daughter of the ANTA's China boss and the head of Korean distribution for the synthetic drug, Genesis, developed by ANTA's China. He thought to himself that there was no way a figure of that stature would actually know him. But this was the final measure he'd prepared to convince Choi Seora. Shin Hyuk held out his phone and continued the act, threatening to call her and let the man talk to her himself, but warning that he'd have to pay a steep price for his doubt. The man turned pale with fear and quickly apologized for not recognizing him, asking how much he needed. Shin Hyuk was satisfied and told him to bring as much as possible. The bald man, thinking he was a VIP, changed his tone and asked how much Genesis he should bring. Shin Hyuk pretended to be impatient, asking why he was even asking and demanding the latest kind, so the man told them to wait a moment. Seora, who didn't understand Chinese, could only stand behind him whispering, asking what they had been talking about this whole time. He reminded her that he said they were going to buy drugs and that he felt she needed to see it for herself to believe it. Shin Hyuk then revealed the truth. This was the wholesale center for synthetic drugs produced by ANTA's China. Seora looked at him with utter disbelief, asking if ANTA's really produced drugs and nodding she had never heard a word about it. Shin Hyuk looked dejected, thinking the foolish girl knew nothing about the organization she was working so hard for, realizing Anta's China only surfaced after the protagonist graduated because of Genesis. He knew that later on, Anta's Korea would eventually realize the situation and protest to the Chinese bosses, not to stop the sales, but to demand a share of the profits. That would lead to a conflict where the protagonist, as a messenger of justice, would crush both sides, at least according to the novel he read. Shin Hyuk turned back and covered his mouth to whisper that if she didn't believe him, he would have the man speak in Korean so she could hear it directly. The bald man returned with many suspicious-looking shipments and placed them on the table, nodding that since they had just entered the market, the supply of Genesis wasn't very large yet. He was afraid the quantity wouldn't be enough for a VIP, his face looking stiff and distorted as he tried to smile, saying he could gather a month's worth and begging the boy to put in a good word with Miss Mei Lin. Shin Hyuk casually agreed and then told him to speak in Korean. The bald man asked carefully if it was okay for the person next to him to hear, and Shin Hyuk smirked and pointed at Seora, saying in Korean that it was fine since she was a huge fan of Genesis. Seora bit her lip nervously upon hearing that. The bald man's face went expressionless as he stared at Seora, seemingly waiting for her to say something. She frowned nervously and glanced at the man in front of her. His face turned into a scowl, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction. Seora was extremely tense and breaking into a sweat. She pretended to be a real addict, raising both thumbs and smiling like she was high as she said she really liked Genesis. Seora's acting was so convincing that the bald man whispered in a panic that she should probably cut back on the dosage. Shin Hyuk turned back to her and played along, saying he didn't even know why she liked it that much. Getting back to business, Shin Hyuk asked about the next type that was supposed to be released, and the man explained that it would take some time before it could be brought to Korea. Shin Hyuk nodded, nodding it would take quite a while, and the man suggested that if he was close with Miss Mei Lin, it would be faster to just go to the mainland and buy it there. Seora raised an eyebrow as she watched the transaction. Since they were both speaking Korean now, she understood everything, and hearing the name Miss Mei Lin made her look at Shin Hyuk searchingly. She whispered that he was talking about incomprehensible things like Mei Lin or series, and asked if he was just staging the whole thing. Shin Hyuk continued the act, asking if she really thought he'd risk his life coming all the way to Incheon just for a prank. He thought to himself that Mei Lin of Anta's China was indeed a name Choi Seora was unlikely to know. Seeing such a large purchase, the bald man asked how he intended to pay. Shin Hyuk turned and asked softly if they took credit cards, and the man thought he was joking at first, laughing and telling him to stop playing around and pay up. So Shin Hyuk decisively replied, 3 months. The bald man knew you couldn't use a card for this kind of transaction, and thought Shin Hyuk was stalling because he didn't have the money. He started to object, but before he could finish, he was hit with a powerful punch to the face that gave him a bloody nose and knocked out a front tooth. Shin Hyuk was the one who punched him, adding that he'd have 3 months of injuries. Caught by the surprise attack, the man staggered and fell to the ground. Watching the tooth fly through the air, Seora covered her mouth in shock, while Shin Hyuk recalled advice from the past about punching the hippocampus inside the temporal bone with internal power. He remembered being told that forcing internal power into the head would cause amnesia, a useful method since he couldn't perform delicate pressure point strikes yet. The bald man collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Thinking that if he was worried it wouldn't work, he should strike the tiger brain point once, Shin Hyuk looked for it and then struck the point on the unconscious man. He thought that while the man would wake up an idiot, he shouldn't feel pity for a drug dealer. He glanced at Seora to gauge her reaction, asking if she believed him more now, thinking that if she still thought it was fake, there was a serious problem. Seora asked in surprise how he knew all of this, and when he had found out, to which he replied that even if he joined because of her, he at least had to know what kind of place it was. His hand gripped his phone so hard it shook, though his face showed no anger. He explained that he found out Anta's was involved in drugs while working in China, though he was really just looking for a reason she'd believe, since he really knew it from reading Volume 3 of the novel. To avoid trouble, Shin Hyuk urged her to make it look like the man was acting alone with the drugs before they left. They arranged the unconscious man on the floor with drool on his face and some drugs nearby to frame him. Shin Hyuk calculated that he wouldn't report the place since convincing Choi Seora was enough. Since wholesale sellers were easily replaced, it wouldn't change the future. But if outside interference was discovered, Anta's would investigate seriously, so they both quietly left the shop and gently closed the door to avoid suspicion. Seora closed her eyes and accepted his request, admitting it was all true. She thought of a reason for his withdrawal, suggesting that if she told them he had been pestering her and she kicked him out, there would be no consequences. Shin Hyuk glared at her, but was happy to escape Anta's regardless, thanking her for understanding. Realizing something was missing, he asked if she really intended to stay in Anta's even after knowing all of this. Seora turned back with a lonely and helpless look, explaining that, unlike him, she had been with Anta's for a long time and had missions and secrets that meant she couldn't just leave without trouble. Shin Hyuk sympathized, knowing Anta's was an international criminal organization and not a club you could just walk in and out of. But remembering the voice of the original owner in his head earlier saying, "I'm counting on you," he felt he couldn't just abandon her and had to help somehow. He realized that if she left now, it would be impossible to know how it would affect the future. So she had to stay in Anta's until her identity was discovered by the protagonist anyway. Shin Hyuk asked if she'd ever had a mission that was actually criminal, and she thought for a moment before saying no, as her job was just to recruit talented students. She added that since it wasn't something that could be done overnight, she hadn't actually accomplished much yet, and Shin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, saying they would proceed this way. He told her decisively that from now on, she would become a double agent within Anta's, and she asked in surprise, "A double agent?" Shin Hyuk explained that this way, she wouldn't be heavily sentenced if her identity was exposed or the organization abandoned her. He told her to gradually collect Anta's secrets to provide to the police. He instructed her to act as a double agent who only performed her assigned missions half-heartedly, pretending to work without actually committing any crimes. She argued that she didn't have any information worth reporting, but he sincerely convinced her that even minor info would eventually be useful and promised to testify for her if she got into trouble. He warned her not to trust him too much, saying he'd cut ties if it got too dangerous, though he immediately thought he shouldn't have said that. Hearing this, Seora fell silent as strange emotions stirred within her. She gave a lovely, blushing smile, realizing that in her lonely world, he was the only one who worried about her this much. Her young heart fluttered as she asked if he liked her that much. But since he wasn't the real Shin Hyuk, he didn't like her at all and was just fulfilling the original owner's wish, leaving him wide-eyed and confused as to how the story ended up this way. Seora teased him from behind, saying no one would help this much without feelings, and Shin Hyuk gave up and turned away, telling her to think whatever she wanted, but then telling her to take a taxi back to Seoul. Seora asked in surprise if he was really leaving her there alone, and he explained he had somewhere else to go that was in the opposite direction. Seora laughed happily, her heart blooming as she teased that that wasn't how you were supposed to flirt, and Shin Hyuk glanced at her with a look that suggested she was truly delusional. At a certain snowy mountain, Shin Hyuk took heavy steps through the thick snow. Yu Ryong saw him approaching and scolded him for being late. Looking at his current demeanor, the master noted his eyes had returned to normal and assumed things outside had been settled. Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully and credited his master, who replied that that was all well and good, but he'd still have to be punished for being late. After saying that, his entire body radiated a terrifying aura, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light that commanded absolute authority as he told the boy to prepare his mind for training today. And Shin Hyuk slumped in despair, knowing exactly what kind of grueling ordeal he was about to face. Before taking his punishment, he opened his backpack and mentioned that he had stopped by Chinatown earlier that day. Shin Hyuk pulled an antique bottle of wine from his bag as an apology, saying he had bought some bamboo leaf green wine to make amends. But then he slyly added that since they were training, he supposed they wouldn't be able to drink it today. Yu Ryong began to drool at the sight of the fine wine, and instead of forcing Shin Hyuk to endure punishment and hard training, he immediately changed his mind and decided they should just rest for the day. In the forest covered in deep white drifts, a few vibrant green branches peeked out from beneath the blanket of snow. In this freezing air, drinking wine was truly a supreme experience, and Yu Ryong exclaimed that bamboo leaf green wine really hit differently. He spoke while putting a spoonful of tofu into his mouth, marveling that it was even Sichuan tofu, and asking how the boy knew he was from Sichuan. Yu Ryong's face was full of pure satisfaction as he sat in the freezing cold breathing out mist while enjoying fine wine and super spicy Sichuan tofu, while Shin Hyuk teased that someone was just yelling about him being late a moment ago. Yu Ryong gave a cough and explained that it was only because the time for him to arrive had long since passed, and he was worried when he didn't see him, while the boy thought to himself that if the old man had been any more worried, he probably would have been beaten to death. As he poured the wine, He wondered out loud what had happened to the kid who was always looking for excuses to be lazy and skip his lessons. He noted that today the boy had proactively started training despite being told to rest, wondering if the sun had risen in the west, while Shin Hyuk worked tirelessly with his sword in the biting cold, surprising even his master. He wiped the light sweat from his face with a towel and said there was no special reason other than that the master's advice had helped him a lot, and that this was just a gift to show his gratitude so the old man should enjoy it freely. He had realized just how useful the master's teachings were when he stormed the drug den and handled that man so cleanly, and now he believed that training under Yu Ryong's guidance would be his greatest asset. Shin Hyuk recalled his words to Seora the night before about her becoming a double agent, thinking that once he decided to help her, there was no telling what dangers he might face in the future. He knew he had to get even stronger to prepare for those potential threats, so he sat down on the ground to begin meditating, since Choi Seora's double agent path wasn't in the original plot of this life. Shin Hyuk calculated carefully that although he was now strong enough to face an A-rank hunter, he would be in serious trouble if he ran into a high-ranking Anta's official like Mei Lin. One didn't need to think twice to know that the result would be catastrophic. He felt like he had made a decision that was beyond his current capabilities, momentarily forgetting his place as just a B-rank swordsmanship instructor at an academy who didn't really have the means to help anyone. But then the young man suddenly broke into a smile. At least that was true for his current state of affairs. Shin Hyuk recalled the plot, remembering that in this life, the first lucky break Lee Jae-sung was supposed to seize was the manual containing Cho Yu-ryong's internal power technique, which Lee Jae-sung would use alongside various elixirs to activate his danchan. He was quite different from Lee Jae-sung, who would eventually be able to use internal power only after many ups and downs. He glanced over at Yu-ryong, who had directly opened his danchan for him and was currently finishing a pot of Sichuan tofu, praising the cook for making it perfectly. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes to focus on his meditation, but his mind was still racing. He realized that since this man was the strongest person in the world, receiving constant instruction would allow him to protect himself no matter what happened. Yu Ryong called out, "Hey, disciple," and he replied, "Yes, master." The old man naturally started making demands, saying he was out of ramen, the sesame flavor he liked so much, and adding that the JJA Kwang brand was also good and to buy more of it. Although he was a bit annoyed, the boy bit his lip and closed his eyes, telling himself to endure it since this man was the strongest on earth. Shin Hyuk promised to buy more the next time he came, and the satisfied master slurped up the rest of the tofu soup and added onion seul and super spicy noodles to the list, to which he softly replied, "Yes." He went back to focusing on his cultivation. On the other side, Yu Ryong was shaking a packet of noodle sauce. The noise made it impossible for him to focus completely, and he gave a slight, annoyed frown. The master poured boiling water into the noodle bowl, his eyes full of anticipation. The aroma wafted into his nose, making it even harder for the boy to concentrate. Once the noodles were ready, Yu Ryong slurped them down happily, sweat beading on his face despite the freezing weather, until Shin Hyuk finally yelled in frustration for him to just stop eating already. The master, with his mouth full, asked if he wanted a bite, but he replied that that wasn't the point, and that if he kept eating like this, the whole box he bought last time would be gone in no time. Yu Ryong explained lamely that since he was all alone, he just felt the need to keep his mouth busy, and then he fell silent for a moment as if realizing something was wrong. He shouted, asking if this brat really dared to comment on his master's eating habits when he was the one who had finally made him open his heart after hundreds of years, and followed it up with a punch straight to the head that made the boy's eyes water. But seeing how much the boy had changed, he said happily that it gladdened his heart to see a lazy kid finally show some will, though he warned that, like pulling on a sprout to make it grow faster, being too rushed would only ruin the work. Shin Hyuk clutched his head and shouted back that that wasn't it, and that it felt like the master didn't care about his training at all. Yu Ryong replied that he was already doing well on his own, and that great success couldn't be rushed. The boy sat on the ground in disappointment, saying he'd been practicing for a month without seeing any progress, so the master comforted him by saying it was actually because he was so talented. Then Yu Ryong curiously asked why he was suddenly so desperate to get strong. Shin Hyuk explained that, to be honest, it felt like the master was more interested in the water level of his cup than his training posture. He expressed his dissatisfaction and even risked asking if the master had any tricks, rare medicines, or secret items hidden away since he wouldn't teach him properly. Yu Ryong was furious at the suggestion and landed another punch on the boy's head, making the unlucky young man feel a world-shattering pain as he cried out. The master scolded him, saying this brat was starting to push his luck just because he got a little praise. The boy clutched his head and screamed, rolling around in the snow in pain, while his master wondered why he was so ambitious all of a sudden, asking if he wanted a shortcut after only 1 month just so he could rule the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk rubbed his head, his face flushed and his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at his master with a sense of grievance. He bit his lip and tried to endure it, knowing that if he argued back, another punch might actually knock his soul right out of his body. Yu Ryong looked dissatisfied with the boy's attitude and raised his eyebrow, lifting a fist to threaten him with another strike. Shin Hyuk, knowing better, quickly hid his resentment and lowered his head as his face relaxed. Yu Ryong remarked that the boy was certainly a cheeky one. Hitting someone in this cold weather actually hurt his own hand a bit, so he blew on his knuckles while reminding the boy that martial arts cannot achieve great success through haste. Not wanting his integrity questioned, he added that he was absolutely not neglecting the lessons because of food. Regardless, Shin Hyuk muttered, "The ramen." He turned to leave, using the old man's favorite food as leverage by saying he probably wouldn't be able to buy any more ramen because prices were skyrocketing. Hearing his food supply was threatened, Yu Ryong gasped in shock. He asked if the boy was actually threatening him, and Shin Hyuk pouted and said it wasn't a threat. He was just stating the honest truth. Seeing the master waver at the mention of ramen, he pushed further, saying he probably couldn't buy Anya Seul next time either. He added in a pitiful voice that the super spicy noodles were selling out too fast and were hard to find, leaving Yu Ryong pale and speechless at the death sentence for his favorite treats. Finally, the old man fell for the trap. He muttered, "This kid," while Shin Hyuk remained dissatisfied, hoping this would finally make the master pay more attention to him. Yu Ryong looked stunned, putting his hand to his forehead in deep thought with a shocked expression. His brow furrowed as if he were contemplating a matter of national importance. He turned back to Shin Hyuk with a panicked look and exclaimed, "Oh my." Yu Ryong knew full well Shin Hyuk had set this up to pressure him, and his face flushed with anger as his left hand tried to restrain his right from punching his disciple again. He forced himself to use sweet words, saying he hadn't anticipated his disciple's passion and promised to teach him very thoroughly from now on, to which the boy agreed with a pout, saying he would likewise try to find more things the master liked. With the deal struck, Yu Ryong got to work and told him to continue practicing, warning him not to complain no matter how high the intensity got later, and the boy obediently replied, "Yes, master, please guide me." At Shin Hyuk's school the next day during lunch break, he was holding his phone in his hand. This morning, Choi Seora had sent a message. The phone screen showed a chat where she said everything had been handled properly. Shin Hyuk thanked her, relieved to hear her withdrawal from Anta's was settled safely. He sat in silence and hoped Kang Shin Hyuk wasn't hiding any more problems, thinking he would help Choi Seora just this once, and then fully enjoy the rest of his life. The twins, On Seok and Yoon Soo, walked into the classroom and saw him smiling at his phone, asking if something good had happened. Shin Hyuk was so focused, he nearly jumped out of his skin when they appeared behind him. He asked Yoon Soo if they weren't going to lunch, and she excitedly replied that of course they were since the menu was cheese cutlets. On Seok added that he should eat with them and then head over to the auditorium. Shin Hyuk was confused, asking what they meant about going to the auditorium, and Yoon Soo explained, asking if he didn't remember what the vice principal said during roll call this morning. She reminded him that the school was starting a YouTube channel and would be doing interviews. Shin Hyuk then remembered that he'd been so busy reading Seora's messages that he'd completely tuned out the morning announcement. Yoon Soo added that the vice principal said he was the most handsome teacher and wanted to interview him first. He protested the criteria, but she insisted it was the vice principal's standard, and he tried to get out of it, saying that couldn't possibly be true. But On Seok encouraged him, saying that if the interview went well, he might even get a reward, and the mention of a reward actually piqued his interest. She had already prepared the plan to help him win. Yoon Soo would film and the tech teacher would edit, and On Seok handed him a paper with the question list to look over during lunch. Shin Hyuk looked at the paper and was impressed by how organized it was, having expected it to be half-hearted. Yoon Soo added that the student council president would censor it before it was posted, so they were counting on him. He was moved by how much effort his students were putting in, and told them he was counting on them too, urging them to go eat before the cutlets got cold, to which they happily agreed. Just then, Yoon Soo turned back and said there was one thing she hadn't told him yet. Shin Hyuk asked what it was, and she proudly announced that the interview would be conducted by her and the student council president together. On Seok gave a mischievous smile and warned that while it would start with the questions on the list, the president's personality was a bit eccentric, and there might be some unexpected questions. Shin Hyuk didn't think much of it, figuring his life was boring enough that any question would be fine as long as it wasn't about his love life. On Seok didn't think that would be the issue, but she noted the president was a very unique person and promised they could stop if he gave them a signal, so he shouldn't worry. Shin Hyuk laughed and told them he trusted them, asking them to make him look good. Internally, he recalled his own school days when the student council president was always a legendary figure. He wondered what kind of kid he was. While out in the hallway, an unfamiliar female student was walking. She was clutching 2 large swords to her chest, and remarked with interest that the swordsmanship teacher, Kang Shin Hyuk, was rumored to be very strong. She wondered what kind of person he was. She was a very beautiful student with long, softly curled brown hair like a young lady, appearing to be a very special character in this school. The students were all doing their morning routines in the dorms. Most Hunter School students lived in dormitories, and although they went home for holidays, most of their time was spent at school, leaving many parents curious about their lives. There were news articles about the school being too closed off for security reasons, with some calling it a prison. Due to public pressure, the government introduced a new policy. They decided to open YouTube channels for Hunter schools, starting with his school as a pilot program. An online channel appeared with the school logo and various images. Shin Hyuk pushed the door open and sighed, thinking that since YouTube wasn't mentioned in the novel, he assumed it would just vanish, never expecting to be the first one chosen for an interview. Suddenly, a soft voice noted that Mr. Kang had arrived early, and he blanked for a moment before saying hello. He greeted Ms. Min and asked for her help today, to which Min Jae-hee modestly replied that she was only handling the editing. She was the teacher in charge of technology. He admitted it was his first interview and he was nervous, then gave her a thumbs up, marveling that she knew how to edit video. Jae-hee laughed and denied it, saying the principal just made her do it because she was the tech teacher, concluding that tech teachers must be easy to push around. Shin Hyuk sympathized with her. Then Jae-hee laughed and said that since she wasn't getting paid extra, she'd just do a quick, sloppy job and go home, nodding she wouldn't see a dime even if the views were high. Shin Hyuk looked at her helplessly, finally realizing why Witub was never mentioned in the novel. Then On Seok and Yoon Soo arrived, with On Seok holding a camera and smiling because it was ready. Yoon Soo added that the principal, council president had also arrived. Seeing Si-jin, Jae-hee waved her over. Shin Hyuk looked intently at the girl approaching, his eyes flashing with a spark of realization. Si-jin wore a neat uniform with her wavy, waist-length hair flowing behind her. She stood before everyone and confidently asked if they were all gathered. She was Kim Si-jin, the president of Hunter School No. 1. Shin Hyuk was impressed by her height, estimating she was around 170 cm. He noted that she oozed the confidence and aura of a true student council president. He wondered why such a character was never mentioned in the novel, just as Si-jin approached him and remarked that he was very handsome. She said she was looking forward to seeing his expressions on video and asked him to do a good job. Shin Hyuk's cheeks flushed red as he told her he was counting on her, thinking she had great social skills and didn't seem strange at all. After that, everyone prepared for the shoot, with On Seok and Jae-hee handling the recording. Yoon Soo sat between Si-jin and Shin Hyuk to hold the audio equipment and interview them both. After a while, the room was filled with laughter and funny conversation, and the interview went very smoothly. Yoon Soo was completely relaxed and teased him about being a flower boy teacher, which made him a bit awkward, but she quickly changed the subject when she noticed his discomfort. Eventually, Yoon Soo expressed regret that they had run out of questions and that it was time to let him go, apologizing for keeping him since he didn't have afternoon classes. Shin Hyuk was curious if that was really the end, but he calmly replied that there was no need to apologize since it was all for the students. Then his face changed completely as he gave a thumbs up and joked that since saying that was a lie, he'd be filing for overtime pay, leaving Yoon Soo in disbelief. Shin Hyuk laughed and said he was just kidding, while Jae-hee smiled and said she was definitely going to file for it. Suddenly, the corner of Si-jin's mouth curled into a soft, subtle curve. She calmly turned to Shin Hyuk and called his name, making him curiously ask what was wrong. She pushed her glasses up and noted that since he said it was a shame to end, the viewers would probably feel the same way. Si-jin looked straight at him, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous edge, and suddenly suggested they have a match. Jae-hee and On Seok looked on helplessly, wondering why this was happening so abruptly. Both Yoon-soo and Shin Hyuk were caught off guard and looked awkward. He thought to himself that they were about to end on a high note and wondered what on earth this was. Realizing this must be the eccentric personality Yoon-soo had mentioned, Yoon-soo timidly tried to stop her. But Si-jin nonchalantly argued that he said it was a shame to end, and that she just wanted to give the viewers something extra. She turned to Shin Hyuk and apologized for the surprise, but explained she loved competing and noted that since he taught swordsmanship and she took the class, it was a perfect fit. Shin Hyuk thought the kid was enthusiastic and meant no harm, and On Seok called out from behind the camera that they'd filmed the final scene. Then Shin Hyuk said something that stunned everyone. "Wait, I'm actually okay with it, so let's do it," which made a worried Yoon-soo ask if he was sure. Shin Hyuk confidently asked if her sword was ready, and Si-jin replied that she had naturally prepared 2 iron practice swords. Yoon-soo wondered when she had even brought them, and Si-jin calmly said she'd brought them just in case. Shin Hyuk thought that while the original host was talented, he now had a supreme master as his teacher. Seeing everyone prepare, Jae-hee's face darkened slightly. Shin Hyuk realized that since he was also technically a student, he should see how much progress he'd made. On Seok looked at them helplessly, thinking they were all going to be late getting home. Meanwhile, On Seok and Jae-hee were watching intently while munching on popcorn. Si-jin, in her neat uniform, tied her long hair back into a high ponytail. Shin Hyuk looked at her and thought that, honestly, he wasn't nervous at all. Based on his fight with Mr. Jung, he knew the level of modern hunters was much lower than he'd expected. He recalled a past training session where he was frantically dodging. In that memory, a hand had slammed into his head while his master screamed at him not to be careless. He thought to himself that if his master were here, it would probably look just like that. Back in reality, Shin Hyuk and Si-jin stood facing each other with sharp iron swords. He reminded himself that while he sparred with students in class, she was a third year and the president, so he should treat her like a pro. He beckoned her with his fingers, telling her to take the first move. Si-jin's mood turned to one of pure joy as she accepted, and said she'd be coming first. The moment she finished speaking, she lunged with lightning speed, closing the distance to Shin Hyuk in an instant. Yoon-soo gasped at her speed, but On Seok quickly told her she shouldn't have said that out loud. Shin Hyuk's eyes remained locked on Si-jin. He calmly analyzed that she was indeed faster than the first years, but noted it was strange she chose a low thrust instead of a standard slash. He realized her confidence in her accuracy must be immense for her to lead with a thrust, while Si-jin gripped her sword tight and aimed it straight at him. After she swung, Shin Hyuk dodged effortlessly, thinking a normal student would have panicked. Having missed, Si-jin immediately pulled her sword back, staying low as she stepped to the side. She swung again, the blade whistling through the air in a perfect arc, and Shin Hyuk admired the follow-up upward slash. From then on, every time Si-jin attacked, Shin Hyuk slowly drew his blade to parry the strikes. Si-jin was clearly getting tired, sweat pouring down her face as she asked how long he intended to just dodge. Shin Hyuk continued to evade without a word, his eyes fixed on her. He remembered his master lunging at him during practice, telling him to keep dodging even when he was exhausted. He thought about how that old man's tendency to hold grudges resulted in him getting hit a lot, to the point where his body still ached. He realized that because of that, he could probably dodge this kid's attacks with his eyes closed, and he softly warned her that she was focusing so much on attacking that her center of gravity was too far forward. Sensing that he wasn't taking her seriously, she confidently claimed she hadn't shown him everything yet. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk dashed behind her at incredible speed and calmly told her to stop, warning that she wouldn't be able to handle an attack from a different direction. Shin Hyuk looked at her silently, as if calculating something. Sure enough, he was remembering his master pounding him with a weapon while yelling that he'd died 5 times already, and that tensing his arms would only tire him out. Shin Hyuk thought angrily that the more he remembered it, the more it pissed him off. He paused, looking annoyed as he pointed to his own arm, and told her that putting too much strength into her hands and arms would only wear her out quickly. He advised her that her attacks would be better if she used her whole body from the shoulder down. Si-jin blushed in embarrassment and looked down at her hands to adjust her grip. Immediately, her grip loosened, and her posture became much more relaxed. Shin Hyuk was surprised by how quickly she absorbed the advice. He marveled at how the entire atmosphere changed just by her shifting her grip, nodding she truly was a worthy student council president. Once she adjusted, Shin Hyuk's tone became much more serious as he called her name. He tightened his own grip on his sword. He warned her that he was about to attack now, so she should be careful. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Si-jin's cheek. showing she was in a state of extreme tension. Even Jae-hee's hand was trembling as she held a piece of popcorn. She quickly popped it into her mouth as everyone's expressions turned deadly serious. Shin Hyuk also lowered his entire center of gravity and spoke without any pretense. "Then here I come." But suddenly Si-jin interrupted. "Wait a second, teacher," causing Shin Hyuk to ask helplessly, "What's going on? Are you hurt somewhere?" Si-jin said timidly, "It's not that, sir. But could I use mana? Of course, I won't channel it into my weapon." Shin Hyuk was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "That's amazing! A student using mana already?" And Si-jin quickly explained, "From the end of our second year, we go on internships at the portals, and right now I'm learning how to utilize it." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "I knew about that. Before graduation, students visit F or E rank portals, and school teachers or national hunters accompany them as guardians." He scratched his head while looking at the girl in front of him, thinking, even if she accumulated mana during her internship, it probably isn't much, but she's still impressive. It seems she's feeling the difference in our speed, and now I'm really curious about her true strength. Thinking that, he replied casually, "Sure, feel free to use it," to which Si-jin replied, "Thank you, sir." As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately enveloped by a dense layer of energy as she thought to herself, "When I sparred with Mr. Jung, I didn't see much mana, and I couldn't control it well myself. This is a great opportunity to control this power and experience mana firsthand," Si-jin thought as she quickly lunged forward, circling behind Shin Hyuk to prepare an attack while exerting all her strength. Her eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Seeing this, Shin Hyuk reacted instinctively and raised his sword to parry the blow. Immediately after, Shin Hyuk felt a jolt like an electric current running through his hand and thought, "My hand is numb. Taking that hit without using internal power was a bit too much." Because the strike was so powerful, both of them were pushed back. He realized that even without channeling mana into her weapon, her physical capabilities were significantly enhanced, making it hard to believe this was just mana from an internship. Mana accumulates in the body when defeating monsters, appearing like a glowing sphere within each person. In this worldview, mana does not accumulate infinitely, but has a storage limit determined by an individual's innate talent, much like Si-jin, who had accumulated a substantial amount. According to his master, mana is like unrefined internal power. Since he had converted all the mana in Kang Shin Hyuk's body into internal power, its efficiency would far surpass ordinary mana, a thought that made Shin Hyuk look happily at an imaginary hourglass floating over his hand. Shin Hyuk calmly watched Si-jin's beautiful attacks, thinking, "I have to maintain a teacher's dignity. Winning without using internal power would be much more impressive, and after a few clashes, I can now clearly see her attack patterns." He softly pointed out Si-jin's weakness, noting that the problem with the swordsmanship used by hunters is that the attacks are too straightforward and simple. He took the opportunity to explain to Si-jin that this was largely because they fight monsters with low intelligence, which is why lower-ranked hunters struggle against high-level monsters that possess intellect. Noticing the sweat and the flush on her face from exhaustion, Shin Hyuk felt his intuition was correct and said, Si-jin is already getting tired, and her attack patterns are becoming obvious. You're even slowing down and becoming predictable. You're planning a diagonal slash next, aren't you?" And hearing this, Si-jin looked panicked as if her secrets had been exposed, watching Shin Hyuk tensely while he locked his gaze onto her sword. He watched as Si-jin shifted the direction of her blade and quickly flipped her grip. From that position, Si-jin tightened her hold and lunged, and Shin Hyuk thought, "A reverse thrust," and praised her. "It's good that you're trying to vary your moves now." Suddenly, Shin Hyuk stuck his foot out to trip Si-jin, causing her to lose her balance. Immediately after, Si-jin fell forward and landed hard on the ground, her sword slipping from her hand, while Shin Hyuk calmly noted, "But for a thrust, the distance was already too close." Sunlight continued to stream in through the window, making the entire room bright and vibrant. The sisters, On Seok and Jae-hee, were watching the two fighters intently with serious expressions on their faces. Si-jin sat up after her fall, her glasses askew and her legs swollen and red as she clutched her knees in pain. Before she could recover, a sharp blade was pointed near her face, and she stared up with wide eyes. Seeing Shin Hyuk's calm demeanor, Si-jin quickly admitted, "I lose." Observing Si-jin's expression carefully, he analyzed that while she seemed angry, she clearly possessed a strong competitive spirit. So Shin Hyuk finally offered some praise. "Excellent skill, truly worthy of a student council president." As she adjusted her glasses, Shin Hyuk reached out a hand to help her up, advising that while mana enhances physical ability and strength, Her swordplay was too monotonous, and that applying variations in technique instead of just relying on mana would be very beneficial. Sejin said gratefully, "Thank you, teacher, I've learned a lot." Suddenly, everyone noticed Jae-hee's entire body trembling. She kept repeating, "This is big. This is big," prompting On Seok to ask with concern, "Ma'am, what's wrong?" Jae-hee's face turned pale with worry, cold sweat dripping down as she whispered, "The channel is going to explode. If that happens, my life of leaving work on time is over." In the spacious and well-equipped school campus, a group of students gathered a week after the interview video was uploaded. With the lecture hall behind him, Shin Hyuk's expression was incredibly complex as he looked ahead, feeling that the situation had become extremely exhausting. In front of Shin Hyuk was a crowd of rowdy students, each holding a stack of papers and a pen, shouting, "Teacher, please sign 10 copies for me. My mom told me to get them." And he tried to brush them off, saying, "Go away, I don't have anything cheap to give you," as the noise continued with students saying, "Just sign anything, sir. The video of your spar with the president is a huge hit." Shin Hyuk helplessly took the pens and papers and said, "I'm only doing this during the break. After this, I'm going straight to stretching and jogging, so the rest of you get ready and line up for stretching according to Lee Jin-soo's lead." He handed a signed paper to a student in a gym suit and asked carefully, "Is this okay? Just take it," to which the student happily replied, "Thank you, sir." That piece of paper made the surrounding students gasp in awe. The student replied, "I'm ready, it's all prepared," as the paper featured soft lines and a beautiful signature from Shin Hyuk, surrounded by adorable hearts and smiley faces. The crowd in front of Shin Hyuk kept cheering, "All right, let's start stretching. Ready according to Lee Jin-soo." And he thought that nothing had really changed except for the annoying increase in fame. He wasn't even getting extra pay or ad revenue shares. While he was just trying to get through the day, a new video titled Introduction to Hunter School No. 1, full unedited version of new teacher and student, appeared on the school's channel with massive engagement, making him realize the online world was a harsher jungle than he thought. A young man in a tracksuit quickly commented, "Is that skill level for real? Truly a battle of the strongest in this world." There were also opposing views, with some saying, "What's the big deal? It's just a common spar between a trainee and a teacher," while others countered, "Are you blind? Look closely and you'll see the teacher isn't even using mana, he's incredibly good." Some who knew Sejin commented, "I heard the student in the video is a total cheat, a 2-time martial arts champion." And another added, "They say she's guaranteed A rank once she finishes training, and yet he didn't use mana." At that moment, everyone was discussing Shin Hyuk, asking, "I've never heard of Kang Shin Hyuk, does anyone have info? And who is he? I'm a first-class graduate and it looks like he was just recently appointed." Shin Hyuk stared blankly at the phone in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What on earth is this?" He seemed stunned by the comments, thinking, so the student council president was such a promising figure. Why wasn't her name mentioned in the novel? Clearly, after Lee Jae-sung graduated, no character named Kim Sejin ever appeared. Suddenly a voice rang out mockingly, "Mr. Kang, the WITUB star, how does it feel to be a celebrity?" Yoon Seok walked through the door carrying 2 cups of coffee, and Shin Hyuk greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Park Yoon Seok," and he replied, "Good morning." Yoon Seok set a coffee on his desk and chatted, "Fame is a good thing, why are you so embarrassed? You're secretly happy, aren't you?" And Shin Hyuk smiled politely. "Thanks, I'll drink it. It was fun at first, but now it's becoming a bit of a burden." Yoon Seok laughed heartily and praised him. "Come on, a handsome guy like you is too shy. Use this chance to enter show business so I can brag about you." But Shin Hyuk replied helplessly, "Seriously, stop teasing me. My dream is to live a quiet life." Yoon Seok took a sip of coffee and said mysteriously, "A quiet life? That's nice, but it looks like you'll have a hard time living quietly today." To which Shin Hyuk asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" He explained softly, "I ran into the vice principal on my way here, and he told me to bring Mr. Kang to see him before the morning faculty meeting." And Shin Hyuk wondered, "The vice principal? Why would he call me?" Yoon Seok smiled and replied, "Who knows? Maybe he wants to give you a bonus. Anyway, you should go now, he's in his private research room." After a moment of thought, Shin Hyuk stood up and said, "A bonus would be great. Thanks, I'm going now, and if it's a lot, I'll treat you to dinner. I'll pay for the soju." On the long, empty hallway, only the steady sound of Shin Hyuk's footsteps echoed as he felt a strange, bad premonition. His face became serious as he thought that normally these things would be handled in front of other teachers, and calling him to a private research room felt unnecessary. Standing before the vice principal's door, Shin Hyuk hesitated, feeling an odd unease due to his sudden surge in popularity. The most worrying part was that the vice principal was calling for him. As the strongest person at Hunter School #1, when he raised his hand to knock, a voice from inside called out, "Is that Mr. Kang Jae-hyuk? Come in." Shin Hyuk opened the door slightly and peered in timidly. Inside sat one of only 10 S-rank hunters in Korea, a man with white hair sitting formally in an armchair. Kim Man-dong's deep voice rang out. "It's the first time I've seen you since the interview. It's been a while, Mr. Kang," as the system introduced him. Teacher at Hunter School #1, S-rank hunter Kim Man-dong. Standing before him, Shin Hyuk felt immense pressure and thought, "I didn't even attend the interview, and honestly, the pressure is terrifying." "Hello, sir. I hope you're having a good morning," Man-dong politely asked. "All right, would you like a cup of tea?" And Shin Hyuk declined civilly. "I'm fine, thank you. I have to go prepare for my class soon." So the older man said seriously, "Is that so? Then I'll get straight to the point. Those things in that package over there are all for you," he said, gesturing toward a brown mail bag in the corner. And Shin Hyuk looked over to see it was full of items. The bag was stuffed with thin letters sealed with red wax, and Shin Hyuk wondered, "What's this? Is it all just letters?" Shin Hyuk scratched his head, picked up a letter, and asked awkwardly, "Sir, are these fan letters?" But the vice principal replied seriously, "Read them if you're curious." His deep voice continued, "It seems many people were impressed by the video of you sparring with Kim Si-jin. Not just from other hunter schools, but even active hunters from the major guilds have sent many of these. Even though the video was for school promotion, your contribution was significant. For the guilds, sparring with you right now would be more effective than any advertisement." And Shin Hyuk opened the letter in his hand to find a formal, neatly printed page. Shin Hyuk's face looked incredibly troubled as he read it, thinking, "This is infuriating. I didn't even expect extra pay, but this." As Man-dong added, "All 932 letters in that bag have the same content. They are all honorary duel challenges," he said, his face becoming grave and his eyes darkening with concern. A bead of nervous sweat rolled down Shin Hyuk's cheek as he asked, "Challenges? Did I do something wrong?" On the computer screen, the video of a smiling Shin Hyuk with massive views was playing, and Man-dong explained, "As I said, it's not that you did anything wrong, but rather people want to take your fame. The fact that you're from a non-specialized school also plays a part." "How did they find out I'm from a non-specialized school?" he wondered as the man turned, his silhouette appearing mysterious. "Mr. Kang, as you know, some of the practical instructors here don't exactly like you." Man-dong looked at him intently, his sharp eyes radiating an intimidating aura. "It seems one of the instructors leaked your personal information. The problem is that the malicious comments using this information are crossing the line." Shin Hyuk's face darkened at the next sentence. "For example, there are claims that the student council president rigged the match for a new teacher. And now even Kim Si-jin's career is being called into question." A series of nasty comments appeared on the screen like invisible blades. And as a former third-rate author, he remembered the pain of malicious comments all too well, thinking, "Those damn anti-fans have no sense of boundaries in this world either." He clenched his teeth in suppressed rage, thinking that as a teacher, he had to stop this. If the interview had been more moderate, this wouldn't have happened, and the YouTube channel would be canceled. Man-dong sat elegantly with his legs crossed and noted, "Although the goal was to show parents their children's daily lives, the students are actually the ones being harmed," which made Shin Hyuk shake with anger. The man frowned slightly and asked directly, "What are you going to do?" Shin Hyuk decisively crumpled the paper in his hand and replied, "What am I going to do? I have to erase all these doubts, of course." Man-dong remained calm and asked, "Can you tell me how you plan to erase them?" And he replied, "It's simple, sir." Among the countless letters, some glowed as if they held something special. "Among those leaving malicious comments, there are surely those who sent these challenges. I will choose the most famous and highest-ranked ones to duel." Man-dong was skeptical, asking if he was confident he could win, nodding that many A-rank hunters had applied and suggesting he could refuse them since the ranks didn't match. Shin Hyuk replied bluntly and decisively, "No, that's actually better. I'll only choose the A-rankers to fight." Man-dong became even more curious and pressed him, "Are you planning to defeat the strong ones so the mediocre ones will quit on their own?" The boy slammed his fists together with a determined expression. "It's a bit crude, but yes. Realistically, I can't handle them all." "Very well then, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk." Man-dong leaned forward with his hands clasped and gave a sly smile. "Then, how about having a match with me?" He was so stunned he couldn't react, wondering if he had heard correctly and thinking, "Is this old man crazy? I must have misheard him. Shin Hayek stood frozen to the spot, speechless. His mind was still spinning as he told himself it couldn't be true. I must have misheard. Is he insane? But the man said, "You heard me correctly, Mr. Kang." The two faced each other in a heavy silence. His face went pale, thinking that if he was going to be crazy, he should at least be reasonable. An S-rank hunter wants to fight a B-ranker. And the man replied, I understand you might think I'm crazy. Feeling his thoughts had been read, he looked away in embarrassment as the man continued. I watched your honorary duel with Mr. Jung and was very surprised. To be honest, I thought you would lose. Man Dong looked at him seriously, his eyes showing a new level of respect. Furthermore, it seems you haven't even shown your full strength yet. Given your attitude just now, you seem very confident about suppressing A-rank hunters. Shin Hayek bit his lip in fear, thinking that A-rank is one thing, but S-rank is a completely different story. Surely you know that yourself, sir. An image of a man screaming in pain was recalled with every word. In fact, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they aren't easy opponents. Mr. Jung was only a trainee A-rank, not a real one. Shin Hayek's journey to get stronger had been grueling, his sword having faced many foes to sharpen his skill. And with his master's training, he was even more powerful now, confident he could handle A-ranks due to the difference between hunters and martial artists. Stronger figures appeared in small groups, but S-rank was another level. There are exactly 10 of them in Korea and less than 100 in the entire world. One of them, a girl with extraordinary power, dominated with a crimson aura. S-rank mages were considered strategic weapons, and other S-ranks were superhumans known as one-man armies. Man Dong's power was also far from ordinary, his muscular frame radiating a blue energy. He was the god of war, Kim Man Dong, a top-tier S-ranker, and in becoming a hunter, Lee Jae-sung had challenged him out of overconfidence. He had struck down many who dared to cross him, resulting in them being crushed, not just normally, but utterly pulverized. Shin Hayek and Jae-seong both trained to become stronger but used completely different methods. One relied on herbs while the other worked hard. Unlike the protagonist who only knew internal power, he had learned actual martial arts, and his master said he'd be far better than someone who ate herbs like rice. But there was no way to win against an S-rank, and he was snapped back to reality by the man calling his name, making him jump. I'm sorry, I was just so shocked, he said before Man Dong interrupted. Think about it. Wouldn't fighting me once be much better than fighting a bunch of A-rank small fry? He continued to persuade him to satisfy his own curiosity. After our spar, I'll announce that Mr. Kang is truly powerful, and then the challenges will stop. Isn't it better to solve it all at once? And he asked in surprise, really? Still, Shin Hayek's eyes were full of doubt, and the man added, Of course, if you perform below standard, I won't cover for you. I don't need you to win. I just need you to land a single successful hit. Facing someone with such overwhelming power and aura, he had to think it through. A single hit. Even that's an unreasonable condition. Kim Man Dong's body can repel even an aurora blade. He winked and crossed his arms, saying, Don't you want to? You're more cowardly than I thought, Mr. Kang. Well then, how about this? If you succeed in landing a hit. Hearing the next condition, his face changed from hesitation to total shock. Then I will exempt you from the 3-week training session that all new teachers must attend during the break. Exempt from training. The words hit his weak spot perfectly. Isn't that tempting? Even though it's for networking, for someone from a non-specialized school, those 3 weeks will feel like sitting on a bed of nails. Hearing the final condition, he was completely hooked. And of course, you'll still be paid during that time, 3 weeks of paid leave. Shin Hayek asked skeptically, Can a training session organized by the Bureau really be skipped like that? And the man replied, There's an elite teacher program that only selects 2 people per semester. The sweet words were irresistible, and he craved the benefit. If you become an elite teacher, you'll get the exemption. Now, is it tempting? Yes, absolutely. 3 weeks of heavenly vacation is incredibly tempting. Man Dong smiled with satisfaction. To make sure many people witness it, we should avoid the current chaos. Next week is the presidential election, so let's have our match in 1 month. A calendar on the wall marked the date of the unavoidable duel. 1 month from now, exactly the day before the closing ceremony. If you try to back out then, it'll be quite awkward. His eyes were focused but not fearful. A man's word. Man Dong looked at him seriously as a final confirmation. Is worth its weight in gold, once said it must be kept. Then Shin Hayek pulled the door open to leave the stifling room. It's time for class to start, so I'll be going now. Outside, he immediately began planning how to win such an unbalanced match. 1 month? I have to find a way to land a clean hit on Kim Man Dong in just 1 month. He imagined the persuasion earlier like a bone man Dong was dangling, and himself as an obedient puppy craving it. The conditions were certainly sweet at first, but that bone had been used to hit him on the head instead, and a little thought made him realize how reckless this challenge truly was. He imagined himself attacking Man Dong with a sword and the man not even flinching. In the martial world, Kim Man Dong would be at least a super supreme master with a diamond body. For me, who just passed the first class, and am on the path to supreme status, causing him damage is like reaching for the stars. He sighed helplessly since he'd already agreed, thinking that in some ways it was a malicious offer, but regardless, there are times when one must step up. In the hallway filled with silhouettes, a woman with long, curly brown hair and a matching skirt caught his eye. Even if my goal is a comfortable, quiet life, I can't sleep well knowing I'm causing trouble for someone else. A notification suddenly appeared before him. Side story chapter has been opened. From now on, the record of the Vice Principal Slayer, Kang Shin Hyuk, will begin. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist with renewed energy and a confident smile, thinking, Vice Principal Slayer? Huh. That name is a bit much, but whatever. If it's a side story chapter, then it's not entirely impossible. Scene transition to a snow-covered forest, where Yu Ryong appears majestically with long white hair. The master will definitely know a way, but he refuses, calling the kid crazy. He kneels earnestly in the cold snow and begs, Come on, master, don't be like that, just show me. But the old man turns his back and firmly replies that no matter how hard one tries, some things are just impossible. Yu Ryong turns back to ask him while Shin Hyuk is still kneeling on the ground begging. What was it again? The Aurora Chaos, the Aurora Blade. That's right. He heard it's a skill equivalent to sword chi in martial arts. Despite his refusal, he still wants to know what the boy is up to. To leave even a scratch on the diamond giant's body, one must create sword gang or whatever you guys call it. The Aurora Blade, sir. Right, that thing. Yu Ryong closes his eyes and waves his hand in refusal, saying it takes immense diligence to reach that realm. How could you defeat an invincible diamond at the peak realm when, in your current state, you'd be lucky to even trim a few of his chest hairs? Shin Hyuk looks up at him intently, his eyes sparkling with hope. Even if he used the same technique, he might only land one effective blow at most, but it's just not possible. He keeps asking, Master, what is the same technique you mentioned? And the old man, seeing his persistence, snaps that it's just the dirty tricks he likes, like mountain ginseng or some elixir. If he had about 300-year-old mountain ginseng roots, he might be able to use that Aurora whatever. It's the Aurora Blade, sir. Yu Ryong brings a fist down on his head to crush his hopes. That's right, you brat, it's called Sword Gang. He rubs his head to dull the pain but continues to speak. Even if it's not as good as what a peak master uses, if he tries hard enough, he might be able to swing his sword just once. A faint smile plays on the young man's lips, just once. Then Shin Hyuk looks up, standing by his decision, and holds up one finger to show his desire. That's enough, sir. One clean hit. That's all I need. He happily turns and runs off full of excitement, but doesn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye. Thanks, master. I'm heading out for today. While the old man wonders where the kid is going, leaving Yu Ryong with a worried look as he watches him go. The master said he needed 3 mountain ginseng roots, which are incredibly expensive. So, you dummy, where are you even going to get those? His back fades into the distance toward the blue circle ahead. In the outside world, you can do anything as long as you have money, and it just so happens that next week is presidential election day. About to step through the blue teleportation gate, he turns his head and smiles to reassure the old man. I'm going to go buy some mountain ginseng. Seora sighs while holding her phone in front of her face, unable to hide the disappointment in her heart as she thinks about the senior who was once as close as a breeze but quietly vanished. What the heck? With a face mask on, she frowns and lets out a heavy breath. Since the senior quit his job at Anta's, he hasn't contacted her at all. Her voice trails off as if talking to herself or blaming someone. I heard he's famous on YTube now. Maybe he has a girlfriend or something. The phone rings in the quiet space, making her jump as if suddenly pulled out of her thoughts. She looks at the caller's name. It's Shin Hyuk, and a cryptic spark flashes in her eyes. Speak of the devil, she thinks, but then a faint smile touches her lips. That's more like it. The senior did say it was only me. She sits up and picks up the phone, but her voice is colder than before as she acts indifferent. Hello? Shin Hyuk gently checks in. Seora, what are you doing? Calling her name intimately, but she only replies dismissively, nothing, just reading a book at home. What's up? Without beating around the bush, he says what he needs and his words make her freeze as if struck by a painful blow. Can you lend me some money? Not much, just about 100 million. And upon hearing that, she abruptly hangs up while he gently calls her name like a sinner seeking one last forgiveness. Ciora? Choice Ciora. She triggers the screen to power off or enters emergency mode. With a decisive and powerful movement and an indifferent gaze, she forcefully presses the power off button. Shin Hyuk sits and ponders, thinking about the fish and the miraculous ginseng. Under the dim light, his mind swirls with thoughts about the path of cultivation. Of course, he can't get legendary elixirs like the 10,000-year flower or the 1,000-year snow ginseng. But those legendary names haunt his mind even though he knows his limits. As mentioned many times through Lee Jae-sung, mountain ginseng does exist in this world. His thoughts continue to lead him into familiar categories as he lists them. There are many types like natural mountain ginseng, soil-bred mountain ginseng, and human-bred mountain ginseng. He mutters that among them, the one that can truly be called a divine elixir is natural mountain ginseng, thinking about their auction scenes with unbelievable prices that make most ordinary people just sigh and move on. The main problem is the insane price of this natural mountain ginseng. He gets a headache feeling helpless over the price spikes. Even those under 100 years old cost tens of millions of won, and if they're over 100, they can exceed 100 million won. A small laugh escapes his lips as he remembers the tycoon who could only hold his head after being beaten to a pulp by Man Dong. Lee Jae-sung is from a chaebol family and even used it to make kimchi. He mocks the fact that the guy ate ginseng like rice and still lost to Kim Man Dong. He remembers Yu Ryong's words while he was transferring energy. The master said it was because he only ate it without properly absorbing the ginseng's qi. He realizes that while he only needs to eat one root, he has a martial arts master to help him absorb it. Facing the reality of the rising costs, the problem is money. With a total net worth of 300 million won, 3 roots of mountain ginseng would bankrupted him. Amidst his messy thoughts and the need to grow his capital, he remembers something the vice principal said. Man Dong's calm and decisive voice rings clearly in his head. To have many witnesses, we should avoid times of chaos, he advised. Next week is presidential election day, so let's have our duel in 1 month. His eyes widen as those words return as clearly as if heard yesterday. Presidential election. There's a moment of silence, and then his lips curl up as if he just found a gem in a pile of ashes, his gaze becoming devious and triumphant. No matter what anyone says, isn't the whole point of an election the election stocks? Looking back at his journey, he suddenly realizes he had blinded himself to the most obvious opportunity. Being hassled by the practical teacher, quitting Antas, becoming a Y-tube star. That creepy expression makes passers-by stare in fear. He hadn't thought about it because he was just trying to settle everything and live a quiet life. Shin Hyuk pieces together every bit of information in his head like a puzzle. Every relationship, every secret from the novel he already knew. The presidential secret, Kim In, the Hunter Management Bureau director, the Atas Genesis smuggling, the Apocalypse trading method. Entering the bank lobby, the thought still lingers. I've used the novel's content reasonably well. He blames himself for being careless. But why did I set the stocks aside, you idiot? He reaches the reception desk where the lady smiles warmly. Dear customer Kang Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved, congratulations. And Shin Hyuk politely thanks her. Yes, thank you very much. Shin Hyuk recalls his past life. Back then, he was a third-rate freelance writer and the bank's threshold was miles high. The shadow of a laughing Min Chan always loomed behind him. He smiles triumphantly, but now he is Kang Shin Hyuk, a teacher at the Hunter Academy, someone who can borrow a lot of money. Knowing the future, he continues to judge. Furthermore, as the miraculous Kang Shin Hyuk, he knows that Kim Jun Seok. He declares a truth that will happen in the future. Kim In Hak's puppet will lose the presidential election, and his opponent Kim Cheol Hwan will be elected. Leaving the bank, he walks confidently with a smug smile. All right, with all the loan money in hand. He calmly sets a new plan. Kim Cheol Hwan's theme stocks, let's go. A few days after going all in on the stocks, on a windless afternoon, the doorbell of the teacher's dormitory rings loudly as if signaling something strange is coming. The delivery man is panting from carrying items that are far too heavy. The door opens and the delivery man, still catching his breath, tries to announce calmly, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, right? I'm here to deliver 42 pizzas. He shares the good news. And because I'm so grateful, all these drinks are on the house. Shin Hyuk speaks in a nonchalant tone as if this happens every day. Yes, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk, we'll take the pizzas inside. The students see the scene and gather around, their eyes wide with shock as they ask, "Teacher, sir, what is all this?" Kang Shin Hyuk shrugs, a dazzling aura radiating around him as he replies casually, "What do you think? It's pizza, obviously. Everyone take one." While the Y-Tube stats show Kang Shin Hyuk's estimated assets at 1,486,531,251. A joyful atmosphere like a small festival spreads through the dorm. The students scream with delight while the adults are stunned by the numbers. One student shouts like a fanatic, "Mom, when I grow up, I'm going to be Kang Shin Hyuk." With a gentle smile on Shin Hyuk's face, another student warns seriously, "Don't call the teacher's name so casually," while someone stammers, calling him a savior. He's a god, as a powerful voice announces that the stocks have brought a 500% profit. However, behind that rowdy pizza party was a fierce political gamble, and Shin Hyuk was the only one who won the bet. He analyzes seriously that initially, Kim Jun-seok, Kim in Hack's puppet and Seora's enemy, held a massive lead. But regarding Kim Jun-seok, he's surprised by the sudden pivot. Right before the election, a corruption scandal exploded, causing opponent Kim Cheol-hwan's approval ratings to skyrocket. He smiles with satisfaction but doesn't forget to warn the next generation. So, the miracle of going all in by using every loan and novel info was a success, he advises. Don't try this at home. Seeing the students devouring the pizza, he gently reminds them, "You kids, eat so much you choke, I'll even buy you some digestive medicine." A brown-haired student stops chewing and asks curiously, "Did something good happen, teacher?" Shin Hyuk looks at the student still frantically gnawing on pizza and answers flatly, "Your teacher just made a bit of profit from stocks." Then a sudden thought flashes and he blurts out, "Oh, here's some more news." He makes the announcement so casually that the students who were focused on eating freeze, some even spitting out their food in surprise. "Teacher, on the day before the closing ceremony, I'm going to have a sparring match with the vice principal." Shin Hyuk looks helplessly at the students who are collectively choking, pizza falling everywhere, as no one can believe what they just heard. One student screams, clutching their stomach, "I'm choking, someone give me digestive medicine," while another yells, "Teacher, you're a god, holy crap." A short-haired kid chokes after a gulp of Coke and asks in a cold, serious tone, "Are you serious, sir? You're going to have a sword fight with that muscular Kim Man-dong guy?" Shin Hyuk immediately corrects him. "Hey kid, you can't just call the vice principal by his name like that." Shin Hyuk turns around in the middle of the room, an aura radiating like cold sword chi. "Of course, it'll be an uneven match. I'll be fighting the vice principal with a handicap." His voice remains calm, but every word hits the listeners hard. "If I land just one clean hit, he'll consider it my win." The brown-haired student's jaw drops, their face turning pale as they ask nervously, "A clean hit? Can an attack from a teacher like you even work on the vice principal?" While another student clenches their fists, eyes tearing up as they blurt out, "This is wrong, you're going to die, sir." Shin Hyuk sighs and tries to offer a reassuring smile. "Anyway, just eat up." His voice drops as he delivers the sad news. "This might be the last pizza I ever buy you." While his mind ponders that the general election is over, and Vice Principal Kim Man-dong will soon announce the news of the sparring match to the world. He closes his eyes as if about to thrust a sword he can't pull back. "The reason I proactively told the kids the rumor was to drive in a nail." Shin Hyuk opens his eyes, his gaze sharp enough to take one's breath away. "One clean hit, one hit to win." He bows his head low, his voice deep like an oath. "So the vice principal can't say otherwise. I have to make the awareness of that one clean hit crystal clear." He envisions financial indicators jumping continuously. Successful stock investment, the existence of the super elixir verified, now only cultivation remains. A faint smile appears on his hardened face as all the positive trends are moving in his direction. He tilts his head slightly in a silent challenge. "Just you wait, Kim Man-dong." Back in the forest filled with ice and snow, he asks Yu Ryong, "All right, master, are you fully prepared?" He stands tall, reporting like a soldier looking at the crates. "Yes, master. 3 boxes of sesame noodles, 5 boxes of onyel seul, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 4 boxes of Coke." He holds out a piece of paper with a bright face. "Plus, I bought all kinds of best-selling instant foods from the supermarket." Yu Ryong laughs and taps his shoulder. "Very well, your sincerity has touched me," his eyes turning stern as he asks, "And you've prepared those things as well, right?" He nods firmly and reports his loot with a confident smile. "Of course. As you said, master, one must be destined to find divine elixirs." He opens the lid of a wooden box to reveal 3 large ginseng roots glowing with a deep golden aura that blankets the white snow. 3 roots of heavenly mountain ginseng over 100 years old. I've prepared them. Shin Hayek glances at them, his mind automatically calculating. Heavenly mountain ginseng. Remaining assets 1,186,531,251 minus 300 million won. Yu Ryong blurs out in surprise. I didn't think you'd actually find them. Remembering the taste from long ago, his eyes narrowing slightly. Back in the day, I once ate 300-year-old ginseng. He checks the firmness and marvels. These seem a bit inferior to that, but both roots are definitely over 100 years old. He bows his head, eyes looking elsewhere as he mutters, but before you said not to rely on elixirs or tricks, and the old man snaps his head toward him. What did you say? Making him jump and quickly laugh it off. Nothing. I'm just glad you confirmed they're the real deal. He folds his arms and orders, stop talking nonsense and eat up so we can train. And Shin Hayek bows his head, his voice full of determination. Thank you, master. Inside the box, placed neatly in the snow-covered forest, is a layer of fine, bright green moss or herbs, arranged tidily. In the freezing, snowy wind, the master's hands gently press against his body. An ethereal blue light immediately radiates out like a surging spring of spiritual power, snaking into every meridian. Sensing the suffocating air and the intense heat rising from the elixir, the young man frowns and gasps. It's so hot. A warm, dense, and pure blue energy surrounds him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In my whole life, I've only ever had ginseng in chicken soup, he thinks in amazement. Now I know it's not for nothing that a single root costs 100 million won. This amount of qi is terrifying. He calmly transfers the energy, trying to regulate the boy's breathing. Don't fight the flow I'm sending in, just accept it. His voice ringing out as a stern piece of advice. You've practiced the same mental technique, so it won't be hard. The blue flame invades, making him frown as he tries to endure, not entirely believing it. It's not hard, you say. Shin Hayek feels as if he has fallen into a dark space filled with water, his face full of surprise and confusion as he holds a bucket and pours. He analyzes that if the internal power gained during meditation before the elixir was just a few drops of water, this feels like an endless scooping of water with a ladle. He closes his eyes, feeling himself sinking into the water, and as the cycles repeat, he no longer feels like he's scooping water. Instead, he imagines he is soaking in a massive river. Back in reality, the master is still seriously focused on transferring mana, tilting his head to look at his disciple with a soft but sharp voice. My student, I have something to ask you. And he endures the strain but answers politely. Yes, master. What is it? Yu Ryong pauses, his sharp gaze staring straight into the boy's back as if searching for something. The ginseng you brought is indeed the real thing and very effective. It must have been incredibly expensive, he asks bluntly. I wonder what methods you used to accumulate such a massive fortune to buy them. He nods innocently and replies, That's right, I did earn a large sum of money. And the old man's voice becomes more serious. In that case, why not just quit the sword fighting and that teaching job altogether? He asks curiously, Tell me why you're choosing to suffer to become stronger, as the blue energy explodes further, making him tense. But he answers with a sincere voice. Lately, I have things I must take responsibility for. His gaze begins to soften as he remembers the Sea Jin incident. Filled with many emotions, he shares, I have to rescue a junior who's hanging out with the wrong crowd, and I have to restore the reputation of a student who got caught up in bad rumors because of me. The master looks at the back of the person in front of him covered in blue energy. He sincerely expresses, If I dropped everything like you said, my body would be more comfortable. He sighs, refusing to give up. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to sleep with my legs stretched out comfortably. Yu Ryong listens to his expression, and a smile of satisfaction pulls at the corner of his lips as he says with pride, As I thought, my eyes didn't fail me. Shin Hayek looks at his master curiously. Sir, what do you mean by that? And the old man closes his eyes, shaking his head with a light laugh. You don't need to know. Yu Ryong's eyes glow a sinister red and his face darkens, his deep voice rumbling like thunder in the dead of night. However, the effect of the ginseng is much better than I thought. He looks up in confusion, sweat beads on his temple, eyes wide as his body receives a strange energy from the old man. He tilts his head slightly, eyes flashing as if deciding on something unexpected. Normally, this is where it would end, but since the medicinal effect remains, I'll give you a gift. He warns softly, From now on it might be a bit painful, so try your best to endure. And he jumps, his face filled with panic, turning his head as his lips move in doubt, his voice coming out full of confusion and worry. What? Endure. A whirlwind of energy suddenly coils around them, And before he can understand what's happening, his whole body is caught in a terrifying invisible force, his eyes wide and pupils contracting as he gasps in horror. What? Yu Ryong, with a determined gaze and a serious face, pours all his strength into transferring mana to Shin Hayuk. His body is thrown forward in a blinding flash of blue lightning as the violent surge of energy roils, as if wanting to tear through space, causing immense pain to his body. Shin Hayuk can only scream helplessly in pain and fear, his expression distorted by the speed of the movement and the intense emotions surging within. He screams in agony in the void, showing total helplessness. Right then, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, ripping through space with a brilliant blue light. The entire surrounding forest is blown away by the terrifying pressure, a roar echoing as the person's body is swallowed by the surge of energy. While struggling to endure, Shin Hayuk can't hide his irritation and confusion, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. This crazy old man, did I say something wrong? Master, what on earth is this? Yu Ryong's voice rings out with strict authority, suppressing all resistance as if that pain were nothing compared to what's coming. I told you to endure, so stop shouting and concentrate. Waves of pain surge, making his head feel like it's exploding, and all words only echo in his thoughts. What the hell is going on? I really want to quit, but it hurts so much I can't even speak, he imagines savagely. It feels like having all your wisdom teeth pulled out without anesthesia. Recalling the serious face when they first met, Shin Hayuk suddenly senses something strange happening inside him. The master's true chi entering his body is heading toward a different acupoint, not the original one. He vaguely realizes, it feels like there's a wall inside me and the master is trying to pierce through it. Shin Hayuk is filled with shock and horror as he witnesses the scene of Yu Ryong swinging a hammer down onto a metal forge with terrifying power. The giant hammer comes down as if wanting to crush space itself, and he can't understand what his master is doing. No, why are you gouging out acupoints that aren't even in the mental technique? Thick waves of energy and electric sparks flash violently like lightning, covering Yu Ryong's hand as he transfers his internal power to Shin Hayuk. Shin Hayuk grits his teeth and braces himself, wondering how long it has been since the master's true chi began flooding into him. A horrific sensation like the tearing of his soul suddenly hits him, as if some creature were being sliced right inside his chest. A feeling like something being ripped apart accompanied by a loud snapping sound. Yu Ryong suddenly blurts out as if having just crossed a barrier even he wasn't sure could be overcome. How can a young kid's body have so much stagnant chi? Finally, I broke through. You endured well. After the training session, he staggered, gasping for breath, his entire body falling apart. He had just enough strength left to wheeze out a question. I don't know what that was, but I'm definitely not doing it a second time. His face pale as he gasped, Master, is it? Is it over? Yu Ryong's face remained pensive and silent, his sharp eyes glinting and the corners of his mouth curling into a calculating expression. Yu Ryong immediately channeled mana, causing the boy to scream in a sudden, startled outburst before he could even react. Not there. I think it's right next to it. The intense pain caused Shin Hayuk to black out for a long while, until a faint fragrance wafted past the tip of his nose. The scent made him bolt upright, his face annoyed from the physical torment, and he snapped back with a sulky reaction. I'm going to sue. Yu Ryong nonchalantly slurped a mouthful of hot noodles, his face perfectly composed as he spoke up. This really is delicious. Sesame noodles truly are the best. And he offered a taste to the boy as a form of apology. Seems like you've regained your strength. Do you want a bite? Shin Hayuk's eyes widened with rage and he raised a fist, shouting in pure disbelief. No, Master, what on earth did you do to my body? His voice rising in a mix of grievance and fear. You didn't explain anything and suddenly told me to just endure it. Did I do something wrong? Shin Hayuk blurted out loudly, it's falling apart. And Yu Ryong stared him down as if he couldn't believe someone he had just helped would dare to ask such an insolent question. What's falling apart? Good grief, I'm furious. You brat, I went through all that trouble to help and you dare ask what and why. Yu Ryong wasn't finished being annoyed. He raised his fist and launched a strike aimed straight at his disciple's brazen face. I know you haven't got a lick of politeness, but there really isn't anything you won't say. But with quick reflexes, the boy dodged the blow and gave a smug, provocative smile. I dodged it, didn't I? At that moment, the boy looked dazed as if he had just been woken up, unable to believe the reflex that had just occurred, thinking, I dodged it. Me. Shin Hayuk shook his head slightly in shock and pointed to where he had just stood, while Yu Ryong's voice rang out with pride. Look at that. You dodged. It seems my efforts weren't in vain. But the boy was still reeling, doubting if it was just luck, Master. No, what was that? Master, could you do that again, please? Seeing Shin Hyuk displaying such self-doubt, Yu Ryong knit his brows, his face clouding with irritation and grumpy dissatisfaction. Yu Ryong suddenly felt like teasing him and launched a series of reflex tests, kicking repeatedly at the person in front of him. This brat gets a little spiritual medicine and thinks he's on my level now? Take this, and this one too, dodge it, disciple. While on the other side, the boy could only helplessly and clumsily shield his head. That's not it, I'm sorry. The noodle cup had been polished off to the very last drop. While being pummeled, the boy could only clutch his head and howl in despair. Master, please explain it to me. What did you do? Yu Ryong sighed, his voice calm but filled with pride as if he had just completed a major surgical operation using internal power. I told you the medicinal effect of that ginseng was quite substantial, didn't I? Letting it just dwindle away would have been a waste, he continued. So I added a bit of my own internal power to clear your ren and du meridians. The boy's eyes suddenly flew open as a concept he had only read about in martial arts stories became a reality before him. The ren and du meridians. He vaguely remembered reading about it in wuxia novels, explaining to himself. That's the high-speed flow of meridians that runs straight through the center of the body. He muttered as if synthesizing his knowledge, connecting the pieces from theory to the practical experience he just underwent. Previously, when performing the Great Circulation, the meridians used were the complex flow called the 12 primary meridians, he thought with pride. But now, I can circulate immediately through both the ren and du channels. The memory of the recent clash made him snap to attention. That lightning-fast punch now had an explanation, and Shin Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly while looking at Yu Ryong's back, realizing, no wonder Master's strike felt so fast. I finally understand that sensation of something being cleared just now. And a thought rose in his head. Wait, in most martial arts novels, if you clear these, you become incredibly strong. He immediately turned to ask, his eyes sparkling, by the way, Master, does this mean I've become a super supreme master now? But Yu Ryong turned his head slightly with an ice-cold gaze and blurted out. It exploded. The boy cried out in a panicked tone, asking, what exploded? What is it? And Yu Ryong pointed straight at him with a weary face as if he'd just heard the stupidest thing all day. Your conscience, that's what. A kid who just barely escaped first-class status already wanting to be super supreme. He scolded angrily. First-class, supreme, super supreme. How can you just skip the supreme level in the middle and jump 2 ranks? Despite the scolding, he casually dodged a blow from Yu Ryong, his heart full of confidence after that historic bodily transformation. Well, since I worked so hard. But before he could finish, the master cut him off irritably, dodged both strikes. In the end, he still got hit by the master. Despite the bump on his head, he remained calm while the master growled back immediately. You brat, I'm the one who worked hard. You think you worked hard? He ranted. You eat a little 100-year-old ginseng and already want to skip ranks. The boy stood up with a long face, raising both hands to express his grievance, shouting back using the master's own previous praise. But master, you said the medicinal effect was good. And the master remained calm but inwardly annoyed, frowning and turning his face away as he explained slowly. It was barely good enough to clear the ren and du meridians. To jump 2 levels, you'd need at least a 10,000-year snow ginseng or the heart of a flood dragon. He turned red with anger and grit his teeth. In his mind, the boundaries between reality and the novel began to blur, forcing his reason to pull him back. Am I really thinking this world is a wuxia novel? Where would I even find those things? But the master reassured him. Reaching the supreme realm is quite a fast achievement, so don't be too regretful. The young man lowered his voice, turning to his master with an earnest gaze, hopping for more power right away. Master, can I use sword aura, Kai Kang, now? And the master calmly explained. That depends on you. You said you only need to land 1 direct hit on the vice principal to win, right? Shin Hyuk imagined a box opening to reveal lush green herbs and replied. That's why I went looking for ginseng. Even if it's a bit much, 1 hit is all I need, master. But looking back at the situation, Yu Ryong suddenly felt skeptical. Thinking about it, what was so special about just 1 hit? To a kid supposed to be the only martial artist in the world, Shin Hyuk's eyes flashed with determination as he retorted bluntly. Don't say that, sir. You have no idea how strong an S-rank hunter really is. Yu Ryong shook his head with a faint, mocking laugh, his distant gaze making it seem like he was talking about children playing with toys rather than hunters, dismissively asking what was so special about being super supreme, since those types were everywhere back in his day, to which the boy simply nodded and perfunctorily agreed. He voiced his dissatisfaction, asking if the brat didn't believe him, asserting that in those times, most people with significant power and the elders of the great sects had reached the super supreme realm. He lowered his head and sighed, nodding that such a level wasn't common and that one should always know their place, while the boy confidently and loudly declared that even if he lost, he only needed to land one hit, urging them to start training immediately, which only earned him an implicit sneer from the master, who remarked that such an attitude was exactly why the disciple never accomplished anything. His voice grew heavier. At this moment, he was no longer lecturing but questioning his disciple's character, making the boy jump into deep reflection as he asked if the boy felt nothing while training under the assumption that he would lose. The master's voice hammered into his heart, sneering that a mediocre super supreme claiming they would accept defeat after landing just one blow made him furious, and he wouldn't be satisfied with anything less than a real victory. He stared at the ground, his heart feeling hollow as each of the master's words reflected the hidden emotions he was trying to suppress. He frowned as he recalled the vice principal's offer to only land one successful hit, thinking that, upon reflection, it was actually quite insulting. Shin Hyuk clenched his fists, realizing the master wasn't accusing him of lacking self-esteem or competitive spirit. He recalled Yu Ryong's stern face and realized the one-hit proposal was actually something the vice principal had suggested first. Shin Hyuk took a deep breath and squeezed his hands shut, denying his previous mindset. This wasn't just about winning or losing, but rather that he had accepted his limits based on the standards set by the vice principal. He raised his head, his eyes burning with determination as his hands shook with rage, and he loudly declared to his master that he had been wrong, firmly stating that while the vice principal said one hit was enough, he intended to strike the man at least 5 times. Yu Ryong smirked and mocked him as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world, asking if he was really satisfied with just 5 hits and calling him a 50-point kid. He raised an eyebrow in confusion, repeating the master's words as if he couldn't believe his ears. 50 points? And Yu Ryong suddenly coughed before giving a powerful command to follow him, promising to help someone who had reached the supreme level achieve a full 100 points. He immediately sprang up, watching Yu Ryong's heroic silhouette walk away, and nearly screamed in regret for not knowing this sooner, asking why he hadn't been told about the 100-point method from the beginning. Yu Ryong stopped, the corners of his mouth curling into a rare, serious expression as he noted that since this wasn't his own martial art, he had to be very careful about bringing it out. The boy tilted his head in confusion, asking what he meant by it not being his own martial art, and Yu Ryong's gaze turned distant as he looked toward the horizon, his voice deepening as he recalled a long-lost golden age when he had wandered the world and met many people, but had only 2 he could truly call friends. He coldly announced that the technique he was about to teach was used by one of those friends, and hearing the word friend made the boy's heart warm, since he'd always imagined his master as a solitary peak. He curiously asked if martial artists actually shared their techniques with friends. Yu Ryong shook his head and gave a sharp scolding, calling it nonsense and stating that techniques are never shared except with disciples. But as he recalled the bloody bloodlust of his past battles, he explained that he had simply fought the man so many times that he naturally came to understand the secret. He shivered slightly as he heard the master explain the rules, knowing that in the martial world, stealing another's martial arts was a grave sin. But the old man noted that since no one else used martial arts anymore, it didn't really matter. The story made him more curious than ever. Imagining a powerful foe with overwhelming momentum launching a finishing move at the master made him wonder if this friend was as strong as his teacher, to which Yu Ryong gave a proud, nostalgic smirk, saying the man wasn't his equal but was still formidable, and as someone at the supreme level he had actually flustered Yu Ryong, who was a realm higher, with this specific technique. Shin Hyuk felt his blood begin to boil with excitement and nearly shouted for the master to teach him immediately, and Yu Ryong gave a slight nod, his voice carrying both expectation and a sense of proxy revenge as he told the boy to use it to crush the vice principal's arrogance. 1 week later, a quiet atmosphere enveloped a small cafe on the street where everything seemed unchanged, until a voice rang out with both curiosity and a hint of reproach, asking why the person was contacting them today after saying nothing when they hung up before. Seora held her glass with an excited expression and a bright smile, trying to soothe Shin Hyuk's temper by saying she hadn't known he would win big on stocks back then, and explained that today's meeting was about the medicine from the other day. He knit his brows slightly and questioned if the medicine she meant was the genesis he had seen in Incheon, and Seora's tone turned serious as she quickly confirmed They had received information about drugs being sold in China. She shared another piece of information that stunned him, mentioning they were even trying to sell in Japan before getting caught. Recalling crates full of drugs, she noted that while it wasn't their doing, she had to share as much as possible with her senior. But then her tone shifted. Siora's voice dropped as if she were hesitating over a sensitive topic. But then she asked directly if the rumor about him sparring with the vice principal was true, showing him her phone screen as he stared in shock, wondering if the news had already spread through the faculty, and if the pizza effect was really that strong. She hurriedly clarified that it wasn't that, but rather an official notice posted on the educational information system. Seeing the information on the phone, his eyes went wide and a single word escaped his lips, carrying both panic and despair. What? The notice revealed every detail like a final blow, leaving Shin Hyuk with no room to retreat. It was an announcement regarding the selection of the exemplary teacher for the first semester, and he imagined Man Dong drafting the text. For practical subject teachers selected by the vice principal, the result would be decided after a spar, with advantages given based on rank. Registration was to be done in person at the vice principal's office. The final sentence of the announcement rang like a death knell for anyone who had mistakenly signed up. The registration and dual period lasted from today until the day before the closing ceremony. Siora, seeing Shin Hyuk had no clue, remarked with surprise that there was someone else involved. Hearing her blurt out that familiar name caused him to spit out his drink in shock. The worst delinquent in the high school block? You mean Lee Jae-sung? Siora was completely dazed by the sudden spray, with not a dry spot left on her from head to toe. Shin Hyuk still hadn't recovered from the news, his mind racing with the realization that Lee Jae-sung was the story's protagonist. Being hit with such a mess made Siora incredibly annoyed. She growled and asked if Lee Jae-sung had done something to him to cause such a reaction, and Shin Hyuk finally snapped out of it, his face pale as he stammered that he just choked. To clear the air, he quickly changed the subject, asking if the school really had those kinds of problems and how things were going. Siora didn't press him, but the topic made her scowl as she complained that the kid's father was the director of HWA Shin Electronics, and his grandfather was the chairman of the HWA Shin Group. Thinking of Jae-sung's nonchalant attitude made her feel disgusted, and she bitterly added that she didn't know what kind of strings were being pulled behind the scenes, but even the victimized students were letting it go, making her feel like a fool. She ranted about his terrible attitude and admitted she'd normally just deal with him herself. In contrast to her explosive anger, he felt a twinge of fear as he mentally calculated the timeline. Lee Jae-sung had already become the school's notorious delinquent, and this was the exact period before the protagonist's soul was supposed to possess the body in the novel. After a moment of thought, he understood why Siora hated him so much. In the original work, Choi Siora also loathed the protagonist, and now he knew why. Seeing her so angry, Shin Hyuk softly advised her to stay calm, suggesting the boy might improve as he got older. But Siora only grew more frustrated, loudly arguing that people don't change. And although he wanted to disagree, he didn't want to reveal too much and simply thought to himself that the change would be absolute. Even if the entity that would possess Lee Jae-sung's body in 2 years was selfish and autocratic, it would successfully repair the bad reputation the past Lee Jae-sung had created. Shin Hyuk tried his best to change her perspective, suggesting that since the future is unpredictable, she should just be kind to him. But Siora exploded again, sulkily saying that if the brat ended up in his class when he reached the 12th grade, he'd finally understand her. Realizing his words wouldn't move her, Shin Hyuk gave up, thinking there was nothing left to say. He was just a harmless minor character, but hearing about Lee Jae-sung, the protagonist, made him truly feel like he was inside the novel. Siora seemed to truly loathe Jae-sung, and even while eating, she didn't stop grumbling about him, wishing for the holidays to come so she wouldn't have to see his face. Then she suddenly asked if he had any plans for the break. Seeing her finally change the subject, he happily mentioned the new teacher training session, though he wasn't sure about the details. Hearing this, Siora asked with concern if he'd be okay, nodding that the session would be full of Hunter School graduates, which he already knew. He pondered and said that if things went well he might not have to go, but nothing was certain. Surprised by his plan to skip it, Siora asked how that was possible since the rookie training was mandatory, and he calmly replied that he'd heard exemplary teachers were exempt, an offer made by the vice principal. Upon hearing his words, she suddenly went silent as if she'd realized something. Suddenly, Siora stood up and shouted, asking if that was really the purpose of the spar and calling the vice principal a crazy old man. while Shin Hyuk hurriedly waved his hands to calm her, saying that wasn't the only reason. Seora's face turned pale with worry for his upcoming battle, and she scolded him for his stupidity, reminding him that Kim Man-dong was known as the strongest among the top 10, and asking how a mediocre guy like him could land a single blow. Hearing her harsh words, he felt a bit hurt. Shin Hyuk found it strange that Seora was making such a big deal out of it, thinking that putting his life on the line for a vacation was actually quite reasonable. He asked why she was talking like he'd already lost before the fight even started. His words surprised her so much she fell silent, unable to believe what she was hearing. Suddenly, Seora leaned in close to Shin Hyuk's face, her eyes scanning him intensely, which made him blush and stammer, asking what was wrong. She spoke in a deep, suspicious tone, nodding that he really had changed a bit, because the old him would never have accepted such an offer. Seora kept leaning in closer, seriously searching for anything unusual, while Shin Hyuk could only think to himself that she was much too close. After a moment of scrutiny, Seora suddenly asked if a person could really change that much, and Shin Hyuk felt like he'd been caught. He said nothing, fearfully apologizing in his head for being possessed. No matter how much you twist a rooster's neck, the dawn still comes. Time flew by, and soon it was the day before the closing ceremony. The day finally arrived, and the auditorium was filled with constant cheering as everyone anticipated the match. Even the twin sisters were there, everyone excited for the duel. Seora was also in attendance to cheer for Shin Hyuk. However, the whispers of the crowd were unavoidable, with people asking if he thought he was untouchable just because he beat Mr. Jung and questioning where he got the arrogance to challenge the vice principal when he hadn't even graduated from a hunter school. They didn't stop hurling insults at Shin Hyuk, calling him a status seeker who didn't know his place and wondering if he even understood the advantage he was being given. Jin-soo, standing behind him, felt incredibly indignant for his teacher. He muttered that the vice principal could win with one hand tied behind his back, and that the fight wouldn't end well for his poor teacher. But he did nothing but curse in his head while continuing to massage his teacher's shoulders. Shin Hyuk thought to himself that he could hear everything because of his enhanced senses, even if they weren't trying to let him hear. And he finally told Jin-soo it was enough and to head up to the stands. Jin-soo immediately began to beg, revealing he just wanted to stand closer to watch the fight. Shin Hyuk said nothing more, silently observing the shouting crowd. He knew the vice principal's notice was only on the administrative system for teachers, so students shouldn't have known the time or place, and he suspected the practical instructors who hated him had intentionally leaked the info. He felt dejected by how the other teachers treated him, knowing they all wanted to see him humiliated in front of the students. Noticing all the gossip, Shin Hyuk turned and asked Jin-soo if his reputation was really that bad, and the boy immediately spilled the beans, saying the other teachers were bad-mouthing him and calling his challenge a desperate stunt for a title. He added comfortingly that the students knew he wasn't like that, and Shin Hyuk just gave a resigned smile, telling the brat that that was enough. But not everyone hated him. Suddenly, a group of people stood up with banners, shouting encouragement for Kang Shin Hyuk and inviting him for drinks later, calling him milk-colored Kang Shin Hyuk. Their cheers deeply moved Shin Hyuk, and he felt grateful for the support, thinking that even a small group on his side was better than nothing. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing his attention to the arrival of the vice principal. Shin Hyuk's opponent finally appeared, and the entire audience erupted, screaming for the strongest hunter, Kim Man-dong. Man-dong looked thrilled, spreading his arms to soak in the welcome, which made Shin Hyuk a bit jealous of the grand entrance and the man's quiet enjoyment of the spotlight. Not making the audience wait any longer, he began warming up and putting on his combat gloves, asking if the boy had prepared well since he hadn't expected such a crowd. The system notification appeared. Vice Principal of Hunter School Number 1, S-Rank Hunter Kim Man-dong. Seeing him pretend to be surprised made Shin Hyuk curse the old man in his head for advertising the match everywhere. But he politely replied that he had done his best. Man-dong continued with a condescending reminder that he should give it his all if he didn't want to be humiliated, nodding that he would yield the first move, so the boy should attack first once they started. He said nothing, secretly pleased that his calculations were correct. The rule about higher-ranked hunters yielding the first move was common but not strictly required, so he had been worried, but now his preparation for a single decisive blow was complete. Seeing they were ready, the referee approached to announce the rules and start the match. The auditorium fell silent as the referee declared that with the advantage applied. Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk only needed to land one single effective blow on the vice principal to be declared the winner. He then turned to Man Dong to ask if he agreed to the condition, to which the older man deeply replied, "Of course." The referee then asked Shin Hyuk, who nodded and added a warning for the referee to step outside once the match started because it might get dangerous. The referee felt annoyed and started to object, but Man Dong cut him off and agreed to the condition, so the official reluctantly complied. With everything settled, he loudly announced the start of the exemplary teacher selection spar, and both sides bowed. The referee ordered them to take their positions. He raised his hand high, preparing to declare the start. As his hand dropped and the whistle blew, the referee shouted, "Begin." The atmosphere became electric as everyone focused on their every move, and Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly, a memory surfaced of the day his master first gave him this sword, asking what it was. The master had smiled and explained it belonged to a sword-obsessed friend and had a very sharp edge, nodding that if one learns a sword technique, the weapon should be worthy of it. This memory strengthened Shin Hyuk's resolve as he stared at his opponent and slowly drew his blade, reminding himself his only chance was the very first attack while Man Dong was yielding. As the blade left the scabbard, it was immediately enveloped in a mysterious, magical blue flame that radiated both intense heat and an aura of absolute authority. The audience gasped at the sight, and the twin sisters shouted in surprise, wondering how a B-ranker could use Aurora Blade. Whispers filled the air about how only S-rankers should be able to use such a technique, while Shin Hyuk noted that only the students were truly shocked while the teachers remained composed. Mandong was also slightly surprised but quickly recovered, asking if that was all he had, to which Shin Hyuk confidently replied, "Of course not, sir." Without another word, Shin Hyuk dropped into a low stance, his heavy bloodlust making the air around them stifle as the blue flame spread from his sword to his entire body, making his opponent's skin crawl. Mandong stared in shock at the terrifying power radiating from the boy. The spectators no longer dared to look down on him, frantically asking if that was a real Aurora Blade, and arguing it must just be a visual imitation since it's an S-rank skill. The audience was transfixed as Shin Hyuk swung his sword, the flames following the blade to create a terrifyingly beautiful arc of destruction. He ignored the chatter, his eyes locked on Man Dong as he recalled his master's warning that the technique was too raw for real combat, but realized the vice principal's arrogance had finally given him the perfect opening. Shin Hyuk didn't act immediately. He stood still, focusing all his power into the blade, knowing that while the first move is usually just a probe, he was preparing to pour everything into this single strike. Seeing this incredible power made even Man Dong a bit uneasy as he tried to analyze the technique, wondering if it was an unrefined Aurora Blade due to the long charge time. He eventually urged the boy to attack. Despite the prompting, Shin Hyuk remained still, sticking to his plan and silently apologizing for the wait while telling the vice principal that things were about to get much more serious. He raised his sword, and the blue flames erupted into a violent conflagration that swallowed the blade in light, sending waves of heat across the arena as he prepared his finishing move. To secure his victory, he would use the ultimate martial art his master taught him, the Heavenly Demon sword style. The sheer pressure blew everything nearby away, leaving even Jin Su terrified by the power and cursing in shock. Once the energy was fully charged, Shin Hyuk prepared to launch, seriously warning Man Dong that he was coming with the meteor-exploding demon aura. A terrifying wind erupted, so violent it seemed it would sweep everything away, forcing the man into a defensive stance to avoid being blown back. Shin Hyuk swung his blade, turning it into a storm that ravaged everything in its path as the blue flames lunged at the vice principal with unyielding destructive power. As hinted by the name, the original owner of this martial art and his master's best friend was the legendary archvillain, the Heavenly Demon. Back in the past, when Shin Hyuk was first told this secret, he had screamed in shock. He had followed Yu Ryong, unable to believe his master was friends with the real Heavenly Demon, but the master just calmly asked if there were fake ones and wondered why the boy was so surprised. Shin Hyuk had been speechless with admiration, marveling at the fact that his master was best friends with the Heavenly Demon. His surprise was natural, because anyone who had read a few martial arts novels knew the name. The Heavenly Demon was the leader of the demonic cult, a massive power that rivaled the righteous sects and split the world between light and dark. Even in his previous life stories, the Heavenly Demon was a popular trope, dark, powerful, and incredibly charismatic. Recently, the character had appeared in fantasies hunting dragons, or as modern-day gangsters, or even opening bakeries after reincarnation. so the name was famous even to non-readers. After recounting the legends to his master, Yu Ryong had burst out laughing, admitting the man was famous but nodding he had never actually beaten him in a fight. Still, Shin Hyuk was skeptical, thinking that while his master was strong enough to hunt dragons, being friends with the heavenly demon was on another level. He then curiously asked who the second best friend was. Yu Ryong had stopped and given a casual description of a man named Zhang Sanfeng who rambled about Taiji and loved wine, looking like a wandering Taoist who founded some sect called Wudang. Hearing that description, Shin Hyuk had been left completely speechless and helpless. His mind was a mess, unable to believe his master's social circle included Zhang Sanfeng, the top-tier martial arts master known as the founder of the Wudang sect. Back in the fight, Shin Hyuk was pouring gung-gi, hardened chi into the sword, stacking layer upon layer of power. This was a devastating technique where shards of energy exploded like meteors from the cracks created by the overlapping layers, the meteor subduing demon aura. With one swing, countless blue flames erupted like mad beasts, roaring toward the vice principal with overwhelming destructive force. The pressure was so intense that the spectators could only watch with their mouths agape in disbelief. The sturdy protective cage began to crack like a spider web. The teachers in charge of the barrier were sweating and straining with all their might to keep the final layer from shattering, shouting for each other to stay focused. Ms. Yu gritted her teeth as she struggled against the pressure, wondering in shock how 2 out of 3 barriers designed to withstand the vice principal had already broken, and realized she had been severely underestimating Shin Hyuk all along. Even the referee was terrified, thinking he would have died if he'd stayed inside the ring. He, like everyone else, now looked at the boy with different eyes, realizing that whatever Shin Hyuk had done, his power ranking was completely wrong. Finally, the technique ended, and the dust began to settle as Shin Hyuk gripped his sword. Man Dong's massive, steady silhouette became visible. Even that level of destruction wasn't enough to defeat him, and Shin Hyuk thought helplessly that it should at least count as a successful hit against such a monster. Though Man Dong wasn't down, the fierce attack had left him in tatters. His white clothes were shredded and blood seeped from various wounds, putting the vice principal in a very awkward position. But having no other choice, Shin Hyuk gripped his hilt, determined to fight for his honor to the end. Thinking this was the right path and hopping his master was watching his 110-point student. Seeing the boy was still in it, Man Dong didn't hesitate and prepared his own counterattack, calling out to Mr. Kang. The bloodlust radiating from him made Shin Hyuk's skin crawl with fear for his life. Man Dong lightly lifted a foot, but when he slammed it down, the entire arena shook violently and shattered into fragments in an instant, creating a massive cloud of dust. Witnessing his true power, the boy turned pale and regretted his decision, shocked that the man had just collapsed the entire stage. But it was just a trick. Under the cover of the dust, Man Dong vanished like a ghost, leaving Shin Hyuk to look around frantically for him, unaware the man was standing right behind his back. Sensing the bloodlust, Shin Hyuk spun around in a panic, but it was too late. Man Dong seized the opening and launched a finishing blow at his head, leaving the boy to only scream, "Damn it," as it connected. Man Dong's eyes were filled with cold, merciless intent. Shin Hyuk was struck so hard his head slammed into the steel-hard floor, the impact making his body go into shock as blood sprayed from his mouth and stained the ground. Shin Hyuk turned pale and stumbled back, his throat too tight to make a sound as he realized the man had indeed destroyed the whole stage. Clutching his sword, he looked around to find Man Dong hunched over behind him with red eyes, and he frantically wondered where the man had gone. A loud noise made him spin around, his eyes wide with alert and his hair whipping in the wind. "Damn it!" came a panicked cry as Man Dong, looking like a madman with veins bulging, threw a full-power punch. He looked up, his red eyes filled with a bloodlust that seemed ready to swallow everyone present. Shin Hyuk was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as his body went numb, and he lost the ability to resist, his eyes slowly closing. The scene changed to a strange, warm setting, as the boy slowly opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar pink ceiling. Dim light filtered through his heavy eyelids as an intense dizziness hit him like a nightmare. His breath was shallow, and his chest heaved as he realized he was in the infirmary. He opened his eyes wide and rubbed his head, staring into space and thinking he'd almost met the king of the underworld again, realizing he had truly been knocked unconscious. He leaned his face into his hand and closed his eyes, his expression turning dark as he lay motionless on the bed. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk's eyes snapped open, sparkling like 1,000 radiant stars as a slight smirk played on his lips. He was actually enjoying this. He recalled the moment the vice principal charged at him in a fury, His face darkened with pure bloodlust as his body lunged forward. The exact instant he burst from a blind spot to shatter the entire arena. He had taken a powerful hit. His eyes went wide and his pupils shook as if electrocuted, his face twisting as his head was snapped to the side. But he had been thinking of his master's mad dog strategy. To cut the flesh, one must break the bone. He didn't use his sword to block that terrifying fist, but used his left arm to take the impact instead. His face was a mask of panic, as tears involuntarily leaked from the corners of his eyes. Even though he had channeled internal power, his bones still shattered under the agonizing pain. Yet he gritted his teeth through the trauma and swung his sword in a diagonal slash across the vice principal's left arm. It felt like scratching against solid steel rather than flesh. But right before the force of the fist slammed him into the ground, he had seen it clearly with his own eyes. A small but distinct gash remained on the vice principal's shoulder. It was a tiny cut, less than an inch long, but it was there. He lay on the bed, clutching his stomach and laughing, a twisted smile on his face, and his eyes crinkled with joy, thinking that the man couldn't possibly be stubborn enough to claim such a wound didn't count. He was definitely going to show up and demand his training exemption. From behind the curtain, a woman slowly peeked through, drawing his attention as she asked, "Mr. Kang, are you finally awake?" Before him stood the school nurse, Kim Seon HWA, looking at the man on the bed with a hint of relief. Her eyes curved and her cheeks flushed with a playful interest as she noted he'd been unconscious for about 4 hours and was lucky to be awake. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "A nurse. I don't remember this character appearing in the original novel." And he slowly propped himself up against the bed, looking dazed and a bit guilty as he thanked her for staying late on his account. He tried to raise his hand as he sat up, but it wouldn't move according to his will, hanging limply. His face went pale as he stared at his unresponsive hand in confusion. At that moment, Sion HWA gently pushed him back down, explaining with a bright smile and a wave of her hand that since the bone had been completely shattered, it would take about 2 hours for the feeling to return despite the magical treatment, so he should just rest. He looked at her in surprise, realizing this was the type of magical recovery he'd read about. He'd assumed it was omnipotent, but it clearly had its inconveniences. As she held up a finger and happily noted that the vice principal had specifically asked her to watch over him until he woke up, adding that he shouldn't worry since she lived in the dorms anyway. He gave an awkward smile, trying to look pleasant as he remarked, "I see. That old man, I mean the vice principal. Anyway, I'm fine now, so you can head back to the dorms." She slowly leaned toward the bed frame and said in a slightly dark tone, "I don't want to." He stared at her with wide, blinking eyes, blurted out a confused, "Huh." She leaned against the frame with a serious face and admitted that while her father told her to head back by curfew, she had stayed behind on purpose. Suddenly, she gave him a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and confessed, "I'm actually quite interested in you, Mr. Kang." He froze like a stone statue, his gaze drifting as his eyes went wide, with mental question marks appearing over his head. Finally regaining his composure, he asked hesitantly, "Me? Nurse, what did you just say?" As she tilted her head and asked about his interest, while he waved his hands frantically, breaking into a sweat as he asked if he'd misheard her mentioning her father just now. She told him to forget she said that, and to act like he heard nothing since no one at school knew, making his face go white as he sat there agape with a shriveled expression, silently apologizing for calling her father an old man. She looked down at him and spoke calmly, admitting she was already a bit interested before the match, but thought he was truly cool today, never expecting him to be able to fight her father like that. He closed his eyes and replied perfunctorily that since he was the one who blacked out, the vice principal must have won, to which she slowly replied that yes, that was technically the verdict. With a look of pure fascination and a slight frown, her eyes shining as she looked at him with flushed cheeks, she added that she didn't think he'd lost at all since that initial attack was so incredible, and she bet many others felt the same. Seeing her like that, he thought she was much simpler than he'd expected, and nothing like her father. Sion HWA slowly stepped forward, holding a bag full of letters, and told him to look at what the students had left for him while he was recovering. He took a letter and stared at it blankly, Shin Hyuk asking in an instinctive daze, "Letters." He slowly began to read them. "Teacher, even though you lost, you fought so well. And Mr. Kang, let's go for drinks once you're better." And as he read, a happy smile involuntarily spread across his face as he guessed one was from Yoon Seo and wondered if another was from Mr. Park. "You're so handsome, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. I believed in you," he read, his expression turning a bit flat as he muttered that Jin Soo's grade for the second semester would definitely be a 0. Suddenly, one specific letter caught his eye. and he stared at it with wide eyes. Shin Hyuk slowly reached out his hand and picked that letter out from the pile. The letter contained only 4 simple words. "Thank you, teacher." But it was enough to make him beam. All right, he thought, this is enough. Sion Hwa stood before him, smiling and clapping her hands, asking if he felt a bit less like a loser now, to which he replied proudly from the bed that he was mostly just hopping they'd exempt him from training. She looked at him in confusion, asking what he meant by exempt, and he explained that he only accepted the challenge because he heard exemplary teachers of a certain rank were exempt from rookie training. Hearing his answer, she gave a fascinated little laugh and noted he had a strange side to him, suggesting he should try going anyway since it's actually quite fun despite being called training. He reached out and looked at his hand, his eyes full of hidden thoughts as he explained that since he didn't come from a hunter school, he didn't think anything good would come of going, nodding that even his first appointment had resulted in an honorary duel for that very reason. She patted her chest and told him that not all the practical teachers hated him, and that even stuck in the infirmary, she had been very curious about him herself. She told him to look forward to the next semester because no one would be foolish enough to turn their back on someone as talented as him just because of his background. He scratched his head in embarrassment and gave an awkward smile, thanking her for the psychological therapy. She suggested they should be friends and offered to give him her number, which he accepted by jokingly saying he'd transfer a friendship fee every month, thinking that despite the worry of her being the vice principal's daughter, he'd made a good friend. The scene changed to the massive school campus, a shining building of blue and black surrounded by a large soccer field and a mountain with lush green trees. Thanks to the recovery magic of this fantasy world, his memory had returned after a day, allowing him to safely attend the closing ceremony the next morning. Mr. Man Dong stood at the podium with a stern expression. He announced that the exemplary teacher for the first semester was Kang Shin Hyuk of the swordsmanship class, and Shin Hyuk was relieved that the old man had kept his word, though some teachers felt it was unfair, and one even raised a hand to protest that he hadn't even won the match. The vice principal simply calmly asked the protester, Mr. Choi, if he wanted to have a match right then, which immediately silenced the man as he scratched his head with an awkward smile. The vice principal dismissed the issue by saying Mr. Kang was the only one brave enough to sign up. But then a strange change began to occur. As Shin Hyuk walked down the hallway, a voice called out to congratulate him. 3 teachers approached with smiles and waved, and Shin Hyuk returned the greeting happily, nodding that several practical instructors were actually striking up conversations with him, even if it was just a simple good morning. He stood before them, scratching his head a bit shyly as they expressed regret for not getting to know him earlier and asked for his help in the coming semester. Shin Hyuk thought it was miraculous how quickly things had changed. Back in the classroom, the intercom was broadcasting the closing ceremony speech, making students pull at their hair in boredom as the principal rambled on about summer vacation. Shin Hyuk entered the room as the speech continued, and the ceremony finally came to a close. The twins, On Seok and Yoon-soo, looked up at him and asked in unison if he wanted to join them and their friends at the beach for the break, mentioning that Min-hee's uncle had a vacation home in Jeju. Shin Hyuk held up a hand and calmly declined, telling them he was busy and they should have fun on their own. Internally, he thought, do I really have to see your faces during the holidays too? A teacher needs his own life. Lee Jin-soo pouted and begged with a soft, whiny voice for him to come along, making the boy next to him cover his mouth to keep from gagging and tell Jin-soo to stop being so disgusting. Seeing his students like that, he clapped his hands loudly and announced he was busy. The ceremony was over and they should all just go home. The students replied in unison, wishing him a happy vacation. Finally enjoying the sweet summer break earned from his fight with the vice principal, his phone rang incessantly with an incoming message. The screen showed a message from Kim Sion Hwa. Mr. Kang, I've gathered all the members. Tap to reply. He picked up his phone with a smile, thinking it was time to pull off a big, exciting score and deciding to start a side job. His investment in election-themed stocks, into which he'd scraped every last penny, had been quite successful. But the reason he was still looking for extra work during his precious vacation was that his bank account was like a bottomless pit. He felt like a frog dropped into a pot of boiling water and panicked, cursing his luck. The debt repayments for his investments were much higher than he'd thought. Between his master's food budget, reinvestments, interest, taxes, and other expenses, most of his remaining money was tied up in Lee Jae-sung's father's company, leaving him with almost nothing. He held his phone, feeling exhausted, While long-term investment without debt was the right goal, he needed to work hard now to increase his capital for the next round. He replied to Sion HWA, asking which day would be best, but wondering how exactly he was going to make more money. Through the portals, of course. The night before, while lying in the infirmary after his match with Kim Man-dong, he had learned about the other teacher's summer plans from Sion HWA. She had told him that almost all the practical teachers made extra money by going through portals during the break, noting that while their salaries weren't small, portal income was on a whole different level. She assumed that as a hunter, he already knew that, but the young man only gave an embarrassed smile and admitted he didn't know much about it, since as a non-specialized graduate, he had mostly just acted as a porter. The girl next to him was shocked, wondering how someone so strong could be treated as a mere porter, and claiming her group would have scrambled to recruit him. Shin Hyuk gave a satisfied smile, and replied that those words alone were enough of a thank you. However, the air around them quickly went quiet. He thought of a possibility he really didn't want to happen and asked, "Nurse, you don't mean?" But she just gave an excited smile and suggested they should visit a portal together to strengthen their friendship, asking what he thought. The young man could only stammer a question about what kind of income they were talking about, while she happily cheered for their portal trip. Standing and looking down at his classroom, he felt a bit reluctant. He'd won the bet with Kim Man-dong, and if he could make a fortune from the portals and stock up on snacks, his master would surely be pleased. Then again, the thought of actually experiencing a portal like the ones in the novel made him feel a strange thrill of anticipation. He wondered what kind of people the other team members would be, since party composition was everything. He figured that given Sion Hwa's profession, they'd have a reliable frontline, since a tanker to draw aggro and buy time for the mages was mandatory in any group. He'd personally hoped for a boisterous, bald-headed guy, but to his surprise, the person who appeared was a beautiful girl. "Hello everyone, I'm Hong Yseol. I look forward to working with you." Shin Hyuk gave a slightly awkward smile and greeted her, thinking, "Not a bald guy, but nice to meet you." Sion HWA introduced her with an excited smile, explaining that Yseol was her longtime friend and her father's top disciple, a reliable teammate she'd worked with for years. Yseol asked in confusion if the fact that the vice principal was Sion Hwa's father wasn't supposed to be a secret. But Sion HWA just gave a joyful smile and introduced Kang Shin Hyuk, nodding he'd performed brilliantly against her father recently. Yseol looked at him with disbelief and skepticism, asking if he'd really managed to land a hit on her master, and suggested they discuss the details on the way. She asked where his gear was so she could load it into the car, and he replied with a happy smile while pointing at the sword in his hand that he had no other luggage, and that was all he needed. The woman looked completely stunned by his answer. She glanced at her friend with suspicion, asking if he was really okay with no armor and just a sword. But Sion HWA just kept her excited smile and assured her it would be fine. Yseol still thought it was a bit much, making the young man feel awkward. He could hear them perfectly and realized they never expected a muscle-bound brute to show up. Instead, what appeared was a monster of a different kind. Currently a hunter, but later a wrestling teacher at the high school, A-rank hunter Hong Yseol. As Kim Man-dong's disciple, she was a powerhouse who would give Lee Jae-sung trouble for a whole semester. The scene where she eventually loses to him and falls for him had left a deep impression on Shin Hyuk. Their car was soon cruising down a long road as Yseol announced the day's schedule. They were heading to a 4-man C-rank portal and a 4-man D-rank portal. She explained that since he and Sion HWA were B-rank and she was A-rank, they could technically do a 4-man B-rank portal, but for the sake of a safe vacation, they wouldn't go above C-rank. He mentally calculated the ranks from S to D and realized that even a 1-rank difference meant a massive gap in potential profit. Sitting in the back, he couldn't help but ask if they weren't going straight to a B-rank portal. Yseol firmly replied that was absolutely not happening, noting that 4-man portals were designated as such for a reason. She glanced back with a look of disdain and added that especially with his lack of gear, it was impossible. They'd stick to C or D rank and maybe consider B rank later if they found a 3-man version. He could only let out a sigh, realizing he wouldn't make as much as he'd hoped, while Sion HWA smiled and noted it was a shame given his strength, but agreed they should listen to Yseol for now. Yseol still couldn't believe her master had acknowledged this guy. She thought Kang Shin Hyuk was incredibly arrogant and was certain her master had gone easy on him, concluding that B-rankers with no gear and a greedy eye for profit were the ones who usually died in portals. Deciding she needed to teach him a lesson about safety, She asked from the front seat if profit was really that important to him and suggested a deal. She proposed something a bit harsh. Out of the portals they visited, he would have to clear a 4-man D-rank portal all by himself. If he succeeded, he'd get all the profit for himself, and once his skills were proven, she'd consider the B-rank portal. He didn't care about the attitude at all. He just gave a very happy smile and thanked her for the opportunity, leaving her speechless at how he didn't hesitate for even a second. She figured that while D-rank was 2 levels below B-rank and might seem easy, it was a 4-man dungeon for a reason, and she looked forward to seeing him struggle against the wall. They soon reached the portal and presented their IDs. Yisial identified herself as an A-rank hunter, and the official nodded and invited them to enter when ready. He noted the B-rank hunters would enter first, and they would follow. Shin Hayek stared straight at the D-rank portal, lost in thought. He let out a sigh, strangely feeling as if he'd find a legendary swordsman eating cup noodles inside. Yisial warned him he had a 1-hour time limit, and if he wasn't done by then, she and Sion HWA would step in. Shin Hayek nodded happily and told her he was confident, so she should leave it to him. He carefully planned his steps, thinking this was the perfect chance for someone with no monster-slaying experience like him, and nodding that Hong Yisial was much easier to talk to than her novel counterpart. Yisial was completely baffled by his constant smiling, thinking he was just a clueless rookie. Sion HWA asked with concern if he was really okay alone, since a 4-man D-rank was quite difficult, but he just cheerfully told her it was fine, and he'd see her in an hour. This was the same type of portal where Lee Jae-sung had first entered during his internship. Lee Jae-sung had used superior swordsmanship to clear it easily, and since Shin Hayek had reached the supreme realm through his master's training, he realized he was drifting further from a quiet life. But he felt he was finally adapting to being a swordsmanship instructor in this world. In some ways, Kang Shin Hayek was truly becoming a part of this story. He quickly stepped through the portal. He was genuinely startled by the sight that met him. He'd heard portals could contain boiling lava or deserts, but the scenery here was beautiful. It was a standard mountain terrain. He walked forward, checking the area. He noted the blue border indicated a safe zone, meaning he could be attacked from any direction once he moved past it. He sat on the ground and thought that since it was a mountain, there wouldn't be complex magic users or undead, unnatural reanimated corpses. In the novel, this terrain usually featured animalistic or mineral-based monsters. His body soon radiated a powerful aura as he decided to find the closest targets. The energy was so strong it spread through the surroundings. He knew that while those with keen senses could find him, there was no better way to find others than to sense them directly. He closed his eyes and thought that while some could sense your location, you couldn't just post a flyer or ask for directions in a place like this. His power surged through the dungeon, under cliffs, into the woods, until he detected 3 signals at 11 o'clock. Having identified his targets, he stood up and gripped his sword. With his master, he was usually the one being chased, but today he was the hunter, and the thrill was exhilarating. With an excited smile, he lunged downward, shouting, "Here I go." With his enhanced power, he moved easily through the mountain terrain of the 4-man D-rank portal. The monsters nearby seemed to realize someone was approaching. They growled bloodthirstily. This was his first experience in the ruined world of hunters. His steps forward were incredibly powerful. He looked up and analyzed the situation, human-sized and very fast. Standing in the middle of their territory, he felt no fear. They were good at climbing trees and had an annoying cry. Giant gorillas, right? He thought. His first hunt had begun. On the other side, a massive giant gorilla let out a terrifying roar. He looked up and sighed. Compared to other portals, they were weak, but hunters disliked them because the mana stone drop rate was low relative to their numbers. In the novel, their hides sold for a high price, but it wasn't worth the effort of catching such agile creatures. Suddenly, one of them lunged down from above at a blinding speed, but he wasn't afraid at all. He happily analyzed that effort only applied to ordinary hunters. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful slash that completely took down the opponent, blood spraying everywhere. The young man looked at his sharp blade with a satisfied smirk. Each mana stone was worth 300,000 won, and he wondered how much he could make from all of them. His expression turned more frenzied than ever. "Summer vacation is great. This is amazing." The monsters nearby witnessed the scene and seemed to realize something was very wrong. Even though they were mid-screech, they all froze for a second. Giant gorillas are quite intelligent. If they determine they can't win against an opponent, they'll scale the trees and flee immediately. Their hides are thick enough to be used as raw material for armor, and combined with their high speed, pursuing them is no easy task. Ordinary D-rank hunters would surely struggle against this combination. But today, inside this four-man D-rank portal, a literal picture of hell had opened up. He looked at them and unleashed powerful slashes without hesitation, thinking, "Their hides are expensive, so if I just clean off the meat, they should fetch a high price. I don't know the exact unit price, but monopolizing a portal like this is going to be quite lucrative." He stared straight ahead and let out a sigh, thinking, "Actually, hacking away at monsters in person is pretty gross. It's way more disgusting than what I read in the novels. Thank God I looked over the audio-visual materials back at the academy." Just as some of their blood suddenly splashed into his mouth, it seemed to trigger a powerful, visceral reaction. The young man couldn't help but stop right there and retch, looking absolutely revolted by the taste. The monsters in front of him finally realized that the current situation was far from normal. They turned their heads only to see the silhouette of a man clutching a sharp sword charging straight at them, the sound of terrified shrieks echoing in their ears. Shin Hayuk kept running forward with everything he had, and the monsters couldn't help but feel a fear greater than ever before as they quickly turned to try and escape. He kept vomiting as he ran, thinking, "Man, that blood is seriously metallic. It's going to take a while to get used to this. I didn't expect the smell to be this bad, and the visuals aren't great either. But I need to adapt quickly so I can move on to the next portal." He continued to heave uncontrollably, thinking, "Just wait, Hong Yasial, I'll be back out in a second." Meanwhile, outside the gate, the people there also realized that something was very wrong. One of the two men turned back with a suspicious look in his eyes. He then called out to the man next to him, "Hey, Corporal Gill, the portal looks a bit strange, don't you think?" And the other asked what was so weird about it. "It was clearly blue before we went to lunch, but now it looks almost purplish blue," he noted, to which the other replied, "Hey, stop talking nonsense. If it's purplish blue, that means it's an A-rank portal." But looking at the gate, the man couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn it." Their conversation took a turn for the worse as he asked angrily, "Hey, why are you only mentioning this now? How long has it been like this?" I just saw it too. A hunter just went inside. What should we do?" Fine, just report it to the company commander first." "But what about the hunter who's already inside? Don't we have to go check the safe zone?" And the man checking his phone cursed again, thinking, "How the hell am I supposed to go in there? If the safe zone has collapsed, I'm a dead man." He had no choice but to use his phone to contact a higher authority, thinking, "We're not hunters, so this is the best we can do. If this really is an A-rank portal, we need at least 4 hunters of the same rank here." The man next to him screamed in shock, "What the hell are you talking about?" The commotion quickly reached the 2 girls outside, who both immediately fell into a state of panic. Sion HWA cried out that they had to find Mr. Kang right away, but Yi Seol told her to stay calm and report it to the bureau first. Sion HWA spoke frantically. "Even if it's a rare case, the portal suddenly turned A-rank. Even Mr. Kang can't handle an A-rank portal alone. Yi Seol, you know that, so why is this happening?" Her friend quickly tried to soothe her. "Calm down first. You know the main causes of portal mutation. Sometimes a portal's rank changes. First, there's the case where the monsters inside constantly eat each other and evolve. In this scenario, unless it's a very specific situation, the difficulty doesn't usually spike this abruptly. And second, there's the case where they evolve by eating the hunters who entered the portal." Yasial carefully weighed all the current possibilities, nodding. "And in that second case, the difficulty increases significantly. I don't want to admit it, but Mr. Kang right now might." Sion HWA stood there clutching her staff and said seriously, "Don't look at me like that. I'm sure it's just the monsters evolving from eating each other." But the girl in front of her replied impatiently, "Mr. Kang has been gone for over an hour. I'm just being realistic." She got caught up in her own guilt, thinking, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him go in alone. I talked so much about safety, but then was totally indifferent to this emergency." Having no other choice, she told Sion HWA to wait in the superhuman safe zone while she went to find him since she was faster. Sion HWA couldn't believe her ears, but Yi Seol just let out a helpless sigh, thinking this is exactly what her master would do. "If he's being stubborn when I find him, I'll just knock him out and drag him out. Just promise you'll turn back if things look too bad." But the guard behind them warned, "Hey, hunters, you saw the state of that gate. Are you really going in?" And Yi Seol put on her gear, saying calmly, "We need to at least confirm his status. Please allow us entry." They were stuck. Entry was clearly dangerous. But the man behind them quickly spoke up and told the guards to let them go. He looked at the proud girl and noted that she was Hong Yi Seol, Kim Man Dong's disciple, so she'd be able to do something. He added that in the worst-case scenario, Mr. Kang might have already encountered the boss. An A-rank boss requires at least 4 A-rank hunters to defeat. Likely a giant poison spider, a giant serpent, or an ancient orc. If we're really unlucky, an ogre, the nightmare of the deep forest, might appear. Sion HWA looked at the gate with a sense of extreme dread, praying, "Mr. Kang, please just be hunting in the entrance area." But contrary to their worries, he was inside happily slaughtering monsters like they were toys, having tracked them quite deep into the woods. He looked up at the sky and wondered, "I've taken down about 50 of them, so why isn't it clearing yet? Is there a separate boss monster for this portal?" Portals usually vanish 12 hours after all monsters are cleared, and a yellow sky is the standard sign of completion. He'd assumed there was a boss because he'd felt a massive aura. But no matter how I think about it, this is weird. This is a D-rank portal, he thought, never expecting the massive monster that was about to appear. He stared at the orc in front of him with intense suspicion, wondering why such a creature was appearing in what was supposed to be an A-rank mutation. The system voice rang in his ear, announcing the beast known as the nightmare of the deep forest, an ogre whose sheer presence was enough to inspire terror. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, one is guaranteed to die, and with 4, one will be severely injured. It's a creature that requires at least 5 people to handle safely. I know this. In the novel, the protagonist struggled against an ogre after being assigned the wrong portal, though the one in the book was a 2-headed ogre, which only appears in S-rank portals. If I were fighting 5 A-rank hunters, I might win, but the overwhelming feeling of this beast is different. An ogre is definitely dangerous. The system voice continued as the monster prepared to slam its fist down. Ogres possess incredible mobility due to their strong bones and elastic tendons, and their skin is so tough that sword chi usually only leaves a scratch. A massive punch was thrown in the blink of an eye. He stared at the strike in a daze, as the system warned that ogres have an entirely different level of mana stone and advised him to retreat. He could only focus on dodging that powerful fist, the system suggesting he should only challenge this after completely mastering the Aurora Blade, Sword Chi. Shin Hayuk looked at the crater the fist had left in the ground and cursed. "This is insane. 1 punch did that to the earth. 10 more and we'll have a hot spring. But seriously, it keeps trying to stop me. What rank of mana stone is this?" According to Kang Shin Hayuk's memory, an ogre's mana stone is worth 10 million won apiece, a price so high it left him stunned. His voice shook with greed as he repeated, 10. Even his sword hand began to shake uncontrollably as he muttered, 10 million, heavenly demon. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful technique at the monster, the heavenly demon sword style. Meanwhile, Yisial was dashing through the forest, calling out for him. Shin Hayuk had a terrifying smile on his face as he attacked, his blood pumping with excitement. Yisial was moving at top speed, unsure how far she'd traveled from the safe zone. Since entering the forest, she had been running flat out. Her face was grim as she scanned the area, immediately spotting the scattered remains of giant gorillas. Countless bloodstains created a visible trail through the woods. She looked down at the path and calculated, this means there was a chase between the hunter and the monsters. She suddenly touched something strange on the ground and cried out, "Is this vomit?" She tried to make sense of it, thinking, was Mr. Kang in such a hard fight that he was actually vomiting? I shouldn't have let him be so reckless. I should have come in with him from the start. But she quickly realized that theory didn't quite fit the facts, nodding there were too many strange points. The first corpse I saw was like this, and every single one since has been the same. They're almost all decapitated, and the cuts are perfectly smooth. Giant gorillas are the fastest in their rank and have very tough bodies. Plus, they hunt in packs, so even I can't easily take them down one by one in a single strike. She began to think more deeply, wondering if that dirty sword was actually a legendary blade since it could cut like that, and questioned if he was using an Aurora Blade, asking herself why such a person was only B rank. She continued her deduction. Wait, if that's the case, these aren't marks from him being hunted. These are marks of him chasing them. Yisial became more confused than ever, wondering why on earth there was vomit everywhere. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from behind her. A massive monster with razor-sharp teeth finally revealed itself from the shadows. She stood there, completely stunned and unable to believe what she was seeing. Looking at the gorilla's wounds, Yisial had felt a temporary sense of relief, but that hope vanished in an instant. Hearing the roar from across the forest, she was certain Shin Hayuk was dead, unable to believe the sound she just heard was a roar, because she knew exactly what made that sound. An A-rank monster, the absolute worst creature known as the nightmare of the green forest, an ogre. Ordinary hunters would freeze in panic just from hearing that roar. Even if they regained their senses and ran, the result would be the same. An ogre's speed as it crushes trees with its massive strides is fast enough to catch a giant gorilla at full tilt. She felt there was no more need to look. Mr. Kang's death was a certainty, and since the beast likely sensed her, she had to leave immediately. Another loud noise from behind made her stop in disbelief. Was that a boom? She became hyper-alert. Ogres usually growl for no reason even when not fighting, but if that sound was the start of a battle, she quickly turned and ran toward it in a panic, thinking, Mr. Kang, he might still be alive. The nightmare of the forest, which takes 5 A ranks to kill. Even if I join him, the result won't change. She cursed at herself as she ran, thinking she must be crazy. Why am I running toward it? If I ran to the gate now, I could make it back safely. Even if there was a small chance the ogre would catch her scent. She knew Sion HWA was waiting in the safe zone to help her survive. Even if something bad happens, could I ever look Sion HWA in the eye after ignoring the chance to save Mr. Kang? But seeing a brilliant light ahead, she knew things were far from normal. Oh my God, I talked so much about being rational and safe, and yet here I am being a total contradiction. She shouted for him, searching through the trees. Mr. Kang, it's Hong Yasial, answer if you can hear me. Her face was a mask of panic as she ran through the woods, calling for him. Her eyes went wide as she looked ahead, unable to believe what she saw. Kang, because at that moment, she saw a brilliant, radiant light appearing in front of her. She was dazed by the sight, realizing, that's an aurora. It was like a scene from a dream. Kang Shin Hyuk stood there with a crazed smile, beginning to swing his sword. It was a beautiful sight, as he unleashed a powerful slash at the beast. The boss was quickly brought down, letting out a final, desperate cry. She watched in total shock. An ogre's hide, which sacrifices the regeneration of a troll for extreme defense, was being shredded like a wet paper towel. Even though she wouldn't have believed Sion HWA if she'd said it, there was no mistaking it. That was definitely an Aurora blade. He looked over and sighed, waving a hand and nodding he'd tried to be as fast as possible so she wouldn't have to wait, but that there was another leader. She wondered what was wrong with this man as he looked so nonchalant. The girl was speechless, asking how he did it, to which the young man replied with a happy smile. How? Oh, you mean the ogre. Before he could finish, she cut him off. No, forget the ogre. That thing like a shooting star, was that an Aurora blade? And he just sheathed his sword and calmly replied that it was close but not perfect, and that he only used it because the ogre appeared. He noted he finally understood why she wanted to stick to lower-rank areas. Yasial was stunned, thinking about how the portal had literally mutated into an A-rank gate. The boy gave an excited smile and pointed, nodding that ogres had valuable byproducts besides mana stones, and wondering how much they'd get for them. But looking at the monsters, his face suddenly went pale again. He immediately hunched over and started retching, unable to stay calm, while the girl just let out a sigh, realizing he just had a weak stomach. Shin Hyuk could no longer stand steadily, the world spinning around him. He groaned that the world looked yellow after vomiting all day, and Yasial awkwardly tried to explain that it actually was yellow because that was the completion sign. She suggested they call the cleanup crew, but the man still couldn't stand up and asked her to wait a moment. After finally catching his breath, he panted and asked if she would take credit for killing the ogre. She couldn't understand why he'd give away such a hard-earned achievement. He explained carefully that he didn't like being noticed, nodding that even if it was a newborn ogre and he was unequipped, a B-ranker killing one would cause too much of a stir. Yasial looked at him and realized she would never truly understand him. He knew exactly what he was facing and what kind of shape he was in, and yet he'd stood his ground alone against an ogre instead of running. She finally let out a faint, genuine smile. She spoke softly, admitting that she was the careless one, and apologized for misunderstanding him based on their first impression. She noted he must have his own reasons for avoiding the spotlight, and agreed to take credit for the kill, regardless of whether people outside would believe it. She reached out a beautiful hand to him, expressing her sincere desire for his help for the rest of the summer vacation. He looked at her hand, appearing a bit dazed. Then he gave an excited smile, but the excitement smelled a bit. The aftermath of his vomiting made her want to stay away as he said he looked forward to her help too. Yasial was no exception. As soon as she saw him smile, her face twisted in visible disgust. He quickly pulled his hand back in embarrassment. The atmosphere between them became more awkward than ever as she suggested they go settle the payment. And the rank portal was officially clear. The scene suddenly shifted back to the teleport gate. Sion HWA stood there waiting the whole time. The little girl's face showed worry, but also a sliver of trust. Her eyes suddenly widened, staring straight ahead in astonishment, because she finally saw the silhouettes she'd been waiting for all this time. That beautiful face couldn't help but burst into tears, oddly enough. Kim Seon HWA not only hugged him tightly when she saw him. Hong Yeseol kept bowing and apologizing repeatedly. Suddenly, she noticed something. The teenager's body was giving off a horrible smell. After hearing the explanation, it turned out the gate had changed, so they thought he was dead. He sighed with some suspicion. Surprisingly, had he been in their shoes, would he have thought the same? Seeing they ran back for him even after hearing ogre. He couldn't help but say slowly, sorry for worrying everyone. Thanks for coming. Luckily, the teacher is safe. The two girls in front didn't care about that calm reply and asked, Hey, Teacher Kang, do you have a unit you know? How do we handle the remains? Hearing that he brightened up, Yeseol, can you call in a favor? I haven't been hunting in ages. He quickly stepped out of that gate. He stepped out of the blood-stank area into fresh air and felt truly delighted. The clean scent of fight inside. Strangely, it smelled different from inside the gate. And before he could finish speaking, he saw a crowd already gathered there. He stared forward in bafflement, unbelieving what's going on. Why is everyone like this? A man walked up and asked, Are you Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, rank B? Yes, that's me. What's happening? The man snapped a military salute. We received reports that a D-rank gate mutated into an A-rank. We were called by the Hunter Management Bureau and came from a nearby unit. They said 2 other hunters went in to help, so why did only you come out? Are you the sole survivor? Shin Hyuk stayed expressionless but sighed inwardly. No wonder everyone's gathered. They must think we were wiped out in the mutated gate. He quickly reported everyone's safe. The teleport gate is secure. The man across looked stunned, an A-rank gate completed already. Seeing the panic on the other's face, he smiled and said, Yes, really. Do you think I'd lie to you soldiers? But just as he finished speaking, the giant face of that monster appeared behind him. The man instinctively shouted, It's an ogre, everyone prepare to fire. But then the monster's familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. Everyone calmed down. They pointed their weapons forward. Yet after hearing that sentence, their faces froze in bewilderment. Yeseol appeared, struggling a bit as she carried the monster out. It's me, Hunter Hong Yeseol, rank A. All 3 team members are safe. Their next chat was oddly casual. Teacher Kang, we can't pull it out. We probably have to cut it. Let me bring it back in. I'll go cut it. Those nearby couldn't understand. An ogre, 3 people, not 4. How did they bring down an ogre? The soldiers behind were also baffled. Corporal Kim, what is that monster? Huge. Didn't you see it in training? That's an ogre. I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in my life. It's enormous. Isn't an ogre something 5 rank hunters are needed to kill? I heard that too. Indeed, Kim Man Dong's students are on another level. That suspicious chatter kept buzzing in my ears. I saw him go in first, so I figured he'd caught it. Look at that scholarly posture and that shameless face. Learn to read people, will you? Even from the ogre's corpse you could tell. He's a swordsman, and swords don't make wounds like that. Still, it's not like he didn't help at all. Shin Hyuk exhaled, a little relieved. Luckily, they believed Hong Yeseol did the job when they saw the wounds. After all, I did chop it, but without the heavenly demon sword technique, it would have been tough. He eyed the traders warily. This company called is when Yeseol knows well, right? I wonder how much they'll pay. The rough-looking man was astonished seeing the monster. Hey, Yeseol, how on earth did you do this? It's the first time I've seen a giant ape in such good condition. Must be Kim Man Dong's disciple, and I've never seen an ogre so mangled. Yeseol, flustered, could only smile and ask timidly, How did this happen, sir? How much can you pay? She quickly named a huge price. Giant ape, good condition and decent quantity, so I'll offer 1,600. The figure left the teen behind, staring in stunned disbelief. 1,600. Not bad. What about the ogre? The bones are fine, but the hide's too damaged, this one. Hard to use much of it, so 1,300 then. What about the monostone price? The girl, embarrassed, turned to the man behind. The price is a bit low. What about Teacher Kang? What she least expected was that the man started shedding actual tears. Teacher Kang. He was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. 1,300. 1,300, no way. His mouth hung open in astonishment. Add the monostone price and what's the total? 4,000, 4,000. He leapt up with excitement. 40 million won. The man saw his reaction and sighed. What a strange friend. Yeseol caught it and she's this happy. Yeseol didn't know how to react either. Transfer the money into that account, please. Shin Hyuk was going mad at this windfall. He'd made millions from penny stocks before, but this was an explosion. 1 corpse and it's already 40 million. If not for Lee Jae-sung, I'd have quit teaching to be a hunter. Payment was done in a flash, plus a tax break for hunter school teachers. Since the two missed their schedules due to the gate mutation, each got a 10% share. The two girls immediately replied to the message. Teacher Kang, you really don't have to do that, honestly. We didn't do anything. The teen smiled warmly and replied earnestly. Hearing about what happened outside the gate worried me. Sorry for making you worry, and I offer this as thanks for coming to the gate. Please accept it. No matter how they tried to refuse, he had such pleasant words ready that they blushed. We're embarrassed, we won't just meet today. Are we ending the group today? No, summer break is long, we'll keep going. He sealed it with a dazzling smile and that handsome glow. Hard to refuse. So don't fuss, I look forward to your help in the future. That smile caught Yasial's eye and completely floored her. Her face flushed red, staring forward, unable to respond. Then a voice at last called Yasial. The little girl, hearing her name, finally startled and replied. Yasial, hung Yasial. Sion Hwa sat there, puzzled, and asked, Are you okay? Ever since Teacher Kang left, you've been acting strange. You go home without saying a word and you don't seem to want to eat. Yasial slowly took a spoonful of rice and sighed. It's nothing. I only transported the corpse and drove today. And thanks to Teacher Kang, I made 400 without doing anything. Honestly, I'm embarrassed and wondering if I should give it back. Hearing this, her close friend quickly realized something's off. 400 isn't much for an A-rank hunter. Are you really spacing out all day over that? Yasial fell silent and didn't want to answer. She remembered the scene in the dungeon. That terrifying aura blade that could crush an ogre in one blow, a technique no hunter had ever shown before. Yasial suddenly asked, Sion Hwa, for me, growth slows after reaching a maybe Teacher Kang could be the key to making me stronger. Man Dong nearby agreed at once. That's a reasonable point. He was wearing a powder-pink apron, looking a bit reluctant. Master, the man continued, I heard you went hunting with Sion Hwa today, and about the gate mutation. He set the pot down on the table and analyzed in a soft voice. Even as my disciple, you still lack the strength to take down an ogre alone. If someone could, Teacher Kang, who struck me effectively, would be the likeliest candidate. Yasial, thoughtful, added, yes, he's a B-rank hunter. No one would believe it unless they saw it. Teacher Kang seems to prefer keeping his power hidden. Remembering something, she asked, By the way, Master, you mentioned there was an opening at the school, right? The man beside him smiled and replied, the opening is for spear instruction. Yasial said again, it's just teaching kids, nothing major. Some practice will do. But the old man quickly called her out. When I asked you to do it, you had no reaction. How disappointing. The girl protested at this. Master, that's fun. Why say that? Besides, my guild contract is about to expire. She smiled and decided, starting next semester, I'll be the spear instructor. Please help me, Master. At the same time, I went to find Master to report our victory. The teen, cheerful, told the man in front, I cut off that monster's left arm. Before I passed out, I saw it clearly. It was wounded, really. But when the other showed no reaction, he annoyedly asked again, Master, did you hear me? The man calmly replied, I'm listening. I'm eating. Seeing that, the boy felt genuinely awkward. The man seemed to be smiling, truly a bashful old man. Yu Riang grinned, using a special move on a lowly foe. That monster didn't want to lose either. Hearing this, the boy asked with a smile, so what do I deserve a 110-point disciple rating? Only 90 points. Why's that? For being too arrogant. Shin Hyuk bowed quickly again. Anyway, thanks to Master, I got through the danger smoothly. And I used it effectively when killing the monster earlier. The old man sighed, that kid. If you're thankful, buy me a plate of braised pork. The boy smiled and replied happily, it's not out of reach, sir. The teen slowly took something from his backpack. I meant to give this before fighting the monster, but it's a gift I prepared for you, Master. Please accept it. He quickly produced some colorful photo albums. What's this book? It's a textbook for learning the language used in the outside world. Master, you once said you wanted to see how the outside world beyond the snow region has changed, right? The old man took the item with a faint smile, clearly pleased. Kid, how did you think of this? But what is this book? Why is it so unusually big and heavy? He grabbed it, beaming, and began to show him. This, just open it like this. No, wait, what on earth is happening? He then tapped the entry for a Tokyo performance by a famous girl group. On the screen, the performers looked gorgeous with glittering lights behind them, winking toward him in an utterly charming way. The old man couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, there's a person like this in the book. Hey. At this point, the boy could only stammer, please calm down, Master. This is how I record human images. He seemed about to do something, but the boy quickly cut him off. No, however you interpret it, I don't understand it either. The music kept playing melodiously in his ear, which made him feel oddly strange. The teenager beside him, seeing his master dazed, continued, This is the most famous idol group right now. You could call them dancers. Seeing the master's rapt expression and getting no reply, Shin Hyuk smiled faintly, apparently pleased with what he'd done. For Yu Ryong, he'd endured a long stretch of loneliness. Though he said he was used to being alone, no one truly gets used to it. Those past times were surely a brutal battle with loneliness. Look at it, so many changes in the world, he sighed. Yes, technology and culture. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted, pathetic indeed. Even famous dancers can't find decent clothes. This world is rotten. The boy was at a loss with the old man's thoughts. That's not it. That's not what it means. Shin Hyuk awkwardly tried to explain. No, master, it's not like that. Well, whatever. The old man sighed and smiled cheerfully. Ah, I'm old. Looking at this magic book and a bowl of sesame perilla ramen, I get it all now. Disciple, the outside world really has flourished, hasn't it? The boy replied softly, except for all the chaotic gate outbreaks. By the way, I'm pretty busy tomorrow, so today I'll teach you how to use a laptop and then leave. Hearing that, the other protested, training needs rest, you're not like me at all. He shrugged calmly. Master says good training is real combat. This disciple will go out and sweep the monsters clean, then come back. And so the lesson began. Look at this is called a pointer. If you move this, the white thing here, the teen continued instructing with utmost seriousness. The old master's gaze toward his disciple seemed a little deep, contemplative. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The next morning, the two girls showed up quickly, waiting there, right here. Seeing them, he ran over smiling. Good morning, you two beauties. Have you had breakfast? Yes, I ate with Sion HWA. What about you, master? Shin Hyuk smiled gently. I ate too. You two eating together must have met early. Yasial replied softly. I stayed at her place last night. Let's take my car today. The luxurious white car sped down the main road. Shin Hyuk in the back asked again, I've never seen what's in the back seat. What's that? That's a collapsible spear. I'm going to try using a spear today. Hearing that, they seemed surprised. Spear? What is that? In the path to becoming a hunter, no one said Hong Yasial knew how to use a spear. Her special skill is unarmed combat, so why is she suddenly using a spear? You looked at her suspiciously, prompting her to explain. The spear instructor position at our school is vacant this time. Sial said she'd apply for that position, and the statement hit you like a bomb. You couldn't help but think, spear techniques, doesn't that mean the position left by teacher Jung after he lost to me? Wait, it's not the unarmed combat instructor, but the spear instructor. What the heck? Then you realize something important. The original setup seems to have been changed. You were genuinely baffled. Did you do something wrong? You never advised her to use a spear. Still, you asked hesitantly, hey Yasial, why did you suddenly decide that? She glanced back slowly and replied, just that. I think life at the school wouldn't be so bad, summer off plus a paycheck. Hearing that, you half wanted to smack her. What nonsense is that? How much do you get for one gate run? Are you delirious from comfort? Anyway, I have to stop this. If anyone changes the setting, it shouldn't be Hong Yasial. If the setup gets altered, that's a huge problem. You asked again, skeptical. The spear seems hard to use. Isn't it tough without specialization? The girl just smiled and said simply, hunters who use spears tend to have a slight advantage in exams, and real spear training at the school isn't that hard, so it'll be fine. Sion HWA beside her chimed in cheerfully, the teacher recruitment exam isn't easy. You don't think it's that simple, do you? The girl happily replied, being an A-rank hunter is a plus, so what's the problem? Also, it's only temporary for this semester, which caught your attention. Temporary, a temporary teacher. You asked again, so you mean a temporary teacher? She nodded with a smile. I'm only planning to teach for one semester as a trial. If it fits, I'll retake the exam and switch back to unarmed combat instruction. Shin Hyuk was a bit thrown by that, gave him a start. Sion HWA smiled and added, the gate assigned today has undead. By the time we get there, it'll probably be lunch. Let's eat first. The teen in back smiled and asked, fine, what about the menu? I brought bento boxes. I prepared my own too. Shin Hyuk was flustered. If you brought bentos, you should have told me to bring one too. There's probably no convenience store out here. I didn't prepare anything. The girl smiled cheerfully. I prepared one for teacher Kang as well. Would he like anything else? Shin Hyuk's face flushed in surprise. There's also one for me. He hadn't expected someone else to pack a bento for him. Back in school, on field trips, we didn't even have bentos. Just a few thousand won left by parents, and I'd be grateful. Shin Hyuk answered awkwardly, I thought you prepared just for the two of you. Sion HWA smiled. We're not excluding you, we just packed ours, geez. Are we that cold? That's harsh. Shin Hyuk was dumbstruck. It's not like that, it's the first time I've had this. So touching. They sped down the long road. Looking at the map, there's a park. There's a grassy spot in the car. Let's eat there. Fine, I'm fine anywhere. A delicious spread of food was laid out. The teen picked up a rice ball and popped it into his mouth with pure delight. Only after he started eating did he realize she had accidentally packed an entire jar of salt into the food. That rice ball very quickly became a one-way ticket to culinary hell for them. By now, the whole bunch had appeared in front of a gigantic gate. The two of them attacked and slaughtered, as if trying to digest the disastrous rice ball I just shoved in my mouth. Sion HWA didn't even need mentioning. She cheerfully used her staff to project a wave of supportive power. The monsters over there, seeing them, were helpless to stop them. They charged straight in, using their strength to smash everything in the dungeon. After this, I decided I'd buy food instead of packing it myself. That day, our team, Kim Sion HWA and Hong Yseol, kept supporting non-stop for days to destroy some pretty notorious B-rank teleport gates in the area. And so, after cooperating smoothly in many ways, except when it came to food, Yseol happened to get a phone call. Who could be calling at this hour? She picked up the phone and answered seriously, "Uncle, is something wrong?" It sounded like something quite urgent, like a whole week. I'd be available, but an A-rank teleport gate, an emergency. If needed, Sion HWA can cover support in the rear. Also, I need to check others' schedules, she said, but seeing the person in front of her, she seemed to already know the answer. Looks like it's a yes, because Shin Hyuk's handsome face over there was positively beaming. I'm about to face a second big turning point in my life. Yseol quickly told the person on the phone, "Okay then, I'll call back when the schedule's set." The teen behind her was so excited he couldn't hold it in. "Yseol, what's going on?" "I heard something about an A-rank gate." Then he grinned and said cheerfully, "If it's something you need my help with, just ask." The caller replied softly, "With Teacher Kang there, I'd feel safe, but this time distance and timing make it tricky." Shin Hyuk heard that and was a bit suspicious. Distance and timing. Is it that serious? Sion HWA quickly explained. Actually, Yseol's uncle is the guild master of the Hei Rang Guild out on Jeju Island. Is her uncle's guild in trouble? Yseol looked truly flustered and answered hesitantly. I heard many people were injured in an A-rank gate, so they're severely short on manpower. He asked if we could come help for a week. Flight, lodging, and transport costs would all be fully covered. Shin Hyuk smiled brightly and said, even without support, I'd gladly help. Kim will go too, right? The girl nearby answered cheerfully, of course. Leave any magic or cooking to me. Let's just eat out for now. Shin Hyuk smiled and added, thanks so much. I'll treat you to something great when we get there. The girl replied softly, Yseol, just cook for me. Sion HWA said excitedly, I'll treat everyone. The conversation returned to the main topic. Teacher Kang, can we depart the day after tomorrow early? The three happily went home to prepare. Okay, rest one day then, depart the next. Oh right, the students said they're going to Jeju too. He stood there thinking to himself, it's not exactly a vacation, but surely it won't be non-stop monster hunting all day, right? If schedules align, meeting those sword guys wouldn't be so bad. That night he quickly packed all the necessary luggage. T-shirts done, socks done, underwear done. He sat in front of his suitcase and carefully checked everything. Phone, charger, moisturizer, all set. Doubt he needed to bring a towel. Then he glanced toward the sword in the distance. Wait. Bringing that on the plane probably won't fly. In Kang Shin Hyuk's memory, he'd never taken a weapon onto a plane. Just then the phone on the desk started ringing with that familiar tone. Seeing the name on the screen, you couldn't help but blurt out, perfect timing. I need to ask that kid a few things. The voice on the other end answered fast, hey, you rarely pick up like this, right? You replied in a low voice, are you off duty at the gate today? Hey, Seo, Ra, can I bring a sword on the plane? The other side shot back quickly, are you out of your mind? Lying comfortably on her bed, she explained. If you show your hunter license, you can check it in as baggage. I was actually about to call you about that. About your license. Seora continued, your license. Did you forget? The renewal exam is coming up. I checked, and it seems your license is about to expire. You should take care of it early. If it expires, you won't be able to teach next semester. He held his ID booklet in a daze and asked, really? It's been less than a month. How do you know? Seora let out a tired sigh. Actually, I received a routine contact from Antas a few days ago. They mentioned you during the conversation, so that's how I found out. The young man was stunned. They mentioned me? I thought it was all over between me and Antas. She replied, well, you've performed some major feats, the Witube thing and that duel with the vice principal the other day. Shin Hyuk felt flustered, but the Witube video was taken down to protect the students long ago, wasn't it? And I didn't think anyone recorded the duel. She lay back on her bed and replied softly, do you really think you can hide the sun with your palm? Why do you think those hunters who were after you suddenly went quiet? Even without video, students have posted dozens of accounts online. Though most people doubt a B-rank hunter could use an Aurora blade, it's mostly dismissed as students exaggerating or Kim Man-dong holding back. So it didn't become a massive news story. Shin Hyuk still didn't understand. Then why did Antas bring me up? Because they've acknowledged your skill to an extent. They're short on people lately, so they're starting to eye you again. She continued with a playful smile. They even told me to try and approach you, pretend to chat, and lure you back. He laughed and said, to put it bluntly, aren't they telling you to use a honey trap? She replied with a flirtatious tone. Not exactly, they were just testing the waters, so I made up a suitable excuse and tactfully declined. After that, I doubt they'll bother you again. Shin Hyuk felt uneasy. What kind of excuse did you use? Hearing that makes me even more worried. What was it? She hesitated while Shin Hyuk pressed her. It's fine, just tell me. It's not like I'm going to bring a whip and make you lash me, right? I told them you sneak into my room at night just to smell my socks. You know, the kind of weird reason that makes everyone's brain freeze. But don't worry, they went silent after hearing that and didn't ask another word. Shin Hyuk silently mourned the reputation he had built as he replied, thanks, I guess that works. Time passed quickly, and the next morning they departed for their destination on a domestic flight. The airport was bustling, with crowds of people coming and going. The young man pulled his suitcase along, the rolling sound quite pleasant to his ears. The group of three soon arrived. It's packed. It must be because of the vacation season. I'm jealous. Let's just endure it for a few days. Once the injured hunters return to work, we can have our break. Shin Hyuk asked, we're heading to the Hae Rang Guild headquarters first, right? The girl next to him replied. I told my cousin to pick us up. She said she'd be waiting at gate 4. Suddenly a voice called out nearby, sister, over here. A beautiful girl with tanned skin and a stylish short black haircut waved at them. Sister Sion HWA, you came to help too. This was C-rank hunter Hong Yi-seul, a member of the Hae Rang Guild. The two girls rushed to greet each other affectionately. It's been so long, how have you been? Yes, I missed you so much, Shin Hyuk thought to himself. It seems she's even more attached to Kim Sion HWA than to Hong Yi-seul. The introductions followed. Let me introduce you, this is Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, currently an instructor at the Hunter School. He smiled and said, hello, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. The girl greeted him, hello, teacher, I'm Hong Yi-seul. Are you really a teacher? He replied awkwardly. Ah, yes, that's right. She beamed with excitement. Wow, you're so handsome, I thought you were an idol, he thought to himself. She's certainly energetic. As they prepared to leave the busy airport, she said, let's talk more on the way. Follow me, everyone. The car sped through familiar streets as they were briefed further on the situation during the drive. A week ago, in an A-rank gate designed for a 10-person party where the guild's main forces were deployed, 3 adult monsters unexpectedly appeared. Though they were eventually defeated, it cost a life. The Vice Guild Master and almost all other members were severely injured, and some were so traumatized they announced their retirement. Shin Hyuk nodded silently in the back. It was understandable. Magic could heal almost any wound if the person survived, but healing the mind was a different matter. The situation is more tense than I thought. It might be a very busy trip, he thought as they arrived at the lavish headquarters on a main street. We're here. I'll drive you straight to your accommodations so you can leave your bags in the car. He looked up at the massive building and marveled. Is this whole building the Hae Rang Guilds? Yi-seul smiled and said, oh no, we only use floors 7 through 10. Suddenly a colorful man appeared in front of them. My dear niece, you've arrived. Uncle, how have you been? A tall, muscular man with tanned skin and striking blonde hair appeared. He replied with a joyful smile. If I were doing well, I wouldn't be begging for my pension yet, would I? This was the leader of the Hae Rang Guild, Hong Jong-sik. He greeted the other girl. It's been a long time, Sion HWA. How is your father, Man-dong? She bowed and replied. He's well. He asked me to apologize for not being able to come personally. The man replied cheerfully, even a message is enough to make me grateful, then turned his beaming smile toward the boy. And this handsome gentleman must be Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk. Nice to meet you all. Let's go inside to talk. Shin Hyuk thought. That lively personality definitely runs in the family. They were soon invited into a luxurious meeting room, with cups of coffee steaming on the table. I'm sure Yi-seul gave you a brief overview on the way here. To put it simply, the main gate you'll be tackling this time is a 7-person B-rank gate. Normally, Hae Rang reinforces each gate with extra members to prioritize safety. But with the severe manpower shortage, the party you've been assigned to only has 5 people. Yi-seul took a sip of her coffee and smiled. That's fine, uncle, that's enough people. The conversation shifted. So, what is your opinion, Mr. Kang? Actually, I think 5 people might be a bit too many, he replied hesitantly, which left the man across from him looking stunned. Shin Hyuk spoke softly to the person next to him. Based on our recent coordination, I think 3 people would be enough. A 7-person B-rank gate doesn't really need any reinforcement. And besides, with too many people, the payout is smaller, isn't it? This comment immediately made the man across the table look quite displeased. He scratched his head and said calmly, "You're quite confident, Mr. Kang. Which guild were you with before you started teaching?" He replied simply, "I was with the Chase Guild, sir." The man noted coldly, "A prestigious guild, B-rank, right?" "Yes, I'm a B-rank hunter." The man's gaze turned cold as he looked straight at him. "Mr. Kang, the B-rank hunters at Hei Rang are very well organized. If a gate is set for at least 7 people, there is a very good reason for it. Furthermore, my daughter, my niece, and her friend are participating this time. For you to suggest reducing the team instead of reinforcing it, I'm afraid that's not a very good attitude." Yisial looked flustered, thinking, "We know how strong he is, but I forgot my uncle wouldn't see it that way. Oh no, he has a short temper." Realizing she had to intervene, she watched as the man radiated bloodlust and said, "I thought you were a polite guest since my niece brought you, but it seems you're a bit insolent. Has going on a trip with beautiful women made you arrogant?" The man's expression became terrifying. "Follow me. I'll help you fix that head of yours that's floating in the clouds." Shin Hyuk didn't know how to react to the sudden turn of events. Yisial tried to stop him. "Uncle, he came from far away to help. What are you doing?" The man let out a helpless sigh. "Yisial, stay out of this. This concerns the direct safety of our guild members. If we're bringing people in, we should bring people with suitable abilities. Why bring someone who only knows how to play with words?" he said with deep disappointment. Just then the boy quickly drew his sword, which was enveloped in a powerful layer of pale blue light. The man immediately recognized this immense power. "Is that an Aurora sword? No, wait. Is that an Aurora blade?" The power he couldn't even control during his duel with Kim Man-dong. The blade reinforced with spiritual energy. The Aurora blade. "After several days of clearing B-rank gates, I've gradually gotten used to controlling it. Real combat really is the best training, just like my master said." Jong Sik was stunned. "Mr. Kang, didn't you say you were B-rank? How can you use an aura like that?" He replied with a friendly smile. "I just happened to grasp it during my training. I wouldn't call it perfect yet." The man turned around as if to leave. "You aren't joking, are you? My apologies if my earlier remarks were a bit reckless. Since the 3 of us have coordinated for a long time, my words only came from a place of concern for everyone's safety." He understood the gravity of the situation. With portals appearing non-stop and forces depleted, every hunter was precious. If someone was strong enough to allow for a smaller team, it was a blessing. Sion Hwa smiled and suggested, "Uncle, please try to trust Mr. Kang. He recently sparred with and beat my father. I mean Vice Principal Kim Man-dong." Shin Hyuk felt embarrassed by the praise. "Miss Kim, I can't really call that a victory. The Vice Principal held back quite a bit," she replied. "By the rules, you still won." This finally caught Jong Sik's attention. "Come to think of it, I did hear a rumor about a teacher who dueled Man-dong." He asked suspiciously, "Could the person who managed to land a hit on Man-dong be you?" "Yes, it was Mr. Kang," his niece replied helplessly. "I felt the same way as you at first, uncle. I should have told you sooner." Jong Sik still couldn't believe it. "Unbelievable. Someone with that much power is still only B-rank. Is there a special reason?" Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. "There's no special reason. I just haven't met the requirements to apply for a rank up yet. One of the conditions for A rank is completing 100 B rank gate clears domestically. Unfortunately, my overseas activities aren't recognized, so I'm still a bit short. I'm just renewing my license this year and waiting until next year to rank up." The man laughed heartily and said, "As the saying goes, the protruding nail gets hammered. Don't let any more misunderstandings happen, and make sure you take that A-rank evaluation as soon as you're eligible." Yisial smiled. "Thanks for understanding, uncle. I'm still not entirely at ease, though. Physical strength is one thing, but real combat inside a gate is another matter entirely. The fact that you haven't met the rank up conditions only proves your practical experience doesn't match your power yet. I'll send 2 hunters who specialize in support and know the terrain. I won't budge on this." "I understand, thank you, Guild Master." Shin Hyuk glanced at him, thinking a guild leader is truly different, not only seeing the gaps but proactively filling them with the right people. While he said the 3 of them coordinated well, It usually just meant Kim Seon HWA used buff magic, while Hong Yeseol used her spear, and he just slashed everything in sight. Now, with the swordsman and guild member Hong Yeseol joining, he wondered who the two people the leader was sending would be. On the appointed day, B-rank hunter Han Kwang Ho and B-rank hunter Lee Jai Hai arrived with friendly smiles. "Hello, we look forward to working with you," Yi Seul introduced them excitedly. "They are the two best teammates chosen to support you. Mr. Kwang Ho is a fire magic specialist, and Miss Jai Hai is a master archer." They smiled and added, "I'll handle the terrain in the areas Hei Rang is responsible for. I also have some magical sensing ability, so I can spot danger quickly." Since the current team was heavily focused on direct close combat, adding long-range firepower was a smart move. The guild leader's calculations were quite systematic. "Well then, let's head inside. Today we'll just focus on basic coordination to get used to each other." "Yes, we're ready." The group entered the dark cave ahead. The cold air inside felt a bit ominous. The six of them moved deep inside the cave, with its uneven terrain. Visibility was narrow with many blind spots, and the monsters here were giant red rats, a type that was difficult to kill, which was why the job had been delayed. "I see, let's do a light 2-hour scouting mission today." The boy in the back smiled. 2 hours is easy." Kwang Ho was surprised, thinking, "What? I thought he'd be arrogant after hearing he wanted a smaller team, but he seems perfectly normal." Jai Hai smiled and said, "We've passed the safe zone. Everyone stay alert. Monsters can jump out from anywhere." Like this, she smiled excitedly and fired an arrow with great power. But before she could do anything, a silhouette moved past her even faster. He gripped his sword and wiped out the monster in an instant. His speed and reflexes left the girl, staring in total disbelief. The massive body of the monster slumped to the ground. The group looked over. "So this is a giant red rat? It doesn't look like I imagined." Yeseol asked curiously, "How did you imagine it?" "I thought it would look like a regular rat, just bigger." They all laughed. "Mr. Kang, it's a good thing you didn't become a writer. That would have been a disaster." He wondered what was wrong with his imagination, but they were actually stunned by what just happened. What was that? He didn't even use mana, and yet he spotted that rat even faster than my B-rank sensing skill. With that movement speed and this complex terrain, that's no easy feat. Sion HWA asked with a smile, "How do you feel about this gate? Are there too many monsters?" Shin Hyuk replied happily, "As expected of a 10-person gate, the signals I'm sensing are quite dense." This answer left the others confused. "Mr. Kang, do you have sensing skills too?" "Let's just say I do. Don't worry, I'll handle protection and support." The two new members felt a strange sense of security. How odd. Being protected feels so new, but I finally see why the team size was reduced. After 2 hours, they were exhausted and panting. "I'm so tired. I'm out of breath just trying to keep up." Jai Hai panted heavily. "Mr. Kwang Ho, how deep are they planning to go?" Her partner replied, "Who knows? They said 2 hours. Did they mean the time it takes to clear the whole gate?" Shin Hyuk still had a happy smile on his face, looking excited despite being covered in blood. And his teammates had performed their duties well. "I've never felt so sorry for rats in my life." They had cleared a 10-person B-rank gate with only 2 leaders easily wiping everything out. Jai Hai asked in disbelief, "Didn't Yi Seul say he was B-rank?" "Yes, but I don't really know. The people who brought him in are quite high up." The boy in the back was stunned by the name. "Kang Shin Hyuk? Wait, did you say Kang Shin Hyuk?" "Yes, do you know him?" The name sent the young man into a deep, silent reflection. "Actually, I once sent him a challenge." "Good Lord, you're lucky to be alive." They finally breathed a sigh of relief. "With a gate this size, the payout should be at least 60 million, right? But we didn't really contribute anything, so we'll probably go home empty-handed." "Exactly. He's the one who found all the monsters. We didn't even have time to help." The two of them fell into a deep depression thinking about it. Even though Seol and Sion HWA had contributed, to put it bluntly, they had mostly spent their time just standing around and watching. However, Shin Hyuk heard this and replied with a very joyful smile, "Let's just divide it equally." This situation completely stunned the two of them. Jai Hai was flustered and couldn't understand it. "Mr. Kang, but we really didn't do anything. Is today not a special day? I might have overdone it a bit today to reassure everyone, so don't worry too much. Anyway, without you guys, I wouldn't have met the minimum requirements to enter the portal. And since you accepted and trusted a stranger like me, the least I can do is show my appreciation," the young man said with a very happy smile on his face. The aura radiating from him made the two of them feel incredibly grateful. Then Kwang Ho couldn't contain himself and rushed forward. "Shin Hyuk, man, what? Don't get that close to me." And just like that, a new team to accompany them on the special mission to Jeju Island was formed. The car outside was still parked neatly in its spot. The mobile phone inside the backpack was still resting safely on the seat. Suddenly, a familiar notification appeared. Teacher, we're going to Jeju the day after tomorrow. Are you really not planning to come with us? Are you doing okay lately? Do you remember what you said at the closing ceremony? Teacher, we're going to Jeju, come with us. After that, the phone returned to its silent state once more. However, in the blink of an eye, several more notifications popped up continuously. It's your two favorite students, Jin-soo. Teacher, please come to Jeju with us. They finally emerged from the massive portal. The whole group was chatting happily with excited smiles. They had been performing intense work for 3 consecutive days. Kwang Ho, following behind, let out a joyful sigh. Today must be the next portal, right, teacher? With Mr. Shin Hyuk and Miss Yi supporting us, the work is getting done incredibly fast. Not to mention Miss Seon Hwa's support magic. Everyone is so full of energy they don't even know what fatigue is, the girl said with a happy smile, looking over. Mr. Kang, it seems you have an appointment today, right? Shin Hyuk smiled happily in the back. That's right, my students said they've come all the way here to meet up. I plan to drop by there for a bit. But seeing the young man's face currently covered in red blood, she added, you should probably take a quick shower before you say that. The girls nearby burst into happy laughter at the sight. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, everyone looks quite refreshed. It's only been 3 days and we're already coordinating quite well. Rumors say the injured hunters are returning soon, so things should get less intense by next week. Kwang Ho chatted with a happy smile. Mr. Shin Hyuk, you're going to meet your students, so you'll need a car, right? It's close by, so I was planning to just take a taxi for convenience. However, the other man casually tossed him a car key. Then take my car for convenience. I was planning to have a few beers and rest anyway, so thanks, Kwang Ho. That car sped down the large highway in the dark of night. He sat there smiling happily. Following Kwang Ho's advice was the right move. It's only fair to go see the kids play, and they'll be so surprised when I show up. Jin-soo, on the other end of the line, smiled happily upon receiving the call from his beloved teacher. Oh my God, teacher. My prayers have been answered. I'm on my way now. Do you guys need me to buy anything? Those students were truly so happy they forgot everything else. What? You're actually in Jeju right now? How is that possible? Is it really you? Actually, I've been working here for a while as the whole group in one place. The 2 girls nearby began to radiate a terrifying, threatening aura as they heard the conversation. Not the whole group, sir. Only Yoon Seo is at the lodge. The rest of us are out in the city center. Yoon Seo has a bit of a cold, so she took some medicine and is resting in her room. We'll be back at the room in about an hour. Could you drop by then? Yes, all right, but what do you guys want to eat? The girls on the other end started screaming excitedly. Teacher, Min-hee is craving beef so much. And his voice rang in their ears with concern. Jin-soo, is Min-hee okay? While the boy on the other side seized the chance to shout, Jin-soo wants to eat beef too. Beef it is then, he said as he quickly hung up and sighed tiredly, thinking that beef really was an addictive dish. Soon the road ahead began to get congested. Let's see, I'll stop at the supermarket for soda and snacks first. Wait a minute, is this really Jeju? Why are there so many curves in the road? Did an accident happen up ahead? The area had become so gridlocked that it was impossible to move. He glanced at the man directing traffic outside. If this were a sobriety check, it would be the police, but these guys are soldiers. He quickly leaned out and asked softly, Excuse me, what happened up ahead? The man gave him a standard answer. A monster escaped during a raid on a nearby portal. The hunters dispatched couldn't contain it, so the safe zone there has been revoked. The area is currently under lockdown, and it's very dangerous up ahead. Once the car in front turns around, you should head back too. Shin Hyuk heard this and was genuinely confused, wondering what kind of guild was stupid enough to let a portal situation get this bad. Then it hit him, and he remembered something very important. Wait, didn't they say everyone went out and only Yoon Seo stayed at the lodge? He quickly questioned the man in front of him. How far does the lockdown extend? I'm told the entire area is sealed off. Do you live in this district? Not exactly, but my friend is staying at a pension in that zone. She has a cold, took medicine, and is sleeping. If she can't get out, she's in real danger, so you should try calling your friend just in case something happens. He immediately dialed the number to reach the other end. The soft voice of the young girl rang in his ear, confirming his bad premonition. These premonitions were rarely wrong. Hello, he asked anxiously. Yoon Seo, where exactly are you? Teacher, why are you calling so suddenly? Are you also in Jeju? A worried voice came through the line. No, I mean, which part of Jeju are you in? Are you actually in the lodge room? Yoon Seo panted tiredly. How did you know? I have a cold, so I'm just lying in the bedroom. He quickly gave her instructions with a worried look. Yoon Seo, listen to me very carefully. A monster just escaped from a portal near you, and everyone has likely been evacuated. This news seemed to shock the girl. A monster? Yes, and since that area is usually deserted, you absolutely must not step out of the room. The soldier nearby added a quick warning. That monster is a shadow reaper. Turn off all the lights and stay absolutely silent. And he never expected this situation to unfold, especially with that specific creature. Shin Hyuk grit his teeth, unable to stay calm. If an ogre was A rank, a shadow reaper was B rank, but it had stealth and high defense, making it an extremely difficult opponent. He carefully warned her again, "Did you hear me, Yoon Seo? It's very dangerous if it finds you, so wait for me to get there and don't do anything." But the girl's voice sounded curious. "Teacher, is that monster really a massive creature with a scythe wearing a black cloak?" And he couldn't stay calm, questioning, "Are you sure you didn't fall asleep during class?" She replied frantically, "That's not it, teacher. That monster is right in front of me." And the voice on the other end shouted in shock, "What on earth? I think it's only a matter of time before it notices me." "What did you just say, Yoon Seo?" At that moment, the people there were trembling and clutching themselves, trying to stay silent. "It seems I'm not the only one here." And before she could even panic, she saw that there were other children there as well, looking back in total terror. The monster's gaze was truly terrifying. Its sharp eyes and the bloodlust it radiated were enough to make anyone freeze with fear. Shin Hyuk heard this and felt his whole body drop into an icy abyss. Meanwhile, the kids on the other side could no longer remain calm. The monster raised its massive scythe and struck down with great force. But before it could act, it was hit directly in the face by a stone. The girl cried out for help in a panic as the monster turned toward her. "Teacher." The kids nearby couldn't believe what was happening. "Teacher, you have to get here fast. I have a fever, so I can't run for long," she said, facing the beast as if she had no other choice. Shin Hyuk shouted frantically into the phone, "Yoon Seo, Yoon Seo, what happened? Has she already encountered the monster?" His face was pale as he turned to the man next to him and announced, "I'm a hunter. I'm currently teaching, but I'm temporarily part of the Hae Rang Guild. Can you assist me in entering that area? If you're a hunter, then you're allowed in, of course, but as you can see, the traffic ahead is in total chaos. You'll have to wait until the cars in front move out." He suddenly pointed in a certain direction. This action surprised everyone present. The whole group turned to look toward the dense forest in the distance. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the others were happily celebrating under warm lights. "Let's have a toast." Kwang Ho cheered happily. "This is the drink right here. A beer to wash away a sweaty Friday night. I didn't expect Miss Jai Hai to agree to a drink." She smiled and raised her glass. "I don't usually drink beer, but I definitely have to today. Rolling around with the support team for 3 days has left my throat bone dry. I think we did great. At this rate, I'll pay off my car debt and be rich in no time," she said, which surprised her partner. "You bought your car on installments too." "Yeah, I was really reckless to buy it with a 36-month term." But he had no idea that his precious car was currently being used in an unthinkable way, crashing through trees and charging into the forest. "Since Mr. Shin Hyuk is so good at making money, I have to work hard too. Thanks to Kwang Ho, he's probably meeting his students now," he thought, as the car sped through the deep woods without any obstacles. Shin Hyuk inside the car screamed out in pity, "I'm so sorry, my companion." In the end, he had no other choice but to race through the old forest, regardless of the damage he was leaving behind. The young man on the other side still had no idea what was happening to his beloved car. Meanwhile, the monster chasing Yoon Seo was almost upon her. A short memory flashed in the young girl's mind. "In short, when you guys go on your internships, remember my words. Safety is paramount. Rule number 1 is safety, so what is rule number 2? Naturally, it's still safety, is that clear? Don't try to be a hero and rush in only to get yourself hurt without a plan. That only makes you a liability. In a portal, anything can happen." Yoon Seo, sitting below, had asked seriously, "Teacher, no matter how careful we are, there are times when we face unavoidable situations. What should we do if a monster appears that's beyond our ability to handle?" He had quickly given her an answer. "In that case, do exactly what I'm doing now. Grab tight with one hand, hold the head with the other, and just twist. That's it. Make it fast. It has to be very fast. The harder the twist and the faster the break, the less it hurts," making the girl below so angry she clenched her fists, wondering why she'd even asked. Shin Hyuk had a happy smile on his face. "Just kidding. The first thing to do is assess the situation around you and then run. But if we're running, why do we need to assess the situation? Because you need to know which direction is safe. Knowing the location of other hunting teams or safe zones gives you a higher chance of survival, so always memorize the positions of hunter camps or shelters. All right, that's enough talk for now. Today we're going back out for a run. Get ready, everyone. Does he really have to make us run every single day? Now she realized just how useful all those running drills back at school were. As the monster struck with power, the young girl easily tilted her body to dodge every blow. I almost lost my life just now. I finally understand why teacher made us run all semester. The Shadow Reaper is a B-rank monster and one of the most dangerous types at that. I was just too lucky. For a first-year student to escape that monster is a total miracle. She couldn't help but think of the two sisters she had just saved. So stupid. Who told you to be such arrogant heroes, huh? The young girl was breaking into a cold sweat and felt immense pain, remembering when she was asked why she wanted to be a hunter. Maybe because hunters make a lot of money, or because they look cool. Surely I wouldn't have come here with just a bit of talent for no reason. I simply followed my sister. She said she wanted to enter a hunter school like this. At that time, the young girl had looked at her sister and asked, "Sister, why do you want to be a hunter?" The other had replied dazed, "I just followed you." What? Then both of them had mental question marks over their heads, unable to stay calm. What do you mean, what? Yoon Seo, did you really forget? Back when you were tiny? Tiny? What are you talking about? She said that as a child, she had watched a documentary about people who lost their families to monsters, and had said she wanted to be a hunter to help those people so they wouldn't have to be victims anymore. Honestly, she didn't remember any of it at the time. Not a single thing about what happened then. And her sister had decided to become a hunter just to protect and support her. Perhaps if she had abandoned the kids back then, she could have survived alone. But she knew she could never face her sister if she had. "If I run this way, I'll reach the shelter. Just a little bit further," she shouted to the others. "I'll lure this monster away, so you kids run into the building, lock the door, and hide. I'll call for hunters to come help," she shouted with forced bravery. But when she turned her head, she couldn't believe her eyes, because there was absolutely nothing behind her. Why is there nothing there? They were clearly chasing me just now. The monster that even B-rank hunters have to team up to hunt, the Shadow Reaper. The reason they had to team up was because of its unpredictable illusions. It hides in the shadows and waits for its chance, and only now did the girl realize she had been tricked, as the silhouette of the massive monster appeared behind her. Yoon Seo shouted again, "It's dangerous." Then she realized she couldn't even move under the terrifying aura it radiated. The silhouette of the powerful car burst out from the massive forest. The monster was suddenly illuminated by the lights and looked over in surprise. The once luxurious car was now battered beyond description, and the man inside screamed, "Seo, Yoon Seo, did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" Shin Hyuk finally appeared like a hero to protect his young student. The massive car lunged straight at the monster. Yoon Seo was truly terrified by the sight. Teacher. Time rewound to 3 minutes earlier, when the car was still racing through the forest. He had closed his eyes tight to sense the power radiating from everywhere. "I can clearly feel the aura from Min-hee's uncle's resort. There are 2 weak signals, likely the kids, and 1 chaotic aura, which means the monster is right there. Yoon Seo. She's drawing its attention to protect the kids." Come to think of it, in the original story, if Yoon Seo appeared, nothing too serious usually happened. But I can't be careless. Just like Choi Seora leaving Anta's or Hong Ye-seol joining the school, every action in this world can cause a butterfly effect and change everything. Focus, Kang Shin Hyuk. Filter out the noise to find the exact signal. He had used that maximum concentration power perfectly. Every corner of the forest appeared before his mind's eye. The young man finally sensed the 2 figures, chasing each other through the vast woods. "It's definitely there," he thought, as the girl tried her best to escape the monster. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and lunged forward. The speedometer climbed at a dizzying rate as Shin Hyuk shouted frantically, "Seo, Yoon Seo, did I ever tell you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" For the first time, he used a crazed expression as he charged ahead. The monster there was completely baffled by what was happening. Before it could react, it saw the massive car slamming right into it. Yoon Seo couldn't stay calm either. The crazed man's eyes were fixed ahead in total shock. For the first time, it saw the body of a man with a massive power that surpassed its understanding. "You bastard, don't you dare point your weapon at my student like that, you hear me?" A powerful light enveloped his body. In an instant, he looked insane and ready to blow everything away. A powerful light radiated from the deep seabed and bubbles rose everywhere. The young man used his power without a hint of fear. Yoon Seo, watching from above, couldn't believe it. "Teacher!" The water finally returned to its original quiet state. A long time later, tiny bubbles appeared on the surface. Finally, he emerged from the deep sea. He crawled onto the land completely intact, thinking it was a close call. Luckily, there weren't many people around or he would have been late. He looked over and waved with a smile. "Yoon Seo, are you hurt?" To his surprise, she lunged at him and sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her beautiful face in a look of pure distress. He could only stand there in a daze, thinking, "This kid. You risked your life as bait for a monster just for those kids. You must have been so scared." "Don't cry, you dummy," he said, but the girl's voice still held an inexplicable tremor. "But teacher." "The car," she said, and his eyes slowly darkened. Kwang Ho's 36-month installment car was now resting at the bottom of the ocean. Shin Hyuk could only give a faint, comforting smile. "It's okay, so what if we lost a car? As long as you're safe, that's enough," he said, while Kwang Ho had already fallen into a deep sleep after a long drinking session with his partner, completely unaware that his beloved car was buried at the bottom of the sea. "Now I can finally sleep peacefully in Jeju." The sound of police sirens wailed not long after that. The two of them were quickly treated in an ambulance for every scratch on their bodies, and further measures were deployed extremely rapidly after the monster was neutralized. Thanks to the children promptly calling the police, sirens echoed a moment later as a flurry of vehicles began to arrive one by one. Police cars, military trucks, and even more ambulances arrived. To an outsider, it might have looked like a fair was being held, but based on the uniforms, it was clear that hunters on search missions had also been dispatched there. Shin Hyuk sat to one side and asked softly, "Aren't you going to call your parents?" To which the girl next to him gave an embarrassed smile and replied, "I'm afraid if I call them, they'll make me come home right this second." Shin Hyuk stole a quick glance at the girl sitting beside him. He then tossed the towel from his own head to her and remarked, "Doing good deeds is what you should do, and helping others is valuable. But do you realize that if you had died, none of that would matter anymore?" Yoon Seo took the small towel and smiled happily. "But didn't you come to save me, teacher?" Shin Hyuk glanced over with his handsome face and scolded, "Are you talking back now? What would have happened if I had been just a little bit later? You're all talk." The young girl's gaze toward the man beside her seemed to shift slightly. Her soft voice rang in his ear, "Teacher, what now? I really wish you wouldn't use that beautiful face of yours so recklessly." He was genuinely flustered by the sudden change in her tone, asking, "Why are you suddenly talking about my face?" "Because that face is just too good-looking. Looking at it closely, it's almost a waste," she replied, making him mutter, "This kid." She turned her head and gave a radiant smile. "I'll see you back at the dorms. Thank you so much for today," to which he replied, "Watch where you're going, you brat." Just then a voice called out nearby, "Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk. Have you been waiting long? We just recovered the Shadow Reaper's corpse." "You're truly extraordinary. I'm sorry to ask, but which guild do you belong to?" And he replied cheerfully, "I don't belong to a guild. I'm an instructor at the Hunter Training Academy." The man then offered a formal military salute. "If you hadn't dealt with that monster, we would have had to maintain a combat state for several more days. We are truly grateful to you." "Goodness, I didn't expect such a thank you." The man in front of him looked a bit awkward and replied, "You certainly deserve it, but I'm sorry to ask at a time like this. Could you come back to headquarters with us to assist with the incident report? It won't take too much of your time," he added. And Shin Hyuk agreed to go along, though he suddenly had a nagging thought that he was in trouble, because once he was led to the police station, he found numerous high-ranking officials waiting for him. "It's an honor to meet you. On behalf of the Unified Federation, I offer our sincere thanks." "Hello, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." Another man smiled and added, "Hello, I'm the provincial director. You've done something truly wonderful." "It was nothing, sir." Yet another man appeared and bowed respectfully. "I am truly sorry and incredibly grateful to you for everything," identifying himself as the leader of the guild that had let the monster escape. Shin Hyuk, listening to all the gratitude, couldn't stay calm, thinking, "Could you guys just gather and listen all at once? I just finish introducing myself and explaining the situation when someone new walks in and I have to start all over again. Now then, shall we discuss your compensation?" And hearing this, his face beamed with joy as he looked ahead and replied, "That sounds great." The guild that lost the monster agreed to pay for the corpse's value plus a reward, and Kwang Ho's car, which had been buried with the monster, was to be replaced with a brand new, full-option model. The provincial director also mentioned considering him for a Brave Citizen award or something similar. While he loved the reward money, he honestly had zero interest in those kinds of titles. But the director looked at him with glowing eyes and insisted seriously, "No, that's not right. You've done a good deed, so you must be rewarded," making Shin Hyuk worry that such a title would catch the eye of the people he was trying to avoid. He smiled and made a counter-proposal. Then please give it to my student instead. She's the one who recklessly lured the monster away, which the director noted was a fair point and promised to look into. A police officer behind him then smiled and offered, "Let me drive you wherever you need to go. Where to, teacher?" And Shin Hyuk thought for a moment before asking, "Well, do you know any butcher shops that are still open?" "A butcher shop?" Seeing the confusion in the officer's eyes, he could only offer an embarrassed smile. "It's because my students said they were craving beef," he explained, as several high-quality cuts of beef were eventually brought out, leaving the kids in total shock. The rich, enticing aroma filled the air, making everyone's mouth water. They happily devoured the beef, exclaiming that raw beef was the absolute best. He looked at them with a faint smile, feeling happy inside. These kids probably haven't even had dinner yet, and it's almost time for a late-night snack. They were so worried about Yoon Seo, so I'm glad everything is okay. Just then someone nearby smiled and offered, "I have plenty of rooms, so why don't you stay the night, teacher?" "Oh, you don't have to do that. It would be too much trouble." The man, who turned out to be Min Hee's father, smiled and replied, "Trouble? Thanks to you, everything is peaceful now. It's really no bother, so please stay." "I agree. Besides, you promised to go to the beach with us tomorrow, teacher." He had no choice but to accept the offer. "Then I'll stay," making the kids cheer excitedly. "Awesome, we're playing games with you tonight." Before they devolved into a happy argument about cooking the meat instead of eating it raw like cavemen. The next day, the bright sun shone over the golden sands. The clear blue water was truly beautiful and refreshing. The kids were all there, playing on the massive beach. Shin Hyuk on the shore was truly soaking in the atmosphere, thinking, "This is great. Now it finally feels like a vacation. I wonder if the teachers with Mr. Kim are enjoying themselves too. And these kids are seriously built different. They stayed up all night and are still full of energy. I guess I can give them extra running drills next semester." Jin-soo, who was being splashed in the water, suddenly looked straight up. He then spoke softly to the girls next to him, coordinating a plan. The students in the water suddenly looked toward the shore with very mischievous eyes. "Teacher, aren't you bored sitting there all alone?" "Not at all, I'm actually very comfortable right now." They slowly approached with terrifying faces. "Don't just sit there, come play with us. The swordsmanship department doesn't just talk, right?" Behind him, Yoon-ho was hiding, clearly waiting for a chance to act. But of course, he didn't miss a single movement from the brats. "Get him!" The kids acted according to their plan and charged. But no matter what they did, they couldn't even touch the young man. In the blink of an eye, Shin Hyuk stood up and countered them skillfully. Jin-soo in the back couldn't understand it. "Yoon Seo, Min Hee, what are you doing? Catch him already? What? I suddenly can't move my body. Wait, what did you do?" He clearly knew what they were up to and teased. "Trying to throw your teacher in the water. You're still too green, kids." "I seriously can't move. Teacher, do hunters even learn stuff like this?" "Learn your head, go with me to buy some water, quick. Yoon Seo, stay in the shade and watch these guys for me, okay?" "What? Teacher, you're totally playing favorites with Yoon Seo. Maybe if you were more like your sister, I'd be nicer to you." "All right, I'll be back in a second, so stay put." Jin-soo walked beside him and asked curiously, "Teacher, are you really going to leave them paralyzed all day?" "Don't worry, they'll be able to move in about 10 minutes. The boy beside him gave a very happy smile. Finally free, all that pizza worship is finally paying off. But his hopes were quickly dashed. "And you're staying for 30 minutes. You're the leader, so you get extra for trying to sneak away." "Teacher, please have mercy," the young man whined, only to be told, "Fine, then make it 40 minutes. Meanwhile, the others on the shore were trembling as their bodies were locked in place. Yoon Seo was playfully teasing them. "Wow, you really can't move at all. How did teacher do that?" "Yoon Seo, you." Min Hee was also being teased to the point where her body was shaking. "I didn't expect you to be so mean. You're the most dangerous one, acting all quiet but doing everything. Just wait until I can move again. I'm going to get you, Seo, Yoon Seo." The girl just gave an arrogant smile and replied, "Useless. Teacher favors me." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, drawing their attention. "Ho ho. Well, well, well. What are three beautiful girls doing gathered here?" Min Hee noticed the man right away. He had tanned skin and striking blonde hair, wearing several shiny rings as he slowly approached. A man with a muscular frame and an arrogant smile appeared, but his face looked somewhat aged with wrinkles everywhere. "How old are you girls? Want to come hang out with us?" That question about their age really set the girls off. On that beautiful beach with blue water and golden sand, people nearby noticed the strange conversation. "We told you we're not interested, so why are you following us? Did we do something wrong? We just wanted to hang out since there's a big group of us." Yoon-ho, unable to act, watched intensely as his body trembled. "Thornton, you can clearly see there are only 3 of them. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" The man nearby smiled and pointed to himself. "Come join the fun. Are you 20, 21? I'll buy the drinks and food tonight. Min-hee replied with a cold face. We're not of age yet, we don't drink. What? Don't tell me you kids are still in high school. The girl grit her teeth and snapped. That's right, so go find someone else to bother. It's fine, kid. Everyone has a few drinks when they're out having fun. She finally lost her temper. Are you guys out of your minds? In an instant, she broke free and angrily twisted the man's arm with ease. Trying to use force on a girl. The man screamed in pain. My arm. Damn it, is this kid from a Hunter Academy? She sighed angrily. How does that feel now? I told you to stay away, and yet you kept pressing in. A man nearby shouted angrily, You're dead. But before he could do anything, Min-hee gave him a terrifying look. She delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying in an instant. His nose bleeding and teeth knocked loose. She lunged toward the last one with a crazed look while he shouted, Wait, hold on a second. Before he could even explain himself, she struck with power. I haven't even done anything yet. If a hunter gets into a fight with a civilian and is arrested, the hunter is always the one at a disadvantage. Hunter academies are the same. Since their physical capabilities far exceed top-tier athletes, they are subject to strict legal restrictions. Thinking about this, she let out a helpless sigh, while the man beside her whispered with concern, What the hell was that girl thinking just now? I was imagining crushing all your faces, that's what. The blonde-haired man gave a sly smile. How cute. Are you done with the act? Come play with me, baby. Min-hee could only swallow her rage, thinking that if it weren't for the school rules, she would have turned them into mincemeat. Just then, a voice rang out nearby. Young Min-hee, what are you doing? She saw the newcomer and cheered. What took you two so long? And Shin Hyuk asked in confusion. Just got here. I've only been away for less than 10 minutes. The man there gave a playful smile and noted. Oh, so you actually do have people with you. He walked up with a provocative smile and asked, This guy doesn't look like a student, more like an uncle or something. Hearing that disrespectful tone, he asked suspiciously, Let's say I am, and who exactly are you guys? Yoon-ho immediately reported, Teacher, these guys were trying to force us to drink beer. What's the big deal? We're all young after all. Having fun together is a good thing. He looked at them in disbelief, thinking that even in a fictional world, he couldn't believe these types still existed. Shin Hyuk let out a tired sigh. The kids already said no, so can you guys stop being so shameless? The man turned back angrily at those words. Hey, what did you just say? Shameless. Are you trying to act tough in front of the girls? You're about to be crying, you know that. Shin Hyuk remained perfectly calm, thinking that while these guys looked like they worked out, he wouldn't be afraid even if they were hunters. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the man's arm decisively. He then easily neutralized him with a simple move. The man was instantly hit with a bone-shattering pain. My arm. Hearing the scream, the other accomplice charged in. You bastard. But he held his popsicle and calmly recited. Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter Academy Regulations. As he grabbed the other man's hand, he continued. Every teacher at the academy must prioritize the safety of the students, he said, maintaining his nonchalant expression. Don't tell me you're a hunter too. The accomplice quickly pulled out his phone in a rage. Call the police. A hunter is attacking civilians. Shin Hyuk didn't care at all and replied calmly. Go ahead and call them. If you don't, I will. He was instantly hit on a pressure point and couldn't move anymore. I can't move. You bastard. The remaining ones could only run away in a panic. But of course, he wasn't about to let them escape so easily. Are these guys really trying to run? The island's police cars quickly arrived. What's the situation? These men were forcing minors to drink and then attacked Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, he said, as the men stood there trembling and unable to move a muscle. The police officer let out a soft sigh and said, I'm just doing my job. You guys must be exhausted lately. But he offered a polite smile and replied, Not at all. If anything, I'm embarrassed for causing such a commotion. They were then hauled away against their will, stammering that they just wanted to hang out, and even tried to accuse him of assault, but it was useless. Before leaving, they exchanged polite words. Well then, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, please try to get some rest. We'll investigate this, so drop by if you have time. Thanks, take care. Jin-soo watched the man leave and marveled. Wow, incredible. You even know the police, teacher. He smiled happily and replied, I met them by chance when I dealt with that Shadow Reaper the other day. Seriously, you're the best, teacher. We did a good job staying calm too, right? Let's go play. They all laughed happily. Teacher, don't just stand there. Come join us. We're heading in. Go on then. Min-hee smiled and called out, Yoon-seo, what are you doing standing there? Aren't you coming? Coming right now. The girl awkwardly pulled at her platinum blonde hair in embarrassment. Teacher, before she could say anything, a voice called out nearby, Hey there. A girl walked up from somewhere and struck up a conversation. He heard the call and asked awkwardly, Me? Is something wrong? Actually, I've been watching everything from the start. The beautiful girl smiled and said, "You're so cool, you're exactly my type. Can I have your number?" Even though he had a handsome body, it was his first time being approached so directly, leaving him quite flustered. The girl's beauty was truly remarkable, to the point where even people nearby couldn't believe it. The aura she radiated was so strong that even a crab crawling on the sand stopped in its tracks, staring in total confusion. He pointed to himself in shock, thinking, "This is interesting. Does being good-looking really make things this easy?" The girl asked shyly, "Or, do you not like me?" And he had no idea how to respond. "I'm so confused. What should I say?" But before he could act, someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Yoon Seo felt like she was on the verge of tears from the shaking. With a firm gaze and a blushing face, she quickly replied, "He already has a girlfriend." This statement left everyone in the conversation completely stunned. Even the protagonist himself, Kang Shin Hyuk, couldn't understand it and looked over in shock. The young girl couldn't stay calm and started pulling him away. "Let's go home. Your friends are waiting." "Wait, you brat. Are you trying to ruin this for me?" The girl there couldn't believe what she was seeing either. And Yoon Seo turned back to tease her one last time before they left. Shin Hyuk let out a long sigh. "Let go of my arm, you're heavy." "No way, you were about to freeze up and start stammering again, weren't you?" "Well, I guess that's true." A soft breeze blew through the long hair of the beautiful girl they left behind. Her gaze seemed to hold a hidden meaning. "Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk from Hunter Academy #1. What a shame. He really is my type." She quickly dialed a number. "Jeong Hyun Sik, it's Nam Jai Min. I just found a bigger weakness than I expected," she said, as the man's room on the other end was shown to be overflowing with trash and beer cans. The two of them seemed to want to discuss something important. "That's right," the other person replied with a tone of deep-seated resentment. His eyes had carried that same crazed look from beginning to end, and his hair wasn't even in its normal state. "That bastard. You have to stomp him down to the very bottom for me, so he can never show his face again." The long vacation finally came to an end, and they all returned to the rhythm of their daily lives. His teammate's new car had been compensated with the absolute best model available. "Drive carefully, man. Make sure to let me know next time you come down. Thanks for picking me up. See you next time." Kwang Ho had been gifted a brand new car, and it was a top-of-the-line, full-option model. After sending the kids home first, the main hunters of this area, having finally overcome their trauma, had returned to duty and were deployed to an A-rank gate. Though it was a bit of a shame, thinking positively, it was fine since our group had successfully achieved the record of closing a semi-A-rank gate. Yoon Seo received the Brave Citizen Award in my place. Originally, they had planned to give the award to both of us, but I refused so adamantly that she ended up being the sole recipient. My name still appeared in several articles, both in local news and on digital portals. Since I had participated in neutralizing the monster, it was lucky that the spotlight stayed on Yoon Seo. She's probably getting a massive earful from her parents right now for putting herself in danger. Even though they were saying their goodbyes, everyone had an excited smile on their face. "Sister, I'll come visit you next time." "Yi Seul, I'll definitely cook you a lot of delicious food next time." Man, it's hard to even breathe. The flashy uncle still had that same happy smile as he said goodbye. "Teacher, you've really worked hard. I was worried at first, but you did much better than I expected." "Not at all, Guild Master. It was my fault for being too hasty back then." The man replied in the most natural way possible. "Your talent is something that will be discovered sooner or later, no matter how hard you try to hide it. Living a peaceful life is good, but if that time comes, I hope you don't fight against it. Next time we meet, I hope you're carrying an even more worthy title." "I will keep your words in mind, sir." As they saw him off, every one of them had an incredibly joyful smile on their face. And so, the long vacation for the teachers finally ended, and the three of them prepared to enter the new school year with total excitement and joy. The luxury car carrying those powerful individuals departed from the airport. All the information recorded about the powerful hunters had been gathered. The guild master looked out the window and calculated silently. An S-rank hunter. It looks like Korea is about to have one more added to the list. But at that moment, the first person he wanted to find was the master living in seclusion on the snowy peak. "Master, it's been a while. Have you been waiting long?" The master replied with his usual look of disdain. "You brat, you were supposed to be here 4 days ago, so why are you only showing up now?" "I'm sorry, sir. I've been a bit busy lately." The old man looked him over and spoke slowly. "One look at that tanned face, and I know what you've been doing. You've been working yourself to the bone, haven't you? Your skin is even a shade darker. Well, something like that, I guess." Though I certainly didn't dare mention I'd been sunbathing at the beach. This time he had arrived with a lot of different foods. You've bought quite a bit this time. Are you planning to disappear for several weeks again? No, sir. I'll be visiting much more often now. I have a license renewal exam tomorrow, so I have to go, but I'll be back before it expires. Once the semester starts, I'll come visit once a week. The master gave a joyful smile. Is that so? I was just about to cook some noodles. Do you want some? No, I'm too tired to eat, sir. If you ask for a bite later, I'm not giving you any, you hear. I'm really not hungry, sir. Please just eat as much as you like. The young man lay down on the white snow and looked up at the clear blue sky. He then fell into an endless loop of thought. It's already been almost 6 months since I met Master. There's still about a year and a half before the main plot begins. Although the protagonist visits a gate for the first time during the first year, second semester field trip. That means there are still about 2 years left, but I feel a strange sense of unease. It wouldn't be surprising if Master suddenly passed away one day. Since Master never even appeared in the original story, he looked at him with such an intense gaze that the old man snapped back. Now that I think about it, didn't you say you were retiring? Suddenly, the drawings have stopped. This comment caused the young man's mood to plummet. Hey, you brat, I told you I wasn't eating. The water is boiling. I'm really not eating, sir. Anyway, what is there to worry about? That old man loves instant noodles too much to ever ascend to immortality. Where are you going? Oh, I just left something in the car. I'll be right back. He quickly stepped through the familiar portal. That's right. I forgot the bottle of Kaoliang wine in the trunk. I bought it as a gift for Master, but completely forgot it. I'm feeling lazy. But since I went through the trouble of buying it, I might as well go down and get it. He suddenly heard his phone notifying him of constant incoming messages. What's this? Why are there so many notifications? With 30 missed calls and 50 messages, he wondered if he was being trolled. He held the phone, unable to stay calm. Usually it was normal to have a few messages after leaving a portal, but this was too much. Mr. Kim, Yseol, Seora, and even Yoon Seo, Yoon-ho, Min-hee, and even Jin-soo. The phone suddenly lit up with another call. Perfect timing, it's Seora. As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end started hurling insults. You piece of trash? What? Why so suddenly? She continued. I never thought you were that kind of person. I actually thought you were different. Shin Hyuk was completely lost. What are you talking about? Did I do something wrong? Stop playing dumb. The news is all over the portals. You're scum. That's all I wanted to say. Goodbye. And he had no idea what was happening. After being cursed out like that, he still couldn't pull himself together. A surge of irritation finally rose from within him. Wait, if I'm going to get yelled at, I should at least know why. What on earth is going on? The young man gripped his phone and carefully examined everything on it. The front page headline was a shocker: Perverted Teacher. The article used truly disgusting language. He stood there unable to comprehend the situation. What is this? Reporters Hwang Jae-yoon and Nam Jae-min. An exclusive. Recently, a person who had exploded on social media was Seo Yoon Seo, a first-year swordsmanship student at Hunter Academy No. 1. The story of a brave student saving children from a monster moved everyone, but we raised a question. How could a young girl possibly defeat a Shadow Reaper, an extremely dangerous B-rank monster? If someone else had defeated the Shadow Reaper, they should surely be recognized. So why was she the only one to receive an award? The truth is that the person who actually neutralized it was another hunter, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, a swordsmanship instructor at Hunter Academy No. 1. You've probably realized it by now. The two of them have a teacher-student relationship. The girl is a minor. If it were a pure relationship, people might have supported them. But as a journalist, I truly doubt if our current educational system is still functional. The woman from before had a terrifyingly joyful face as she looked over her writing. Shin Hyuk saw the article and was so angry he wanted to curse. How the hell can they write this as if it's the truth? Fabrication, distortion, making up stories as if they're facts. No, this is more like a filthy novel disguised as journalism. They could have checked the truth so easily, but they didn't, he said, his whole body shaking with rage as he clenched his fists. The phone rang again with another call, and this time it was the vice principal. He had no choice but to pick up, and the voice on the other end was truly indignant. Dumpster, I mean, Mr. Kang, contacting you is certainly difficult. I'm not in the mood for jokes, sir. I was inside a portal, so my response was a bit slow. You're calling because you read that article, right? That's right, and I know you're not that kind of person. But the reputation of Hunter Academy No. 1 is at stake. I still feel bad about forcing you into that duel before, so if you need help, I'll provide it. The question is, what do you plan to do now? Hearing this, the young man grit his teeth, unable to stay calm. What do I plan to do? I'm going to make them pay for touching my student, he replied with all the resentment he could muster. I'm hanging up for now. I need to reevaluate my entire situation. And the vice principal quickly agreed. He then spoke to the person in front of him. Did you hear that, Yoon Seo's mother? He's a man of his word. He asked her to trust him just once, as the woman was being comforted by her two daughters in deep distress. Shin Hyuk raced through the old forest, unable to stay calm. Who is that reporter? I've never heard of her, and she never even appeared in the novel. A total stranger with no connection to me, turning me into a depraved teacher overnight with one article. If the original story showed Kang Shin Hyuk as an upright teacher, then this plot. What else could it be? This side story was created specifically because of my existence, wasn't it? A notification appeared. Side story has been unlocked, beginning the record of the depraved teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, and he looked absolutely crazed. He finally lost his temper and screamed to vent his frustration. I don't care who you are, but you're dead meat. In another scene, the old master was happily sitting and eating noodles. After finishing a mouthful, he looked completely satisfied. He then took another bite of noodles with some kimchi and continued to put it in his mouth. After eating, he let out a soft sigh of pleasure. At that moment, Shin Hyuk approached with a gift bag in hand. Seeing him, the master said happily, "Ho ho, you're back early." To which the boy replied, "Yes, master, but I have to leave right now. Please take this," he said, handing over the bag without looking inside, making the old man ask what it was. Shin Hyuk replied, "It's Kaoliang wine. I stopped by the duty-free shop." And upon taking the bottle, Yu Ryong looked incredibly moved, covering his mouth and saying, "This is truly touching." But then Shin Hyuk turned to go back to the portal and called back, "I'm off then. I'll be back next week." The old man shouted for him to wait. Shin Hyuk stopped and asked if he needed anything else, but the master shook his head and said, "No, you brat, it's not that," and then gave a warning. "I don't know what's going on, but just make sure you don't kill anyone." Shin Hyuk's face went dark and he gave a slight nod. "Of course, sir, I know." Watching him leave, Yu Ryong pondered for a moment and then remarked, "HMPH, he finally looks like a proper martial artist, showing that kind of face." At that moment, he was in a car heading somewhere with an incredibly serious expression. Yseol and Sion HWA were with me in Jeju. Honestly, I don't want to drag them into this mess. They were constantly texting him to check in. He thought to himself that if he needed people to prove his innocence, they were the best choice since they were reliable witnesses. But that's life. The world believes what it sees, not what's explained. Now I have to clarify those two photos the netizens are digging up. The first one is at the scene. It might take effort to find every soldier and officer present that day, but their testimony can clear me. But the second one is the headache. The photo at the beach where Yoon Seo is holding my arm. It looks intimate at first glance, but it only happened for a split second after the crowd dispersed. And yet someone caught that exact moment. They're clearly digging for dirt to build a narrative. They want to turn me and Yoon Seo into a scandal. With updates coming this fast, it feels more like they're forcing events into evidence rather than actually finding any, he thought as he immediately called the reporter who wrote the article, only to get a dial tone. He grit his teeth in anger, knowing the reporter was ducking his calls. I could just go straight to the newsroom to settle this, but first I have a more important task: renewing my hunter license. He then walked straight into the building, while everyone stared at him in total shock. He walked up to the desk and seeing him approach, a staff member asked, "What brings you here today, sir?" He replied, "I'm here to renew my hunter license." And the staff member asked for his ID. Taking his documents, the staff member looked at him with a suspicious gaze. "Wait, isn't that Shin Hyuk?" The people around began to whisper, "That's right. He's got a lot of nerve showing his face here. How could he get involved with his own student?" Ignoring the chatter, he told the staff member, "I checked and saw there's an open slot, so let me take the exam now." The staff member replied with an annoyed tone, "Well, a renewal is fine, but look around, Mr. Kang. As you can see, no one wants to team up with you." The people behind him continued to jeer, asking who would want to be in a group with trash like him, and mocking him for not being from a real school and likely being an orphan. "People like that just give us a bad name," they said. "I don't know any of these people, but they all know my face. My information has spread all over social media, and those cyber leaks have taken my photos from the school site like vultures." He let out a soft sigh and thought, "A quiet life? I'll be lucky if I'm not torn apart before I can find any peace." And then he spoke up. "I don't have much time, so just put me in any group. I'll work alone if that's all right." Hearing this, the staff member frowned and replied, "Ha ha, all right then. I'll put you in Group E." At that, a burly man behind him asked, "Hey, Proctor, why are you putting trash like him in my group?" And the staff member replied, "Take it easy. Every other group is full, and he's working alone anyway, so just act like he's not there." He then pointed inside and said, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, the B-rank renewal requirement is clearing a B-rank portal behind that door. Please enter. Shin Hyuk calmly walked through the gate, not forgetting to say thank you. The staff member turned away and mocked him. Stay in the safe zone. Working alone is a good way to get hurt. The burly man was furious, muttering, "Why hasn't the police arrested trash like that yet?" A blonde-haired man behind him added, "He has no shame at all, going in solo like that." And the burly man remarked, "I bet he's just going to sit there until the timer runs out and then ask someone to carry him out." The blonde man continued, "Well, he probably has to kill at least a few things to avoid failing," while a dark-haired man suddenly had an idea. "Maybe I'll find him inside and punch him a few times to vent some steam." The staff member outside checked his watch and muttered, "Everyone should be a good distance from the first group by now. Group E, enter the gate. You have a 3-hour time limit." With that, the group began to enter the B-rank portal, but as soon as they stepped inside, the burly man froze and let out a stunned huh. The blonde man asked what was wrong, and the burly man shouted, "Hey, D-Shik, how long has Shin Hyuk been inside?" D-Shik scratched his head and replied, "About 20 minutes, I think. Why?" And the burly man stammered, "20 minutes? Are you sure it's only been 20 minutes? No, the sight before them left D-Shik with his mouth hanging open in total shock. How the hell can a 6-man B-rank portal be cleared in 20 minutes? In the sky above, a brilliant light shone down on the wide space ahead, signaling the dungeon's completion. They all stared toward the back of the gate. Shin Hyuk emerged from within, his clothes covered in countless bloodstains as he looked at the group. He spoke up, "You guys were calling me trash and using my name so casually earlier, and now you're silent. Did you forget me already?" And the burly man stammered, "That. Wait, did you really clear this dungeon all by yourself?" He replied, "I was in a hurry, so I finished it quickly. The waste disposal and cleanup is your job, right?" And the blonde man's face turned into one of pure excitement as he asked, "Wait, is it true? You really did it alone? Don't lie to us." The burly man thought to himself in shock, "Wait, no gear, just a single sword. Is this crazy guy really just a B-ranker?" Seeing him lost in thought, Shin Hyuk approached with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes and said, "Half." The man stammered, "Half, what do you mean?" And Shin Hyuk continued, "I have things to do, so I'm skipping half. Just make sure my share of the reward is in my account. I know the market price, so don't even think about trying any tricks." Having said his piece, he turned and walked away, leaving the hunters staring in utter amazement. D-Shik grit his teeth and muttered, "That guy really has the balls to talk like that to an almost A-rank hunter." He then turned to the burly man and asked, "Should we call him back, boss?" But the man, now drenched in sweat, stammered, "No need." He glanced down at the ground, where countless monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, and he simply said, "Just let him go." He turned back toward the outside. The clerk was still staring at the roster, then suddenly spun around, looking toward the gate where footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk stepped out with an icy expression, making the man startle so badly his whole body prickled. The renewal check finished quickly. He stammered, "Teacher Shin Hyuk, why are you alone? What did you do to those E-rank hunters?" Wiping the blood off his body with a cloth, Shin Hyuk replied softly, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm still cleaning up the monster bodies in there." The man asked, "Cleared in under 30 minutes. That's the fastest record in 5 years. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked back, "Who held the previous record?" He answered, "A big guild did the renewal as a group and took 25 minutes. The solo record was Hunter Jaisal at A-rank, about 40 minutes. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk muttered inwardly, "Jaisal took 40 minutes. Maybe I was a bit overzealous trying to be the fastest, huh?" Anyway, the pent-up frustration from earlier eased a little. After finishing, he turned and left immediately, saying, "I'll go ahead. Please guide the rest of Team E," the clerk replied, "Yes." Then the man glanced down at his watch, slapped his face hard and said, "Unbelievable, Teacher Shin Hyuk, what on earth are you doing?" At that point, he got back into the car and drove off. In the car, he called Sun HWA. She asked, "Oh, Teacher Kang, didn't you say you'd call me after the training exercise? Are you too flustered to come?" He replied, "No, I just finished, so I'm calling now." She asked curiously, "Really?" He answered, "Given the situation, I rushed it a bit. Oh, by the way, that reporter friend Kim you mentioned, can we meet her today?" She cheerfully replied, "Sure, I'll definitely help." After a short ride, he arrived at Sun Hwa's door. She opened the door, saw him, and exclaimed, "Teacher Kang, oh my, you look terrible." Shin Hyuk asked back, "Do I?" She asked, "Have you eaten? Shall I fetch you something?" Slightly embarrassed and a bit hungry, he scratched his head and said, "I'm fine, really." She gestured inside, "Please come in. My friend is sorting papers." Sun Hwa's friend handed over a business card and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm IM from Dong Siok Daily. Hoa has told me a lot about you." Shin Hyuk asked, "Oh, about what?" She began, well, son HWA keeps saying. Before she could finish, son HWA smacked her leg so hard the woman rolled on the floor screaming, "Ow, my leg's broken." Son HWA stayed cheerful, covering her mouth and smiling. Wait a sec, I'll get you a drink. Soon tea and snacks arrived, and they dove into the main topic. I'm started before the piece I need to clarify. You and teacher Shin Hayek aren't dating, right? He replied. Yes, I swear to heaven we're not. She asked, do you have proof or witnesses to refute the articles about you? Son HWA chimed in. My trip to Jeju wasn't a honeymoon with Yunseo, so I can testify. And I kept this video too. She played the video, two familiar figures appeared and said, Hello, I'm Jong Sik, Guild Master of Harang. The woman beside him said, I'm a hunter from Harang Guild. Seeing them in the video, Shin Hayek muttered inwardly, Oh, members of Harang Guild. They testified that I went to Jeju at Harang Guild's request, and nearly every day closed activity gates with me, ready to vouch for me. Son HWA added, if teacher Kang has to go to court over this, they're ready to testify any time. After watching the video, I am said, even this single clip is enough to prove teacher Kang didn't go to Jeju for a honeymoon. And one more thing. She set her phone to replay another clip in which a voice says, Ah, can you hear me clearly? I'm Kim Man-dong, vice principal of the #1 Hunter School. She said bluntly, I trust teacher Kang Shin Hayek. Teacher Kang refusing the award wasn't a hide a honeymoon. Teacher Kang used to be very popular on the school's YouTube channel. There were positive reactions, but also a lot of nasty comments aimed at him. Because he came from the school for ordinary people, he was looked down on and constantly challenged. Administration work was nearly paralyzed, so it's only natural he avoided the media. After the video, Shin Hayek muttered, That old man, no, I didn't expect the vice principal to back me so enthusiastically. I am said, then no interview is needed. The video is enough. I'll write and publish it right away, so don't worry. All misunderstandings about you will be cleared before term starts. Hearing that, Shin Hayek said, Thank you, I'm grateful to everyone. Relying on her, she nodded and replied, Yes, I'll take care of it now. But actually, there's a small problem. Hearing this, Shin Hayek asked, A small problem. She continued, I contacted the newsroom that posted the first article, but reporter Nam Jimin there says she never wrote it. It seems someone hacked her account and posted the slander. Then she asked, Have you ever made enemies with anyone? Hearing that, Shin Hayek bit his nails and muttered, There's no reason for anyone to hate me. I mean, this could escalate. I am turned and left, saying, This time it was an article, but next time who knows what form it'll take. I wasn't going to say anything until I was sure. I'm a reporter, not the police. Be careful. I don't want to meet you as the subject of an article. Given her advice, Shin Hayek said, Thank you for the warning. Cut to night, Shin Hayek wearily returned home, collapsed flat onto the bed, and muttered to himself, At least it proves Yunseo is innocent. But who hates me enough to drag my students into this? And it's strange. I only planned a relaxed life teaching, so when did I start caring about students this much? Just as he was about to nap, his phone buzzed with a notification. Teacher Kang, if you're not asleep, take a look at this. He grabbed the phone, looked at the screen, and muttered, This. Under the articles about him, countless comments read, I'm also teacher Shin Hayek's lover. Proof I'm his lover. I have photos proving I'm his real lover. Attached 2 photos proving I'm his lover. Proof of teacher Shin Hayek's real lover appearing with photos attached. Reading those comments, Shin Hayek shouted, What is this? Now it's not just nasty comments but a joke. Who's playing this tasteless prank? Looking at the images in the comments, he recognized something familiar. Wait, isn't that Manhwa from the swordsmanship class? That's the sword training yard. Must be photos taken during class, right? In the video she says, I'm Manhwa, studying in the swordsmanship class at the #1 Hunter School. First, I'm sorry. I posted this on purpose to get your attention. If arm-in-arm photos count as proof you're someone's lover, then I'm your lover too. All of us in the swordsmanship class like teacher Kang Shin Hayek, that's all I wanted to say. Comments kept pouring in. I'm also teacher Shin Hayek's lover. Isn't Shin Hayek mine? I'm his lover. I even have his autograph. If I prepped before meeting him, that proves I'm teacher Kang's one true love. Another person commented, Everyone back off. I'm the true love of teacher Kang. If meeting in Jeju was a honeymoon, then I guess it must have been honeymoon #2. We even bought ice cream to share. Looking at these comments, Shin Hayek sighed softly and said, These kids, initially I became a teacher just to live a quiet life, but the longer I'm with them, the less I think that way. It's not like I'm especially nice to them. Standing up for me while I'm being yelled at everywhere certainly isn't easy. We were together for only 1 semester. Even if the whole world criticizes and turns its back on me, the students still trust me. Not only that, but teacher Kim Jaisal, the Harang Guild, even the vice principal. Everyone I've met has stepped up to defend me. I feel the affection they've shown. Tears were now rolling down his cheeks. He gave a small smile mixed with emotions, looked at his phone and muttered, "Turns out I'm actually living a decent life." But then a message suddenly arrived that made his eyes freeze. He said, "Siora." In the message she wrote, "Sorry for mistaking you for trash. Senior, let me help you my way. Here's an address and a password. If you go there, your problem will be partly solved." At the room at the address Siora sent. Inside, Jong Sik and the fake reporter Nam Jimin were tied tightly to two chairs, screaming pitifully as they were held captive. As for Siora, she was standing on the roof looking out at the city, sighed and said, "I hope you'll teach even more next semester." Arriving at a house, the iron gate was tightly closed. Shin Hyuk looked at it and said, "Here." He immediately stepped forward, lifted the gate and went inside. Seeing the two bound to chairs, he shouted, "Young Hyun Sik, wait. Isn't the person beside you the one from Jeju who asked for a number last time?" Then he glanced at the table nearby. On it sat a laptop and a note. He approached, opened the laptop, and began typing the password. Seeing the computer screen, his face darkened. Damn these idiots, there's everything on this laptop. Malicious rumors ready to be released, fake photos, even stolen ID cards. Young Hyun Sik, who couldn't accept defeat in that earlier duel of honor, had hired fixers to take me down. Although he'd been toppled by Siora, a real broker, he was still a notorious power player behind the scenes. Escorted out by the police, he glanced back at Shin Hyuk and said, "I don't know how you pulled this off this time, but I'll be back. Don't think this is the end. Next time I'll start with the people around you, one by one." Before he could finish, Shin Hyuk strode up, grabbed his collar, and said coldly, "Just try it, you bastard." The police moved in to restrain him. "Hey, step back." His face was furious as he swore, "How many times have you hovered around me? I'll drag you out and beat you to a pulp that day. I'll beat you nearly to death and then shave off whatever hair you have left. But hey, don't you dare touch the people next to me, because next time I really will kill you. Prepare yourself." Seeing him start to lose control, a police officer shoved him back and shouted, "I told you to stand back." Watching Shin Hyuk's face, Young Hyun Sik muttered to himself, "Impossible. Shin Hyuk, this guy, is he really like this by nature?" Not long after, Yoonseo's article was published with testimony from top hunters like Kim Man-dong, Jong Sik, and official cooperation from Jeju City. When the investigation officially named Young Hyun Sik as the culprit, public opinion swung hard back to Snow Mountain. After hearing the whole story, Yu Ryong exclaimed, "That's impressive." Before they didn't bother to investigate and ran the story, and in just one day their stance flipped completely. Rumors are scarier than a mind melt. This is a big deal. That black sword girl is terrifying. Wasn't the spear-wielding one also supposed to be a formidable expert? Shin Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I won't say exactly how, but she said she gave her up to 3 bottles of sleeping pills, enough to put down an elephant." Yu Ryong continued, "They went that far because of you. My disciple deserves praise." Disciple, the concept's a bit different, but seems I'm lucky to have such faith. Then he said, "At school they told me to take a break for a while, but I refused. That would only worry the students more." He replied, "You're right to think that, if not grateful, repay them by teaching." But Shin Hyuk immediately interrupted, "Master, I have one more request." The master, slurping his noodles, asked, "What is it?" He asked, "Master, do you know the 3-talent sword technique? It's a sword style made of 3 basic moves: horizontal slash, vertical slash, and thrust. In wuxia novels, it's considered cheap third-rate kung fu, but I thought it might be good for the kids to practice fundamentals. You must know it." Hearing this, Yu Ryong continued enjoying his bowl and said, 3-talent sword? First time I've heard of it. Your martial arts aren't mastered yet. Why look for another style?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked, Master, it's the 3-talent sword, vertical slash, horizontal slash, and thrust." Yu Ryong replied, "You idiot. Horizontal, vertical, thrust are all just slashes. What's this 3-talent nonsense?" He thought to himself that because it's a common wuxia trope, there must be a 3-talent sword. Finishing his thought, he asked, "So besides what I've learned, do you know any other techniques, Master?" He answered, "I know a few moves from Old Heavenly Devil and Old 3 Winds. What's up?" He poured out his heart. "I want to teach the students. I want to do something for them." Hearing that, Yu Ryong smiled slightly and replied, "It doesn't have to be martial arts, right? I once went up Wudang and learned something from Old 3 Winds." Shin Hyuk asked, "What is it?" He answered, "Living on the mountain, he's skilled with herbs, so he's excellent at brewing tonics. He once told me that if I had disciples, one day I should brew it for them." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched and he said, "Oh my God, Master, you had that. Why didn't you give it to me sooner?" He replied, "Haven't I already tempered your bones? This just helps align tendons and open meridians. At your level, you don't need it." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk teased. Then it sounds like ordinary tonic. Yu Ryong explained. You fool, a tonic it's not. Though it doesn't boost internal power like a spirit elixir, its effects are huge. Wudang pursues integrity, doesn't use pricey ingredients, and old Three Winds disciples are even sturdier than old heavenly devils. Need I say more? For growing students, there's no better gift. But then the result was beyond his expectations. All the students writhed non-stop after trying his concoction. Someone shouted, "The teacher poisoned the class, air raid alarm, air raid alarm." Seeing the students looking ill, he said, "Hey, this is a health tonic, kids. Don't spill it, drink it all up." And so the second semester of sword class began. The long-haired youth scowled at him. "Teacher, I'm not joking. This tastes like poison." And Jinsu's face wasn't any better. He frowned and replied, "I don't want to drink this." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk ordered, "Jinsu, another lap on the treadmill. From now on, for 2 months before class, every day you'll drink this. If you don't want to, it's up to you. If you really refuse, talk to me privately." Jinsu wiped the drops from his lip and said, "If the teacher says so, not drinking feels like a loss." Then Shin Hyuk reassured them, "Come on, there's no lesson today. Disperse after you finish drinking." The class president sprang to her feet and shouted, "Everyone, attention." At her command, the whole class stood up with solemn expressions, their gazes fixed squarely on Shin Hyuk. This surprised him and he said, "What's this? You haven't even said hello." The class president spoke on their behalf. "We look forward to your guidance this second semester." In unison, the class said, "Sir, we look forward to your help." The girls in the back started chatting, "Teacher's so handsome, please don't quit." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed with relief and a bit of joy. Seems they were worried he'd leave. After a moment, he replied, "I'm not going anywhere, dismissed." Once the students left, he was left alone on the podium. Holding the book, he murmured to himself, "Half a year already, time flies. I only wanted an easy life, didn't expect to get so attached to this place." While he brooded, Seora stood at the door, arms crossed, looking at him and said, "The kids really listen to you. How do you do it?" Surprised by her sudden appearance, he said, "Seora, you're here. What did you want to see me about?" She peeked shyly out the door to see if anyone else was around and said, "What else would it be? You're pretty famous now. Your image has improved a lot, so they told me to try approaching you." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk sighed. "No wonder it's been quiet lately." She continued, "Even if you want to hide, you're too conspicuous. I half expected this. The Wave Society's closed file and the duel with the vice principal. No matter how they explained, many of the abilities you tried to hide were exposed." Seora's expression grew awkward. She said, "Senior, this is serious. They told me to use any means necessary." He replied, "Samwon Group Chair Young-pil Yi, MP Gwang-sik, Deputy Justice Minister Kim Jong-cheol. Those names should make the others think twice." Hearing those names, Seora blinked in surprise. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" He explained, "They're key figures in Anta's career. Tell them if they keep bothering you, I'll expose everything I know." Seora panicked. "Senior, how do you know that? Were you going to say something?" Then quickly corrected herself. No, I just found out myself. Antas probably won't dare act rashly now, so you should be fine, don't scowl about it." After that, he concluded, "The hidden needle will show eventually. No matter how you try to hide it, one day it'll be revealed. Just like Jong Sik said, my abilities will be known to the world. I've done a lot, there's no turning back time now. I've had so many ties since meeting my master and learning martial arts. Since I became Kang Shin Hyuk, the plot was always going to change." Finishing his thought, he said, "Yeah, then there's no need to cling to the original rules and no need to fear them changing." At this, countless question marks seemed to appear over Seora's head. She asked, "Original rules? What have you been talking about?" He stepped closer, put a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's nothing. I'm counting on your help this semester too." Then he walked out of the classroom with a smile, thinking to himself that the life called Kang Shin Hyuk was truly beginning now. Cut to a few days later, the peaceful campus scene appeared, tree canopies swaying gently in the soft breeze. From the school's restroom came some strange noises. Kids really do adapt fast. One of them called out, "Hey, you got any of that tonic left?" The other replied, shooing him away, "Go away, I only have 1 sip left." The first begged, "Come on, give me a swig, friends have to share, right?" The tonic the master gave is called Joy Water. Now 2 lads were crouched in a stall, staring madly at the bottle. The long-haired one laughed. "Ha ha, grades are going up again." The other nodded. With its awful bitterness, it fights sleep and aids digestion, so it became a student favorite. Jinsu beside them quietly set his cup under the bench and made a few, noises. He sighed, "I don't taste any bitterness at all. Have I suffered so much my senses are numbed?" Min-hee looked down and warned, "Here we go again." Jinsu shouted, "Hey Min-hee, go out with me. I won't let your hands touch the joy water." Half joking, half serious, Min-hee burst out laughing. "Ha ha, get lost, no chance." Having someone like Jinsu misused is a bit worrying. But thanks to the long-distance running regimen to build stamina last term, the sword class dominated the upcoming midterm fitness test. Watching the kids sprinting across the yard, a teacher marveled. "Mr. Shin Hyuk, what did you do to these kids to get results like this?" Another teacher, stopwatch in hand, nodded in agreement. "They're almost on par with the third years trying to get into the Ranger team." Seeing the students' convincing performance, Shin Hyuk smiled to himself. Though not their homeroom teacher, he felt quite proud as their basic swordsmanship instructor, thinking that since he'd given them the tonic, he'd have to double their training intensity this semester. The busy summer days of the second semester passed, and autumn approached. In class, he told his students, "The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, so don't just focus on playing. Midterms are right after the break. Understand?" And the class replied in unison, "Yes." He continued, "Spend some quality time with your families. Class dismissed." As the students left, Min-hee turned back and waved. "Have a happy holiday, teacher." Watching them leave, he looked down at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly, two students approached, drawing his attention. He turned and asked, Yunseo, why haven't you two gone home yet?" Yunseo said playfully, "We want to ask for your advice, teacher." The two girls glanced at each other, then Yunsu said, "We're planning to register for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What do you think?" Surprised by this decision, he asked, "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament." It was a tournament held between hunter academies nationwide, commonly referred to as the Grand Tournament. Students from any hunter school in the country could participate. Since there were no grade divisions, third-year students typically achieved the highest rankings. He rubbed his chin in thought, remembering it had been mentioned in the faculty meeting a few days ago. He'd assumed the first-year kids wouldn't be interested. Yunsu continued, "Qualifiers start in November, so we wanted to register early." And Yunseo added, "What do you think? Are we not cut out for it?" He pondered for a moment and replied, "You're both excellent students, but you only stand out among your own age group. Facing second and third years with real practical experience will be very difficult." Yunseo quickly added, "I guess so. If we enter and get eliminated, it'll just make you look bad." Shin Hyuk jumped in surprise. What? What are you talking about?" Yunseo continued, "I heard that when she was a first year, Senior Sejin wanted to enter, but her instructor wouldn't allow it because failing the qualifiers would be embarrassing. She eventually had to beg the vice principal for special permission." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed and thought, "Incredible. Is that how one becomes the student council president?" He then asked, "Listen, why are you worrying about my reputation? I don't care about that at all. If you want to compete, just do it." This made the two girls extremely excited as they shouted in unison, "Really? Thank you, teacher. We'll do our best." He nodded. "But if you enter, you should at least pass the qualifiers. I heard there's a special training class for participants. Make sure you don't miss it." At this, Yunseo gaped in surprise. "Special training? Is it with you, teacher?" He replied, "I'm not sure who's in charge, but it probably won't be me." This left the girl feeling quite disappointed. "What? Why not?" He calmly explained, "I'm still a new teacher. They'll likely assign a more experienced teacher from the upper grades." Yunseo argued, "What kind of logic is that? Among all the swordsmanship teachers, you're the best." At the compliment, he gave a small smile and said, "You certainly know how to sweet-talk, but I'm busy, so it won't happen." Disappointed by the blunt refusal, she muttered, "I don't even like training, but it would be okay if you were the one teaching us." He countered, "Not at all. The experience and secrets of veteran teachers are very important, you know." He thought to himself that the tournament training classes were held on weekend evenings, and as much as he liked the kids, he wasn't about to sacrifice all his free time. He smiled and encouraged them. "Anyway, I'll submit your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for the tournament." But as soon as he met with the vice principal, the man pointed at him and said, "The tournament prep, I'm putting you in charge of the students." And so, his vacation plans were shattered once again, leaving him feeling like he was about to turn into stone. He stammered, "But sir, I'm just a new instructor. Shouldn't an upper-grade teacher take on this responsibility?" The man rested his chin on his hand and replied, "Actually, Mr. Choi from the third grade wanted the job, but to be honest, I think you're far more capable." He scratched his head and said, "Well, my students are only entering for the experience. Wouldn't someone like Sejin, a championship contender, be better off with a veteran?" Knowing he would say that, the vice principal cut him off. "I've already spoken with Sejin. She specifically wants you to lead the training class." Seeing that the man was always one step ahead, Shin Hyuk frowned and thought, "This old man always acts so fast." The man stared him down and said deeply, "Well, if you're not interested, we could always make a deal like last time." He replied firmly, "I don't want to." The blunt refusal startled the vice principal, who asked why. He explained, "Didn't I win the last duel and yet you still forced me into the job?" The man argued, "I helped you with that whole scandal recently, so let's call it even." He smiled and replied, "Oh, how convenient." He continued, "Listen to me first. According to Sion HWA, you still haven't met the requirements for your A-rank evaluation, is that right?" He nodded, "Yes, that's true. My overseas experience doesn't count. I plan to finish them during winter break and apply next year." At this, the vice principal voiced his regret. "That would be a shame, Mr. Kang." He then made a bold statement. "I will give you the opportunity to rank up to A-rank right now." Hearing this, he froze for a few seconds and asked, "Sir, I don't have enough domestic experience yet." The man explained, "With a letter of recommendation from an SS rank hunter like me, you can take the evaluation even if your clear count is low. With your skills, you're guaranteed to pass. The third evaluation period is right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. What do you think?" The man had outplayed him once again. This made him feel uncomfortable. The vice principal always brought an offer he couldn't refuse, dallying directly with his greed. Just by reaching a rank, his basic allowance would increase immediately. Furthermore, if he were an A-rank hunter before winter break, his supplemental income would skyrocket. Everything was happening so fast he could hardly breathe. He stammered, "Well, I'm busy one day this weekend, so if we can work around that, I'll consider it." Seeing he had agreed, the vice principal nodded. "Good, work with the students to coordinate the schedule." Once the deal was done, he turned to leave, thinking, "I've ended up with more work again." He sighed and thought that since the man had helped him so much before, it was good to have an SS rank hunter as a contact for future favors. Looking at the list, he muttered, "First-year participants are Yunseo and Yunsu. For the third year, there's just Sejin, last year's champion. It's been a few months since the interview. I wonder how she's been doing lately." The scene changed to Sejin, who was still training tirelessly. Fresh blood was constantly dripping from her sword arm onto the ground. Her arm was trembling violently, but she still gripped her wooden sword tightly. Her breathing became increasingly labored, as she seemingly reached her physical limit. Back at Snowy Mountain, seeing him lying there, Master asked, "So you're planning to spend the whole break here?" He nodded. "Yeah, I might as well practice what I'm lacking and get some fresh air." This made his master narrow his eyes in suspicion. He asked, "Did you kill someone? That's intense." He replied angrily, "No, it's nothing like that." Seeing this unusual attitude, the old man continued, "There's something weird about you. Normally, you'd find any excuse to skip training. Why are you being so serious all of a sudden?" He retorted, "Why can't you just give me a compliment? I deserve one." Master Yu Ryong replied, "Getting you to focus is harder than clearing the stain on the beggar's union." He collapsed angrily into the snow and said, "I was just thinking. What if I got even stronger than I originally planned?" He thought to himself that the lives of the students had already been changed by his presence. If he had decided to live his own life starting from the second semester, he had to take the initiative to get stronger. But even the smallest change could affect the future of this world in ways he couldn't predict. At the very least, he had to be strong enough to protect himself and those around him. He sat up suddenly and asked his master, "So, have you learned to read the script of my world yet?" The old man, currently enjoying a light green chocolate bar, replied, "Of course, it wasn't that hard." At that, he pulled a martial arts manual from his bag and said, "Then please take a look at this for me." The master began to study it, asking what it was. He replied, "That's a martial arts manual used out there, can't you see?" After studying it, Yu Ryong said, "Did I learn the script wrong? You call this 3-cent pile of trash a martial arts textbook. Even 8 mediocre pirates could break through this easily." His expression flipped completely as he rubbed his chin and said, "Right, it's boring, isn't it?" He thought that staying here wasn't just for himself. When he thought about how to lead the training class, he'd pulled some materials out. He then asked Master, "You fought against all kinds of weapons, right?" The old man nodded. "That's right. Why?" He winked and pulled another manual from his backpack, saying, "Actually, there are many other martial arts manuals here besides swordsmanship. If you could teach me a few moves to neutralize any opponent, that would be great, wouldn't it?" At his disciple's slyness, he hesitantly replied, "You have interesting ideas. Are you trying to challenge this old man to a sword discussion?" Lian Jian now. A sword discussion is just a theoretical battle through dialogue. While it doesn't allow for the same progress as a real fight, it's a process of finding flaws and gaining experience. All practical subjects at the Hunter Academy were taught according to a curriculum. Every Hunter Academy in the country taught the same content. What if a real martial arts master analyzed modern techniques and pointed out the weaknesses? What if I taught the students how to dismantle every weapon out there? How many students could possibly stand against that? Ending his train of thought, he was now discussing swords with his master. He lunged with a punch, but the old man easily swept the attack aside with his blade. The powerful sweep sent the spear flying from his hand. Immediately, before he could react, the master unleashed a strike aimed straight at him. But with his enhanced speed, Shin Hyuk moved behind his master's back. Then, he tightened his fist, channeling mana into it as he prepared to strike. The punch was unleashed, causing a violent explosion to echo through the mountains. During the holidays, I would discuss sword techniques with the old master and record them, sometimes getting hit for being stubborn when told not to be. But then the old man would say nonsensical things like jumping off a snowflake, and the two would repeat the action over and over. Yu Ryong talked incessantly, while he actively analyzed every word. Afterward, the two would happily enjoy noodles together. Overall, it was a fairly pleasant break. Once finished, he said goodbye to his master and returned to the school. Walking down the hallway, he sighed, "How annoying. Oh, I'm so full, but the food was good." Eating instant noodles all break made the dorm food taste like a feast. If military food were this good, I could stay another month. Before he could finish, his expression changed and he muttered, "Wait another month." He slapped himself and said, "What am I saying? Life is good, right? Very good." At this strange behavior, Sejin approached from a distance and greeted him. "Oh, Mr. Kang, hello." Seeing the girl, he replied, "Sejin, it's been a while. You're here early. Have you eaten?" And she nodded, "Yes, sir. Third years get to eat first, you know. This girl is always following me. You should rest after eating. Why come so early? You're quite persistent," he thought. She shyly asked if they could have a quick spar before classes started, but he tried to decline. "Running right after eating will give you a stomachache." As soon as he escaped Sejin, he was intercepted by Yunseo's group. They cheered, "Teacher, have you had dinner yet?" making him wonder. "Why all the noise? I thought you guys were going to take your time coming back. Who comes back this early?" Min-hee pouted. "We couldn't be late on the first day." And he thought that next would be Yunseo, then Min-hee and Jinsu joining in, saying how fun it was. So the roster for the grand tournament at Hunter Academy #1 was set. 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students before him, he nodded to himself, thinking 5 was the perfect number to teach. Jinsu immediately raised his hand. "Teacher, I heard we have classes on weekdays and weekends. Is that true?" He let out a sigh and replied, "Unfortunately, yes. It's the vice principal's orders, so go complain to him." Sejin suggested, "Teacher, actually, I'd like to have classes on Sundays too," making Jinsu ask in shock, "Senior, what's wrong with you? Why are you being so diligent?" Min-hee raised her hand. "How will the classes be conducted? I think focusing on real combat would be best." At this, he smiled and said, "Good question. Since this is prep for the tournament, we'll focus on sparring, but we can't ignore the theory." Sejin added, "Teacher, I really don't need the theory. If you don't mind, can I just train on my own during the theory hours? Since you were last year's champion, I assume you have a fated rival in this year's tournament," he asked, then pulled out a stack of documents and said, "Here, look at this before you decide if you need the theory or not." Looking at the papers, she asked in confusion, "What is this? It looks like a curriculum." Then she noticed the title and muttered, "Dismantling." She thought to herself that she'd expected the same old routine where they sparred and the teacher pointed out flaws, and that spending time on theory would be a waste. But as she read, she suddenly froze for a few seconds. Jinsu also skimmed it and asked, "Teacher, this isn't just about swordsmanship, is it?" He explained, "The tournament isn't only for swordsmanship students." Yunsu asked, "But how can we learn spear techniques, close combat, and archery too?" And Yunseo added, "And magic, even if we learn it, we can't use it because the mana is different." Seeing the blank stares, he smiled and said, "It seems only Sejin has realized the point. Why would swordsmanship students need to learn other disciplines? Look at the title again. It's dismantling." Jinsu asked, "Teacher, did you make this yourself?" He gave a thumbs up and nodded. "That's right. I had a little help, but from the cover to the content, it's all handmade." Looking at the cover, it couldn't have looked any worse. Jinsu remarked, "The cover certainly looks handmade. It's terrible. Ha ha." In contrast to the kid's joking attitude, Sejin was trembling as she held the theory manual. This wasn't something that could be laughed off. If one mastered this material, it would be impossible to lose in a confrontation against those techniques. If I had enough age and experience like Mr. Kang, I could completely master this ability, she thought, looking at him and realizing that the true genius was actually him. At the snowy mountain, Yu Ryong suddenly let out a sneeze, wondering who could be mentioning his name. It had been nearly a week since I took charge of the supplementary class for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Some days we studied theory using the dismantling techniques provided by my master, and other days we focused on practical combat training. At that moment, He was looking at the statistics board before turning to Jaisal and saying, "Your time is up, let's stop here." She was still full of enthusiasm and remarked, "Oh, has it already been 3 minutes?" Sion HWA, who was currently treating Minhee, noted, "The kids are so strong, they don't seem tired at all." I thought to myself that I was grateful for the help from Mr. Kim and Hong. The dismantling techniques my master created were truly wonderful. But right now the children were still severely lacking in real combat experience. Of course, with the vice principal's approval, it wouldn't be impossible to arrange practice matches with other classes. But having a student like Jaisal by my side was very reassuring. Ending his train of thought, he turned to encourage everyone. "You've worked hard. Have a good dinner. Don't forget to take your bitter water when you leave." Starting Monday, the first years will be going to a 3-day training camp. Normally, I should have been able to rest comfortably at school. Recalling the words the vice principal said to me, "By the way, I remember assigning you the role of instructor at the training camp as well." This left me completely baffled, and I exclaimed, "What kind of package deal is this? I'm not even a homeroom teacher, just a swordsmanship instructor." Kim Man Dong replied sheepishly, "The recommendation letter for your rank up exam is very precious. Come on, just help out one more time." And so I ended up having to go to the training camp. That old man rarely acts so friendly. It's not like he's taking the kids through a portal or anything. He even looked a bit uneasy. Seeing him lost in thought, Sion HWA turned and asked, "Mr. Kang, did you brew more health tonics for the kids?" He smiled and replied, "Ah, I heard there's a tonic that's good for students who are still growing." Hearing this, Sion HWA smiled and said, "You truly care about the children. They're so lucky." Upon hearing those words, everyone else made a dissatisfied face. The effectiveness of the tonic passed down from my master was indeed remarkable, although it might just be because they were at an age for growth spurts. Looking back at the recent midterm results, their basic abilities had significantly improved. Jaisal stepped forward and offered, "Mr. Kang, let me help you clean up." He waved her off, saying, "Oh, no need, you've already helped enough, just head back first." She pouted and replied, "Are you sure? I'm free." He smiled, "I'm grateful enough just for your help with training. I'll treat you to a proper meal next time." After finishing the cleanup, he stepped out of the training room, locked the door, and muttered to himself, "Ha ha, today is finally over." Just as he was looking forward to some rest, a voice suddenly called out from behind, Teacher." Sejin's appearance made the smile vanish from Shin Hyuk's face. He jumped and exclaimed, "Ah, you scared me." He turned and asked, "Is that you, Sejin? Why haven't you gone home yet? Are you asking for another spar?" She shook her head. "No, actually, there's something I need to tell you." Why was she being so hesitant? She grabbed her other arm and stammered, "Actually, starting next week, I won't be able to attend the Saturday classes anymore." The girl spoke with a very sad voice. This caused Shin Hyuk's gaze to freeze for a few seconds. The first thought in my head was, what? The second thought was, why? Fewer students meant less work for me. So why was my mood so strange? Perhaps it was because I had prepared the training session so carefully that hearing my star student would be absent felt like this. I was never a passionate teacher, but regardless, it was only missing Saturdays. Yeah, just missing Saturdays. Looking at the girl now, with tears streaming down her face in sorrow, I muttered, "Why on earth are you crying so piteously?" The scene shifted outside. Now the teacher and student were sitting on the school grounds for a heart-to-heart. He said dejectedly, "This is bad. The cafeteria closed early, so I can only offer you this bitter water." Holding the glass that was radiating a toxic scent, her face turned dark, but she forced a smile and said, "It's okay. This actually made me calm down faster." He then turned and asked, "So starting next week, you're really going out to hunt every weekend?" She nodded, "Yes. Honestly, I'd rather be taught by you." But before she could finish, he asked curiously, "That's strange. Internships don't usually start until second year, and there aren't any on weekends anyway. Plus, the rules forbid leaving campus." She replied, "My father said he'll call the vice principal directly." Sipping the drink, he thought to himself, "How strange. That rigid rule-following old man doesn't give permission easily, does he?" Curious about her father's identity, he asked, "If one call is all it takes, then does your father know the vice principal?" She replied, "Ah, my father is the guild master of the Aries Guild." At that, Shin Hyuk's expression changed. He narrowed his eyes and looked at her, thinking, the Aries Guild master. So this kid is also a child of a wealthy, powerful family. She continued, "Actually, my goal isn't the domestic martial arts tournament. I'm only competing to qualify for the WHCU 19 championship." WHCU 19, stands for War Hunter Championship under 19. It is the World Hunter Championship for contestants under 19 years old. Then, as if remembering something, he turned and remarked, "Ah, right. Winning the martial arts tournament qualifies you for the international one." She confirmed it for the first time. He thought to himself that she seemed overly confident to be thinking about the WHCU before even entering the qualifiers. But Sejin had been the champion for 2 years straight, and rumors said she was destined to win again this year. He asked further, "So you're competing in the WHCU this January?" She replied hesitantly, "Yes, I'm participating." Before she could finish, he interrupted, "Is that for real? How was the result?" With Sejin's skill, he assumed she wouldn't just rank but could even aim for the title. But contrary to his expectations, she replied shyly, "I was eliminated in the first round." He muttered, "Eliminated in the first round." She explained, "I had bad luck with the draw. My first match was against last year's champion." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a breath and exclaimed, "Oh man, that must have been devastating." She replied, "I'd be lying if I said I didn't regret it, but I can't blame luck. If I were strong enough, I wouldn't have been eliminated." Looking at the young girl in front of him, he recalled his own past when he was still a struggling writer. He turned and gently stroked her head, offering praise. "You really are an exemplary student, aren't you?" This intimate gesture made her very shy, and she asked, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Her sudden jump made him jump too. He regained his composure and continued, "Usually people are easy on themselves, but sometimes I don't see that in you, Sejin. Yet no one acknowledges that hardship. Instead, people only feel pity." These words seemed to reach her heart, making her look incredibly shy. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. "You've brought her to an emotional peak. Are you really going to just turn and run away?" He stood up to leave and said, "I'll be going now. Get some fresh air before you head back in. As for the Saturday class, I'll check with the vice principal one more time." And that wasn't being eliminated in the qualifiers. Your opponent won the whole tournament. That makes you the de facto runner-up. You did great, don't lose your confidence. Encouraged by his words, she stood up and bowed deeply, shouting, "Thank you, teacher, I'll definitely do it." Shin Hyuk frowned and waved his hand. "Hey, I told you to relax." Watching him walk away, her mood seemed to have improved significantly. She looked down at the phone vibrating in her hand. The caller was her father. She answered, "Hello, father." He scolded her. "Why did it take so long to pick up?" She replied tremblingly, I'm sorry, I was just consulting someone for a moment." Her father snapped, "Consulting? You just need to do what I say." After they spoke for a while, she stood alone in the middle of the school grounds, pensive. The Aries Guild was a prestigious guild of upper-middle scale. In the story, the heir to the Aries Guild breaks away to form a new guild called Dawn. That person was Kim Si-yeon, a character who hated her parents enough to change her name. A truly tough individual. When the protagonist Kim Do-hyun is a second year, his internship guild is Dawn, and during her supervision of him, they eventually fall in love. No wonder such a talented character never appeared in the original plot. It truly was strange. I thought she was just an elite supporting character, but it turns out Sejin was the female lead. If the original plot doesn't change, the relationship between Sejin and her father will completely rupture. The catalyst is the WHCU tournament next January. Because she fails to achieve a good result, her father verbally abuses her. Many times, the author emphasizes the reader's immersion. Sejin's father was written as a master of psychological manipulation. Because the writing was so good, I clenched my fists while reading it. Shin Hyuk sighed and exclaimed, "So he's actually my student's parent? That's suffocating." Leaning back on his bed, he muttered, "Even though she's almost certain to win the domestic tournament this year, the reason she still looks so anxious. I finally get it now." It was no surprise. Among the 10 masters, the reincarnated student, the coldest and most ruthless, was a perfectionist. Because her father was the Sword King Kim D-chan, an S-rank hunter, a genius who stifled his daughter, using his connections to prevent her from being independent. If Kim D-chan were my father, I would have packed my bags and run away long ago. He pondered for a moment, recalling his own past. When he achieved poor results, his father had torn up his test paper and scolded him. In the future, Sejin will eventually defeat her father, receive an apology, and reconcile, a happy ending. But honestly, I didn't like that part at all. It just felt like rehashing old stories. Blood ties and forgiveness aren't magic wands. The person involved must have been deeply scarred. Just looking at how he forces his daughter to do internships every weekend, disregarding school rules, shows how heavy the burden is. Come to think of it, Sejin was a third year and the student council president. With the extra training classes and internships every weekend, I wonder if she ever has time to rest. Even if I don't intervene, things will surely turn out okay in the end. Recalling her previous expressions, she was always in a state of sadness. He thought for a while and muttered, "But should I really intervene?" He went back to ask his master, who asked curiously, "If you intervene, what do you plan to do?" He scolded him, "Disciple, how do you even plan to intervene? What could you possibly do?" He explained, "No, master, I rarely ask for your opinion, so why are you answering like that?" He replied, "Are you planning to flip that house upside down? Or will you personally cut the family's bloodline? I've seen countless children burdened with such heavy responsibilities. Even when I stayed with the Namgung family, the descendants in training suffered beyond description. Back then, I only corrected a few postures and did nothing more." This made him wonder, and he asked, "Why? That's quite cold-hearted." Yu Riang pondered for a moment and then said, "Because the child never once uttered a single word of complaint." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk began to reflect and stopped asking. "Has that girl asked you for help?" He replied, "Not yet." He asked further, "Or has she ever shown fear about the upcoming battle?" He replied, "Not that either." The master finally sighed and said, "Stupid disciple, realize how lucky you are. Your disciple is already a true martial artist." Hearing these words, he fell silent for a few seconds, thinking that she truly had never asked for his help. If she didn't open up, a clumsy intervention would only make things harder for Sejin. The WHCU tournament was next year. The rift with her father hadn't even happened yet. Thinking too much made his head throb. He clutched his head and muttered, "Oh man, what a headache." Seeing him like this, the master said, "Pick up your sword. If you want to cast off your frustration, sparring is the best way." He agreed and stood up, explaining, "Tomorrow I have to prepare for the training camp, so please go easy on me." The master asked curiously, "Where are you rushing off to again? You just got here." He replied, "If I've taken on the instructor role, I have to go early and prepare." The master sighed and said, "It seems you're the busiest person around these days." He gripped his sword and replied, "Tell me about it. I haven't even had time for my own training lately." He closed his eyes and felt that ever since taking on the extra martial arts class, he had been swamped. Next week was the A-rank exam. After that, he still had to treat Mr. Kim and Mr. Hong to dinner. Tomorrow, he had to go to the training center for his instructor duties, even though he had been busy with deadlines in his past life as a writer. Why did this life feel even more stressful? As soon as he was reborn, he had to start life as a student and adapt to Kang Shin Hyuk's body. Looking for connections on the mountain led to his master. Even summer break wasn't free, with hunting and training. Once that ended, he had to deal with the scandal, and he barely got any rest before school started again. He had sworn that in this life he would enjoy everything he missed in his last one. Yet looking back, he hadn't had a single moment of peace. Watching his determined slashes, the master pondered for a while. He jumped back and continued thinking, "Regardless, I don't hate my current life. Being busy was my choice, and my life thus far hasn't been meaningless. I wonder if Sejin feels the same way." After sparring for a while, he confirmed, "Yes, even though the beginning wasn't what I wanted, thanks to meeting you, Master, I was able to tell Seora the truth about Anta's Korea. Even that match with the vice principal, even though I lost, I grew stronger. During summer break, even if it was work in Jeju, it was a good experience. Because I got stronger, I could save my students, and I received help from those I was with." He let out a satisfied sigh, thinking, exactly what is life anyway? Maybe this is what Master meant by casting off frustration. But then suddenly, his head began to spin. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Master, my internal power is suddenly." His internal power began to spiral out of control, surging wildly. "Damn it, did I think too much about nonsense while we were sparring?" He clutched his dantian and cried out, "Ah, it feels like it's going to explode. It hurts so much. This is even worse than when Master cleared my Ren meridian. Am I having a chi deviation? Is my core going to burn up?" The internal power escaped his dantian, and instead of following the usual paths, began to rise slowly along his spine. He had to control it. This wasn't a normal circulation route. It passed through his upper stomach, reaching his heart, then continued up his neck toward his forehead. Finally, when the surging power reached the Beihui point, it burst through, enlightening him on countless things. His expression changed as he muttered, "The pain vanished like it evaporated. Now there's only clarity in my mind." He raised his hands and looked at them, stammering, "What is this?" His master approached and praised him. "Congratulations." This confused him, and he asked, "What? Congratulations for what?" "Congratulations on your enlightenment. You've just broken through another wall." Hearing his master's words, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, "Broken through a wall. Does that mean my martial arts have reached the next realm?" The chaotic internal power suddenly flowed back, surging from his chest through his heart and up to his neck as if it would explode. When it reached the yin-tang point between his eyebrows, the pain finally subsided. The master described his sensation. After passing the forehead, the internal power converges at the Beihui point on the top of the head. Then, that boiling power that felt like it would explode vanishes without a trace. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's exactly what I felt. Hearing this, the master smiled and reassured him. Don't worry, the power hasn't vanished. It's just cleared out the space for a new vessel. With your personality, I thought it would take longer. I didn't expect you to realize it so quickly. He asked curiously. Realize what? I don't feel anything truly obvious. The master continued. Regardless, a person doesn't change just by reaching a new realm. There are still many walls to overcome. One of the requirements for reaching the super supreme realm is casting off your worries. Even if you can't solve your problems immediately, if you learn to accept the situation as a part of yourself, that is a form of letting go. He reflected on his master's words about accepting the situation. You're right, master. I do feel much lighter now, and I think I'm also feeling a bit hungry. This naive remark made his master sigh in weariness. You've been circulating your chi for 8 hours. Of course you're hungry. Hearing this, he jumped in surprise and checked the time on his phone, shouting, What? 8 hours already? As it was already 5:30 p.m. The old man nodded in confirmation. That's right, didn't you say you had a training camp to get to? Eat the noodles I cooked before you go. He was still immersed in thoughts about his previous realm. Once you become accustomed to the Aurora Blade, you've reached the supreme level. If I've surpassed that realm, it means I'm now entering the early stages of Super Supreme. Just how strong have I become? I can't quite grasp it yet. If only I could find one more match to test it out, he thought, but he was stuck with the training camp schedule. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the portal and said, I'm done eating, I'm off now. See you later, master. Watching his back as he left, the old man let out a sigh and lamented. Oh my, I forgot to tell him to suppress his power if anything happens. Oh well, it probably won't be a big deal, right? The scene changed to the school, where the person in charge looked at his watch and remarked on the lack of arrivals despite it being past the scheduled time. How can this be so nonsensical? They said the lead for this training camp would be handled by your school number 2. Another person nodded in confirmation. Of course, the head instructor this time must be provided by our school number 2. The one who said this was a blonde youth who spoke sarcastically and confidently. Among the teachers from school number 1, is there even a single A-rank hunter? So the head instructor role naturally goes to Mr. Jung Hyun-sik from school number 2. Someone raised an objection, but wasn't Mr. Jung just appointed last year? He isn't even a permanent teacher yet, is he? To which the other replied, what does being permanent or new have to do with anything? It should be based on actual strength. Shin Hyuk stood on the outskirts of the conversation, observing and thinking to himself that an hour had already passed. These people had prepared in a rush and just barely arrived at the camp on time, assuming they could just quickly divide the tasks and positions. But instead, they were arguing over who would be the head instructor, the one with the highest responsibility. Are they mortal enemies or something? No one is willing to back down. I heard schools care a lot about saving face, but is it really to this extent? The blonde youth raised his voice again. Then, to the teachers from school number 1, how about we settle this with a duel? Hearing this proposal, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, oh, that works. That's much better. Instead of talking in circles, it's 100 times better to just duel and settle it quickly. Another brown-haired teacher rubbed his chin and asked in confusion, a duel? What? Just to choose a head instructor, we have to go as far as a duel. The blonde one replied, do you have a better way? If so, please speak up. And the other answered, if we must duel, let each school send 5 representatives. Looking at this man, he thought, oh, it looks like someone from my school is actually using their brain. Even if school number 2 had an A-rank hunter, they also had C ranks, while all the teachers from his school were B-rank hunters. The blonde youth shook his head at the suggestion. No way, the inspection time for the training camp ends in 30 minutes. The person in charge is waiting, so let's settle this cleanly with a one-on-one. What do you think? Not confident. Hearing this, the teachers from school number 1 were furious. Shin Hyuk let out a sigh in the back and continued thinking, how ridiculous. Aren't they all just trembling at the A-rank label? Then the blonde youth looked straight at him and asked, isn't that Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk over there? Seeing someone call him, he pointed at himself and replied, ah, yes, it's me, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. The blonde continued, is that so? I heard you dueled the vice principal and even held your own for a few moves. I thought you'd step up boldly, but are you just hiding in the back like the others? The person beside him added, I heard you can even use an Aurora Blade. Was that just a staged act? He replied shyly, "Well, you can think whatever you like, but I won't duel." He thought to himself, "Don't think you can bait me." If it were Jaisal instead of him, she definitely would have charged in. But what would be the point? Even winning would only make those who look down on non-specialized backgrounds even more arrogant. Then the man continued to sneer. "Come to think of it, weren't you recently involved with a student in the news?" This made him lose his temper. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and stepped forward. "You've crossed the line, let's duel." A teacher beside him immediately tried to stop him. Mr. Kang calmed down. Someone from the back called out, "Mr. Beak, can you take this match?" Beak replied shyly, "Well, I guess so," thinking that since the other teachers clearly didn't want to step up, he had no choice. He then made a proposal. "If I win, I'll step down as the representative. Is that all right?" The blond man replied, "Of course, if you yield, we'd be grateful." Shin Hyuk continued, "Then it's settled, I'll take the match. As for you guys, why don't all of your teachers join in together?" This left the blond man stunned. He spat out some of his drink and shouted, "Ha ha, Mr. Kang sure knows how to joke, truly a natural YouTuber. I'm finally seeing your talent for it." Mr. Beak tried to stop him from behind. "Mr. Kang, regardless, joking like that is." But he was cut off. "I'm not joking. Do I really look that insincere to you?" The blond youth wiped tears of laughter from his face and said, "It seems you've become arrogant because the newspapers mentioned you. Then I'll show you that the world isn't so easy." He took a stick and drew a circle on the ground, saying, "That's exactly what I was going to say. If we keep arguing about who should be the referee, we'll be here all day. So let's do this. The first person pushed out of this circle loses." Hearing this, the blond youth was furious inside, thinking, "Just what is this bastard relying on to be so stubborn?" Then he smiled and said, "Fine, but all of us is a bit much. Our side will just send out 3 people. A youth in black stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Park, are you really going along with his words?" The blond youth turned back and replied coldly, "Whoever speaks up has to take responsibility. Besides, our medical teachers are good at what they do. Broken legs or severed arms are no problem." These words made the teachers of school number 1 very anxious. In contrast, the group from school number 2 looked quite excited. After the 3 representatives were chosen, he looked at them and announced, "Then the time limit for this match will be 10 minutes. Anyone who forfeits or is pushed out of the circle loses." The group on the other side nodded in agreement. He gripped his sword and stepped forward, thinking to himself, after reaching the new realm, small changes are starting to appear. The amount of internal power in my danshin has decreased significantly. Not that there's less of it, but it's been compressed incredibly tightly. Other than that, nothing seems particularly different. But that's fine, I'll use this chance to test it out. The referee outside blew his whistle and shouted, "Then let's begin." The moment he finished speaking, the group from school number 2 lunged toward him, attacking with incredible speed. This made the teachers over there exclaim, "Vanguard swordsmanship, summon the grand formation." While the blond youth replied, "Why should we hold back? We should crush him until he can't utter a single word." The spearman tightened his grip on his weapon, then threw it straight at him like an arrow. This caught him slightly off guard. He thought, "A spear? I thought he'd stay back to protect the magic circle, but he's surprisingly aggressive. After I dodge this, the swordsman will probably close in immediately, attacking with a time-delayed rhythm." Just as he predicted, the moment he dodged the spear, the swordsman lunged from the side, immediately unleashing a slash aimed straight at him. A loud clashing sound rang out, and a sword tip broke off, flying into the air. This left the teachers from school number 1 in utter shock, because he had snapped the sword in half with his bare hands, even leaving a trail of blood on the opponent's face. This left his opponent staring in total bewilderment. He looked at his arm, which was enveloped by his aurora blade, and thought, "Oh, is drawing my sword really this much easier now?" The mage in the back raised her hand high and shouted, "All right, fall back now." She summoned a fire dragon, which let out a roar the moment it appeared and lunged straight toward him, preparing to attack. This made Mr. Beak jump and shout, "Why are they using a large-scale magic circle in a duel?" Looking at the attack before him, he thought, so the rank hunter they mentioned was this mage. This is bad, this might be a bit troublesome. But he suddenly remembered his master's words while learning the heavenly demon sword style. "A supreme, heavenly demon once flustered me, even though I was a realm higher." He suddenly had a realization, so that's it. He never said it couldn't be dismantled. Because back then, Master was already at the super supreme level and could see through the entire flow of mana. He had discovered the weakness in this attack. His hand was once again enveloped by the aurora blade as he prepared to counterattack. Jun Hyun panted, red energy swirling around her. "This is a rank fire magic, exploding flame." Shin Hyuk raised his sword high. Unlike the fireballs used by low-rank hunters, this one explodes even when slashed with an aura, dealing area of effect damage. Truly a nuisance. Jun Hyun was terrified as an incomprehensible sight unfolded. It's as if nothing had ever existed in the first place. Shin Hyuk stood with his legs wide, his right hand having used his sword to blow away his opponent's ultimate move. The exploding flame, cast by Kim Young-hyun, the rank magic teacher of school number 2, had been dissipated in midair with a single strike from the B-rank swordsmanship instructor of school number 1, Kang Shin Hyuk. A teacher watching in shock muttered, "What just happened? Did you guys see that?" And the bearded teacher beside him added, "Breaking a sword with his bare hands was one thing, but now he's canceling magic too." Looking at Shin Hyuk's peak state, they wondered who he really was while he thought to himself, "This is truly miraculous." He remembered the fight with the wide-mouthed monster. His hurried swordsmanship back then was much sharper, but the most incredible thing now was the flow of mana. The points of light were connected together, he thought. And when I used the sword to cut the flow that composed the magic, it vanished into the air like a failed incantation. Shin Hyuk's eyes went wide as he instinctively blurted out, "Wait a minute." He recalled his previous duel with the vice principal and realized, so during our match, he could see this too. He was terrified by the man's block, wondering if he'd been hit just because the man was curious. That stupid old man. One teacher looked at his broken sword and sighed, "The precious blade I always cherished. It's finally broken, I forfeit." And the spear teacher also raised his hand, "Me too, I don't want to risk getting injured." Shin Hyuk stood with his sword resting on the ground, watching the two teachers walk away. He thought to himself that they lacked spirit since they could have just covered the broken blade in an aura, and concluded the spear teacher wasn't as clever as he looked since he dared to charge him in the first place. Shin Hyuk asked, "Well then, what will Ms. Kim do?" And Young-hyun clenched her fists, answering firmly, "I will continue." Shin Hyuk rubbed his neck and said nonchalantly, "Is that so? Suit yourself." Though he privately thought a lone mage would have a very hard time, despite her having the strongest spirit of the three. He saw Young-hyun open both hands to release a fireball, and admired her determination, though he knew it wasn't a wise choice. Shin Hyuk narrowed his eyes and watched calmly. "Casting again? Even Master had almost no experience fighting mages, so I'm quite curious." He swung his blade, a crescent of energy appearing as he calculated, but attacking while they're casting is the end of it. A simple slash of sword chi is enough. The arc of energy slammed into Young-hyun's hexagonal barrier, leaving her unharmed, but the fireball in her hands continued to grow larger. The blonde teacher crossed his arms and commented, "Look, Mr. Kang, your aura can't break Ms. Kim's shield, and unless you escape the range, you're done for." Shin Hyuk frowned and replied calmly, "How interesting. If a gun doesn't work, use a cannon, that's all." He focused and poured even more energy into his sword, sweeping it in a wide arc to release a massive amount of sword chi. He smirked, "This will definitely break it." The blonde teacher gaped and stammered, "That's an aurora blade? For real?" While the person beside him gasped, "He's using such a major technique in a spar. Does he intend to kill her?" He laughed confidently and replied, "Is that so? What about your friend there? She's about to burn down the entire training ground just to catch me." Shin Hyuk shifted his grip and threw his sword with great force. "Now let's see for ourselves." The blade flew like an arrow, heading straight for the hexagonal barrier. While he shouted, "Which will break first, your shield or my sword?" And Young-hyun continued her incantation. A deafening explosion shook the air. Shin Hyuk used his elbow to shield his eyes and peered through the light. The hexagonal barrier had been punctured, and he told himself it was broken. As the transparent shield manifested, the incantation was forced to stop. Casting while moving, Young-hyun appeared immediately after, her mouth continuing to chant. Shin Hyuk was stunned. He hadn't expected this. She clutched her staff and dashed away from the explosion, her face tense as she glanced back, while he thought in amazement, "She really can cast while moving." She knit her brows, observing him as she muttered, "Kahen man ka sabapma, kahen man ka sabapma." The teacher with the short haircut was amazed. Casting while moving? That's no easy task for such high-level magic, truly impressive, while the one beside her worried. "It's too late to recover the deflected sword, we're all going to be roasted." Shin Hyuk remained unbothered and held out 5 fingers. "Do you really think I threw it without a plan? I intentionally aimed away to avoid causing injuries." The hilt of the sword vibrated slightly. The blade burst out of the ground. The pair of spear teachers gaped, the one with the headband asking in confusion, "What's that? Is the sword flying on its own?" While the other hurriedly denied it could be possible. The sword whistled through the air. It was a technique he'd learned from his master long ago, but never dared to try because his internal power hadn't been sufficient. The blade flew forward, leaving a long gash on Jung-hyun's back. It was a martial art called controlling the sword with chi, Yikai Yu Jian, which allows one to manipulate a blade from a distance using chi and intent. She coughed up blood. He let out a breath, looking completely satisfied. Immediately, worried shouts and calls for help rang out. "Ms. Kim, Ms. Kim!" He broke into a sweat, his face turning gray with fear as he hoped she wasn't dead. He bit his lip anxiously as he heard someone shout, "You can see her spine! Call a doctor, hurry!" And he silently scolded himself for using too much power and failing to control it properly, deciding he shouldn't use it again. A hand reached out, releasing green healing energy. Two medical teachers were using their mana to help stop Jung-hyun's bleeding, while another announced, "The winner is Kang Shin Hyuk, instructor at Hunter Academy number 1. Therefore, the choice of head instructor belongs to Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk." A voice called out from behind, "Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk," and he turned to see who it was. The blonde teacher scratched his head in embarrassment. "I apologize for my rudeness earlier," and the one beside him added sincerely, "I went too far as well, I'm truly sorry." Shin Hyuk thought to himself that he hadn't expected them to admit they were wrong since they didn't look like the type to apologize, and he pointed at himself with a smile. "Not at all, I was disrespectful as well." The two shook hands and made up. Despite a bad first impression, they had accepted defeat cleanly, and they would be working together at the camp for the next 3 days and 2 nights after all. He spoke up, addressing the mage who had stayed until the end. "It's Kim Jung-hyun, right?" And despite her injury, she quickly replied that yes, it was, and that it had been a great match. He continued, "Then let's do this. The head instructor position should be held by Ms. Kim from school number 2. But Mr. Beek protested. "No, Mr. Kang, what are you saying?" Jung-hyun struggled to look up and listen as Mr. Beek argued that he was the clear winner and deserved the role of leading the students. Shin Hyuk leaned down and reached out to her, saying softly, "Your determination and persistence until the end were very impressive. I hope the students can learn that spirit during this camp." He smiled and praised her aura, though he kept his true thoughts to himself. He recalled the moment she dodged his first strike and thought that while he wasn't trying to act cool, her persistence was truly admirable, and the magic techniques she'd used would be very helpful for the upcoming tournament prep. Amidst the mixed reactions of the surrounding teachers, he thought that Mr. Beek and his friends likely understood his intent, but he didn't want to discourage the teachers from the other school after their spar. The voices of the teachers echoed through the spacious campus. "Well then, please lead this training session well. Since we're here for the inspection, shall we go get dinner together?" "That sounds great, let's all go." On the highway, a black car drove down the long road. Someone in the car asked if the other had received the message, and the other asked what message. Bong Pal recounted the news with an interested tone, saying Ms. Kim from their school had been named head instructor. The speaker was Ma Bong Pal, vice principal of Hunter Academy number 2. Man Dong pulled out his phone to check and replied that he'd just received it. Man Dong glanced at him and smiled, nodding that the teacher from his school had won but yielded the position. He was Lee Man Dong, vice principal of Hunter Academy number 1. Bong Pal turned to him in shock. "What? But your school doesn't have any A-rank teachers." Man Dong didn't even look at him and replied, "It's nothing special, just a bit of luck." Bong Pal's voice dropped as he remarked that he made it sound like a total coincidence. Through the car window, Man Dong's face was shown beaming with delight, and Bong Pal teased that he could clearly see him smiling. Many students were standing and listening. Man Dong slowly walked up. He stood on a high podium before 400 students from both schools, and the stadium at the training center was completely packed. A long-haired student complained about how much time had passed, and the one in front of him irritably replied it had already been an hour. Man Dong spoke up. "Our students, I'm sure you're quite bored. I'll just say one last thing." He spoke into the microphone, mentioning a 4-character idiom about how, after hardship comes sweetness, while a female student whispered with a pale face that this was already his 4th, last thing, and the one beside her complained that this didn't feel like training at all. Man Dong finally finished his speech with a concluding sentence, making a blonde-haired student cheer that it was finally over. But then the announcer's voice echoed. "Next, we will have a speech from the vice principal of Hunter Academy number 2, making the students clutch their heads and groan as if they'd been doused in cold water. Shin Hyuk walked over with a folder as the students finished the opening ceremony and headed to their dorms. While taking a quick break, he saw a familiar face. Sion Hwa called out, "Mr. Kang, you really look the part of an instructor," and he tilted his head, trying to place her. He shouted happily, "You're here too. You must be very busy at school." And Sion HWA laughed, explaining that since both second and third years were on internships, there were no kids at school. She clasped her hands and slowly approached, saying she'd heard the instructors had arrived yesterday and thanking them for their hard work. He emphasized that it was all because of someone's father. Sion HWA gave an awkward laugh, saying she'd heard he hadn't originally planned to come, and he happily agreed, saying he'd planned to rest since he had makeup classes almost every day. Sion HWA looked at him softly and said she thought her father had a very good impression of him. Nodding, she'd heard he'd even written a recommendation letter for his A-rank exam. Shin Hyuk scratched his neck and stammered that a good impression might be one way to put it, though privately he thought she was a very positive person. They stood before a vending machine as Sion HWA asked if he was the instructor in charge of the obstacle course. She'd seen it on the afternoon schedule and asked if she could come watch. Shin Hyuk looked at her and replied warmly, "Of course, why not? But I don't see the vice principal anywhere." Hearing this, she quickly invited him. "I'm on my way to meet him right now. Do you want to come along?" Man Dong's voice echoed from a distance. "Mr. Kang, are you here?" Drawing the immediate attention of both Shin Hyuk and Sion HWA. Sion HWA joked, "Speak of the devil, there he is," while the boy looked at the two muscular figures approaching and felt a bit self-conscious, wondering what was up with the massive physiques of these old men and who the person beside him was. Bong Pal stepped forward enthusiastically. "Who is this? Isn't it Sion HWA? You're old enough to get married now." Sion HWA greeted him politely. "Uncle Bong Pal, it's been a while. I hope you've been doing well." Shin Hyuk observed thoughtfully, "Ma Bong Pal. No wonder his physique is so terrifying, so that's the legendary Ma Bong Pal." The man, famous for his powerful build and for using a fan as his weapon, smiled confidently. Ma Bong Pal was one of only 10 S-rank hunters in the country, and despite his intimidating appearance, he was a talented mage who primarily utilized wind magic. Since he wasn't part of the protagonist's school, his role in the original story wasn't very significant. The boy bowed politely at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Ma Bong Pal, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Kang Shin Hyuk." And the man looked over. "Kang Shin Hyuk? So you're the one Man Dong was talking about." He held out his hand. "I saw your photo in the news, but you look much better in person. It's a pleasure to meet you." The boy thought it was interesting, thinking, "What? He's a much nicer old man than I expected." But he replied politely, "Thank you, sir." Shin Hyuk quickly shook Bong Pal's hand. Suddenly his eyes went wide. A pair of massive, cold eyes stared down at him, making him feel tiny under their gaze. He was terrified, realizing the amount of mana this old man possessed was absolutely colossal. Feeling as if he were floating in the middle of outer space, Bong Pal narrowed his eyes. Man Dong placed a hand on Bong Pal's arm and said, "That's enough, Bong Pal. You're taking the joke a bit too far." He withdrew his hand and gave a friendly grin. "My apologies. I was just curious about the person who single-handedly defeated our school's instructors. If I made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry." Man Dong added, "Please understand, Mr. Kang, he didn't mean any harm." While the boy, whose hand was still tingling, replied politely, "I'm fine, sir, but why did you call for me?" Bong Pal and Sion HWA smiled as they watched the two talk, and Man Dong noted it was a private matter, so they should move elsewhere. The boy agreed and suggested the nearby lounge. Bong Pal raised a hand to stop them and said, "Wait a moment before you go. I have something to ask Instructor Kang." To which he replied, "Yes, what is it?" Shin Hyuk listened as he asked, "I heard you won the duel, so why did you hand over the head instructor position to one of our teachers?" And the boy closed his eyes and bowed shyly, "Because the instructors at my school lack spirit." He remembered her second attempt at a counterattack and continued sincerely, "Everyone was terrified just because the opponent was an A-rank hunter, so I had to step up. Ms. Kim from school number 2 wanted to fight to the end, despite the difference in strength." Bong Pal noted awkwardly, "I see." Man Dong jumped in embarrassment and waved his hands as he heard the truth revealed. "No wonder you were unusually boastful this time, Man Dong, saying you'd send an A-rank instructor. It's because you believed in Instructor Kang, isn't it?" The man hurriedly cleared his throat. "What are you talking about?" The boy realized but didn't say anything, thinking, "So the reason this old man sent me to the camp was because he didn't want to lose to another school." Caught in the act, Man Dong quickly pushed Shin Hyuk's shoulder and urged, "Come on, let's go. I'll buy you a cup of coffee." He resisted silently as Bong Pal watched them slowly depart. He smiled with interest. "Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk from Hunter Academy number 1. If I remember correctly, you're B rank, right?" Bong Pal looked down and asked, "Sion HWA?" And she replied, yes, uncle. Bong Pal held out the palm of his hand. Looking at the small red scratches on his palm, he suggested, could you heal this for me? They arrived at the cafeteria, a clean place full of delicious food. Mandong spoke first. How's the coffee? I didn't expect much, but the beans are actually good. And Shin Hyuk replied, it tastes even better since I'm being treated, sir. The man looked at him and said deeply, is that so? Mr. Kang, I'm meeting you because of the A-rank exam. Since I'm the one who recommended you, I wanted to give you some advice. He asked if the boy had prepared it all, and he sipped his coffee nonchalantly. I've been too busy with makeup classes for the kids, so I haven't done anything special yet. Mandong quickly asked if he knew the format of the A-rank exam, and as a portal appeared in his mind, Shin Hyuk replied, I heard it involves clearing an A-rank portal. The man confirmed, that's right. They evaluate you at an A-rank gate, and examiners accompany you depending on the number of participants. An S-rank hunter will be there as the lead examiner. He paused and thought, an S-rank hunter is coming too. This is the first time I've heard this. But he asked further, so are you the lead examiner, sir? The man held out a hand and explained, no, I'm the one who recommended you. How could I be the examiner? Though with your skills, it shouldn't matter who it is. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes and sighed. But if it were you, sir, someone I know, it would be a bit more comfortable. So who is it then? Recalling the person he just met, he guessed tentatively, is it Mr. Ma Bong Pal whom we just saw? And Mandong waved it off. Wrong, it's not my friend Bong Pal. He was confused. Then who? Just tell me already. And the man looked deeply at him and gave a hint. If I give you a hint, it's someone related to one of your students. Shin Hyuk took note with a start. He looked up in thought, wondering which S-rank hunter was related to his students, until he suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, no way. Mandong smiled at the correct answer. I didn't expect you and that person to meet so soon either. A dossier was placed on the table and he confirmed, the Sword King, Kim D-chan. As an image of D-chan in a suit drinking coffee appeared, Mandong emphasized, he is the examiner for your A-rank promotion exam. On the table, the hot coffee was steaming. Shin Hyuk stared blankly at his surroundings, his mind racing in shock. The examiner this time is Kim D-chan? So it's related because I'm teaching Sejin. At that moment, Mandong interrupted his thoughts seriously. That man, D-chan, is very sharp-tongued and, of course, extremely strict. Among all the examiners, he is known as the hardest one to pass. But Shin Hyuk replied optimistically, I have no prejudice. As long as he doesn't intentionally fail me, it's fine. Hearing this, he evaluated calmly. True. With your skills, there shouldn't be a problem, and since you're the instructor for the girl he cherishes, he probably won't treat you as harshly as he does others. He pondered silently. That old man. Looking closely, Kim D-chan seems more rigorous than I thought. While across from him, Kim Mandong continued his advice. Shin Hyuk listened while taking notes on important points. There was useful information that only an examiner would know, such as the major point deductions, meaning he shouldn't embarrass the person who recommended him. But he felt genuinely grateful. Suddenly, he remembered Jung-hyun. Recommending Kim Jung-hyun from school number 2 as the head instructor was the right move, as she did her best to ensure no student was injured with her meticulous care. Thanks to her presence, the training went smoothly. Over 3 days and 2 nights, they completed tasks like clearing ruins, mountain obstacle courses, and rappelling. They also handled other items like NBC, nuclear, biological, chemical, magic defense, combat in basements without portals, and full-gear marches. The students of the regular Hunter Academy were able to complete the training schedule safely. 3 days later, a voice rang out from inside the building. All right, everyone gathered. The supplementary class is starting. Shin Hyuk faced the students and explained calmly, today we don't have other teachers to help, so we'll proceed by pairing up for spars while the others analyze. On Seok urged him with a bored face. Let's start quickly, teacher. I'll spar with Jin Soo. And beside her, Yoon Soo added irritably, I choose Min Hee. I'm going to take her down. Seeing this, he tried to calm them down. You guys, stay cool. You're looking a bit too hostile, while laughing to himself, thinking about the incident that happened during the camp. Not far away, 2 people were sneakily touching hands. The incident he was referring to was the fact that Min Hee and Jin Soo had started dating. Shin Hyuk saw them being bashful and said helplessly, all right, both of you, I'm stopping you right there. Returning to the past during the cliff-jumping lesson, the instructor's voice rang out from a distance. Gear check complete. Get ready. Trainee number 332, Lee Jin-soo, ready to rappel down. Shin Hyuk asked with concern, Trainee Lee Jin-soo, you don't look so good, can you do it? And Jin-soo replied loudly, I can do it. Hearing that, he placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and encouraged him mischievously. Good voice. Trainee Lee Jin-soo, shout the name of the person you're thinking of and start your descent. Immediately, Jin-soo screamed his confession. Young Min-hee, I'm not joking, I really like you. He gripped the rope tight and continued to yell, go out with me. Back at the top, Shin Hyuk hadn't expected to hear that and muttered in surprise. Not his parents. In the back, On Seok blushed and glanced at Min-hee. She was flushing red with embarrassment. In the original story, Jin-soo and Min-hee were a couple, but I never expected this Min-soo guy to confess here. I hadn't thought of it at all. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk taught them with a sense of resignation. Love is love, but training must be serious. Start the rotation spars as planned. After a while, he stood by quietly watching them fight. The sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously through the building. When it was another student's turn to fight, after only a few moves, Shin Hyuk thought worriedly. The condition of these kids really isn't good. He glanced over at the others and analyzed silently. I understand why Min-hee and Jin-soo are distracted, but Yoon-soo and On Seok are a bit too hyper. Returning to the match, he raised his sword and attacked seriously. The problem is here. Seeing how Sejin struggled to block, he thought in confusion, this girl, why has her sword become so light? At that moment she panted out, Teacher, did you suddenly raise the level too high? Shin Hyuk replied while attacking, it's the same level as last time. Sejin, are you okay? He swung his sword while thinking distractedly. My realm has increased, so I'm adjusting, but I've already adjusted it to her level, so there shouldn't be this much of a difference. In an instant, he disarmed Sejin, her sword flying away. Shin Hyuk sheathed his sword and said calmly, you shouldn't underestimate my level. I'm matching your speed and using only textbook swordsmanship. If you just follow what you've learned, you should have the advantage. What do you think the problem is? At that, Yoon-soo raised a hand, me. Maybe it's because I'm not used to the dismantling techniques yet, so I accidentally used textbook moves, and he confirmed. That's part of it. He then lectured seriously. Using textbook moves isn't because you're not used to the new ones. It's simply because you haven't practiced enough. Shin Hyuk analyzed it meticulously for them. Dismantling is a form, as the name implies. It's not a technique you calculate before using. It must be ingrained in your subconscious so you can react immediately when an attack comes. Finally, he gave a strict command. From now on until the end of our time, we will focus exclusively on the speed of your dismantling forms. Handle your endurance and strength training on your own time. After dismissing them, he turned to Sejin, who replied, Yes, teacher. Shin Hyuk ordered firmly, you are temporarily banned from physical training. But Jin-soo protested, Teacher, you're clearly favoring the championship contender. Hearing this, he hit the boy on the head before explaining. It's not favoritism, you brat. Sejin, your physical condition is worse than it was before the camp. It means overtraining is backfiring and wearing you out. To make sure she understood, he asked the others, you guys, look at her. Doesn't Sejin look thinner than a few days ago? Yoon-soo replied hesitantly, I thought she was on a diet. And Young Min, he added worriedly, we were just saying the same thing, she's lost so much weight. She tried to justify it quickly. No, it's just because I've been doing a lot of internships and activities lately. I'm fine. In the back, Shin Hyuk sighed. She says she's fine with those dark circles under her eyes. She has more classes than the first years. She's the council president, so she probably has zero free time. Not only that, he knew. I heard that even on weekends when there's no supplementary class, she goes to her father's guild for portal internships. Even active hunters would struggle with that kind of schedule. Thinking this, he said calmly, to be blunt, this class doesn't mean much for you anymore. With your skill, even without mastering the dismantling forms, winning the domestic tournament is a certainty. He then advised her with concern. I think rest is just as important as training. Why don't you take a break from these extra classes to recover? Hearing this, Sejin lowered her head in silence. The others went quiet as they watched. A few seconds later, she let out a sigh. She smiled and declined. No thank you, sir, I'm fine. Shin Hyuk just stared at her for a moment. He then turned to leave, saying, if that's your decision, but if you feel tired, contact me anytime and take a rest. Sejin replied obediently, yes, teacher. He sighed in frustration, thinking that any other kid would have happily taken the break. He admired her but also felt sorry for her. He then announced to everyone, today's class ends here, making Min-hee gasp, really? And Yoon-soo asked, it's not even 6 o'clock yet. Jin-soo added narcissistically, teacher, if you're doing this for me, you don't have to. To which Shin Hyuk threatened playfully, do you want to run 10 laps before you go? Behind them, Sejin suddenly narrowed her eyes. She realized her vision was blurring. She slowly took off her glasses and thought, what's this? Have I really pushed myself too far? Suddenly, a few drops of red blood fell onto her glasses. She thought dizzily, a bit lightheaded. While the others continued to play, "Hey, don't you control your boyfriend?" Young Min Hee blushed and stammered, "No, it's just, sometimes he is a bit cute." While Yoon Soo muttered helplessly, "You're crazy." Abruptly, the three of them heard a strange noise and looked over. When he saw what was happening, Shin Hyuk's eyes went wide with terror. He rushed over, calling her name, Sejin, Kim Sejin. In the hallway, the lights illuminated the infirmary sign. Inside, Sion HWA said with relief, "I'm sorry for the sudden emergency, teacher. I'm glad you were still at school." Shin Hyuk replied calmly, "Don't worry about it, it's my job." She sat across from him and reported on Sejin's condition. "Nothing particularly unusual. It seems to be exhaustion, so I've started an IV for her." He felt a bit relieved and thanked her. "Thank you so much. It's thanks to you that she's better." Sion HWA remembered examining Sejin and asked worriedly, "By the way, she was even mumbling about training in her sleep. She seems to be pushing herself too hard. Do you know anything about it?" Shin Hyuk replied thoughtfully, "I heard she's been getting less than 3 hours of sleep lately. I knew she didn't look well, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." She looked toward the bed with a concerned face. "Third grade is the most intense year. Then she has your extra class, plus her role as president, and she's even clearing portals on weekends. That schedule is literally killer." She sighed in frustration. With her talent, she doesn't need to push this hard. She's too much of a perfectionist. Shin Hyuk nodded in agreement, complaining internally, "It's not that she's a perfectionist, it's that her father's expectations are too high." Suddenly a voice called out to him from behind, "Teacher." And Shin Hyuk immediately turned and asked with concern, "Sejin, are you awake?" Sejin looked exhausted and apologetic. "I'm sorry, I suddenly blacked out." And he replied helplessly, "There's nothing to be sorry for. Rest a bit more, I'll take you back to the dorms later." But she stubbornly refused. "I'm fine, really. More importantly, what time is it?" He replied, "A bit past 9 p.m. Why?" She gave a typical student's answer, "I have an assignment due on Monday," making Sion HWA snap irritably. "Mr. Kang, should I just give her a sedative?" And he agreed seriously, "That sounds like a great idea." He then tried to persuade her, "You can do it tomorrow, it's the weekend after all." But she put her glasses on and replied, "No, from tomorrow until Sunday night I have an outside schedule." Suddenly her eyes narrowed as she thought, no wonder. Everything around her was just a blur. She'd mentioned feeling dizzy earlier, and now she still couldn't see clearly. "It seems the fatigue has really built up." Sion HWA joined in. "Sejin, how are you going to clear a portal in this state? You can't go." Shin Hyuk added worriedly, "You have to rest when you're unwell. Just call and say you can't make it." Sejin hesitated, "Well, about that." But he cut her off. "Is it because of your father? I'll call him for you." She looked at him in surprise. "You're going to call him?" Shin Hyuk replied calmly, "I don't have a personal relationship with him, but I'm meeting him this Sunday anyway." Sejin gasped, "My father? Why?" He replied nonchalantly, "I have my rank up exam this Sunday, and the vice principal told me the examiner is actually your father." After hearing this, she spoke up with a look of confusion. "I truly appreciate your concern, teacher, but it won't do any good. He isn't the type to show special treatment, even to his own children." She quickly followed up with a thank you and indicated her desire to leave. "Thanks to you and the nurse, I was able to sleep well for a few hours, and thank you for the IV drip too. I'll be going now." But beside the bed, Shin Hyuk only let out a frustrated sigh. Then, without any hesitation, he placed a hand on her head. Shin Hyuk used enough force to push Sejin back down onto the bed, ignoring her startled cry of "teacher," and told her firmly, "I told you to rest, so just rest already, you stubborn girl." Shin Hyuk looked at her with a dead serious expression and instructed, "At the very least, stay lying down until that IV is finished. Besides, don't you worry about adult matters." Hearing this, Sejin voiced her anxiety. "But what if father gives you a bad evaluation because of me?" Then she asked in confusion, "You're not even my homeroom teacher, why do you care this much?" To which Shin Hyuk rested his chin on his hand and replied awkwardly, "You're the student council president, aren't you?" He asked her gently, "Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter School Regulations, do you know it?" And Sejin answered hesitantly, "Every teacher at a Hunter school must prioritize the safety of the students." That's the one, right? Shin Hyuk shared his own take on it. "I think about the meaning of safety in that rule a bit differently. If it only meant physical danger, they wouldn't have bothered writing it into the regulations." He looked out at the scenery outside and said seriously, "Even if it's something your father is doing because he wants what's best for you." Sejin's eyes went wide as she listened to his resolute words. "If it harms your health, then as far as I'm concerned, that is a direct danger to the student." Suddenly she teased him, "You know that's a bit of a stretch, don't you?" And an embarrassed Shin Hyuk ordered, "Regardless, you're resting today and tomorrow. Is that clear? He said confidently, just trust your teacher, I'll handle the exam and the talk just fine. To which Sejin replied happily, yes, sir, I'm counting on you. Time flew by and finally Sunday, the day of the rank up exam, arrived. Shin Hyuk stood before a massive building with his weapon in hand. He looked up at the architecture and complained internally. Instead of going straight to the portal, they make us gather at the association at 8 a.m. Are they trying to intimidate us? This building is terrifyingly huge. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Shin Hyuk checked it and found a flurry of encouraging messages from his students. Teacher, do your best. Good luck. You're definitely going to pass. And he muttered with a grin, it's the swordsmanship class, I bet the supplementary students told them. Abruptly, a voice called his name, drawing his attention. Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk? You look even more handsome in person than in your photos. A friendly man approached to greet him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Park Hyun Seok, one of the examiners for today's test. He was an A-rank hunter, examiner Park Hyun Seok. Shin Hyuk immediately bowed and replied, hello, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. And the man asked warmly, you're here early. How are you feeling today? Seeing how friendly Hyun Seok was, he thought to himself, that's unexpected. I guess I was too focused on Kim D-chan. I assumed all A-rank examiners would be difficult, but here's this friendly guy who feels like a neighbor. He then asked tentatively, sir, are we heading to the portal right now? To which the man laughed heartily and replied, we'll head out once the S-rank hunter arrives. He should be here right on time. Hyun Seok added kindly, the other A-rank candidates are already waiting. Let's head to the ground-level parking lot. The transport bus is ready. And Shin Hyuk bowed again in thanks, thinking as he followed him. Right, since I have to come back here anyway to get my license after the test. Taking the bus together is much more convenient. After a short walk, they arrived at the spot, and Shin Hyuk exclaimed in surprise, is that the place? He looked at the crowd gathered by the bus and marveled at how many people there were. At that moment, two young men noticed his arrival. Elsewhere, two women also turned to look at him. Shin Hyuk walked into the crowd, feeling a bit tense as he thought, a gathering of A-rank candidates really is something else. The aura is intense. It's like they're all trying to say they're the strongest. Until a staff member approached and asked for his name. Shin Hyuk answered calmly, and the staff member checked his list. Kang, here you are. Hand over your license and take seat number 2. He then stored his weapon in the luggage compartment. Shin Hyuk stepped onto the bus, thinking, baggage is sorted, time to get on. But suddenly a voice called out nearby, hello, everyone. The candidates all responded energetically, hello, examiner, and greetings, sir. Shin Hyuk also turned to look, and upon seeing the newcomer, he thought in shock, that person is, he confirmed with some hesitation, Sejin's father, Kim D-chan? While the man announced to the crowd, it's a pleasure to meet you all. With a stern expression, he introduced himself. I am Kim D-chan, and I will be the lead examiner today. He was the S-rank hunter, examiner Kim D-chan. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk's expression turned cold, as he realized he was finally meeting the man face to face. A moment later, he got on the bus, and much to his chagrin, D-chan sat right next to him. He thought meeting him was fine, but Shin Hyuk bit his lip and tried to maintain a calm expression, while the man beside him remained silent and expressionless. As the bus sped down the road, he groaned internally. Why did he have to sit right next to me? On the bus, the other passengers were all quietly minding their own business. Shin Hyuk calculated, this is so uncomfortable. I almost want to break the window just to escape. But fortunately, the portal they were heading to wasn't very far. Suddenly, D-chan spoke up. Swordsmanship instructor at Hunter Academy number 1, Kang Shin Hyuk. He questioned, that's you, isn't it? And Shin Hyuk replied, yes, that's me, sir. D-chan looked at him and said, I heard Sejin was absent from her portal internship this week. I was told that was your unilateral decision. He paused for a moment before answering, yes, sir. D-chan continued slowly. She insisted on attending your supplementary class, so I didn't stop her. But I would prefer if you didn't interfere with her schedule outside of those hours. Shin Hyuk replied, there was an incident where Sejin fainted during the class and had to be taken to the infirmary. And the man asked in shock, what did you just say? He looked at the man and explained. They said there was nothing majorly wrong, just exhaustion. So I felt letting her rest for only one day wouldn't be enough, and I forbade her from attending. Thinking of Sejin, he continued. Of course, even without the extra class, someone of her level would surely win the tournament anyway, though she's the type who would crawl to class even if told not to. D-chan fell silent as Shin Hyuk listed her responsibilities. Between being council president, her 12th grade studies, the extra class, and weekend internships. She's a human being before she's a hunter. Did you really think she could handle all that? He suddenly said, I had no idea she had fainted. I wasn't told. Shin Hyuk sighed internally, thinking, finally, you old man, please pay a little more attention to your daughter. While Di-chan admitted, I've been too indifferent lately. Then he made a plan that made the boy freeze. I suppose I'll have to increase her physical endurance training. Di-chan said coldly, it would be best to remove your class from her schedule for a while. Don't take it personally. And Shin Hyuk immediately protested. No, that isn't the point at all. Ignoring him, the man stated, Sejin fainted because she lacks physical strength. I will handle that part myself, so don't interfere anymore. Shin Hyuk stared at Di-chan in stunned silence. The bus raced on through Shin Hyuk's utter helplessness. What is wrong with this crazy man? The bus soon entered a restricted area. Shin Hyuk stood before the heavily guarded portal. He watched the fully equipped hunters enter and thought, after a 40-minute drive, we've arrived at the A-rank portal. Kim Di-chan led the examiners in first, and we followed. He walked in thinking, the issue with Sejin isn't over yet, but first I have to focus on the test, since I don't know what kind of terrain we'll face. He opened his eyes to see the space inside the portal. Before him was an area covered in golden sand, and Shin Hyuk slowly stepped out. He thought to himself, a desert. I cleared 2 of these during the break. Nodding that the other candidates looked quite unhappy about the difficult terrain. Di-chan rested his sword on the sand and announced, for the sake of efficiency until the clear is complete, I'll be speaking informally. He commanded, everyone gather round. Di-chan looked at the candidates and stated, although this is an exam, since it's a 10-man portal, the examiners will also participate in the combat. He announced the lineup. The candidates this time consist of 2 mages, 1 martial artist, 1 archer, 1 spearman, and 1 swordsman. Shin Hyuk wondered, besides the swordsmen Kim Di-chan and Park Hyun-seok, the other examiners are mostly long-range types, so the front line will likely be me or that martial artist. Di-chan explained the roles. The examiners will handle the rear guard. The front line will be led by instructor Kang Shin Hyuk and hunter Park Yi-hee, while the rest of you will adapt as needed. He added coldly, the criteria for evaluation is clearing this 10-man A-rank portal. This gate has no previous records, so be cautious. He looked at the candidates and announced, now let the exam begin. Shin Hyuk stepped forward, a faint energy surrounding him as he said, then I'll lead the way, thinking to himself. I need to deploy my aura sensing, Kaisi letter 1EA3M, because desert terrain is full of monsters hiding in the sand. His power slowly radiated outward. The portal area was gradually covered by Shin Hyuk's aura, as he sensed life signals about 500 meters away. He looked at the others and thought, the longer this takes, the worse it'll be, unlike me, who has reached the super supreme realm and achieved immunity to heat and cold. Hand TH letter 1EED B letter 1EA5T ZAM. Some of them are already starting to flag. Shin Hyuk gestured and suggested, let's change direction toward that dune over there. But the blonde girl protested, there's probably a monster there, I don't see anything. Someone asked what was happening at the front, and someone replied, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk says there's a monster by that dune. People stared at the distant dune and whispered, a mana scan wouldn't even reach that far. What is he basing that on? But he simply said he had released his mana to sense them. The blonde girl gave a mocking laugh. You're exaggerating. That's at least 500 meters away. How could your mana possibly reach? And Shin Hyuk sighed, missing Kim Seon HWA and Hong Ye-seol, who would have already been running toward it. Di-chan suddenly said, let's just go see. If there's nothing there, he'll just lose points. He glanced at the man and thought, it seems Kim Di-chan has also sensed them, and then said out loud, actually, there's no need to go over there anymore. A wave of sand raced toward the group just as he predicted. From the moment we left the safe zone after being detected, the bastards have been charging us at full speed, he continued, as a pack of bright red scorpions burst from the sand. A-rank monsters, giant crimson scorpions. The blonde girl took a defensive stance and cried out, giant crimson scorpions. Shin Hyuk looked at them and analyzed. Extremely hard shells and magic resistance, the true gangsters of the desert. If you're hit and don't receive an antidote within 10 minutes, you're dead. He scanned the surroundings and noted, 4 of them, they're much bigger than they looked in the books. Di-chan raised his sword and began assigning tasks. Mages, prepare your spells, frontline spread out to buy time. I'll handle the center. Shin Hyuk said, I'll take the right flank, and the blonde girl added, I'll take the left. Without another word, Shin Hyuk lunged forward. A scorpion immediately attacked him with its tail. Shin Hyuk tilted his body to dodge. He frowned and noted, definitely slower than an ogre. The others should be able to handle this. The scorpion's bright red claw swung up. Then it slammed down toward where Shin Hyuk was standing. As it lifted its claw, the shells suddenly began to crack. Layers of the shell on both claws shattered to reveal the white meat beneath. Shin Hayuk gripped his sword and muttered, "Look at the quality of this thing. It's solid muscle inside." He stood up and looked at it. "The mages would be ready if I waited, but they say solo kills get extra points. I'll send you off painlessly." A flash of his blade sliced the scorpion in half. Shin Hayuk raised his sword high. His eyes flashed with a lethal glint. The scorpion's body fell apart as he stopped his movement. Someone marveled, "That's insane." The blonde girl muttered in shock, "He cut it right in two." Hyun Seok whistled as he watched Shin Hayuk. On the opposite side, Di-chan had also finished off a scorpion. He felt Shin Hayuk's power and paused. He looked at the boy and gave a faint smile. Di-chan remembered thinking nothing of it when he saw the boy's name on the list. As he walked, he recalled someone asking if he knew the instructor at his daughter's school, and only then realized it was Sejin's tutor. Di-chan thought back to sitting next to him on the bus. He'd never intended to go easy on him just because of Sejin. In fact, he blamed the boy for the cancellation of Sejin's weekend training. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Shin Hayuk. He had initially judged the boy as a pale, weak-looking, pretty boy with no masculine spirit, deciding he'd kick him out the moment he asked for a favor. But the boy's words had made him freeze. Sejin fainted and had to be taken to the infirmary. He looked at Shin Hayuk's serious face. He grit his teeth and thought, "Arrogant brat. A typical low-rank type with no skill who only knows how to preach." He smirked, remembering his initial impression, then looked at Shin Hayuk now and muttered, "I was wrong about him." He observed, how did he use his mana to sense them from so far away? And he's hacking through crimson scorpions like he's slicing vegetables without even changing his expression. He muttered a curse at Kim Man-dong. He looked at Shin Hayuk and whispered, "No wonder that old man has been so bold lately. It's because he has this guy." On the other side, Shin Hayuk scratched his head and wondered, "Did I finish that too fast?" He looked at Di-chan and noted, "No one else has finished their kill yet. Kim Di-chan has only neutralized his. Is he leaving it for the mages to test them? And why is he looking at me with such a dark expression?" He then looked at the blonde girl and thought, "The martial artist over there looks like she's struggling. Her style is a bad match for that shell, and she can't even use an aura yet. Should I help out?" The blonde girl tightened her fist and lunged at her scorpion. She landed a punch on its sturdy shell. She panted and muttered, "This is driving me crazy." As the scorpion's eyes flashed, she marveled in shock. How on earth did that guy cut through something this hard? The scorpion's tail twitched violently. Then it lunged straight toward the blonde girl. A flash of a blade sliced through the air, severing the scorpion's tail and making it screech in agony. A voice rang out through the chaos, "Are you all right?" The blonde girl looked up at the man standing guard in front of her. Hunter Kang Shin Hayuk. Hyun Seok, seeing that the two mages had accumulated enough mana, shouted an announcement. "The spells are ready. Everyone fall back." A massive surge of lightning struck the scorpion dead center. Di-chan observed the scene and thought to himself, "Even with magic resistance, it's weak against ice and lightning attributes. A wise choice." Most of the mages passed, but the lightning user was far too slow. A sudden sound made him turn his head around. Di-chan looked at the other struggling hunters and mused, "Those ones will have to train their aura and retake the exam." Their role was to buy time for the mages, yet they let their weapons be destroyed. All of them fail. The blonde girl looked at Shin Hayuk and said, "Hunter Kang Shin Hayuk, thank you for the help. And I'm sorry for what I said earlier." She continued, "I never expected a hunter to be able to sense monsters from such a distance." And Shin Hayuk replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it. It was just a natural reaction." He noted, "The sky is still calm. Good luck with the rest of the trial." The blonde girl offered a military salute and said, "Yes, sir, we will trust your lead." Di-chan then announced, "Hunters Kwon Hyul Jin, I am So-ho, Park Ju-yeon, and Choi Jun-hyun. Please follow the examiners out of the gate. You have failed. We will see you next time." Hyun Seok gestured to those who had been eliminated. "Come on, follow me. Don't look so down." Shin Hayuk watched them leave and thought, "No mercy. But since this is a dangerous gate, it's better to get them out quickly." Suddenly, Shin Hayuk sensed danger and froze. His power radiated outward as he realized, "We're surrounded." The blonde girl asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Do you need a break?" But Shin Hayuk just muttered, "Wait a second." Di-chan noticed the boy's reaction and stopped in surprise. He thought to himself, how did he know? He's sensing the surrounding mana with incredible precision, perhaps even faster than I can. Shin Hayuk grit his teeth and scanned the area. "In front, no. To the right, no, it's everywhere. They're closing in on us from all sides." He wondered just how many there were as the signals became a dense mass. Then he shouted a warning, "Everyone, watch the ground." Hyun Seok froze as the earth began to vibrate beneath them. Shin Hayuk calculated, It's not just a few. The sand suddenly erupted upward. A massive maw burst from the ground, aiming straight for Hyun Seok. Shin Hyuk realized that a single, colossal monster was encircling the candidates, its mouth agape. A lone predator. The eliminated hunters gaped in total shock. The creature immediately dove back into the sand. Shin Hyuk mused that this was a specimen with overwhelming power, much like a B-rank shadow reaper or an A-rank ogre. He stared at the monster and muttered, "The desert disaster." A-rank, a giant sandworm. D-Chan silently narrowed his eyes at the sandworm. Shin Hyuk stood there, staring at it in a daze. Elsewhere, a kettle whistled on a stove, signaling the water was boiling. Sion Hwa ate a snack and asked her father, "Dad, do you think Mr. Kang is doing well on his exam?" Man Dong replied calmly, "If it's Mr. Kang, he'll breeze through it. After all, he's a talent your father recommended." She sighed and said, "You never recommend anyone. How far do you think he can go?" Sion Hwa wondered, "Will he ever be as strong as you?" And he replied, "Hard to say, but I suspect he'll go even further." Man Dong suddenly added, "By the way, Sion Hwa, to pass the A-rank exam, there is one essential talent required." And she asked curiously, "An essential talent?" Man Dong described the current situation perfectly. For instance, when a difficult anomaly appears, the one who runs away without looking back is a B-rank hunter. As the blonde girl grit her teeth and joined the defensive formation, Man Dong continued, "The one who remembers their role and enters the fray is an A-rank hunter. It might look like a simple combat test, but the association watches these character traits very closely." He watched the steam rise and explained, "These tendencies only surface when a real crisis occurs. That's why they send more people than necessary, unless it's an experienced party." Sion Hwa asked, "Dad, what would an S-rank hunter do in that situation?" And Man Dong touched the kettle, replying, "They eliminate the cause of the crisis." He poured the water into a cup and said, "When the cause is removed, the crisis no longer exists." At that exact moment, Shin Hyuk gripped his sword and charged at the sandworm. Man Dong concluded, "Anomalies have that mindset naturally." Inside the portal, D-Chan jumped in startle. Both he and Shin Hyuk lunged toward the sandworm. "They are the seeds of S-rank hunters," Man Dong said. Shin Hyuk raised his blade and tightened his grip as mana erupted from him. D-Chan also raised his greatsword, a golden-orange mana enveloping his frame. Together, they coordinated their strikes and sliced the sandworm into pieces. The remaining candidates watched in awe, their mouths hanging open. The blonde girl stared at the two of them with wide eyes. As the monster's body and bright red slime fell to the ground, D-Chan muttered, "The galloping horses whip." He wiped the slime from his greatsword and said, "I have no intention of letting Sejin grow weak. She must inherit my legacy." Shin Hyuk, also covered in red slime, frowned and replied, "As an examiner, no, as a teacher, I cannot agree with your educational methods." But D-Chan simply said, "Then you do it." While Hyun Seok crawled out of the sandworm's mouth crying, Shin Hyuk asked what he meant, and D-Chan suddenly declared, "I will no longer force or pressure Sejin." He commanded, "You take the responsibility and lead her to victory at the WHCU," to which Shin Hyuk asked, "And if she doesn't win?" He listened silently to the man's answer. "Because of your words, she might fail, so you must take responsibility." D-Chan gave a dangerous smirk and proposed, "Become my son-in-law. What do you think?" After hearing D-Chan's offer, Shin Hyuk's face went pale and stiff. His expression remained frozen in a scowl, even while taking his ID photo later. Even while showering, Shin Hyuk couldn't shake the shock. He stared at the ceiling as he lay in bed, unable to sleep. At school, Shin Hyuk sat clutching his knees in silence, worrying his students. Sejin asked softly, "Teacher, what are you thinking about?" And he silently answered, "I'm thinking about your father." On Seok looked at his new license and exclaimed, "Look, even your ID photo has that face." And Yoon Soo added, "You look like you've been constipated for a year." Shin Hyuk recalled his stuttered response. Son-in-law, uncle, what are you saying?" And D-Chan had told him if Sejin failed, he'd have to marry into the family. He thought back to the man's smile. If he didn't want to be the son-in-law, he had to join his guild, or else he'd have to stop teaching Sejin. Shin Hyuk grit his teeth. He didn't care about the nonsense, but he found the man in front of him incredibly annoying. He cursed the man for using talent as a tool, then he replied, "Fine. I'll make sure she wins." He added, "But I have one condition of my own." And D-Chan smirked, "Go on." Shin Hyuk clenched his fists and hissed, "I challenge you to an honorary duel." Back in the present, Shin Hyuk called Sejin's name and she replied, "Yes." He asked if she'd heard about the new schedule from her father and she answered, "He called me today, but teacher, how did you do it?" Shin Hyuk sighed, "We just had a very compatible conversation." And as she wondered why her father had yielded the training to him, he thought, I've never met anyone as stubborn as your dad. He stood up and smiled. I even have a parent-teacher meeting scheduled soon, privately thinking. I'm going to give your dad a real beating. Sejin smoothed her hair and said, Thank you so much. I'm sure that conversation wasn't easy. And Shin Hyuk wondered how a man like that could have a daughter like her. He shouted, Don't think you're getting off easy. We start special training today. And Sejin immediately replied, Yes, sir, I'll work hard. Shin Hyuk recalled who had defeated Sejin at the WHCU last year. Bianca Lowell from the UK. He mused that as the daughter of Conrad Lowell, one of the world's top 10 hunters, Bianca's actual role in reality was quite minor. He thought of the Lowell family crest. Her brother Lion was Lee Jae-sung's final opponent, and the family was known for its legendary swordsmanship. He sighed, wishing the opponent was just a simple swordsman. He thought of Bianca Lowell's power. She used both swords and magic simultaneously. Shin Hyuk noted that her magic was at the level of a high-ranking A-rank hunter. And in the UK, she was hailed as the reincarnation of Merlin. While driving, he calculated that facing a genius from a prestigious family who aimed for S-rank and had pesky magic to boot meant Sejin's chances were slim, even in a fair fight. He looked at Yu Ryong eating chocolate and thought his master might have the answer. The old man went quiet for a moment and then called out, Hey. Yu Ryong asked if he thought his master was like Doraemon's magic pocket, while Shin Hyuk bowed and begged, Please help me, master. Great master. He pulled out several bottles of wine and smiled. I bought a lot of your favorite bamboo leaf green, and it's a different vintage. Please take a look. Yu Ryong's resistance crumbled at the sight of the gifts, praising the brat for bringing both fine wine and tea, while Shin Hyuk added that he'd also brought fried chicken. The master opened the box and said, That's good, but boil some water first. And the boy asked why, to which the master replied, Because I'm craving local instant noodles. He was relieved that his master wasn't in a bad mood, then opened his laptop to show a video of Bianca. I'll boil the water. You watch this, master. Yu Ryong glanced at the screen. The camera focused on Bianca's silhouette. Then it showed her face, and Yu Ryong asked, Who is this blonde girl? And Shin Hyuk explained she was last year's champion. He noted the video was a highlight reel and wouldn't take long, and the master asked if that was because she only fought a few times. He replied, No, sir, I looked everywhere, but in the video, Bianca held different elemental mana in each hand, and Shin Hyuk noted that none of her matches lasted more than 5 minutes. As her opponent took a defensive stance, Shin Hyuk noted she was a famous super rookie. A bolt of lightning immediately took down the opponent, and he thought that no elite in the world would be without a strategy against her. The screen showed Bianca lunging at an opponent. A magic circle with black chains appeared, but the genius who could use mobile casting since age 10 utilized high-speed incantations. Shin Hyuk watched her apply, dispel, to her opponent's skills, while simultaneously using multi-layered offensive magic. Bianca then jumped back to maintain distance. She snapped her fingers, and lightning struck the person in front of her. Shin Hyuk noted every match was a literal massacre. He held the kettle and explained that Bianca was beyond a normal A rank, while their Sejin was, at best, a top-tier B rank. He looked at Yu Ryong and said they needed a very powerful measure since there were less than 2 months left. The old man stroked his beard and noted the massive difference in skill, admitting he didn't have much experience with mages. Shin Hyuk muttered, So there are things even you can't handle, which made the master snap. What are you talking about? There's always a way. He suggested that if he took Sejin as a disciple and taught her martial arts, it might be worth a shot. Shin Hyuk was shocked. Martial arts. Yu Ryong explained the only way to counter a mage with a sword was to sever the flow of magic or use a stronger sword chi. He asked if the boy, having reached a new realm, could see the weakness in magic now, and Shin Hyuk confirmed he'd recently fought a mage. Recalling the fight, he mused that teaching her martial arts might work, since it turned a mediocre B-rank like him into a super supreme master. But he hesitated to share the secret of his own power. He frowned and asked if the master was really okay with him sharing his techniques. And Yu Ryong, opening a noodle packet, replied, You idiot, I chose you as my disciple, not the other way around. He added, Just as I chose you, choosing your own disciple is your right. Shin Hyuk called out to his master, who asked, Aren't you curious? He poured water into his noodles and noted that she was a genius incomparable to him, and had likely accumulated chi through some method without knowing it. Shin Hyuk thought that if her massive chi were converted into internal power, a true monster would be born. Sejin stared at her glasses, trembling. She realized she could see clearly without them, and wondered what was happening. She looked at the strange, bitter water, and wondered if that was the cause, feeling her body transformed after resting. She lowered her head in silence. She finished the water, thinking of the 2 months left before the WHCU. Sometime later, the domestic martial arts tournament was held. A flash of a blade left the stadium in awe. The spectators gaped in shock. Sejin unleashed a barrage of attacks on her opponent. The boy she was fighting grit his teeth and tried to block, yet the blade drew closer and closer to his face. Sejin tightened her grip, and her opponent wondered in shock if they were really both just students. He stared at her and wondered where such power came from. Shin Hyuk, watching from the stands, mused that even without converting her mana yet, she was overwhelming. Teaching her his master's arts would be a winning bet. Sejin swung her blade and disarmed her opponent. He stood there with his mouth open. Sejin seized the opening and kicked him away. The referee announced her victory, and Shin Hyuk thought she should have gone a bit easier on him. Yoon-soo cheered from the stands, shouting that she knew she'd win, and Min-hee joined in the celebration. Shin Hyuk smiled at them, thinking that while they were likely sad to be eliminated themselves, they were still good kids. He mused that while their skill was lacking, their luck in the draw had also been terrible. Yoon-soo held her sword and asked in confusion, "What? Why are you here?" Jin-soo's face went dark as he muttered, "I should be the one saying that. Is this tournament bracket for real?" Shin Hyuk looked at the 2 matches and let out a long sigh. In the randomized second round, Yoon-soo had been matched against Jin-soo, while Yoon-seo found herself facing off against Sejin. He thought about Min-hee's match. Although the students had practiced the dismantling techniques, well, Min-hee ultimately lost to a third-year mage who had been a championship contender the previous year. A moment later, in another match, a blade came to a halt right at someone's throat. Shin Hyuk looked at Yoon-soo and thought, even though Yoon-soo made it to the later rounds and left a strong impression, she still had to accept a bitter defeat. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Regardless, having first-year students come so close to the finals was a major achievement, and if they participated again next year, they would surely breeze through the qualifiers. At that moment, Min-hee exclaimed, "As expected, Senior Sejin's level is just completely different." And Yoon-soo sighed, adding, "You can't find a single flaw in someone who's been a champion since their first year." Later, Sejin walked up to the stands and called out, "Teacher, I'm back." Shin Hyuk remarked, "Good work, you look like you're in great shape," to which she replied, "It's all thanks to you, sir. Will you be staying to watch the finals?" Shin Hyuk turned to leave, saying, "I'm sorry, I have some business to attend to. Miss Sion HWA is on her way, so head back with her after you finish the match." Jin-soo asked in confusion, "Wait, teacher, where are you going?" He scratched his head and replied quietly, "Where else? I'm going to a parent-teacher meeting." Shin Hyuk looked silently at D-chan, who was leisurely checking his watch. Shin Hyuk recalled his conversation with Sejin earlier. "Sejin, you can win now even without my help." She had smiled hesitantly and replied, "I'll do my best to win, sir." He had suddenly asked, making Sejin go quiet, "The thing you're most worried about is still the WHCU, right?" Shin Hyuk had then declared, "If you return as the champion this time, I will teach you the ultimate solution." He smiled and said, "So while I'm away, make sure you bring home that trophy, my student." Sejin had smiled and nodded, "Yes, sir." A while later, the referee announced on the field, "Welcome to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the flower of the Hunter Academy festivals. Let's meet Kim Sejin from Hunter Academy number 1. The announcer continued, "The one standing on the verge of an unprecedented record, 3 consecutive championships." Sejin stepped forward and said, "Hello everyone, I am Kim Sejin." The interviewer looked at Sejin and asked, "Student Kim Sejin, the composure you maintain throughout your matches is truly impressive. Has there ever been an opponent who made you feel even slightly threatened?" She hesitated and then replied, "I don't believe so, no." The interviewer laughed. "If any other student said that, it would sound arrogant, but coming from Sejin, it feels perfectly natural." Shin Hyuk listened to the interview while driving. "Let's change the subject then. Assuming you win, let's talk about the future. It's understood that if you win this tournament, you'll be participating in the WHCU, correct?" He stopped in front of a skyscraper, the reporter's voice still echoing in his ears. "It was quite a shame last year when you met the champion Bianca in the first round and were eliminated. Do you have a special strategy for revenge this time?" Shin Hyuk entered the lobby as instructed while hearing Sejin's response. "At that time, I was very disappointed because my strength was still lacking." She continued, "But this time, thanks to my teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, I believe things will be very different." The interviewer marveled, "Wonderful. How far do you think you can go in the WHCU next year?" Shin Hyuk stood silently before a large door that was slowly opening, gripping his sword tightly. He stepped inside to find D-chan waiting for him. Sejin smiled and said, "I haven't really thought about how far I'll go." She looked at her opponent and recalled her own words. "I'm going for the championship." Sejin muttered to herself, Now that it's come to this, I want to win the title with my teacher. On the other side, Shin Hyuk remained silent with a frown. D-Chan wiped his blade and remarked, "You're on time, Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk. I'll give you credit for the courage to show up instead of running away." He smirked and added, "If you apologize now and beg for forgiveness, I might consider letting this whole thing slide." Shin Hyuk simply cracked his neck and replied, "No need for that." He looked at D-Chan sighing and thought, "When I proposed this duel, my only worry was that a man with an ego as big as Kim D-Chan's wouldn't accept a challenge from someone like me." He mused that the man might have refused, thinking it beneath an S-rank to fight a B-rank. As the protective barrier activated, D-Chan explained, "The rules are simple. The match ends when one side surrenders or loses consciousness." The mages finalized the barrier while he continued, "If I win, you become my son-in-law. If you win, I stay out of Sejin's WHCU training entirely." D-Chan questioned, "No complaints, I assume?" And Shin Hyuk replied, "None, just make sure you keep your promise." He pointed his sword at the boy and said, "Very well, I'll let you have the first move." Shin Hyuk drew his sword and replied, "Then I'll start immediately." He thought to himself, "Look at that arrogant face. Let's see how long you keep that relaxed attitude." He gripped his blade and told himself, "Let's test this out." At that same moment, Sejin raised her sword, ready for her own battle. The two mages continuously reinforced the barrier. One of them suddenly called out, "Hey!" She looked into the arena and asked in confusion, "That man's sword, isn't that an Aurora blade?" The other immediately snapped back, "What are you talking about? Only S-rank hunters can use those." She stammered, I know, but..." She stared into the arena and said, "I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore." Shin Hyuk raised his sword high and unleashed the heavenly demon sword style, meteor exploding demon aura. He swung his blade, creating wind blades that lunged at D-Chan while cursing, "Take this and die, you toxic parent." D-Chan closed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. He launched his own attack, causing the barrier to shake violently. Both mages frantically reinforced the shield. One shouted, "That really is an Aurora blade." And the other screamed, "I told you, who on earth is that guy?" Shin Hyuk frowned and told himself, "I want to go all out like I did with the vice principal. But at my current realm, if I release everything, everyone here might actually die." He watched D-Chan's silhouette through the mist and thought with pride, "How's that?" The power of the meteor exploding demon aura made 3 layers of barriers struggle to hold. The man swung his sword to clear the smoke. D-Chan wiped blood from his face and praised, "Excellent." Shin Hyuk was stunned. He blocked all of that. That was almost the same power I used against Kim Man-dong. D-Chan suddenly spoke up. "Instructor Kang Shin Hyuk, after that strike, I'm certain of one thing." He continued, "No matter which instructor from our guild I assigned to Sejin, none of them could compare to your direct training." "I acknowledge that." D-Chan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "And that is exactly why I must win this match." D-Chan licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and declared, "And that is exactly why I must win this match." Shin Hyuk trembled as he thought, "Sejin, your dad really is a psychopath." A mage outside screamed, "Reinforce to 6 layers immediately. It's not enough. Get everyone else down here now." D-Chan enveloped his sword in golden-orange mana and charged, while the mages outside yelled in despair that the whole hall was going to collapse. Shin Hyuk sensed D-Chan's speed and marveled, so fast. The man moved incessantly and struck at Shin Hyuk, who blocked while thinking, "He's definitely faster than the vice principal, but compared to master." Shin Hyuk grit his teeth against another blow. "Is this the power of an S-rank?" He gave a faint smile and let out a breath of relief. D-Chan's eyes went wide with shock. "Instructor Kang, did you just smile?" He recalled their agreement. "An honorary duel. When this brat challenged me, I thought he was joking." He smirked. "Of course, my offer to make him my son-in-law was serious, but I assumed I could just overwhelm his challenge with pure power." D-Chan calculated while attacking frantically. "How long has it been?" "We've already exchanged about 30 moves." He evaluated Shin Hyuk. "He's not being pushed back at all. He's like a massive, immovable wall." You bastard," he thought as he kept up the pressure while Shin Hyuk blocked effortlessly. D-Chan wondered, what the hell is going on? Shin Hyuk began to overwhelm him and asked in surprise, "Are you getting tired already?" D-Chan was stunned. How has his expression not changed even a single bit? He gripped his sword and roared, "I underestimated you. Let me step it up to your level." The mages outside screamed, "Holy crap, here it comes. Is the barrier ready?" And another replied, 10 more just arrived. I told them to start now." More mages rushed over, raising their hands to release mana. The barrier absorbed the energy, slowly thickening and reinforcing itself. Inside the ring, D-Chan unleashed a flurry of pitch-black sword chi towards Shin Hayek. He realized he's using hardened chi to create ranged slashes. Shin Hayek dodged and blocked, thinking, this is almost exactly like the meteor exploding demon aura. Does this guy have too much mana? Blocking these crude hits is just a waste of energy. He told himself, I'll block a few, but I'm dodging the rest. D-Chan questioned him, running away already. He kept up the frenzied assault. Don't disappoint me, Instructor Kang Shin Haya. He was shocked. Is he insane? He's swinging again. As the power slammed into the barrier, the mages trembled, struggling to maintain the shield. One of them reached his limit, blood trickling from his nose before he passed out. A segment of the barrier shattered and fell. The entire shield finally crumbled and vanished. As the dust settled, Shin Hayek stood unharmed in the center of the arena. D-Chan exclaimed in awe, impressive, truly impressive. Who on earth are you? Who taught you swordsmanship? Shin Hayek panted and thought, who else? The strongest person in the world, that's who. Finding master was the smartest move I ever made. He mused, wait, this is weird. Mana isn't infinite. He must know we're evenly matched, so why is he fighting such a brainless war of attrition? D-Chan suddenly announced, actually, let's just stop here, and the boy asked, what? Why so suddenly, sir? He smirked and said, look around. Shin Hayek immediately scanned the room. He saw the mages lying scattered on the floor and realized, the mages maintaining the barrier all fainted. You old fox. You purposely attacked the barrier because you knew you might lose. D-Chan reached out a hand and said, a shame. The winner isn't clear, but I acknowledge your strength. As per our deal, I won't force Sejin into harsh training or interfere anymore. He then added, however, if she doesn't win the championship, you have to join my guild. How about it? Shin Hayek sighed, thinking the man was more persistent than a leech. He sheathed his sword and said, fine, I accept, but I have one condition in return. D-Chan asked with interest, really? Let's hear it. Shin Hayek clenched his fist. He then punched D-Chan square in the face before he could react. D-Chan clutched his mouth and yelled, what the hell was that for? Shin Hayek waved his hand and replied, to be honest, you know full well I was about to win before you stopped the match to change the deal. He questioned him, I only punched you once to save your face since I agreed to the new deal, so don't complain. D-Chan listened in shock as he continued, I'll make sure Sejin wins as long as you don't interfere with her training. Shin Hayek gripped his fist and warned, if she wins and you still go back on your word, I won't be so polite next time. Watch yourself. He told himself, all right, everything is set. He mused, the best talent combined with the best martial arts. Even if we're short on time, now that there's no interference, even I don't know how far she can go. Get ready, student. Eat those 3 mountain ginsengs and let's begin. On the other side, Sejin had also defeated her opponent. She smoothed her hair as the crowd erupted. The referee announced, the champion, student Kim Sejin from Hunter Academy No. 1. The cameras were ready, and the crew in place as the MC began the interview enthusiastically. As expected, she has dominated this tournament once again. All eyes were on the center of the frame where the MC sat across from the swordsman Bianca Lowell, asking, in this tournament, if you had to pick your most difficult opponent, who would it be? I didn't have any difficult opponents. The MC's smile froze at the answer, but she forced a laugh and continued, I see. So your next stage is the WHCU, correct? Yes. Good Lord, give me a longer answer. This is an interview. Bianca Lowell held her glass calmly as if she were at a tea party, so the MC changed the subject. In the upcoming tournament, is there any specific contestant you're wary of? She took a slow sip with an air of elegance. The Iron Gauntlet Trails champion, Bianca Lowell, the IGT champion and last year's WHCU champion, Bianca Lowell. Bianca Lowell opened her eyes with a sharp gaze. The person I'm wary of. She set her glass down and gave a blunt answer as the MC tried to keep the rhythm going. No one. But last year's runner-up, Rohan, left quite an impression, didn't he? Bianca Lowell just gave a look of pure contempt and remained silent. The swordsman closed her eyes and replied coldly, not particularly. I see. Looking at Bianca's gold medals, it was clear why she was so confident. What about Japan's representative, Nijikawa? Average. And Brazil's Paulo? Who's that? The MC kept up her industry smile, while screaming internally that the girl was absolutely insufferable. The interview was reaching a dead end when a crew member rushed over and whispered a valuable piece of information into the MC's ear, potentially turning the tide. The MC's eyes lit up. We just received news that South Korea's super rookie has won another championship. Apparently, it's the same contestant you faced last year, Bianca. The MC seized the chance and asked, do you remember South Korea's Kim Sejin? Hearing the name, Bianca paused for a second, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Kim. The crew was full of energy now. The one from the qualifiers? Right, there had to be at least one, didn't there? Bianca Lowell smiled confidently. She lost and cried so piteously that I actually remember her. Yes, she was probably stronger than the others you mentioned just now. Everyone was speechless at her condescending attitude. She's competing again? Let's see how many minutes she lasts this time. It'll be something to watch. Then Bianca Lowell lowered her head and smirked with a lethal gaze. Regardless of how much they improve, no one in that age group is my equal. Sejin looked at the 3 pieces of ginseng in the wooden box with a worried and confused face. Teacher, you said this was a championship gift. What is this stuff? Expensive gear, kid. Chew it up well. At Shin Hyuk's request, she reluctantly took a piece and bit into it. You need to catch up to at least half of Bianca's mana to stand a chance. Our strategy is just drugs and tricks. God, it's so bitter. The bitterness made Sejin wince and cover her mouth as tears welled up. Shin Hyuk quickly handed her a jar of honey. There was no time for celebrations. They were heading straight to Seorak Mountain in Gangwon for special training, because there was too little time left before the WHCU to aim for anything less than the title. After a long time, Sejin finally swallowed all 3 pieces of ginseng, her face pale. Shin Hyuk looked at her and said softly, "You did well to finish every bit." He looked at her seriously, "But the hard part is only just beginning. Can you trust me and follow my lead?" Sejin was still wincing from the bitter aftertaste, but she nodded immediately and said with determination, "I wouldn't have started if I didn't have the resolve, sir. I can do anything, so don't worry about me." A second later, Shin Hyuk grabbed Sejin and, without warning, cleared her Ren and Du meridians. Sejin immediately regretted her words and screamed, "Deal's off. I take back the anything part." A while later, she crawled away and flopped on the ground like a fish out of water, gasping for air, while Shin Hyuk stood there awkwardly scratching his head. Sejin struggled to sit up, trembling and drenched in sweat. "Seriously, I thought I was going to die, is it? Is it over, teacher?" He looked at her in silence for a few seconds. Then he grabbed her to do it again, her scream echoing through the mountains. "Sorry, I missed a spot." By the time they finished, the sun was beginning to set, turning the sky a gentle pinkish purple as clouds drifted through the dreamy light. Sejin stared at her hands, which were enveloped in pure mana. She gaped in shock. I had used the method Master taught me to clear Sejin's meridians, and partly thanks to Sejin herself, Shin Hyuk was able to clear them smoothly and stably. Because she followed the mental cultivation method perfectly during the mana circulation session, converting her existing mana into internal power wasn't a major issue. Sejin felt the pure energy flowing through her body and marveled. "Is this the internal power you mentioned, sir? It feels incredibly light yet so distinct. The purity is incomparable to mana. If I have this, I can do it." Shin Hyuk panted and gave a forced smile. "You felt it, didn't you? That's internal power. Don't neglect your mental cultivation until your body truly adapts." Sejin looked back at him in a daze and stammered, I can't ever go back to being a normal mana-using hunter again, can I, teacher?" During the process of clearing Jin's meridians, she felt the mana within her body draining to almost nothing. The colossal amount of mana she had gained from eating the mountain ginseng Shin Hyuk provided was nearly entirely consumed to open the energy channels he called the Ren and Du meridians. Jin looked up at him, her mind racing with thoughts before she decided to voice her doubt. "I felt it very clearly. You used your own mana to compensate for the shortage in mine to clear my meridians, from those expensive ginseng roots to the transmission of these incredible techniques." "Why?" Shin Hyuk seemed to have anticipated her question and let out a soft sigh. "Why have you helped me to this extent, teacher?" He spoke softly, leaving Jin frozen for 5 seconds, her eyes wide with shock. "I made a deal with your father." "A deal? What kind of deal?" Shin Hyuk exhaled sharply and revealed the truth. If Jin didn't win the championship, he would have to join her father's guild. In return, his condition was that her father must not interfere with the training required to make her the champion. Jin bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. She couldn't understand why Shin Hyuk would accept such a lopsided deal that only benefited her father. "Teacher, why would you shoulder such a burden?" Before she could get too emotional, Shin Hyuk immediately added something that left her dazed. "That's why I also placed a little bet." "A bet? What?" He rubbed his hands together with a calculating, slightly crooked smile. "My fortune. Every cent I've saved from clearing portals and my instructor's salary over the past few months." Shin Hyuk clenched his fist, the corner of his mouth curling into a dangerous smirk as he looked seriously at Jin. "Kim Jin, I've bet everything on you winning this title." Hearing this, Jin jumped and asked instinctively, her face turning tense. He immediately tried to reassure her. "Teacher, are you using me for gambling?" Don't worry, this is a legal betting platform officially sanctioned by the International Hunter Association. But before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she froze again when he mentioned the cost of the ginseng. See, Jin, each of those mountain ginseng roots you ate is worth 500 million won. Since they're out of season, they're almost impossible to find. They're basically priceless bars of gold. Shin Hyuk then burst out laughing with excitement. I'm not some romantic philanthropist, you know. If you don't win, my life belongs to your father anyway, so I had to make the reward worth the risk. Her head was spinning, torn between feeling the pressure of his high expectations and the weight of his sacrifice. Shin Hyuk looked at her with a grin that was losing its teacherly warmth. On the contrary, Si Jin suddenly felt relieved, even strangely at ease. If she won, the teacher would probably quit being an instructor altogether. Suddenly, she felt lucky that her teacher was such a pragmatist. Having finished his explanation, he stood up and began the lesson. Seeing this, she jumped up full of spirit and shouted, "All right. Now that I've entered the world of martial arts, let's start the formal transmission. Where do we begin, teacher?" More dismantling techniques. Shin Hyuk slowly drew his sword and explained calmly. Dismantling is good, but you need to leverage the advantages of internal power as well. In battle, if you are bound by chains, your ability to use skills will be nullified. You won't even be able to touch your opponent. As you know, Bianca's ultimate skill is Mana Dispel, essentially a game-breaking stat that allows her to neutralize an opponent's techniques in an instant. Suddenly, he turned to her, making Si Jin startle slightly. "But Si Jin, you aren't using mana anymore, are you?" Immediately after, he spun around and swung his blade to demonstrate. Internal power erupted violently. Sword chi and sword aura created from internal power cannot be dispelled. We will practice a finishing move specifically for the moment Bianca is caught off guard by that fact. Si Jin gasped and cried out, "Teacher, you don't mean." Shin Hyuk immediately took his stance, his aura shifting into something formidable and confident. "Is it that ultimate technique you used against the vice principal?" "Yes. The martial art of a great demon who once shook the entire world." Internal power exploded in an instant, a flash of light surging toward the sky as it tore through space. A massive pressure slammed into the ground, causing the mountains to shake violently. Si Jin stared at the scene, her eyes wide with awe. Once finished, Shin Hyuk ended the form with a clean movement. Si Jin watched, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I am going to teach you the meteor-exploding demon aura. You only live once, let's go all the way." It was a beautiful sunny day, with golden rays shining across the mountain range. Time slipped away as another day gradually passed by. During this time, gathering firewood was the most sensible task in the forest. Looking at the calendar, he muttered, "Has it been 3 weeks already?" Despite the time, Shin Hyuk was optimistic. It felt like only yesterday he'd taken leave to come down here for special training. He also thought that while the time was short, the transmission seemed to be a success. Her talent was truly breathtaking. Shin Hyuk silently praised her. The meteor-exploding demon aura. Unless someone had protagonist-level talent, it was impossible to grasp so quickly. Si Jin asked eagerly, "How was that, teacher?" "I'm not as good as you, but this is decent, right?" He replied awkwardly, "Finally, we can use this to aim for the championship." But privately, he felt more conflicted. If Master saw this, he'd probably give up on ascending and make a huge scene about wanting to train Si Jin himself. He then suggested, "Well, we should get ready to head back. We need to pack so we don't miss the flight." She followed his lead. "Yes, teacher." The time for the tournament had arrived. The WHCU is held alternately in 4 countries, the US, UK, France, and Russia. This year's host was London. Sion HWA sent her wishes. "Good luck, Si Jin." And Yasial added, "With your skills, the title is in the bag." They warned her over and over not to be nervous and to just act as usual, nodding that Mr. Kang had worked hard too. He replied politely, "Thanks for seeing us off. Take care on your way back." According to the plan, those heading to London included Si Jin and myself as the coach. And to my surprise, the vice principal came along as well. Back then, Mandong had suddenly asked, "Mr. Kang, may I join you?" And Shin Hyuk joked, "Were you getting bored at school?" The man offered a perk. "I'll upgrade your ticket to business class," to which he happily agreed. "I shall serve you with all my heart, sir." Before boarding, he thought about how people are usually nervous and fluttering at airports. But he felt strangely calm as the flight to London quietly took off. After the long flight, they saw the iconic clock tower of London. The architecture was striking, reflecting the distinct style of the country. Their destination, Wembley Stadium, round of 64. They admired the striking buildings of the host nation. Beside him, Mandong praised her. "Si Jin has already adapted to the time zone and returned from her morning run." He laughed. Truly worthy of our school's top student, I have high expectations. Seeing their noisy boasting, other contestants glanced over with annoyance. Some even stared directly at them with cold eyes. He felt suspicious. What's with that? It feels like everyone is staring at us. Is it because of the vice principal's massive build? Or maybe, is it my face? The man suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I heard this from an acquaintance in London yesterday. Si-jin is actually a very hot topic in this hall. Shin Hyuk was surprised. Si-jin? Mandong explained that rumors about the record she set in the domestic tournament had spread everywhere. He was confused that the boy was surprised. Didn't she defeat every opponent in just minutes? Bianca. Even the domestic newspapers wrote a lot about it. Shin Hyuk finally understood. So that's what it was. We were so busy training in the mountains that we didn't know. I guess that would draw a lot of attention. He noted that if Si-jin and Bianca were placed in the same bracket, people would call it a premature final. Shin Hyuk recalled the past. Do you remember our spar before summer break, sir? Mandong was confused. It wasn't that long ago, of course I remember. He replied nonchalantly. Then it's easy to explain. He then dropped a bombshell. The me from that time and the Si-jin of right now. There isn't much of a gap between us, sir. Sure enough, the man froze in shock just as the announcer called out. Representing South Korea, Kim Si-jin. The announcer continued. Group A, number 2. Group A2. Shin Hyuk felt a bit disappointed. What a shame, that's almost exactly opposite Bianca's position at D64. According to the rules, the WHCU follows a bracket where one faces 2, and the winner meets the winner of 3 and 4. They would likely only meet Bianca in the finals. He called out Si-jin, and she replied politely, yes, teacher. Shin Hyuk reminded her. The first match is A1 against a spear specialist from Ukraine. I heard he's one of the most watched prospects this year. He emphasized, make an impression in this first match. Don't hold back, finish it as fast as possible. Si-jin agreed happily. Yes, sir. I'll be back in a flash. Seconds later, the two contestants faced off in the arena. The referee gave them their final instructions. Once the procedure was done, the announcer declared. The draw is complete, and Si-jin's round of 64 match has begun. Almost immediately after the whistle blew, the referee put his whistle back in his mouth. Maybe only 10 seconds had passed. No one could have predicted it. The match ended so quickly that weapon advantages were rendered meaningless. The referee stood agape. It was the fastest match he'd ever seen in his career. The entire stadium was frozen in shock at what they had just witnessed. The next round began. Her round of 32 opponent was a mage from Italy. Spectators wondered if he planned to copy Bianca's strategy from last year. According to observations, he immediately used Memorize to cast a binding spell at high speed. Meanwhile, she just let out a quiet breath. Then Si-jin clenched her fists and focused her mind. Her opponent stared in disbelief at what was happening, because in that moment, Si-jin shouted to shatter the magic and lunged forward, immediately forcing her opponent to surrender. Shin Hyuk smiled with pride. This strategy worked because of the massive difference in density between the opponent's mana and Si-jin's internal power. He wondered if it would work on Bianca, but truly, there was no performance as effective as pure, overwhelming power. He also whispered to himself, Bianca Lowell, I know you're watching very closely. He predicted, and you also understand perfectly that this level isn't enough to be a real threat to you yet. The announcer excitedly shouted, Kim Si-jin. Record for round of 64, 10.64 seconds. Round of 32, 20.13 seconds. At the same time, Bianca Lowell looked at the record with disdain. How boring, I'm leaving, she said while the announcer continued. Bianca Lowell, round of 64, 5.21 seconds. Round of 32, 3.73 seconds. That attitude made him chuckle. Fine, keep that overconfidence and wait for us in the finals. Shin Hyuk was full of anticipation. At the moment she was most careless, they would use a shower of meteors to bring her down. The scene shifts to several days later, inside the arena. The referee's voice rings out clearly. Match end. The winner is contestant Kim Si-jin from South Korea. The crowd in the stands is electric, absolutely thrilled by her unstoppable performance. Now that she had displayed her true power, there was no longer any need for subtlety. Her opponents in the round of 16 and the quarterfinals were all promising prospects, but each fell in exactly 1 minute. For Si-jin, who utilizes internal power rather than mana, no more time than that was necessary. A shattered sword was thrust violently into the ground, as her opponent fell helplessly to their knees following the battle. And so, with the referee's resounding shout, Si-jin's WHCU semi-final match came to a close. To think someone could hold out for a full minute against Si-jin, quite impressive. South Korea has produced a truly terrifying young talent. This was an overwhelming achievement rarely seen since the tournament's inception. She was a talent destined to become an icon, bringing glory to her nation once this competition concluded. Although praise continued to pour in for the monster rookie Sejin, the betting odds for the championship remained unchanged. Everyone there was subconsciously assuming that, no matter what powerhouse emerged, the champion would undoubtedly be Bianca Lowell. A reporter posed a question. "Contestant Bianca Lowell, you are truly amazing. You've just set the record for the shortest time in this semi-final. This record is even more remarkable considering you achieved it against a Brazilian martial artist and a Polish swordsman without using a single spell. Is there a reason you aren't using magic in this tournament?" Bianca replied nonchalantly. "I've already won twice using magic. This time I wanted to see if I could win using only swordsmanship." The reporter continued. "So you intend to use no magic throughout this entire WHCU?" She thought for a few seconds and replied, "Let's see. I am representing England after all, so if it becomes urgent, I will use it. But even in the final, I wonder if it will even be necessary to resort to magic." Standing in the back observing the interview, Kang evaluated internally. Good provocation. On the first day, she yielded the opening strike before ending the match. But today, on the second day, she finished the fight with overwhelming speed, showing no mercy whatsoever. He smirks with interest, thinking, "I see right through you. That's exactly what you're implying." In the original story, though described as a magical genius, Bianca is actually the daughter of a prestigious family of swordsmen. She's keeping a very close eye on our Sejin's swordsmanship. Thinking this, Kang turned to encourage the girl. "Great work, Sejin. Now you have to do the interview for the finalists, right? Once we're done, the vice principal is going to treat you to a very expensive meal." She scratched her head shyly and replied, "Ha ha, I really appreciate the gesture, but I don't really have an appetite right now." Kang looked a bit dissatisfied. "Come now, you need to eat to keep your strength up." Sejin sighed. "That's true, but right now, anything I eat would just sit heavy in my stomach." Kang realized something, thinking, she's heading into the finals, so it makes sense. It seems she's more nervous than she looks. He approached to comfort her. Not being nervous at all is a problem, but being too tense isn't good either. She bowed her head slightly with a forced laugh. "Ha ha, I didn't know that." Kang continued to encourage her, his voice full of confidence. "I trust that Sejin won't leave me sleeping on the streets, right? Because I've bet my entire fortune, plus the maximum bank loan I could get on you." These words only added more pressure. Sejin asked fearfully, "Teacher, if I happen to lose?" Before she could finish, Kang gave her forehead a sharp flick and reminded her, "I only said that to get you to relax. You silly girl, I believe in you. Even if you lose, I'll be fine. Money can always be earned back. That stuff isn't the problem, so just do your best." While looking cheerful on the outside, Kang was sweating internally. "Please, I'm begging you, if you lose, your dad is going to drag me off to his guild." These words provided the girl with fresh motivation. "I will give my absolute all in the finals, from start to finish." Kang continued confidently. "Yeah, just do your best so that you have no regrets later." Someone approached from behind to announce, "You are contestant Kim Sejin, correct? It's your turn for the interview." She replied, "I'm coming." Just as Bianca was leaving, Sejin was entering. The Hai passed each other in silence. The moment they crossed paths, Bianca's gaze faltered for an instant. She immediately turned around to look at Sejin, evaluating her internally. "The finalist is that Kim girl from Korea. It was only for a split second, but I felt it clearly just now. She is a monster just like me, an anomaly that only appears once in a blue moon among hunters. I thought I was the only one like this in this era. I've studied countless texts on mana, but this is the first time I've felt this sensation. There is a different kind of power running through her body, and it isn't mana." Her secretary approached to ask, "Lady Bianca, are you all right? What is it?" She let out a breath and replied, "It's nothing. I just feel like I might have given the wrong answer during that interview." The secretary asked in confusion, "The wrong answer?" Bianca let out an intrigued smile. "That part about not using magic in the finals. I might not be able to keep that promise." After the interviews concluded, countless cameras were positioned around the arena. The spectators in the stands were bursting with excitement for this battle. The veil was finally lifted on the most anticipated final, the final WHCU tournament for this year's future S-rank seeds. Not just England, but the entire world was watching. An underdog who was eliminated in the very first rounds of previous tournaments had appeared. Looking so different she was unrecognizable. Up in the stands, Mandong turned to Kang with worry. "Mr. Kang, what did you mean by once we're done earlier? The final is right here. Aren't you going to give the girl any advice?" Kang, looking a bit annoyed, gently brushed off the vice principal's hand and replied, I already said everything that needed to be said in the waiting room. Man Dong persisted. Is that so? What exactly did you say in the waiting room? Kang narrowed his eyes and sighed. Good grief, why are you so curious about that? Man Dong replied. How could I not be? It's true that Si Jin's strength has improved remarkably, but her opponent is the two-time defending champion, Bianca Lowell. Kang let out a cryptic smile and said, just watch and it will all become clear. In the arena, the referee began the command. Both contestants take your positions. I will begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Match start. From the round of 64 to the finals, her total match time was a mere 5 minutes, a time attack record set as if to shatter her opponent's own. Finishing matches within a single minute. Who exactly is this WHCU monster rookie, Kim Si-jin? A super rookie from Hunter Academy #1, though she couldn't set a new record because the national record holder was on guard. Back in the battle, the moment the signal was given, Si-jin immediately leapt backward to maintain distance. This caught Bianca by surprise, a swordsman proactively creating distance. Kang continued to evaluate. For everyone who has watched the previous matches, they all assumed that even in the final, she would charge forward with a ferocious attack. She has successfully planted that assumption in their subconscious. Witnessing this from the stands, Man Dong was also confused. Mr. Kang, could it be that you? Kang explained calmly, didn't I tell you? During this past summer break, Si-jin's level reached par with mine. It is exactly as you are thinking. Right now, among her peers worldwide, there is absolutely no one who can stand in Kim Si-jin's way. Si-jin's eyes were laser-focused on this attack. Her inner energy now enveloped the sword and spread into the surrounding space. The crowd in the stands began to murmur and gossip. Isn't that sword chi? Someone beside them replied. No way, a student using sword chi. Standing opposite, Bianca watched and thought to herself, sword chi. And it's an aura of such refinement, reaching a level you wouldn't expect a student to produce. I suspected something. Sure enough, she's been holding back. Conserving sword chi until the finals is seriously impressive. But I've faced sword aura types a few times while sparring pro hunters, and I'll neutralize it in no time. Cutting her thought short, she swung her hand and formed a circle of dispelling magic right beneath Si-jin. But the girl paid it no mind. Her eyes fluttered shut for a moment, then suddenly opened. Bianca's magic didn't affect her at all, making Bianca gasp inwardly. Dispel doesn't work. One of Bianca Lowell's specialties was dispelling. Her advanced skill could remove not just spells, but also mana-based buffs or even physical enhancements. Watching from above, Kang analyzed. At that world tournament 2 years ago, a student used sword chi to challenge Bianca. I saw that person get easily neutralized by her dispel specialty. But this time it's not mana, it's inner energy. Without hesitation, Si-jin used the move she had just learned. Falling Star annihilating Demon Steel. Countless blades of sword chi shot toward her opponent from all sides. Over here, Bianca still hadn't recovered her composure. No way, an aura that can't be dispelled? Raise the shield, get the shield up. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena, causing some fear among the spectators. Sitting in his office watching the battle on TV, Kim Di-chan remained calm. As for the two CNHWA girls, they watched intently, not taking their eyes off for a second. Her friends were ecstatic over the recent attack. Jin-soo wondered, that line might actually kill someone. COHWA cut in. Hey, if you say it like that, it might actually work as a jinx. But contrary to Jin-soo's wish, as the dust cleared, Bianca's figure gradually emerged. Her arm trembled as she gripped her sword tightly, breathing out fatigued breaths. Her protective shield had been damaged after absorbing the attack. Sioa angrily shouted, "Look, it's all your fault." Bianca exhaled wearily and said, "I really didn't expect it to be this strong. If I hadn't deployed my magical defenses in time, I probably would have been defeated early on." Observing from above, Man Dong commented, "Is this the skill level of a student's offense and defense? Now I see why teacher Kang trusted Si-jin to fight, but is Kang really okay like this?" Kang continued watching intently and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Man Dong went on, "If my memory isn't wrong, before the summer break, after Kang used that massive technique, he was almost completely exhausted. Bianca Lowell was only slightly surprised and didn't seem badly hurt. If she still has mana to attack, wouldn't Si-jin be in danger?" Kang confidently explained, "If it were sword hair, it would have collapsed long ago. As you've seen, that's sword chi. No, it's sword chi 1 tier lower. It's been modified for repeated use. It's basically a mass-produced ultimate move." Looking at the force on Si-jin's blade, Bianca inwardly flinched. Again, Kang continued analyzing. "I bet my entire fortune on the match with Bianca Lowell. Am I supposed to gamble everything on a single strike?" He smiled inwardly. I picked up a hint from that duel with Kim Di-chan last time, instead of passively swinging the sword wildly, until every surrounding barrier shatters, leaving the mages around collapse from drained mana. The falling star annihilating demon steel normally needs steel blade energy, but downgrade at one level to sword chi, and you can use the same technique over and over, can't you? The goal isn't to kill Bianca Lowell, it's to beat her and take the championship. Keep attacking until her shield mana is exhausted and she faints. That's the strategy Si-jin and I use. Back in the match, Bianca now focused solely on defense. She reached out and conjured countless additional layers of magical protection. 6 layers? No, 8. With shields that even ordinary hunters wouldn't dare dream of. Bianca Lowell cast a high-intensity, multi-layered magical defense. The descendant of Merlin, who had stacked a meteor shower that lasted 10 minutes. As the dust began to clear, a staggering figure emerged from inside. Bianca collapsed to her knees. Thanks to the intervention of A-rank security assigned to prevent fatalities, she was lucky to survive. The outcome left everyone stunned. The referee suddenly snapped back to attention and shouted, the match is over. The overall champion of this year's WHCU is Korea's Kim Si-jin. The moment the words ended, everyone erupted in joy at the result. Even the champion herself could hardly believe what she'd achieved. Cut to 1 month later, at the guild headquarters, someone said, "You made the right decision, teacher Kang Shin-hyuk. It's hard to find properties this size near Nam Station, and you bought 2, so I had to put in quite some effort." Ha ha. The person sipped tea and continued, "I was curious too, but since you insisted on buying the building." Si-jin's voice cut in. "Anyway, it's better to buy in advance if you plan to start a guild later." So Si-jin and I each bought a building. In an airport interview after returning home, Si-jin announced she wouldn't join Kim Di-chan's Aries Guild. She said she'd work solo, and once she became a rank 3 hunter, she'd form her own guild. Even if it's a hunter's tournament, how could you use the prize money to buy a building? Kang then offered, "Si-jin, take this." She asked curiously, "What is it?" Kang explained, 1.5 billion from selling mountain ginseng, consider it your signing bonus. "I bet everything on your name. Do you know the odds?" She gasped. Teacher, what were the odds?" Kang leaned in and whispered to her. It was 20.4 to 1. Most people in the world had bet on Bianca. Si-jin now had a huge sum in her hands. However, there was one person who made even more money than Si-jin, the one who just received the record-breaking prize. The legend who went all in on the bet was me, Kang Shin-hyuk. Across from me, the broker asked, "Teacher Kang Shin-hyuk, but why did you only look for buildings near HWA Shin Electronics? With the price you offered, there are plenty of buildings in better condition." Kang shook his head and declined to answer. "I just thought the air there seemed fresher." HWA Shin Electronics is run by the family of prodigy Lee Jae-sung. Being neighbors with the main character, buildings in that area would surely be among the safest places in the world. The two were now in the elevator. Kang spoke up. "A wealthy man with more money than he could spend in a lifetime, and you just bought another building. You have the physique of a hunter and a handsome appearance to boot. Now what else could you possibly be missing?" Si-jin could only smile sheepishly and replied, "People don't usually talk about themselves like that, sir." Then she turned and asked, "So are you planning to retire from teaching now?" Kang stroked his chin and thought, "I haven't considered that. Now that I think about it, it's true. I wouldn't need a salary anymore, would I?" She nervously smoothed her hair and said shyly, Teacher, maybe after I graduate, could we?" Before she could finish, Kang caught her meaning and hurriedly waved it off. No, I'm not doing that. Even close friends shouldn't form a guild together or go into business together. I'm not interested in those things. I'll be a rich, unemployed man. Besides, I can't stop teaching until those class rep kids really graduate right." The elevator doors began to close. At that moment, Si-jin ran after him, out of breath. "I can't stand it. Teacher, take me with you." The system sent a notification. Side story unlocked. From now on, it will record the tale of Kang Shin-hyuk, the man who reincarnated into a background character. Kang smiled with satisfaction. "Right, this isn't the prodigy story but my own. So what should the title be? That sounds about right."